Chapter 1. Surrounded by wolves, feasting on carrion. The sound of gnawing echoed in the air. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Ming Kanki was jolted awake by the sound of chewing. A gust of frigid wind swept through, and as confusion engulfed him, Ming Kanki shivered and fully regained consciousness. The gnawing ceased. The perplexity etched on Ming Kanki's face was swiftly replaced by an icy indifference, as if he had transformed into an entirely different being. Goodness, I find myself encircled by a pack of wolves. Truly, if they wished to experiment, they could have simply drawn me in without resorting to such a hellish initiation. Let the alter ego handle this. I shall not concern myself with it. Ming Kanki, also known as Ming Sanchi, or simply Ming 37, is a patient of dissociative identity disorder. In simple terms, he suffers from a dual personality disorder. However, there is something distinctly unique about him that befits a protagonist. His mental affliction manifests in a peculiar manner. His primary and secondary personas share memories, differing only in their expressions. At present, the persona transforming his inner thoughts into a narrative akin to a comic book is the primary identity. The cold, taciturn presence in the external world is his secondary persona. The distinction between Ming Kanki's primary and secondary identities is quite evident. The primary persona is effusive and loquacious, preferring to resolve matters through words rather than actions. In stark contrast, the secondary persona is reticent and cold, opting for action over idle chatter. Typically, the secondary persona exhibits a detached demeanor, allowing it to engage in combat with a clarity of purpose that surpasses that of the primary persona. Thus, in moments of peril, he predominantly allows the secondary persona to take charge. This ability to consciously control which persona manifests is perhaps another of Ming Kanki's peculiar traits. Despite the extensive exposition, for Ming Kanki, it had scarcely been a second. The cacophony of the wolves gnawing faded, and a pack of disheveled gray wolves, their eyes glowing with a predatory gleam, turned their attention towards him, the sole living. Being amidst a sea of lifeless carcasses, the allure of the living far surpasses that of the deceased. The wolves, with their acute sense of smell, detected the scent of an unfamiliar entity amidst the bloodied remains. Ming Kanki remained motionless, surveying his surroundings with vigilant eyes. One by one, the gray wolves advanced, their luminous eyes unmistakably fixated on him. They lowered their heads, sniffing, pawing, and then resuming their probing. Being discovered is merely a matter of time. Oh dear, what shall I do? Fortunately, the stench of decay and the metallic scent of blood currently obscure my presence. But it is only a matter of time before I am found. Should we attempt to flee? In stark contrast to the calmness of the alter ego, the primary persona abruptly discarded the comic book and began to sprint within the realm of his imagination. After a few strides, he suddenly recalled, "Oh, I am not outside, I am quite safe here. Why am I running? Perhaps I shall indulge in reading comics instead. Let me conjure a computer and watch some animations directly." Unlike the primary persona's agitation, the alter ego remained composed, diligently searching for advantageous elements. He commanded his numbed hands to explore with slight yet steady movements, emitting not a whisper. This is. Suddenly, Ming Kanki, who had just regained his senses, felt his right hand brush against a cold metal surface. After a brief pause, he continued to probe without haste. As he explored, a mental image of a circular ring, a grip, and a pointed tip formed in his mind at a dart. Goodness, this is a shuriken. I suspect we have ventured into the realm of ninjas. I must discuss this with you. Alter ego, you ought to share memories with me. How is it that you cannot even recognize a shuriken? We have read countless tomes together. To act in such ignorance is to tarnish my reputation. You say you. Internally, the primary persona rambled on, yet the alter ego remained undisturbed. The alter ego calmly recalled the pertinent information regarding the shuriken. Gradually, he tightened his grip around the weapon. Now that I possess a weapon, I might attempt to fight. Do not be foolish. We are in the ninja world, where the beasts are far more formidable than in the ordinary realm. You, an ordinary person, would be swiftly dispatched. How do you presume to contend with a pack of wolves? Suddenly, with a swift motion, Ming Kanki lunged forward, wielding the shuriken. He slashed upwards, severing the throat of the nearest wolf. Vivid, warm blood gushed forth, splattering onto Ming Kanki's hands and arms. The warmth sent a shiver down his spine. One down. Yet despite the alter ego manifesting as Ming Kanki, his expression remained impassive, his tone steady, and his grip on the shuriken unshaken. Ugh! The wolf pack recoiled in surprise, taking several steps back and lowering their bodies. The breach left by the slain wolf was quickly filled. The battle between hunter and prey was about to commence. In this chilly weather, Amidst the secluded mountain forest, it was evident that Ming Kanki was the prey, while the wolves were the hunters. Though there was no wind, Ming Kanki suddenly felt an intensified chill. A woo! A wolf's howl echoed. Like soldiers receiving a command, the pack surged forward to attack. Ming Kanki remained silent. The greater the peril, the more composed he became. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he leapt into action. With a swift motion, a sharp sound echoed as Ming Kanki expertly slashed the necks of two wolves in a fleeting moment of encounter. His movements appeared to be honed through relentless practice. Yet, deep down, Ming Kanki recognized that the situation had not improved, it had worsened considerably. The scent of blood from his companion caused the pack of gray wolves to accelerate their assault with newfound ferocity. This skillful wielding of the kunai is akin to a masterful technique. This body, a product of Orochimaru's experiments, surely harbors secrets. However, I must survive to uncover them. My alternate persona, you must strive harder. Our very lives depend upon your efforts. Fortunately, Ming Kanki's diminutive stature rendered him less of a target, resulting in the pack's attacks being less efficient, with only 5 or 6 wolves engaging him at once. Several wolves leaped and lunged simultaneously, their jaws wide open as they aimed for any exposed part of Ming Kanki's body. Despite possessing a miraculous kunai skill, he was far from a ninja. Faced with the onslaught of 5 or 6 gray wolves, he could only evade the lethal strikes of 2 or 3, managing to take down one in the process. And that was the extent of his triumph. After dodging and striking, Ming Kanki found his left arm firmly clamped in the jaws of 3 gray wolves, while another wolf lunged and seized his left leg. It was evident that the next assault from the pack would herald his demise. Suddenly, 3 crossbow bolts whizzed through the air, piercing the bodies of the 3 gray wolves and pinning them to the ground. The howls of the wounded wolves prompted the remaining pack members to pivot and charge in the direction for which the bolts had come in an instant. The number of wolves besieging Ming Kanki diminished significantly. However, he was not in a favorable condition. His left arm was drenched in blood, the dark crimson liquid flowing in torrents. Given his slight frame, resembling that of a 10-year-old, he was beginning to feel the disorienting effects of blood loss. The remaining wolves closed in once more, and one lunged at Ming Kanki. With a sickening thud, he fell to the ground. In that moment of falling, he instinctively swung his kunai, slitting the throat of another gray wolf. Yet, almost immediately, the remaining wolves surged forward en masse, their teeth aimed at Ming Kanki's legs, arms, hands, and even his neck. Once again, 3 crossbow bolts were unleashed. One wolf was struck in the front leg and collapsed. Another had its neck pierced, severing an artery, sealing its fate. The last wolf, poised to tear at Ming Kanki's throat, was halted as a bolt pierced its skull, rendering it motionless. Chapter 2. Fragrance of Phosphorus. Am I saved? Ming Kanki was momentarily engulfed in confusion, but suddenly his gaze sparkled with clarity. The primary and secondary personalities within him were at odds once more, with the dominant persona reasserting control over the subordinate one. A natural smile graced his lips. Mama, Mama, the big brother has awakened. Come quickly. A little girl with crimson hair bounded out, her voice sweet and childlike as she called. After a short while, a woman with the same fiery locks entered the room. A gentle smile adorned her face, exuding warmth. Were she to don a nurse's uniform, she would embody the quintessential image of a healing beauty. Did you save me? I am truly grateful. Ouch, it hurts so much. Ming Kanki struggled to rise and express his gratitude. However, as he moved, the wound unexpectedly split open, sending a jolt of excruciating pain through him. He nearly succumbed to the urge to let the secondary personality surface. Noticing his distress, the woman hurried forward, gently guiding him back down. Please do not move, dear child. Your injuries are severe. Rest while I will fetch you a bowl of warm soup. As she exited, the little girl leaned over the edge of the bed, her eyes twinkling with wonder as if she had discovered a new realm. When Ming Kanki turned to look at her, she chirped, Big brother, are you a ninja? Daddy says you are amazing. You single-handedly defeated several big bad wolves. As she spoke, she animatedly gestured, her expression utterly adorable. Ming Kanki chuckled softly, the tension and sense of disconnection within him dissipating in an instant. In that moment, he realized he was no longer merely participating in a holographic game. He seemed to have truly integrated into this world. Outside, the nascent sun illuminated the snow-dusted, barren earth. The desolate chill of winter suddenly sparkled with life in Ming Kanki's eyes. Turning back, though he still wore a smile, his expression grew slightly more serious. With a light-hearted yet somewhat innocent tone, he replied, Oh no, little sister. In fact, I have no idea how I managed it. At that moment, I felt as though I had transformed into another person. So, the big bad wolf is quite dangerous, you know. Oh dear. Wow. I am not scared at all. The little girl jumped back in fright, but upon realizing she had bumped into her mother's leg, she quickly feigned nonchalance. Ha ha. The woman chuckled softly, gently ruffling the little girl's hair. Then, she leaned down to assist Ming Kanki, bringing the soup to his lips. It's not hot, drink it. It will warm you and help you recover quickly. Thank you, sister. Ming Kanki grasped the bowl with his right hand and drank deeply, finishing the entire contents in several hearty gulps. Ah, Yoda Waka, Lut. You seem to be in good spirits. At that moment, a jovial middle-aged man entered. He bore a light stubble upon his face, yet his masculine presence was markedly intensified. Thank you for saving me, dear hunter uncle, said Ming Kanki, raising his head in a nod as a gesture of gratitude. Dear hunter uncle? The middle-aged hunter mused, stroking his sparse facial hair, his expression one of amusement. Ha ha! The two lovely ladies, one tall and one petite, could not contain their laughter. The chill of winter seemed to dissipate in an instant. The woman gently assisted Ming Kanki to lie down. Given his severe injuries and considerable blood loss, he soon slipped back into a hazy slumber. After a short while, the little girl finished her breakfast and hurried to the bedside, gazing intently at Ming Kanki. Occasionally, she would place her small hand upon his forehead, a peculiar behavior she had seemingly learned from someone. At the dining table, the woman and the hunter engaged in conversation while eating. Suddenly, the woman lowered her voice and inquired, "He is not a ninja, is he?" The hunter shook his head, swallowing his food before replying. Though his use of shuriken techniques is quite adept, he does indeed lack any trace of chakra. Their conversation gradually faded into inaudibility. Soon, the hunter set down his bowl, donned his outerwear, and took up his bow before departing. Ming Kanki, in his stupor, heard the hunter's words, "You need not wait for me at noon. I will sell my catch in the village after hunting and return by nightfall." Throughout the day, the woman roused Ming Kanki to eat a little. In exchange, he shared 2 stories with the little girl, who then revealed her name to be Xianglin. 2 days later, Ming Kanki had grown quite familiar with this family. Under their attentive care, he began to entertain the notion that a simple life in this world could be quite delightful. Remarkably, for reasons unknown, his Bodhis recovery ability was astonishing. Aside from the significant wound on his left arm that had yet to heal, and some lingering difficulty in using his left hand, he was able to move with relative ease. At the dining table, the woman introduced her family to Ming Kanki for the first time. "This is my daughter, Xianglin. I am Yukiko. This is my husband, Daisuke." Ming Kanki rose, bowing deeply, then earnestly stated, "Thank you, Sister Yukiko, Brother Daisuke, and little Xianglin. Thank you for saving me." "All right, there's no need to be so formal," Yukiko encouraged, pulling Ming Kanki down to sit, serving him a bowl of soup placed before him. "Now, eat up." Ming Kanki took a few bites, then suddenly recalled that he had not introduced himself. He hurriedly said, "All right, my name is Ming Kanki. You may call me Xiao Ming, Ming 37, or Sanchi, as you wish. Well, all right. From now on, I shall call you Xiao Ming." "Xianglin dear, since the young gentleman has introduced himself, you ought to do the same." Dezhu began to tease Xianglin. "Hello, young gentleman. I am 3 years old." Xianglin, indeed, fell for it. "Why don't you share your name?" In response to Daz's continued teasing, Xianglin tilted her little head, casting a playful, disdainful glance at Dezhu, and said, "Daddy, you silly goose, big brother already." Knows. After speaking, Xianglin turned her gaze towards Ming Kanki, evidently awaiting his reciprocation. Ming Kanki immediately replied with a smile, "Hello, little sister, I." At that moment, Luohua suddenly realized that throughout the entire conversation, aside from a few words from Orochimaru and others, he knew nothing at all, and there was nothing. To gauge the age of this body, I suppose I'm around 10 or so. Ming Kanki uttered this hesitantly and then broke into a wry smile. Lost in thought, he elaborated, "I apologize. A few days ago, that incident should be considered the first time I truly regained consciousness. At other times, I could only vaguely hear voices, never sensing the passage of time, but he spoke candidly, revealing what needed to be shared while concealing what ought to remain hidden. Yet there was not a trace of insincerity in Ming Kanki's words. Ming Kanki's dazed expression were mistaken for deep-seated pain. For a moment, it seemed to resonate with the other 2 adults. They fell silent, quietly eating their meals. However, Xianglin ran to Ming Kanki's side, took his hand, gently patted it, and comforted him in a babyish voice. "Don't be sad, big brother. As long as you find your mom, she will definitely know how old you are." Ming Kanki was taken aback for a moment, then nodded seriously and replied, "Hmm." Upon hearing this, Xingzi and Daju also smiled. The dining table was once again filled with warmth and joy. Chapter 3. The whirlwind of crisis. A few more days of calm and peaceful life passed. Aside from some limited mobility in his left arm, Ming Kanki has fully recovered from his other injuries. Today, Daju went to the village again. He didn't go hunting, but took away the furs and pelts collected from hunting over the past few days. This time, he left in the morning and returned by noon. It seems that the village is not very far from here. Ming Kanki was thinking when he saw Daju walk into the room with a serious expression, looking heavy-hearted. However, as soon as Daju entered the room, the seriousness on his face suddenly vanished, replaced by a relaxed smile. Dad! Xianglin joyfully ran out of the room, nearly tripping over a small chair in the corner. Ming Kanki quickly helped her up and walked out with her. My glasses, Dad." Although she almost tripped, Xianglin was not afraid at all. Instead, she looked up at Daju with an excited, rosy smile, eagerly reaching out her little hands. "Haha, look." Daju smiled as he pulled out something wrapped in red cloth from his pocket and opened it. It was a pair of brown, narrow-framed oval glasses. Daju personally put them on Xianglin. "Wow, everything is so clear. Haha, this is great. I can go out and play now. Wow." With the glasses on, Xianglin transformed into an intelligent little beauty. However, when she spoke, she had a hint of a madwoman's demeanor. Yukiko smiled as she watched from the side. "What a warm scene this is. This is home." Ming Kanki looked at this warm scene, and a bittersweet smile suddenly appeared on his face. As a time traveler, where did he still have a home? Countless time travelers stir up trouble. Isn't it because they have lost their homes? Without a home, there is no place for the heart to settle, and without a home, there is nothing to be concerned about. Except for a few timid time travelers, most of them, after becoming solitary, have started to enjoy causing trouble. Suddenly, a big hand pressed down on Ming Kanki's head. "You have one too." Saying this, Daju took out a few pieces of clothing from his pocket and handed them to Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki held it in his hands, and his eyes instantly welled up with tears. Emotions can be so simple. When a person's heart is fragile, a simple greeting. When a person is powerless, a simple gesture. When a person is lost, a warm word is enough. "Thank you." Ming Kanki's voice was a bit hoarse, and a tear rolled down the corner of his eye. He did not switch to his alter personality. At the right moment, the right thing happened, and Ming Kanki was hit in the softest part of his heart. Even his alter personality was powerless. The young man was crying. "I saw it." Xianglin playfully wiped her face and made a shy expression. "Haha," with a smile. Ming Kanki wrapped his left arm around his clothes, freeing his right hand to cover Xianglin's head, his expression serious, and said, "I acknowledge you as my sister." "Ha! Great." Daju laughed heartily. Xingzi also smiled and nodded. Ming Kanki officially became a member of this family. After finishing lunch, Ming Kanki was immediately pulled outside by Xianglin, who had just received her glasses. Yuko softly called out, "Don't run too far," before continuing to eat. Daju watched the two figures disappear at the door, then put down his bowl and chopsticks, his smile fading as he became serious again. After a while, under Yuko's gaze, Daju said solemnly, "I think we should move quickly." "What's wrong?" Yuko immediately put down her bowl and chopsticks, her expression tense. "Don't worry. Things haven't reached a critical situation yet." Daju reassured Yuko a bit, then continued, "I heard from the villagers that Konoha ninjas have been appearing around here recently, seemingly searching for something. There are a lot of corpses there. They will definitely find out. From Xiaoming, I can infer that there might be a secret laboratory nearby. Xiaoming must be the lucky survivor of a failed experiment from that lab. Although we can't be sure, what if they're looking for that laboratory? What should we do? Moreover, we can't be sure if we can trust these Konoha ninjas. What if they are pretending to search for that laboratory, but are actually from that lab? What should we do then? We can't take the risk of being caught by staying here. Neither Xiaoming nor you and Xianglin can have any contact with the ninjas. Otherwise, your identities will be discovered soon. The Uzumaki clan cannot be cut off here, nor can they become tools for the ninjas. Not even Konoha." Daju was clearly not an ordinary person. At this moment, his eyes flickered, a mix of wisdom and killing intent, as if he was already prepared for the worst. Yuko was moved and said, "Daju, I'm just an ordinary survivor of the Uzumaki clan. You don't have to do this for us." "No." Daju interrupted Yuko. "The Uzumaki clan once saved our family. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be alive today, let alone have the abilities I have now. From the moment I saw you, I decided that I would protect you, even if it cost me my life." Tears glistened in the corners of Yuko's eyes as she lowered her gaze, silently making a decision in her heart. That evening, the family still enjoyed a warm and happy time together. as if the conversation from noon had never happened. Of course, Ming Kanki was unaware of this. It wasn't until Xianglin fell asleep after dinner and Yuko pulled him aside that Ming Kanki noticed the change in atmosphere. "Sister Yuko, what's wrong? Is there something you need me to do?" Ming Kanki asked in confusion. Xingzi rolled up her sleeves, held her pure white left arm to Ming Kanki's mouth, and softly said, "Come bite my arm." Ming Kanki took a step back, confused, and glanced at Xingzi again, suddenly realizing what she was trying to do. When Ming Kanki looked down at her arm, Xingzi simply pressed her arm against his mouth. "Listen to your sister, bite down hard. You'll feel better right away." Ming Kanki seriously grabbed Xingzi's arm, looked in her eyes, and asked, "Sister Xingzi, are you really sure you want to do this?" Xingzi smiled gently and said, "Yes. Go ahead, bite down hard, and the wound will heal quickly." Ming Kanki suppressed his emotions and slowly took a bite. "Bite harder." Sachiko frowned slightly and said in a commanding tone. Ming Kanki bit down hard. With a soft hum from Xingzi. A stream of white vapor erupted from the wound on Ming Kanki's left arm, and the missing flesh quickly grew back, soon healing the scar completely without leaving a mark. Moreover, Ming Kanki's body felt remarkably lighter under the warm currents. The red-haired girl, with the ability to heal injuries with just a bite, truly was from the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Xianglin initially appeared in the forests northeast of Konoha, but later ended up in the village of grass. Fate is indeed miraculous. After a while, feeling completely relaxed, Ming Kanki finally released his bite. "Go on, go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow." Although Ming Kanki noticed that the atmosphere was somewhat different, he never expected that the situation had already spiraled out of control. He obediently lay down in the room and fell asleep comfortably. Chapter 4. Escape the next day. Early in the morning, before dawn. "Get up, Xiaoming." At Daju's voice, Ming Kanki opened his eyes in confusion and glanced out the window. Outside, a morning star was shining brightly. "What's wrong, Dajugo?" Seeing the large bag behind Daju, Ming Kanki thought of moving. "I'm bringing these, and you and Xingzi will take turns bringing Xianglin." Daju's words were few, but urgent. Ming Kanki could hear and see that something was wrong. It seemed they were in a very dangerous situation. Ming Kanki decided not to ask any more questions and quickly got dressed. Soon, the four of them hurriedly set off while the night was still dark. On the way, Ming Kanki and Xingzi were in the middle, while the ones who weren't carrying the incense were walking in front. Daju was carrying a package the size of an incense, with a quiver strapped to his leg. He stayed at the back, moving at a steady but slow pace. Ming Kanki did not have the knowledge of a ninja, otherwise he would have noticed that Daiji was clearing the traces of the four people from behind. In fact, the most important traces were Ming Kanki's. Sakiko's traces were very faint. The morning star gradually dimmed. The snowy mountain path was difficult to traverse. Fortunately, neither Daiji nor Sakiko were ordinary people. Ming Kanki, being an experiment subject of Orochimaru, was even less ordinary. The three of them, carrying the still sleeping Xianglin, managed to cross a mountain peak just as dawn broke. A pitch-black forest came into view in the weak morning light. Be careful to control your chakra output, Xiaoming. It's not about how fierce or how much you output. What's important is to keep it moderate and stable. Follow your instincts to adjust your chakra output. As Ming Kanki led the way again, Sakiko suddenly began to give him pointers from behind. "What? Chakra? I can't refine it." Ming Kanki just noticed that a faint blue light was emanating from beneath his feet. He had unintentionally output chakra from the soles of his feet. The ability to produce a considerable amount of chakra without any refinement clearly indicated his extraordinary talent. Of course, it was evident that he had also wasted a lot of chakra. "I understand now." Ming Kanki nodded solemnly, his expression suddenly turning cold. Then, the chakra beneath his feet instantly brightened significantly, and then it vanished. "Is this the state from that night?" With a cold expression, Ming Kanki nodded, effectively answering Sakiko's question. At this moment, he had naturally mastered the chakra refining technique. In his inner world, Ming Kanki's main personality laughed. "Haha, I really am a genius." The energy extracted from 130 trillion cells in the human body, combined with the spiritual energy accumulated through training and experience. Wow, haha, just knowing such a vague principle, I can create the chakra refining technique. I truly am a genius. Fortunately, the mental space is not the outside world, and no one could see it. The winter in the Naruto world is very cold. In the bare woods, the snow is not thick, but there are no signs of melting. Amidst the white snow, the footprints of a few animals appear and quickly disappear around the corner of a distant tree. Do not enter the forest. This saying exists not only in the martial arts world, but also in the Naruto world. Sakiko pulled Ming Kanki. Daju came forward to take a closer look. The animal tracks were from last night, very fresh, with no other traces. There should be no one passing through here. Let's continue moving forward. The day grew brighter. Daju pulled Ming Kanki, seeming a bit anxious. Ming Kanki immediately stepped forward. Chakra gathered at the soles of his feet, outputting steadily, and the small footprints left on the snow had already faded significantly. Xingzi was in the center, behind the Great Assistance Hall. The four of them advanced again, this time at a much faster pace. After the four passed, a voice rang out from a tree. "Big brother, I didn't expect to run into a big catch. If we bring them back, we can wipe out the issue of our mission failure." Another voice followed from another tree, red-haired, just like the remnants of the Uzumaki clan in the intel. "So, big brother, should we make a move?" Let's make it quick. It's almost dawn, and the Konoha ninjas will soon catch up. They are true elites." The ninja called Big Brother moved slightly in the shadow of another tree. His black skin was well hidden in the shadows, but became very obvious against the backdrop of the snow. They wore headbands with the Cloud Ninja Village symbol, marked with a horizontal line. "Rogue Cloud Ninja." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sounds of breaking air appeared, and the 3 immediately transformed into shadows, chasing after Ming Kanki and the others. After landing together, the 3 made no sound at all. In fact, not even a bit of snow fell from the branches they jumped over. If one didn't look back, it would be hard to notice that 3 people were chasing from behind. "Mom, someone is flying." Coincidentally, Xianglin, who had been jolted awake after a long time, happened to see the shadows behind her while wearing glasses. "What?" Xingzi paused and immediately handed Xianglin to Ming Kanki, whispering urgently, "Run. Take Xianglin and run. The farther, the better." After that, she decisively turned around and threw a kunai, as if they were in sync. Daju also quickly opened the backpack on his back and threw everything inside out. They found us, the 3 Cloud Ninjas. 1 landing on the snow and 2 standing on branches, formed a half encirclement around Daju and Xingzi. Zing! Clang! A crossbow bolt was shot out, but was instantly deflected, bouncing back to pierce the ground right in front of Daju's toes. "Brother, Mom, why didn't Dad and the others run with us?" Xianglin still didn't understand what was happening, but tears were already shimmering in her eyes. Even if she didn't fully comprehend, she felt she knew. The girl's sharp intuition clearly foresaw that something terrible was about to happen. Tears dripped onto Ming Kanki's hand. He could only run even harder. Ming Kanki understood that he had no ability to erase the traces. So, he could only run desperately, run out of the woods, run to the main road, hoping that the goddess of fate would let him encounter a merchant convoy, hoping that there would be strong and kind ninjas in that convoy who could help them. However, the hope was too faint. Ming Kanki didn't even know which direction led to the main road. He could only rely on his instincts, desperately moving forward, desperately outputting chakra, desperately accelerating. "Remember, Xianglin, no matter what, I will definitely bring you to safety. Remember, brother is still brother. No matter how brother changes, little Xianglin, don't be afraid." Ming Kanki forced a gentle smile, but his expression instantly turned cold and indifferent. The main personality faded, and the secondary personality emerged. He remained silent, his right hand touching the shuriken in his coat pocket, and his already sore left arm tightened again, increasing his running speed significantly. Chapter 5. Parents. The crossbow bolt fired by Daju was deflected, and the leader of the rogue ninjas in the center seemed unwilling to engage in battle immediately. He looked at Daju with great interest, scrutinizing him for a few seconds. Although there was no killing intent or suppression, Daju didn't dare to move. This situation was advantageous for them, Sakiko thought to herself, also remaining still. As dawn approached, the world brightened. In the winter forest, the white snow and the shadows of the trees reflected each other beautifully. It seemed that the tree trunks were darker, and the snow was whiter. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, and light snow fell like feathers. It was yet another beautiful scene. However, at that moment, no one in the forest had the mind to appreciate the lovely snowfall. Half a minute later, the rogue ninja leader suddenly laughed and said, "The Jonin of the Grass Ninja Village, Daju. Am I right?" Daju was taken aback and couldn't help but take a step back. His reaction and expression undoubtedly confirmed the rogue leader's words. Was Daju always in disguise? Sakiko let out a whimper, but quickly stifled it. However, tears rolled down her cheeks, leaving a blue mark on the snow. As a pregnant woman, she had escaped the destruction of a land of whirlpools. She had witnessed the ninjas from various countries uniting to annihilate her homeland. Sakiko hated the ninjas of the ninja villages and resolutely refused to enter any ninja village. Daju understood. Daju didn't turn around, nor did he explain. I am Sore, Sakiko. If you have the ability, escape on your own. Saying this, Daju took out 2 crossbow bolts, loading one onto the crossbow and holding the other in his hand. Without needing to explain, he intended to show Sakiko through action that he would risk his life to protect her. Daju prepared for battle. However, the rogue leader suddenly relaxed and said, "You don't need to be nervous. As long as this Miss Sakiko comes with us to the Cloud Ninja Village, we won't do anything to you. In fact, we can even let that red-haired girl go. How about it?" You see, I waited for them to run far away before speaking, showing my sincerity. Sakiko wiped away her tears and stepped forward, saying decisively, "Okay, let them go, and I'll go with you." Daju blocked her, shouting, "Sakiko, don't listen to them. They're treacherous rogue ninjas." The sunlight was already bright. Even in the forest, the scratches on the Cloud Ninja headband were still very clear. Sakiko saw it clearly and immediately stopped in her tracks. "Oh, really?" The rogue leader sighed and shook his head, saying, "Then there's nothing to talk about. What a pity. Time's up. Liji, let's go." As he spoke, the rogue leader's expression changed, and he had already drawn out a shuriken. Swish! Daju seemed to react even faster, instantly firing 3 crossbow bolts in a triangular formation. Lightning flashed, and the rogue leader unexpectedly used the Cloud Ninja Village's ultimate technique, the lightning release body technique. Clang, clang, clang. The rogue leader accurately struck the 3 crossbow bolts, deflecting them away. In the state of the lightning release body technique, the rogue leader displayed control far beyond that of an ordinary jonin. You can't be a rogue ninja. Who are you really? In Daju's memory, the lightning release body technique was a secret technique that only those directly related to the Reikage could cultivate. Coupled with his exceptional control, Daju felt he was facing an elite jonin. An elite jonin defecting was simply a joke. It was like when he first heard about Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, defecting. Most ninjas treated it as a joke. It wasn't until Konoha issued an S-rank wanted notice for the rogue ninja that the matter was confirmed. It's important to know that in the ninja world, the ranks of ninjas are not divided by strength, but by their positions. Below the shadow, elite jonin is already the top position, whether he believed it or not. Daju was shocked into a momentary pause. In that instant of surprise, he was struck by 6 shurikens. Daju let out a muffled groan, and Sakiko's arm reached to his mouth. "Bite me." Daju bit down, and instantly, white smoke erupted from his body. The 6 shurikens embedded in him were swiftly expelled. "Wow, you actually have this ability. Amazing. No wonder you're from the Uzumaki clan. I want you even more. Come on, follow me, Shanrue, and I'll guarantee you'll live well and have a chubby baby." The rogue leader became excited, his voice rising uncontrollably. He even imagined his future status in the Cloud Ninja Village as the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan. Thinking of this, the rogue leader's face twisted with excitement. "Bah, I'd rather die than go with you." Sakiko pulled out a rusty shuriken from her pocket. It was one she had brought from the land of whirlpools. Though the blade was no longer sharp, the tip could still kill. "Oomph, you can't have it your way." With a flash of lightning, the rogue leader charged forward and abruptly appeared right in front of Daju. Puff! Blood splattered. The rogue leader's shuriken had completely and accurately pierced Daju's heart. "Hee hee, did you think you got me?" Daju wrapped his left arm around the rogue leader, pulling him into an embrace. "What?" The rogue leader was startled, and the lightning flickered around him as he tried to break free. However, his lightning release body technique seemed to be incomplete, lacking the ability to create a lightning release barrier. The lightning merely caused a slight numbness to Daju. "Now, you can't escape," Daju said, and with a whoosh, a crossbow bolt shot toward the rogue leader's heart. Sizzle. The lightning erupted. Under the threat of death, the rogue leader unleashed an extraordinary amount of strength and speed, successfully breaking free from the already weakened Daju. The crossbow bolt only pierced his left shoulder. "Damn it." Enraged, the rogue leader kicked Daju away. "Ugh." Sakiko let out a muffled groan, quickly catching Daju as they both flew backward. At the same time, she shoved her arm back into Daju's mouth. "There's poison, damn it. What are you two waiting for? We can't let him recover." The rogue leader realized he had been tricked and couldn't move for a moment. He had no choice but to loudly command his 2 subordinates. "Yes, Captain." The 2 rogue ninjas, unsure if they were Chunin or Jinin, answered in unison, exchanging glances with their own thoughts. However, they showed no hesitation in their actions, unleashing their chakra and rushing toward Daju. "Sakiko, stay alive." Daju pushed Sakiko away, and a blood-red chain shot out from his chest, piercing through the 2 rogue ninjas rushing toward him. Then, The chain quickly aimed for the rogue leader's head. Daju! Sakiko cried out in despair. That was the technique Daju had once told her about, learned from her father, yet had become a forbidden technique due to the bloodline change, the diamond lock. It was a technique that required one's life force, a last resort. Sakiko was heartbroken, lost. Her pupils losing focus. Hee, I suppose this is the end of the line. One last chance. Come with me, or I won't hesitate to capture that red-haired girl. With some training, she should make a nice tool. The rogue leader had surprisingly not died. He had a large gash on his forehead, slanting from his brow to behind his ear. The wound was deep enough to see the bone. His face was covered in blood, looking like a demon from hell. No! Hearing his words and seeing that sight, Saki screamed with all her heart. Shut up! The leader of the rogue ninjas rushed up and covered Saki's mouth. I'll go with you. Saki let out a whimper and stood up. The rogue ninja leader seemed to understand and laughed. Hee, then let's restore you first. Saying this, he grabbed Saki's left arm and was about to bite down. Puff! A kunai shot out. Saki actually used her right hand to grab the kunai and aimed it at the rogue ninja leader's abdomen. Although the rogue ninja leader was alert and dodged in time, he was still scratched on the abdomen. He immediately became furious and threw the kunai, pinning Saki's foot to the ground. You bitch, you were pretending. Saki frowned, enduring the pain, bent down to pick up Daisuke's crossbow, awkwardly assembling the crossbow and bolts without saying a word. The rogue ninja leader was truly angry. He activated the lightning release body technique again. With a flash of lightning, the kunai pierced Saki's heart. Blood flowed from the corner of Saki's mouth. But she tightly embraced the rogue ninja leader. Kohin, Mom can only drag you this far. Chapter 6, Escape. Hoo-hoo. The black and white shadows of trees swept past. Ming Kanki's breath was rapid, but his footsteps did not stop as he ran past trees of various sizes, slipping through the occasionally raised roots, and jumping over the straight roots of the massive, interconnected trees. Ming Kanki moved forward without stopping, leaving deep and shallow footprints on the white snow. He could no longer hear any sound from behind, only the sound of his own breath like a bellows, and the crying of Xianglin. Cry if you want to. In the space of his mind, Ming Kanki's main personality was furiously typing on the keyboard, trying hard to control the subpersonality to say something. However, in the end, he could only helplessly sigh in this inner world. The subpersonality remained indifferent, not saying a word. There were no paths in the forest. Instead, various strange tree roots forced Ming Kanki to navigate around them. Even though the subpersonality was extremely calm, he still couldn't guarantee that the path forward was a straight line. Without any reference, Ming Kanki even unknowingly took a turn. With his head down, completely not looking back, he didn't even realize he was moving forward like a headless snake. Cough! While running, Ming Kanki suddenly coughed lightly. A drop of blood splattered onto Xianglin's clothes. On that white floral pattern, the blood was very conspicuous. Brother! The coughing sound was not loud, and Xianglin didn't see the bloodstain, but she still suppressed her voice to scream in fear. A little girl only 3 years old could still manage to suppress her voice when worried and scared. It's hard to imagine what kind of world this is that makes a mere 3-year-old girl behave so maturely. Bastard! Ming Kanki slammed the table hard in the mental space once again. However, the objects in the mental space seemed to possess an indestructible quality. He could only hit until his hands hurt, but he couldn't break even a single keycap. It's fine. From the outside, Ming Kanki's replied in an extremely hoarse voice. In the inner world, Ming Kanki suddenly stopped and collapsed onto the chair. Ming Kanki didn't know the strength of Daju and Xingzi, but just from the numbers. 3 against 2, he felt that Daju and Xingzi had a slim chance of winning. Moreover, the words and expression of Xingzi when she handed Xianglin to him were completely like a dying wish, as if she was going to her death. Run. Hurry and run. We must escape with Xianglin. Ming Kanki was very determined in his heart. The escape was still ongoing. Luckily, the winter weather had not yet warmed up, and many animals were hibernating. Ming Kanki ran like a headless fly, and surprisingly, he didn't encounter any large animals. It was unclear how long they had been running, but the tear streaks on Xianglin's face had completely dried. She no longer sobbed. Instead, she stared with red eyes, gritting her teeth, and made an effort to pay attention to what was behind and on both sides of Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki's breathing became heavier. Suddenly, Xianglin shouted, Lu, brother, Lu. In her excitement, Xianglin even forgot to suppress her voice. After shouting, she quickly covered her mouth with her hands and looked at Ming Kanki with concern. It's okay. Ming Kanki stopped and said again. He followed Xianglin's direction and indeed saw a road about 500 meters away through the gaps between a dozen trees. In the vast forest, especially in the dense environment of the Naruto world, a road less than 2 meters wide happened to come into Xianglin's sight. They were indeed very lucky. Upon seeing the road, Ming Kenki ran again without saying a word. His chakra output was more stable, running faster, jumping higher, and leaving fewer traces. After a brief rest, Ming Kenki's skills surprisingly improved again. The main personality in the spiritual space, Ming Kenki, was puzzled by this. However, he knew he couldn't go out, because at that moment his body was actually showing very serious symptoms. The muscle soreness was a minor symptom that the main personality could endure. However, every breath felt like a knife scraping through his throat. Each rise and fall of his lungs was accompanied by blood being expelled, and his body felt like a battlefield with pain like needles stabbing him every moment. All these combined made the main personality feel as if he was on the verge of fainting, and he dared not switch personalities. Upon reaching the path, Ming Kenki quickly discerned the direction and immediately turned southwest, advancing quickly along the way. Although it was just a dirt road on the flat surface, Ming Kenki's speed increased by another third. This speed was already comparable to that of elite lower ninjas. Did you see that, Sister Xiangzi, Brother Dazwa? We will definitely escape. We will definitely survive. Ming Kenki cried out in the spiritual space. Be careful, Xianglin suddenly screamed. Ming Kenki immediately lunged forward. Thud, thud, thud. 3 sounds with the 6 shurikens embedded in the trunks of the trees on both sides of the road, not far away. Ming Kenki casually put down the incense and turned to face the back. Haha, you can't escape now. The person is none other than the leader of the traitorous ninjas. He is wrapped in white bandages in several places, all soaked with blood, as if just touching them would cause blood to flow out. His left arm hangs down, tied to his side, looking as if he cannot move. Ming Kenki frowned slightly. The sight of the fallen leader of the traitorous ninjas did not ease his mind. On the contrary, an injured lone wolf was the most dangerous. Gently pushing Xianglin back, Ming Kenki said coldly, "Run." Xianglin's small hand touched Ming Kenki's hand, and like a jolt of electricity, she immediately opened her hand. Tears fell one by one, but she did not leave. At her young age, although she had developed a slight concept of escape, family still meant everything. Even with tears streaming down her face from fear, Xianglin was still unwilling to leave. Ming Kenki frowned again and couldn't help but glance sideways at Xianglin. In that instant, the leader of the rogue ninjas had already arrived in front of Ming Kenki like a gust of wind. The cold kunai pressed against Ming Kenki's neck. The rogue ninja leader grinned and said, "Don't worry. I won't attack her. She's my future." The blood on his face made the rogue ninja leader's smile look extremely menacing. Ming Kenki did not speak and directly drew out his kunai to stab down. Bang! The leader of the rogue ninjas, regardless of whether he could be considered an elite Jainin, undoubtedly possessed the strength of a Jainin. This is acknowledged by Deju. Ming Kenki did not know this. His shuriken was just drawn out when it was kicked away with a single kick. He performed a backward somersault and landed. Ming Kenki's feet erupted with blue chakra, quickly launching another attack towards the rogue ninja leader. The rogue ninja leader wanted to pick up Xianglin, but didn't expect to be bitten by her. He let out a cold snort and directly threw Xianglin away. With a thud, Xianglin fell a meter away, rolling a few times and not getting back up. Bastard! Ming Kenki let out a furious roar, and his speed suddenly increased again. Upon closer inspection, 2 blood-red magatama were rapidly spinning in his eyes. It was as if he had white pupils, allowing him to see the streams of green chakra continuously flowing into his eyes from within his body along his meridians. This was not the normal blue chakra, but rather a life-infused chakra. Chapter 7. With all my might, I suddenly came up with a great idea. I will slowly cut you into pieces right in front of her. That way, she will obey. The leader of the rogue ninjas did not see Ming Kenki's eyes. Seeing Ming Kenki charging at him with his head lowered, he continued talking to himself. Attacking without looking up, he thought Ming Kenki was simply rushing to his death. In the mental space, Ming Kenki's main personality became enraged upon hearing this, shouting furiously, "Die! Cut him down! Turn his body into a sieve." Ming Kenki's body was under the control of his alter ego, remaining silent and attacking with the desperation of a struggling antelope. His movements as chaotic as a pack of wolves charging. Cough, that's a bit exaggerated. He was just frantically slashing and stabbing. The speed is decent. However, there is no technique at all. The traitor ninja leader was merely dodging with small steps. When faced with real danger, he simply blocked directly. Ming Kanki's attacks had no effect whatsoever. Suddenly, the traitor ninja leader caught sight of Ming Kanki's eyes and exclaimed, "Sharingan? You are from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha? So those things I heard before weren't a dream after all." Ming Kanki's mind flashed with understanding as he controlled his chakra to flow into his eyes. His single Tomo Sharingan slowly began to rotate. In the mental space, Ming Kanki's main personality exclaimed in joy, "I am actually a clone of some Uchiha. Haha, what a huge gang. Go ahead, secondary personality, take down this bastard immediately." With the assistance of a single Tomo Sharingan, Ming Kanki's attacks suddenly became several times smoother. The abilities of a Sharingan are divided into insight, hypnosis, and copying. Generally speaking, the single Tomo Sharingan should only possess the ability of insight, and the other two abilities do not appear with a single Tomo. However, Ming Kanki felt that he could replicate the actions of the rogue ninja leader. The secondary personality was very calm and rational. He quietly tried it out. Then he actually went ahead and did it. "Oh, you see my move? You want to copy my taijutsu? Truly worthy of the Sharingan. Ha, buy one get one free. I'm making a killing today. Kakahaha." Noticing that Ming Kanki's offensive and defensive moves were aligning with him, the rogue ninja leader became even happier. He couldn't help but think that sending back an Uchiha with immense potential to the Cloud Village could at least exchange for the lower scroll of lightning release taijutsu. With this in mind, he unconsciously touched the scroll in his chest pocket while defending. That was the reward he had advanced for this probing mission in Konoha. Yes, the rogue ninja leader was actually not a rogue ninja at all. He was an elite jonin sent by the Cloud Village to test Konoha. At the same time, to prevent any repercussions for the Cloud Village in case of mission failure, the rogue ninja leader had scarred his forehead protector to disguise himself as a rogue ninja. Ming Kanki did not attack blindly. His secondary personality, which was almost at absolute rationality, allowed him to achieve a near-perfect compatibility with the Sharingan. That damn bastard. The difference in power and speed is just too great. Even if he can only move one hand, it's still very difficult for me to kill him. If only I could use ninjutsu. I am the main personality. Think carefully. There must be a way. Think carefully. After a prolonged stalemate, the main personality of Ming Kanki was anxiously pacing in the mental space. However, the secondary personality continued to attack without any flaws. He even dodged, and his attacks became much more agile, seeming to be quite at ease. Your value has made me decide not to kill you. However, I will absolutely not allow you to have any power to resist. The leader of the rogue ninjas also noticed Ming Kanki's rapid progress. He did not want to continue any longer. Throwing away the kunai in his hand, the rogue ninja leader prepared to deliver a few heavy punches to Ming Kanki. This punch was thrown from right to left. He predicted my actions based on his experience. The target of this punch was my left arm. He wanted to disable my left arm. I could use that to my advantage. Just as he was about to hit my left arm, I once again exploded with chakra and dashed forward, directly lunging into his arms and stabbing the kunai into his chest. Ming Kanki's Sharingan suddenly spun, perfectly perceiving the attack path of the rogue ninja leader's right fist. The secondary personality seemed like a calm computer, generating a rational and feasible plan based on the insights from the Sharingan and a small amount of experience in his mind. Then, Ming Kanki calmly executed this plan. Just like before, he jumped to dodge and charged in for an attack. Now, Ming Kanki and the leader of the rogue ninjas launched their pre-planned offensive simultaneously. The single Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, causing the rogue ninja leader's movements to slow down once again. A stronger chakra erupted from Ming Kanki's feet, even causing the skin on the soles of his feet to burst from the chakra explosion, sacrificing himself to injure the enemy. Ming Kanki successfully charged into the rogue ninja leader's embrace. The kunai had already pierced through his clothing, and Ming Kanki could even feel the softness of the kunai piercing his skin. Fila. Lightning flashed suddenly. The rogue ninja leader instantly retreated several meters. A scroll fell down, and Ming Kanki caught it effortlessly, stuffing it into his bosom without even looking. The small path was eerily quiet, with not even a hint of a breeze. The sunlight was already bright, and the shadows of the trees had nearly reached their shortest point of the day. Ming Kanki felt no warmth at all. Instead, he felt even colder. Ming Kanki seemed to have the upper hand, even wounding the leader of the rogue ninjas. However, Ming Kanki realized that at this moment, the rogue ninja leader was barely able to unleash his true strength. The rogue ninja leader looked at Ming Kanki with a cold glare, and a flash of lightning surged around him. Ming Kanki suddenly crossed his arms to block. With a crack, his arms are already broken. Haha, that is how it is. The leader of the traitorous ninja laughed menacingly, quickly kicking out his legs to the left and right. With 2 more cracks, Ming Kanki fell directly to the ground. His legs were clearly stretched out straight, but the lower half of his calves and his feet were turned inwards. Ming Kanki fell to the ground, silent. His right hand was still tightly gripping the kunai. Truly worthy of the Uchiha name. Even with his arms and legs broken, he could remain silent. I like you even more now. The rogue ninja leader grinned as he walked to the roadside, grabbed Xianglin, and tossed her beside Ming Kanki, continuing, "Once we reach the Cloud Ninja Village, you will be very happy. You will have many wives, and she will be my concubine. Don't worry. I will treat her well. I will make her give birth to a member of the Haruno family." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a sound like 1,000 birds chirping echoed, and Ming Kanki saw a flash of lightning rushing towards him from behind the rogue ninja leader. It was Kakashi Hatake. Ming Kanki's alter ego made a judgment. He then directly reached out with his left hand to grab Xianglin. Even though the alter ego was controlling the body, he was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face and cold sweat poured out. He was on the verge of fainting. However, Ming Kanki's expression remained unchanged. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to extend his hand to grasp Xianglin's hand. Then, Ming Kanki's mind relaxed, and he completely fainted. At that moment, Kakashi happened to retract his arm from the chest of the rogue ninja leader and turned to look at Ming Kanki and Xianglin. Were these 2 children the offspring of those 2 people? I'm sorry, I'm late. If it weren't for our mission forcing these rogue ninjas here, they would have had all their limbs broken. Damn those cloud ninjas. They made him die too easily. One of them is okay, just fainted, but he must be treated as soon as possible. Chapter 8. Konoha Hospital. Oh, this poor child. What kind of person is so ruthless as to break all of a child's limbs? In Konoha Hospital, an elderly man was methodically treating the injuries on Ming Kanki's body. Hatake Kakashi stood to the side, looking very respectful towards the elderly man. Hearing the old man's question, he immediately replied, "He is an orphan affected by the mission. He was beaten like this to protect that little girl. He is a kind child. Lord Hokage hopes to treat them first, and then ask if they are willing to stay in Konoha." The old man nodded. The chakra scalpel easily cut through the skin of Ming Kanki's arms and legs, retrieving the shattered bone fragments. The old man's technique was exquisite, completing each step in just a few seconds. He quickly finished the work of removing shattered bones, realigning, healing, and stabilizing one arm. The use of medical ninjutsu made the entire process seem somewhat unscientific. The arm repaired by the old man didn't even have a scar. A few minutes later, Ming Kanki's limbs were all treated. "Thank you for your trouble, good doctor." Kakashi thanked the old man again. The elderly man, referred to as the good doctor, shook his head and sighed. "No need to call me sir, just good doctor is fine. Compared to Lady Tsunade, I really don't deserve this name. If it were Lady Tsunade, this injury would probably be fully healed in a day." However, the good doctor thought for a moment and said, "Just now, during treatment, I noticed there seems to be a problem within him. A part of his cellular tissue has extremely strong corrosiveness. This child is truly lucky to have survived until now." The good doctor sighed and turned to leave. Ming Kanki suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed his hand, and asked, "Where's my sister?" Ming Kanki had an expressionless face, and his eyes lacked vitality. However, the feeling of worry seemed to be transmitted directly through his pupils, causing both the kind doctor and Kakashi to feel a jolt in their hearts. The kind doctor revealed a reassuring smile, gently placing Ming Kanki's arm back on the bed, and said, "Relax, child. Although medical ninjutsu and medicine have alleviated much of your pain, your arm's bones are still quite fragile." Kakashi's figure flickered and soon appeared at the door. He was holding a little girl with red hair and brought her to Ming Kanki's bedside, smiling as he said, "She is your sister. She hasn't said a word since waking up." "Brother," Xianglin cried out, gripping Ming Kanki's arm tightly, her eyes filled with worry. However, she did not cry. A 3-year-old girl was so strong. What a world of ninjas this is. Ming Kanki smiled as he gently pressed his hand on Xianglin's head and said, "It's okay, Xianglin. We are safe now." But Xianglin thought of her parents. Her eyes filled with tears, yet she tried hard to hold them back. Ming Kanki gently rubbed Xianglin's head and said tenderly, "It's okay. If you want to cry, just let it out. Cry will make you feel a little better. As for everything else, leave it to your brother, okay? Go ahead, cry." He softly stroked Xianglin's red hair, his voice gentle as if it could float away. Woo. Xianglin leaned against the edge of Ming Kanki's bed, sobbing loudly. Sighing, the kind doctor shook his head and sadly walked out. Ming Kanki only let out a soft sigh after hearing him leave. This world. After a while, the crying gradually faded away. After all, Xiangling was just a 3-year-old child. Even though children in the ninja world mature quickly, and even though the Uzumaki clan has excellent bloodlines, so many things are too much for a 3-year-old to bear. She fell into a deep sleep. The ward finally became quiet. Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi turned to leave, but Ming Kanki immediately called out to him. Hearing this, Kakashi turned back to look at Ming Kanki without saying a word. He wasn't surprised at all that Ming Kanki called his name so directly. For a family that could kill 2 CH Nin-level rogue ninjas and injure 1 elite J Nin-level rogue ninja. Not even Kakashi. But even a Konoha Genin would not consider them ordinary people. In fact, as a J-Nin, Kakashi reported the situation to the 3rd Hokage, who only took a few seconds to think before giving the order. First save the people, then monitor. Kakashi hadn't actually intended to leave just now. He merely wanted to move into the shadows to observe Ming Kanki and Xiangling. So when Ming Kanki called him, Kakashi was not surprised at all. He cooperatively stopped and turned back, wanting to hear what Ming Kanki had to say. Ming Kanki lightly frowned and said, "First of all, I need to know if you can ensure that only you, me, and the 3rd Hokage know about our conversation. Of course, Yakumo can be excluded." Kakashi walked expressionlessly to Ming Kanki's hospital bed, stared into his eyes for 2 seconds, and then waved his hand. A shadow flashed out from behind the window and leaped into the distance. "Now you can speak." Ming Kanki seemed to be in great discomfort as he closed his eyes, his entire face wrinkling several times. After a moment, he opened his eyes again and said, "I don't have much time left. What I'm about to tell you, I'm not sure if my main and secondary personalities will continue to share more when I differentiate again. This concerns my life and the future safety of both me and Xiangling. So, you must ensure that only you and the 2 from the 3rd generation know this." Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, his Sharingan scanning the surroundings, and then said, "Go ahead. There won't be a second ninja appearing here." Ming Kanki's eyes were a bit unfocused, but he still calmly said, "Xiangling's surname is Uzumaki, and I am a clone made from Uchiha cells by someone named Orochimaru." Before I could finish my sentence, Ming Kanki's expression suddenly changed, and he bitterly smiled. "Good guy. What have I been telling you? Don't look at me. Let me tell you. I won't say anything more until the 3rd Hokage comes and ensures our safety." The main and secondary personalities of Ming Kanki manifested again. After the main personality finished speaking, it simply let the secondary personality come out, coldly staring at Kakashi. I understood. After Kakashi finished speaking, he jumped directly out of the window. In just a few seconds, a shadow landed outside the window again under Ming Kanki's gaze. The sunset outside still had a lingering glow. The fiery clouds were red like the long hair of Zingsuko. Not far off, it seemed that Daju was fighting with his back to Zingsuko, holding a crossbow. Ming Kanki's cold cheeks were stained with a tear that slid down. In the depths of his soul, the main personality of Ming Kanki was sobbing loudly on the keyboard. He didn't know how long it had been, but Ming Kanki gently closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Only now had he truly fallen asleep. Not long after, the kind doctor quietly walked in, gently placed Xiangling by Ming Kanki's bedside, softly treated Ming Kanki's arm again, covered them with a blanket, and then quietly left. Only a sigh could be heard in the corridor. Ah, this world. Chapter 9. The 3rd Hokage the next day. Ming Kanki opened his eyes and happened to see an old man with a white beard holding a food box and walking in with a pipe in his mouth. Although he acted like a friendly neighbor, Ming Kanki recognized him at first glance as the 3rd Hokage. He looked very close to how he appeared at the beginning of the story. "Awake, huh? Ha! Eat well and quickly." The 3rd Hokage not only pretended to be a neighborly old man, but also busied himself with the food box, opening it and laying out the dishes one by one. The exquisite Japanese-style dishes, especially the 2 large bowls of ramen, instantly filled the entire ward with a fragrant aroma of food. "Xiangling, you must be awake early, right? If your arm is uncomfortable, you should have woken me up sooner." Ming Kanki noticed that Xiangling's arm was trembling. Clearly, after sharing a single bed with Ming Kanki all night, Xiangling's arm had gone numb. Ming Kanki spoke while steadily supporting Xiangling with his upper arm. Once Xiangling sat up, she shook her sore arm and said cheerfully, "Brother is more tired." "Ha! Xiangling is becoming more understanding. Ha ha." Ming Kanki laughed heartily, almost to the point of tears. Sandai was ignored. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, after Xiangling's arm recovered, he picked up a bowl of ramen and handed it to her. "Thank you, Grandpa." "Ha! Little Xiangling really knows how to be considerate." Xiangling's expression of gratitude elicited a satisfied laugh from Sandai. That laughter seemed to come from the heart, resonating with everyone. Ming Kanki and Xianglin joined in the laughter as well. Ming Kanki smiled and said to Xianglin, "Eat up." Xianglin hugged the large dish and started eating. Ming Kanki also picked up his chopsticks and, along with the three generations, started eating rice balls with the side dishes. Throughout the meal, the three of them didn't say a word, and soon they quietly finished everything without leaving a trace. By the way, 2 large bowls of ramen all went into Xianglin's stomach. Truly worthy of the Uzumaki clan, their appetite is probably not inferior to that of the Akimichi clan. After this meal, the distance between the three of them had narrowed a lot. Ming Kanki even boldly said, "Third Hokage, is it really okay for you not to come in your Hokage attire?" The third Hokage stood up, walked to the window, took a puff of smoke, and slowly exhaled. Then said, "Now I'm just an old man." "Understood." Ming Kanki nodded, his smile fading as he said seriously, "Well then, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Ming Kanki. I don't know my birthday, so my age is unknown. I don't have any hobbies, and what I dislike is probably Yunrun. My wish is for my sister Xianglin to live a safe life." The third Hokage laughed heartily and said, "Ha, I am Saratobi Hiruzen. I am 59 years old. My hobby is to protect Konoha, and I dislike any actions that harm Konoha. My wish is for Konoha to prosper forever. And me. Xianglin quickly raised her hand and said, "My name is Uzumaki Xianglin. I am 3 years old now. My hobby is, halfway through." Xianglin touched the hidden perfume of fortune in her pocket, and her expression darkened, continuing, "Perfume. And I like my brother telling stories. What I dislike is women who are made of water, that's true." Xianglin was just excited, but in the blink of an eye, she started to cry. However, she still remembered to continue her self-introduction. Even with tears still flowing, Xianglin firmly continued, "I dislike people who harm my mom, dad, and brother. My wish is to be able to live together with my dad, mom, and brother." Xianglin's mind still had not formed the concept of death. Upon hearing this, Ming Kanki and the third Hokage both felt a bit somber. Ming Kanki smiled and gently rubbed Xianglin's red hair without saying a word. The third Hokage was silent for a few seconds before smiling again and saying, "Xianglin, do you want to go play in the village? There are many beautiful clothes, lots of delicious food, and many little friends too." It was clear that the third Hokage had already made plans. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi pushed the door open and said, "Lord Third, let me take Xianglin to tour Konoha. A little girl, living a secluded life with her family. Should have been easy to tempt." At least, that's what the third Hokage thought after gathering intelligence on Ming Kanki and Xianglin. However, Xianglin firmly refused. "No, I want to stay with my brother." Xianglin held on to Ming Kanki's arm tightly, looking timidly at the third Hokage and Kakashi. She was afraid to leave Ming Kanki. "Ha, Xianglin, have you seen the white-haired brother from yesterday? Go out with him to explore Konoha. If you see something you want, just buy it and let him pay." Ming Kanki laughed and said, then whispered in Xianglin's ear, "We're completely broke right now. After my brother is discharged from the hospital, whether we live well or poorly depends on you today. Let's do our best, Xianglin." Xianglin's eyes lit up as she nodded continuously. After Ming Kanki finished speaking, Xianglin jumped off the bed, grabbed Kakashi's hand, and said, "White hair brother, let's go out to play." The third Hokage nodded. Kakashi, speechless, took Xianglin outside. Ming Kanki just seemed to quietly say to Xianglin. In reality, he had no intention of hiding anything from the third Hokage and Kakashi. After all, with Kakashi's strength, there's almost no difference between a distance of less than 2 meters and being right in front of him. Moreover, the third Hokage must know some lip-reading skills. "Now, there is no one else here, right, old man?" Kakashi deliberately exaggerated his footsteps as he walked away, and Ming Kanki's attitude suddenly changed. He really showed no respect for the old man at all. The third Hokage took a puff of smoke, exhaling it slowly, his expression revealing no joy or anger, just a deep calm like a tranquil pool. If it weren't for his legs being inconvenient, Ming Kanki would have almost stood up to point at the third Hokage's nose. He pointed at the third Hokage and loudly said, "This is Konoha Hospital, and I'm a patient. You smoking the ward is really disrespectful to the patients, you old man." Ha. The third Hokage awkwardly laughed a few times and quietly put away his pipe, nodding. Ming Kanki cannot be considered a little fox. However, relying on his foresight, he appeared to have an IQ at least 3 percentage points higher than normal. In fact, since the arrival of the third generation, Ming Kanki had been constantly testing the waters. This was an inherent flaw that arose after Ming Kanki's main and secondary personalities separated. The third generation certainly noticed Ming Kanki's probing. However, He never took any further action, even ignoring the many inappropriate things in Ming Kanki's words, and continued to try to get closer to him. Finally, after a loud laugh from the old man, the third generation gained Ming Kanki's trust. Once it was confirmed that only the third generation was there, Ming Kanki shared part of what he heard from Orochimaru, the fourth sequence, the first sentence, without any fabrication. There, I had never opened my eyes. It wasn't until a few days ago, when I opened my eyes for the first time among a pile of corpses, that I saw hands and feet, blood, and a pack of wolves. I was very fortunate that my head was a bit problematic. I was also very fortunate that a hunter happened to pass by. I was very fortunate to encounter a loving family. The voice fluctuated in pitch. But Ming Kanki kept laughing. That was in stark contrast to the main personality's disguise and the secondary personality's expressionless demeanor. He could laugh whenever needed. The third generation remained silent throughout. How much he believed, Ming Kanki did not know and did not want to know. Ming Kanki just kept talking, and after he finished, he fell silent. Silence spread. Sandai couldn't help but take out his pipe and smoke a few puffs. After a few minutes, having gone through a mental journey, Sandai finally spoke. Ming Kanki, don't worry. From now on, you're a member of Konoha. Thank you. Ming Kanki is still smiling. This time, however, there is no sense of incongruity. It is truly a heartfelt smile. Haha, here you go. Sandai gives a hearty smile and takes out a small piece of paper, less than 3 fingers wide, from his pocket and hands it to Ming Kanki. This is a chakra testing paper. You can use it to test your chakra attributes. If it fits, you can have the scroll back. If not, you can trade it for an equivalent ninjutsu with me. Additionally, if you want to systematically learn about ninja abilities, I can recommend you to a ninja school. Ming Kanki took the chakra test paper and asked, can I audit? I haven't decided whether to become a ninja yet. Of course, the third Hokage nodded and then quietly reminded him. But it's agreed that since you don't want to take on the Uchiha name, you must not activate the Sharingan. Hehe, do you think I'm stupid? Ming Kanki casually said, with a trace of blue chakra emerging from his fingertips. Chapter 10, Genius. The third Hokage did not know what was in his heart. However, Ming Kanki knew the cheerful, magnanimous, and kind image that he recognized. As for the future, it would be left to time to reveal. The chakra test paper would change accordingly based on the attributes of the chakra. Fire, the paper would catch fire. Wind, the paper would split in the middle. Lightning, the paper would crumple. Water, the paper would get wet. Earth, the paper would break. If there were multiple chakra types, for example, when the third Hokage saw Ming Kanki start to output chakra, he would introduce the corresponding changes of the chakra test paper. However, when changes appeared on the chakra test paper, the third Hokage was surprised. All 5 attributes were present. The third Hokage almost felt an impulse to immediately take Ming Kanki as his apprentice. Having all 5 attributes was simply a tailor-made disciple from heaven for him. For others, there might be a case of mixed and imprecise abilities. But who was he? The third Hokage, known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu. His expertise was the comprehensive use of the 5 elemental ninjutsu. Moreover, with the Uchiha clan's bloodline, the chakra would undoubtedly not be lacking. Not to mention the Sharingan's ability to copy ninjutsu. To him, Ming Kanki was a perfect genius. Ahem. Ming Kanki suddenly coughed a few times, and a streak of bright red appeared in his palm. Glancing at it, Ming Kanki said, it seems my constitution may not be suitable for being a ninja. Seeing this, the third Hokage finally recalled the examination report given by the skilled physician regarding Ming Kanki. It mentioned the poor condition of Ming Kanki's body. It was precisely because of this situation that he felt so at ease letting others come into contact with Ming Kanki. Reflecting on this, the third sighed and said, sigh, if Tsunade were here, perhaps she could cure you. Ming Kanki wiped his mouth and said casually, don't forget that my scroll still has audit opportunities. I'm not planning to give up yet. Ha, good. The third Hokage smiled and waved toward the window. A few seconds later, an Umbu member wearing a very ordinary dog mask appeared in the room. He was an elite Umbu, codename Mountain. Whenever you want to audit at the ninja school or check some materials, just call him out. He will arrange everything for you with my token. At other times, he will always be there to protect you in the shadows. Protection and surveillance. The third Hokage's meaning was clear. He couldn't fully trust Ming Kanki yet. However, due to the preliminary trust that had been established, he did not hide anything from Ming Kanki and laid everything out in the open. This represented the third Hokage's attitude, as well as Konoha's attitude. Understood. Ming Kanki nodded and smiled. It was just surveillance, and he had no intention of causing trouble in Konoha. How he monitored was irrelevant. In comparison, protection was what Ming Kanki hoped for. Overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Well then, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, the third Hokage threw a scroll to Ming Kanki and made a hand sign. A puff of white smoke emerged, and the third Hokage disappeared. Watching as the third released his shadow clone, Ming Kanki blinked. Confused thoughts spun in his mind twice before he realized that the person was a village leader. It was already generous of him to bring food, so he wouldn't waste an hour or two eating, chatting, and having heart-to-heart talks with him. Shadow clone? You guys really know how to have fun. Shaking his head and mumbling, Ming Kanki opened the scroll and began to comprehend the lightning release body technique. However, the lightning release body technique, with a difficulty level of B, was not easy to grasp. Ming Kanki had barely managed to muddle through the basics of chakra refinement, which was the lowest E-level technique. As for the lightning release body technique, he couldn't understand it at all. It's important to note that chakra refinement is E-level, and above it are D and C levels before reaching B. Moreover, this was only half a scroll, which lowered the difficulty to B. The real lightning release body technique had a difficulty level of at least A. Therefore, until the sun was high in the sky and his stomach started to growl, Ming Kanki remained utterly bewildered. He could recognize every word in the scroll, but when those words were combined, he couldn't understand them at all. Ming Kanki seemed to see an endless path of learning. No, I don't want to engage in that hard study routine in the dream world. Ming Kanki quickly shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off the image of hard studying from his mind. Just as he was deep in thought about how to tackle the vast sea of knowledge that was about to appear, Xianglin returned with Kakashi. Kakashi was loaded with a bunch of bags, big and small, and was also carrying 2 large bags in his hands. They contained food, toys, and various items. The 2 large bags were entirely filled with clothes. After Kakashi set down his things, he instantly used the body flicker technique to disappear. Just by looking at the sheer quantity that nearly overwhelmed Kakashi, it was clear that he had spent quite a lot. It seemed that just seeing Xianglin again would leave Kakashi with a psychological shadow. Ming Kanki felt a slight sympathy for Kakashi at the bottom of his heart, then excitedly split the spoils with Xianglin. Opportunities to openly swindle Kiki are rare. In a good mood, a flash of inspiration struck Ming Kanki's mind, and he thought, that's right, let the subpersonality learn. Haha, that's a good idea. At noon, it was naturally a sumptuous lunch. Ming Kanki felt no remorse eating Kakashi's money. He even ate 3 more premium rice balls. He wondered why Xianglin didn't buy grilled meat. Perhaps girls don't like oily foods much. Ming Kanki didn't ask. After a brief afternoon nap, Ming Kanki asked Yamato from the Umbu to explain the chakra refining technique. As expected of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, Xianglin refined chakra in less than an hour. Meanwhile, Ming Kanki switched to the overt state of his subpersonality, calmly and indifferently listening to the explanation of the chakra refining technique while also browsing through the first half of the lightning release body technique scroll. After reading it twice, the subpersonality quickly understood that the entry method of the lightning release body technique requires a change in the properties of lightning attribute chakra. Rationality and concentration are 2 important components of human learning. In a situation where the intelligence of most people does not vary much, those with high rationality and concentration find it easier to learn. On the other hand, those with so-called attention deficit disorder and unstable moods, who have poor concentration and are not very rational, naturally find learning much more difficult. Ming Kanki's secondary personality is remarkably close to pure rationality and concentration, almost reaching its limits. In other words, with a normal IQ and a body with extraordinary talent, Ming Kanki's secondary personality is a true genius. The first day of his hospital life quickly passed as Ming Kanki explored. That night, he told Xianglin a story and fell into a deep sleep himself. The next day, Xianglin wanted to go out to play again. Ming Kanki couldn't rely on her. But when Xianglin ran out by herself, Ming Kanki saw Kakashi appearing at the door, giving him a nod. With Xianglin gone, Ming Kanki switched back to his secondary personality and continued studying the first half of the lightning release ninjutsu scroll. On the 3rd day, Ming Kanki could actually get out of bed. Orochimaru's experiment of implanting the first Hokage cells brought significant side effects to Ming Kanki. However, the first Hokage cells also granted him immense vitality. He could get out of bed without even using crutches. Although the bones in his legs hadn't fully healed, they no longer hindered simple walking. On the 4th day, Ming Kanki was discharged from the hospital. The 3rd Hokage assigned Ming Kanki and Xianglin a room next to Naruto Uzumaki's house. That night, Blue lightning flickered around Ming Kanki. His secondary personality completed the nature transformation of lightning-release chakra for the first time, gradually mastering it based on the scroll. Chapter 11. Daily Life and Ninja School Learning. Auditing. In the blink of an eye, Ming Kanki had been in Konoha for a month. The rule of needing 100 days to heal from serious injuries was completely negated by Ming Kanki's special physique. By the 10th day, he had fully recovered. This powerful, self-healing ability even amazed the third Hokage, who remarked that Ming Kanki possessed a recovery ability almost akin to the first Hokage. It was also on that day, under the third Hokage's guidance, that Ming Kanki and Xianglin met Naruto Uzumaki for the first time. In fact, that day was also the first time Naruto discovered that there were actually people living in the neighbor's house 3 doors down. He had previously thought the surroundings were all empty houses. Of course, later, after the two little Uzumakis became familiar with each other, they playfully knocked on the doors of the neighbors above, below, and on either side. That was when they realized that the entire building only had 2 households. At that moment, which is now, the 2 little ones went out excitedly, but returned disappointed. As soon as they got home, they ran directly to Ming Kanki and asked him. When Ming Kanki saw the 2 little ones, he immediately switched to his main personality, showing a cold and serious expression, which was instantly replaced by a gentle smile. Brother, why is there only us in the whole building? Yeah, little Ming brother. Other buildings are all full. Ming Kanki pressed down on Naruto's head and said helplessly, Don't call me Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming is not what you should call me, you little brat. Big brother Xiao Ming, just tell us, okay? A 3-year-old little girl is already very cute. If she tries to act even cuter, no one can resist. Ming Kanki pretended to be sad and said, Xianglin, you've learned to be bad too. I'm really sad. Hee hee, brother, rub it, it doesn't hurt. The 3-year-old little girl was just as sensitive. Ming Kanki's acting was immediately seen through, and he was turned around and hit again with a super cute crit of 1,000 points. Ming Kanki has completely lost his resistance. However, this kind of thing cannot be said outright, because Naruto is hated by others and regarded as the embodiment of a demon fox. Ming Kanki's smile was stiff, and he said dryly, I do know the reason. But now is not the time to tell you. Naruto's mood immediately sank, and he said softly, It's because of me, right? Holding Cheyenne in his right arm, Ming Kanki rubbed Naruto's blonde hair vigorously with his left hand and encouraged him with a relaxed expression. Well, don't think too much. Remember, as long as you keep working hard, everyone will definitely recognize you. Yeah, I made up my mind. I want to become Hokage. Raising his fist high, Naruto shouted for the first time the slogan of becoming Hokage in Ming Kanki's house. Haha, then you better work hard. Ming Kanki laughed heartily. Xianglin also raised her fist and shouted, Then I want to become the strongest female ninja. Xianglin was originally an innocent little girl with a happy family. Although she experienced the loss of her parents, at least she didn't see it happen with her own eyes. Moreover, having an older brother like Ming Kanki somewhat alleviated her pain. Therefore, her mental transformation wasn't too significant, at least not compared to Naruto, who had always been looked down upon. Perhaps, this time, the little girl's shout was more playful than serious. A thought flashed through his mind, and Ming Kanki raised his right hand and shouted, Then let's work hard together. Okay, ha ha ha. The room was instantly filled with laughter. After the laughter, Ming Kanki stated that he was serious. He called out to Yam, saying, Yam, could you help me with some procedures? I need to go to the ninja school's library to look up some basic knowledge. Also, let those 2 little ones audit some basics. Yam didn't leave immediately. Instead, he glanced at Naruto and spoke in a tone that was hard to convey. Mr. Ming Kanki, I need to remind you that Uzumaki Naruto is not included in your agreement with Lord Third. Regarding Naruto, Ming Kanki thought, I understand better than you. He immediately interrupted Yam and said impatiently, Just report to the Third. As for whether those 2 little ones can audit the basic class on chakra extraction, that's a matter for the 3rd Hokage. Understood. In a flash, Yam disappeared. Really, brother? Upon hearing they could learn chakra extraction, Naruto and Xianglin immediately widened their eyes and looked at Ming Kanki with sparkling anticipation. Ming Kanki was nearly overwhelmed by their cuteness and quickly nodded. Great. Awesome, brother. Hurry. I have to tell Ino that I'm going to learn chakra extraction. After Naruto cheered, he was immediately pulled outside by Xianglin. We'll go this afternoon, and we must come back early. Also, you must be serious then. Chakra is the foundation for you to realize your wishes. With a bang, the door closed, and Ming Kanki smiled wryly, self-deprecatingly thinking that he seemed to have turned into a house husband. It seemed that after staying at home for too long, it was time to step out and see this ninja world. Ahem. After mumbling a few words, Ming Kanki suddenly started coughing violently. Instantly, a metallic taste appeared in his mouth, and his palms were stained with a hint of red. The secondary personality emerged, suppressing the cough immediately. This level of pain was not enough to trigger a painful reaction from the secondary personality. At noon, after lunch, Ming Kanki took the two little ones, holding the third Hokage's authorization, and stepped into the Konoha Ninja School. "You're Ming Kanki, right? I'm Yusuji Mei. Lord Hokage assigned these two children to me." After looking at the authorization in Ming Kanki's hand, the nin named Yusuji Mei kindly led him to the library. "Teacher Yusuji, they will be under your care until school is over this afternoon." Ming Kanki confidently handed the two little ones over to Yusuji Sensei, then extended his fist to bump theirs, encouragingly saying, "Come on. Yeah, brother, go for it." After receiving their responses, Ming Kanki turned and walked into the library of the Konoha Ninja School, which was said to have the most comprehensive resources. In fact, it was indeed well equipped. However, aside from the dazzling array of E and D rank basics, there wasn't even a C rank ninjutsu. Nevertheless, Ming Kanki remained fully focused on studying. Both the secondary personality of the current subject and the main personality in the mental space knew that his foundation was his biggest flaw. In contrast to Ming Kanki's relaxed and serious state, the two little ones faced a tough path. The situation originated with Naruto. As the embodiment of the Nine Tails and the target of the third Hokage's sealing order, Naruto was actually known by the vast majority of Konoha's inhabitants. To avoid any negative impact, the third Hokage specifically considered that younger ninja apprentices might not be able to control their emotions and chose a graduating class for the two little ones to audit. The class teacher was none other than the exemplary Yusuji Sensei. However, as soon as Naruto stepped into the classroom, discussions erupted below. Perhaps it was due to a feeling of safety in numbers. The students' comments were even loud enough to be heard. Remarks like, "What is that little brat doing in our class? Why is he still alive? Let's just beat him up. And it's all because of that guy, my brother," were thrown around with hostility. At the same time, for reasons unknown, Yusuji Sensei did not immediately stop these comments. It was easy to imagine Naruto's feelings, which plummeted to the point where he almost wanted to flee. Bang! Kankuro stood on his chair and slammed his palm on the teacher's desk, shouting angrily, "Listen up. His name is Uzumaki Naruto, and he is my brother, and I absolutely will not allow you to hurt him." Naruto was immediately moved to tears. Breaking free from Yusuji Sensei, he climbed on a chair to stand beside Kankuro, shouting just as loudly, "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I will definitely become the Hokage of Konoha. I mean it, this is my ninja way, Debeo. Haha, just him. If he becomes Hokage, I'll eat my desk." Despite shouting alongside Kankuro, Naruto was met with ridicule. Yusuji Sensei furrowed his brows, having kept an eye on a student in the corner who had been silent the entire time, thinking to himself, "That gaze hasn't changed. Maikawa, please don't do anything reckless." All right, now let's start reviewing the chakra extraction technique. After arranging the two little ones in the specially vacated seats at the front, Yusuji Sensei began to explain chakra and the chakra extraction technique. Don't lose focus. Chakra is an indispensable foundation for a ninja. As everyone knows, whether it's the first Hokage, the second Hokage, or the third Hokage, they all possess a vast amount of chakra. So, if you can't master the chakra extraction technique, don't even think about becoming strong. Chapter 12, Rapid Growth. In the afternoon, there was only one class at the ninja school, lasting 1 hour and 40 minutes. This class was generally seldom used for dry, theoretical knowledge, mostly interspersed with explanations and practical courses on ninjutsu. Of course, if theoretical knowledge was being taught, it was usually interrupted by the ninja teacher testing the student's patience. During the 1 hour and 40 minutes, Ming Kanki's secondary personality utilized nearly 100 of the time. Aside from spending about 10 minutes searching for necessary materials, he was completely immersed in the books. Even so, he still didn't finish reading the relevant materials in time. 3 minutes after school ended, Ming Kanki finally emerged from the library. At this time, he saw from a distance that a large group of students in the courtyard were gathered tightly together. The circle was very close-knit. Due to his physical condition, Ming Kanki was not tall, just about the height of a 10-year-old. Compared to many of the 12-year-old students who had developed early and were about to graduate, Ming Kanki had no advantage and couldn't see what was happening inside. After taking a glance, Ming Kanki was about to head to Kankuro and Naruto's class to find them. Just then, the discussions that reached him made him stop in his tracks. "It's these two little brats that made us listen to that long and boring chakra extraction technique again. It's really frustrating. That blonde kid, is it him? Let us not bother with it. Yeah. Hearing the mention of the blonde kid made Ming Kanki's heart tighten, and he immediately ran to the edge of the circle. However, the discussions of these ninja school students who had just gotten out of class were mixed together, and the noise was too loud. Ming Kanki could not hear what was happening inside the circle at all. Ming Kanki could only push his way in. What are you doing, you guy? Do you want to get beaten up? You jerk. Don't push. Amidst the voices filled with righteous indignation, Ming Kanki gradually squeezed inside. From minutes ago, before school ended, Nagaki, who was in the same class as Yusuji, called him out and then talked with him at the door about education and ninjutsu. 3 minutes ago, school ended. Without a teacher to supervise, the students naturally rushed out as soon as the bell rang. 2 minutes ago, only Naruto, Kyuka, and another student were left in the classroom, with the latter continuously glaring at Naruto. Kyuka and Naruto ran out together, but they didn't leave the ninja school. Instead, they waited at the door. Meanwhile, the other student followed the two with a gloomy expression to the entrance. 1 minute ago, the majority of the classes had ended. Most of the ninja teachers had returned to their offices. Apart from Yusuji and Nagaki, who were still discussing at the classroom door, no one was wandering outside. At this moment, the other student attacked Naruto. He knocked Naruto down with a punch. Naruto didn't understand why he was being hit, but he was used to it and didn't bother to ask. Instead, he got up and shouted, "I won't lose to you. I'm the future Hokage of Konoha, Dabayo." At Naruto's shout, some students who hadn't walked far gathered around. The other student said nothing and punched Naruto down again. One punch to the left cheek and one punch to the right. Naruto's face became symmetrically swollen, and he couldn't even open his mouth wide. Naruto got up again. He couldn't shout, but still firmly said, "I want to be defeated by you. Stop hitting me. You bad guy." Kyuka screamed, angrily glaring at the other student, raising her small fist and standing next to Naruto, wishing she could fight him. Hey, you little red-haired brat. You're not a good person either. You can't say that with this monster. I know, but anyone with this guy is definitely a troublemaker. At this moment, the surrounding students gradually gathered closer. Various voices of discussion began to fill the air. It was at this time that Ming Kanki came out of the library. That coward Wamuki. When Ming Kanki squeezed into the circle, someone said something. The usually silent Shinmu suddenly exuded a killing intent. He ran forward and delivered a fierce knee strike to Naruto's chest and abdomen. Naruto was 3 years old. Shinmu was a soon-to-graduate reserve ninja, and once graduated, he would become a genin. A 3-year-old child, no matter how special his bloodline, could not possibly withstand the charge of a reserve genin's knee strike. Naruto immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. The terrifying scene reappeared before Xianglin's eyes. Xianglin screamed in madness. Hearing Xianglin shout, Ming Kanki directly activated his half-baked lightning release body technique. With a flash of lightning, he broke through 2 rows of students and finally entered the circle. Bastard, stop! Upon seeing that the student, Shinmu, was about to attack Naruto again, Ming Kanki shouted and rushed over. Bang! Shinmu's fist hit Ming Kanki's arm and was blocked. Ming Kanki threw a punch with his backhand, hitting the right side of Shinmu's face. He pushed Shinmu's fist away with his left hand and threw another punch, giving Shinmu a symmetrical hit. After kicking Shinmu down, Ming Kanki turned around and hugged Xianglin, softly comforting her. It's okay, Xianglin. Brother is here. We'll go to Konoha Hospital to treat Naruto right away. Is that okay? Xianglin's eyes regained focus, but suddenly shouted, Brother, be careful. Ming Kanki turned his head to see that the student was attacking again. Stubborn and unyielding, Ming Kanki's expression immediately turned cold as he switched to his decisive combat personality. He turned around, standing up with lightning swirling around him, looking somewhat like Sasuke's Chidori from Naruto, Shippuden. However, Ming Kanki didn't understand Chidori, so this was indeed a technique of lightning release ninjutsu. With only half the technique mastered, it was understandable for someone to stumble upon a pseudo-Chidori flow. His fist, charged with lightning, struck forward with a chilling force. The power of this punch was comparable to a C-rank ninjutsu. The surrounding students were now silent. Earth release, earth flow wall. A small wall of earth, about 4 to 5 fingers thick, rose from the ground, just in time to block Ming Kanki's punch. At this moment, everyone saw who had arrived. It was Nagaki, who had been chatting with Yusuji Mei earlier. The earthen wall quickly crumbled into pieces. Nagaki pulled Mei behind him and assertively said, You attacked a student of my ninja school. That's enough. At this point, Yusuji Mei also ran over. Upon seeing the situation, he quickly understood the general course of events. Yusuji Mei immediately positioned himself in front of Ming Kanki and said to Nagaki, "That's enough, Nagaki." Just then, Mei ran out from behind Nagaki, eyes red with anger, shouting, "That kind of monster should die." The two brats with the monster are definitely not good people either. Brother, I want to kill them all. Ming Kanki's strange words caused the lightning on his body to flicker again. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. This was only the third time using it, and the lightning on Ming Kanki's body had already solidified significantly. Just the lightning on his fist gave off a faint feeling of facing a B-rank ninjutsu. In fact, its power had indeed risen to a high level of C-rank ninjutsu. Even Yusuji, standing in front of Ming Kanki, felt a chill run down his back. He quickly reached out to stop Ming Kanki and said, "Mr. Ming Kanki, continuing like this won't be good for you or the two children." Teacher Nagaki and Miki were just killed by their relatives at that time, so they're a bit overly emotional. Moreover, that child needs immediate treatment. Just then, a flash of lightning sparked. Ming Kanki's speed briefly surpassed the visual limit of the Chunin teacher. Yusuji only saw a flash of lightning, followed by two loud thuds. Nagamuki and Maimuki had already been kicked down to the ground, heavily injured. After doing all this, Ming Kanki picked up Xianglin with his right hand and Naruto with his left, and the dominant personality emerged with a smile, saying, "Let's go. We need to hurry to the Konoha hospital. We should get you treated before the kind old doctor finishes work." Chapter 13. Danzo's Scheme Brother. Why do they call me a monster? On the way to Konoha Hospital, Xianglin fell asleep, while Naruto woke up feeling downcast and speaking in a low voice. "You are not a monster. You are Uzumaki Naruto. Remember, you and my sister are siblings. Even if you are not full-blooded siblings, you are still cousins of the same clan. Do you understand? You, Uzumaki Naruto, are absolutely not a monster." Ming Kanki's voice was not very loud, yet it felt like a shout, very firm. Xianglin rested her head on Ming Kanki's shoulder and shook her head, not knowing when she had fallen asleep. The vitality of the Vortex clan's bloodline was strong. At this moment, Naruto was not in any life-threatening danger, aside from feeling down. However, after the treatment was over, Naruto remained silent, just keeping his head down without saying a word. Ming Kanki realized that he could not let this situation continue. If Naruto's mind were to become distorted and change into something else, the future of this world would be thrown into chaos. Ming Kanki doesn't want to be a dad or a mom, and on top of that, save the world or something like that. On the way back, Ming Kanki is slowly walking hand in hand with Naruto, while Xianglin in his arms is still sleeping soundly. Ming Kanki suddenly stopped and said, "By the way, Naruto, didn't you say you wanted to become Hokage? Well, now I'll tell you a method to become Hokage." "Really? Tell me. Hurry up and tell me." Naruto immediately looked up, completely forgetting the earlier sadness and gloom. He grabbed Ming Kanki with both hands, his eyes practically sparkling. "Well, this isn't something I said. It's something a blonde-haired ninja. Just like you said. He said there are no shortcuts on the road to becoming Hokage." Ming Kanki originally wanted to tell Naruto that it's not about becoming Hokage to gain everyone's recognition, but rather gaining everyone's recognition to become Hokage. However, thinking about Naruto's current age, he swallowed his words and changed them to something Naruto would say in the future. Yet, even when it came to Naruto's classic lines, Ming Kanki seemed to have not remembered them well, condensing the idea that there's no shortcut to gaining everyone's approval and the title of Hokage into a single phrase. "Huh, what's this?" Looking at Ming Kanki's serious face, Naruto scratched his head. Ming Kanki awkwardly explained, "It's about hard work, working hard to become stronger, working hard to gain the recognition of others. Then, before you know it, you'll reach the height of Hokage." Still don't understand. However, I will never give up. I must become Hokage. Naruto's fighting spirit ignited once again. Ming Kanki felt relieved and shouted, "Ah, keep it up. Ugh, don't make noise. I want to sleep." Xianglin was awakened by the noise, randomly rubbed Ming Kanki's face and ears a couple of times, and then lay back down to sleep. Ming Kanki and Naruto exchanged smiles. The three soon returned home, not overly worried about the events of the day. However, in the shadows of the Hidden Leaf Village, buried deep in darkness, a report had appeared on Danzo's desk. With a powerful self-healing ability, having learned lightning release ninjutsu in just 1 month, and possessing a naturally 5-element chakra, he was a genius. Unfortunately, due to a physical illness, he was deemed incapable of becoming a ninja. What a pity. Danzo looked at the intelligence report adorned with a colorful photo, his expression fluctuating in the candlelight. An outsider had been tested by the third Hokage and deemed a genius. yet previously diagnosed by the veteran medical ninja Shinyu at the Konoha Hospital as unfit to become a ninja. The intelligence was perfect, but Danzo still felt that this was likely false information created by the third Hokage to prevent him from intervening. After some thought, he walked into the classified intelligence sealing room, retrieved a sealed roll of information, formed a hand seal, and unsealed it. It contained 3 incomplete experimental records. In the records, a photograph of a baby with closed eyes was not very clear, but one could see a striking resemblance to Ming Kanki. For Danzo, this was enough to determine that the baby and Ming Kanki were the same person. It was noted that on January 13th, 38th year of Konoha, only one successful clone was confirmed. However, the source of the clone cells had been burned, leaving only a vague half-image of a king. Further along, there were several consecutively appearing defects, indistinct and difficult to identify. Below, there was another experimental record with the same photo, but this one was even more damaged. Aside from the photo, there were only 2 barely discernible notes. One noted the transfer of cells on March 13th, and the other mentioned a bloodline conflict. At the very bottom was a photo of many shattered cultivation tanks, one of which resembled Ming Kanki. Danzo remembered this photo was taken when Tenzo was still at the root. Just thinking of Tenzo made Danzo feel a bit worse. Oof. An experiment that hadn't grown in over 10 years, seemingly dead, yet still alive. The time of abandonment should coincide with when Tenzo designed Kakashi's clone experiment for Orochimaru. Could it be related to Orochimaru? Even with the incomplete information, Danzo still analyzed some issues. The flickering flames cast chaotic shadows of Danzo. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo decisively ordered, "Number 3, you will personally monitor him. If you discover anything abnormal, you can handle it as you see fit. If necessary, you can kill him. Remember, the girl from the Uzumaki clan who is with him must not encounter any problems. We need her." Although Ming Kanki was an experiment of Orochimaru, in Danzo's view, the vessel for the Nine Tails was evidently more important. Yes, the root ninja designated as number 3 responded and stood to leave. "Wait," Danzo called him back. Falling silent in thought again. "Lord Danzo." A root ninja appeared in a flash, handing a scroll of information to Danzo. Danzo opened it and his eyes brightened. This scroll reminded him and clarified the question he had just been pondering. The Cloud Ninja negotiation team was about to arrive at Konoha. I'm not as naive as Hiruzen. The Cloud Ninja were behaving aggressively yet sought peace. There was definitely a conspiracy behind this. However, Hiruzen still held hope. Then I will cut off that hope. Use them to kill this genius, Ming Kanki, whom Hiruzen values. Or, use Ming Kanki to kill one or several Cloud Ninja. After all, Ming Kanki has a grudge against them. The motive is there. Uzumaki Kirin was valued by the third Hokage, and now Ming Kanki was also being valued, especially as they were now getting close to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Hiruzen would absolutely not give him up. Therefore, the final outcome could only be a breakdown in negotiations. Danzo looked up again as a strong wind blew. "Number 3, your task has changed to using Ming Kanki to sabotage this negotiation." The flickering candlelight suddenly extinguished. Chapter 14. Dream at night. Ming Kanki was sleeping soundly. However, blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth, nostrils, and even his ears. Ming Kanki, however, did not wake up. He was dreaming. This was the first dream he had since entering the dream world over a month ago. In the dream, Ming Kanki had just recently crossed over, and the main personality was writing in a diary. Suddenly, a ripple appeared out of nowhere and hit him. Then, he fell from the sky in a state of panic. The sky seemed very high, and the clouds were also very high. No matter how he fell, he couldn't reach the ground. After getting through the initial panic, after some time, the main personality grew tired of the unchanging situation of the outside world and simply switched to a secondary personality. Just as the calm and rational secondary personality emerged, the sky was suddenly covered with golden energy. Little Universe. A name suddenly popped into Ming Kanki's mind. Then, the golden energy condensed into a mass and descended from the sky. Ming Kanki immediately grabbed it. Soon after, he felt himself enveloped by a warm energy, and all his injuries and ailments quickly faded away. Even his main and secondary personalities were rapidly drawing closer, almost merging together. The secondary personality remained calm and rational. He knew that the energy from this small universe was beneficial for him, but he did not want to merge with the main personality because of it. After a quick contemplation, the secondary personality boldly reached out and grasped at this small universe. A miraculous thing happened. The formless energy of this small universe was indeed pulled out by Ming Kanki by about half. This half of the small universe transformed into warm energy enveloping Ming Kanki, causing his main and secondary personalities to temporarily merge. At that moment, the zodiac signs were faintly visible below him. Then the scene suddenly shifted, and a burning notebook appeared before Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki remembered that after he came out from that strange world with a small universe, he briefly merged his secondary personality with his main personality and casually threw a notebook into the fire pit to burn. After that, interesting things happened. Just as Ming Kanki was thinking, the ashes from the burnt notebook suddenly jumped up and formed a large segment of text. Ming Kanki's attention was instantly drawn to those words. Then, it seemed as if he understood the meaning of the dream world. In fact, what he saw in the dream was completely different from the words he had seen before. Yet, he didn't notice this difference at all, nor did he remember what those characters looked like. He simply opened his eyes and woke up. Oh dear, he actually didn't wake up in pain today. Instead, he had a dream. How strange. Can you really dream in the dream world? Hey, that's quite interesting. Silently getting up and walking into the bathroom, Ming Kanki mumbled to himself while wiping the bloodstains from his mouth, ears, and under his nose. After rinsing his mouth gently to ensure there were no traces of blood or any odor, Ming Kanki quietly emerged from the bathroom. He took a furtive glance at Xianglin's door, which was still closed, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Ming Kanki had already understood his physical issues when he recognized Orochimaru's voice. Back in the mountains, he had been healed by Sakiko's physical treatment and hadn't encountered any problems for a long time. However, when he awakened to Sharingan, the issue of bloodline conflict immediately intensified. As a result, during this month in Konoha, Ming Kanki had to endure systemic pain almost every day. By today, even the less resilient main personality could tolerate the pain, quietly getting up to wash up and then enduring through half the night. Tonight was a bit special, though. Although Ming Kanki noticed the outbreak of bloodline conflict, it didn't persist. After waking up, he felt warm in his body, so after tidying up a bit, he fell back asleep. For the next 7 or 8 days, Ming Kanki slept very well. The bloodline conflict seemed to have healed itself without medication. He practiced lightning release ninjutsu during the day and slept soundly at night. And Ming Kanki was full of energy these past few days. Even his body had rapidly strengthened to a level typical of a lower ninja in Konoha during his continuous practice of ninjutsu. At this point, Ming Kanki could take on lower ninjas one-on-one. When using lightning release ninjutsu, he could remain undefeated even against middle ninjas. If he activated the Sharingan as well, the chance of defeating a middle ninja would be over 80. This was still with the main personality, which was more talkative than combative. If the calm and rational secondary personality took over, with both the Sharingan and lightning release ninjutsu activated, he could go toe-to-toe with an ordinary upper ninja. Today, Naruto and Xianglin went out as usual to go wild. They couldn't really be considered playing, it was more like madness. Because of Naruto, Xianglin was also somewhat implicated. They couldn't play, only go crazy. Xianglin was quite tough. To protect her younger brother Naruto, who was a few months younger than her, she had fought with others more than once. Fortunately, there were Umbu following them, so each time the situation did not escalate and was quickly stopped. By the way, due to the incident at the Konoha Ninja School last time, the third Hokage specially assigned an Umbu to protect Xianglin as well. Basically, that Umbu also doubled as a babysitter. Xianglin was such a cute little girl. She wasn't like that certain yellow-haired pseudo-demon fox. That Umbu was completely smitten. Every time Xianglin was about to get beaten, she would jump out to stop it. Fortunately, she was Umbu, so no one knew who she was. Otherwise, there would likely be numerous complaints about favoritism. Ming Kanki watched Xianglin and Naruto run far away. The warm smile faded, and his expression turned cold as they emerged. Now, it is the time for them to train. 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 Umbu. Ming Kanki's expression remained unchanged, but he felt a bit puzzled about the increase in the number of Umbu. His secondary personality was calm and rational, not prone to emotional decisions. After some thought, he considered the increase in the Umbu to be a good thing, so he didn't dwell on it any further and simply climbed down the wall from the balcony. Then, as if nothing had happened, he naturally went back to training. Due to concerns about the recurrence of physical issues, even under the control of his secondary personality, Ming Kanki didn't dare to train excessively. He trained in the morning, rested in the afternoon, read books, and studied, maintaining a normal daily routine. After all, there wasn't much fun to be had in the current era of the Naruto world. Clearly, There are electric lights, refrigerators, and even bulky computers. However, televisions are rare, let alone being able to watch any TV shows. There's only one cinema in the village, and it shows old-fashioned films that resemble Japanese-style stage plays. Ming Kanki said that apart from a certain paradise that is barely acceptable, everything else is trash. One day passed just like that. In the middle of the night, Ming Kanki suddenly woke up. It wasn't because the bloodline conflict in his body had erupted again, but because he seemed to want to dream in his drowsy state, only to be abruptly awakened. What the heck? Why do I feel like if I really dreamed just now, something terrifying would happen? His heart raced, and Ming Kanki found himself unable to sleep for the time being. After a while, he tossed aside the certain paradise in his hand, feeling suddenly a bit irritable. The contradiction between his 12-year-old body and his 20-something mind erupted uncontrollably. Ming Kanki wanted to smash something. However, thinking of the little elf next door, he temporarily restrained his primal power and jumped directly out of the window. Chapter 15. Accidentally killed a cloud ninja, accidentally awakened a wood release. Waking up in a certain paradise, exploding some primal power, this clearly isn't a subpersonality. Under the manifestation of the main personality, Ming Kanki rarely practiced and didn't want to find someone to fight. The only way left to release primal power was probably to run until he got tired and let it dissipate on its own. Ming Kanki started running on the empty streets of Konoha. This was tiring for Sean. For more than a month, Ming Kanki would only get up at midnight to wash off some bloodstains, and Sean would just get up to take a look. This job could be considered the easiest in the Umbu. However, today, he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep. Why did Ming Kanki get up in the middle of the night? Why is Ming Kanki running around? What is Ming Kanki trying to do by running around? With these questions in mind, Sean could already foresee that he would have to fill out at least a meter-long report scroll tomorrow. Sean was just an ordinary Umbu. He didn't realize that a root ninja was secretly following him and Ming Kanki. The interference illusion was successful. Next, the target needed to be guided to the Cloud Ninja Envoy's base. The root ninja was San, sent by Danzo. After monitoring Ming Kanki in secret for over a week, he finally found an opportunity. However, before guiding Ming Kanki, San needed to cleverly delay Sean. He had to ensure that Sean arrived just in time to witness the moment Ming Kanki was about to be killed by the Cloud Ninja, yet powerless to stop it. At that time, Sean would become the best witness. As for Ming Kanki, San did not believe that a ninja who hadn't even fully learned the basics and only had one technique could escape his tracking. As a root elite, San had reason to be so confident, but he didn't expect Ming Kanki to be running quite fast. Before he could deal with Sean, Ming Kanki had already turned a few corners and disappeared into an unknown alley. San immediately created a shadow clone to lead Sean on a detour toward the Cloud Ninja Envoy's base, while his main body quickly pursued the traces left by Ming Kanki. At this moment, Ming Kanki had already stopped. The power of the wild had been mostly released, but he didn't know which direction to go back. Ming Kanki stood in the open space and waved his hand. However, nothing happened, and his shadow, Sean, did not catch up. A crescent moon hung in the sky, its light bright. At this moment, Sean had already arrived outside the Yunin Envoy's residence. The clone of Root Ninja 3 had accelerated ahead and slipped out of Shan's line of sight, deactivating automatically. This was the Yunin. The moment Sean saw the residence, he immediately realized that this person had intentionally lured him here. Even so, he quickly restrained his aura and cautiously concealed his figure, secretly entering the Yunin Envoy's residence. At this time, quite coincidentally, on the other side of the residence, a person dressed in a short-sleeved night suit, with only their eyes visible, quickly left the residence. What do you think the chances are of Yuru-E succeeding? Impossible to succeed. That is not our goal. However, if he succeeds, we Yunin will have a bloodline limit family. This is Konoha. Our goal is only to undermine its prestige, not to provoke war. Of course, Yuru-E has already made up his mind to sacrifice himself. As long as he succeeds, we can bring back a body for research. Perhaps we can also try to make that body more valuable. Let the Hokage and the major clans of Konoha develop mistrust. That is a good idea. Sean did not expect that while he was just casually checking things out, he would hear such explosive news. The Uchiha, or the Hyuga bloodline clan. No, I must inform Lord Hokage about the Yunin's conspiracy. Sean immediately jumped up and ran off into the distance. It's exposed. Thankfully, the moonlight was bright. As Sean left, 2 lines of dialogue echoed inside the room. Then, 4 figures transformed into shadows and rushed out. A shadow suddenly appeared, blocking Shan's path. Sean immediately turned 90 and accelerated to the other side. However, another shadow flashed out from that side again. Following that, two more shadows emerged. The four of them steadily surrounded Sean. The Konoha Umbu's concealment abilities were quite good. Unfortunately, they were too anxious. Dispose of him. In any case, the message cannot reach the third Hokage. Otherwise, we will be too passive. For the sake of Yunin, our plan must not be disrupted. The four exchanged words in an instant, crossing paths in Shan's shocked gaze. For seemingly not so young elders, surprisingly, all possessed the strength of Jonin. This thought flashed through Shan's mind. Soon after, he was completely engulfed in darkness. Throughout the ordeal, Shan did not say a word. How the Yunin envoys handle the body is temporarily not mentioned. But let us talk about Ming Kanki's side. For more than a month, Ming Kanki had basically been either staying at home or practicing in the small woods. To put it simply, apart from being familiar with a few roads like the Konoha Ninja School, Konoha Hospital, the small woods, and the vegetable market, he was essentially directionally challenged. No one could expect a person who couldn't tell east from west to navigate using a map. So, after trying to retrace his steps for a while, Ming Kanki realized he was completely lost. Helpless, he could only look for a relatively large courtyard-style house and walk around its outer wall, hoping to find the main entrance. He thought that such a big courtyard probably had a gatekeeper ninja or something. Hopefully, someone would be around. In the middle of the night, as he walked, Ming Kanki missed the mountains a bit when he finally managed to come around the side wall and saw the eaves from a distance. He also happened to see a heavily wrapped person quickly running towards him, clutching a sleeping blue-haired little girl under their elbow. This person was Yurue, the apparent leader of the envoy team, who had just sneaked out from their base. He was a one-eyed dragon who had learned to wear his forehead protector at an angle like Kakashi. He had secretly entered the Hyuga clan's territory and successfully abducted the heir of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga. Put her down. Recalling the few memorable scenes from the early days of the Hokage, Ming Kanki immediately recognized this cloud ninja who had been lightly slapped by Hinata's father and had died. Since he was a cloud ninja, with both new grudges and old hatreds, Ming Kanki was determined not to let him escape. With a shout, lightning flickered around Ming Kanki, and he charged directly at Yurue. Execute Plan B. Since his whereabouts had already been exposed, Yurue immediately decided to exchange his life for a corpse from the Konoha Hyuga clan. But before that, he had to eliminate this boy. If there were two witnesses, their plan would fail immediately. Yurue frowned, his left fist clenched, ready to remain still. Every Nin grows through extensive killings and missions, so their experience is naturally rich. He had even anticipated Ming Kanki's attack route, preparing to release a strong electric current to Ming Kanki's temple at the moment of the attack. The strong current would surge into the brain through the temple, and even if it didn't kill Ming Kanki, it would turn him into an idiot. It would be an easy and perfect solution, even without using ninjutsu, to resolve Ming Kanki in an instant. Yurue was confident in this, even after receiving the mission of a death warrior, even after becoming a one-eyed dragon, even after seeing the shining lightning around Ming Kanki. Yurue still stubbornly believed in his Nin strength, stubbornly thought that a kid without a forehead protector was merely using a transformation technique, and stubbornly believed that Ming Kanki was at best just decent in taijutsu. Underestimating the enemy and being stubborn pushed Yurue completely into the abyss. Ming Kanki approached Yurue closely, and his expression instantly turned cold as his alter ego manifested. Then, his speed suddenly increased by more than 30. The sudden acceleration caught Yurue off guard. The distance was too short. He had even swung his left hand out of instinct. Ming Kanki blocked with his right hand and landed a punch with his left right in the center of Yurue's chest. The lightning on his fist jolted Yurue's heart. The strength of his left hand instantly weakened significantly. Thud! Ming Kanki's heart suddenly beat explosively. A warm current surged from his left fist. At the same time, his eyes automatically activated the Sharingan. After a brief pause, Ming Kanki felt a numbness in his right arm. Having practiced lightning release for a long time, he certainly understood what this meant. He immediately jumped up, pushing off with his right arm to dodge to the right side of Yurui. In that instant, using the inside of the Sharingan, Ming Kanki perfectly pulled Hinata Hyuga from under Yurui's arm. Just as he landed, Ming Kanki stumbled and fell to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. At that moment, several tree roots suddenly burst out from Yurui's chest. Chapter 16 Dream Realm, Dream World. Good doctor, I command you in the name of the Hokage. This child must be saved. You can use a forbidden medical scroll. Yes, Lord Hokage. In the latter half of the night, Konoha Hospital was brightly lit, almost comparable to wartime. All of this was just for one person, Ming Kanki. A few minutes earlier, Hayashi Hyuga discovered that Hinata had been kidnapped. He chased after them and saw Ming Kanki blocking the kidnapper. Realizing that his daughter was not in life-threatening danger, he chose to continue hiding and secretly observe. Unexpectedly, Ming Kanki activated his power and delivered a punch that directly summoned a pile of wood, instantly defeating the kidnapper. While ordinary people might not know what that was. As a member of a prestigious clan with a long heritage, Hayashi recognized the wood release technique, which had detailed records. Upon seeing it, Hayashi thought, "This is beyond what my small frame can handle. I need to report this to the third Hokage." In his white attire, without even putting on a coat, Hayashi quickly picked up Ming Kanki and Hinata, holding the unconscious Cloud Ninja kidnapper in one hand as he rushed towards the third Hokage's residence. The third Hokage was a disciple of the second Hokage and had seen wood release techniques in action. Among his umbu, there was still a user of wood release. Initially, when he heard Hayashi's report, he thought it was nothing more than wood release. However, after carefully examining the wood on the Cloud Ninja, the third Hokage was shocked. This wood release can absorb chakra. It has at least 80 of the first Hokage's power. Incredible. He must be saved. Thus, the location shifted to Konoha Hospital. The old doctor, the veteran medical ninja of Konoha, was dragged out of bed. The third Hokage even granted him permission to use the forbidden medical scroll. This forbidden medical scroll was created by the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mido, to save him when he was on the brink of death. The method was developed through powerful sealing techniques, depriving and sealing the life force of death row inmates into the scroll. Due to its cruelty, it was classified as forbidden. Moreover, since only Uzumaki Mido knew the method, it has been lost to time. This forbidden medical scroll is precious, and the third Hokage's emphasis on Ming Kanki. This would release user is evident. On the other side, the body of the Cloud Ninja kidnapper was sealed away by the third Hokage's direct umbu and taken away secretly. The third Hokage's shadow clone personally went to the umbu to issue orders to surround and search the Cloud Ninja envoy's residence. The severity of this operation was unprecedented since the third Hokage took charge of Konoha. Some ninjas even thought that war was about to begin again. The Uchiha clan also sensed the tension. Although they received the report immediately and understood that it was not directed at them, the Uchihas nervously held a high-level clan meeting. Of course, some were secretly pleased. Danzo was excited, thinking that his plan had succeeded. He believed this was the beginning of the third Hokage's shift towards the hawkish faction. He hurriedly made his way to Konoha Hospital. At Konoha Hospital, a white-haired umbu suddenly appeared behind the third Hokage. Before he could speak, the third Hokage asked, "What is the situation now?" The umbu have surrounded the Cloud Ninja envoy's residence. During the search, we found the body of Yama. By the time we discovered it, the body had already been partially dealt with. Yama was not a ninja specialized in combat. He was merely a special jonin whose expertise was in intelligence gathering and analysis. It was precisely because of this expertise that the third Hokage placed him beside Ming Kanki, hoping he could detect abnormalities in Ming Kanki's daily life or gain insights beneficial to Konoha. Unexpectedly, Yama had died. A special jonin specializing in intelligence gathering and analysis abandoned his current mission to go to the Cloud Ninja envoy's residence. This in itself was a piece of intelligence. Suppressing his sorrow, the third Hokage asked, "What about the intelligence?" This question seemed out of the blue, but the white-haired umbu directly replied, "The Cloud Ninja are plotting. It involves the Uchiha or Hyuga bloodline." Kakashi continued to display a tough attitude, but he advised against escalating tensions. "You know how to balance this. Go." The white-haired umbu was none other than Kakashi, the captain of the umbu team whom the third Hokage valued highly. The fact that the third Hokage entrusted him with a decision that could potentially trigger a new war shows the level of trust he had in him. After Kakashi left, the third Hokage pondered for a moment and spread paper on the table to write. The vice president's office of Konoha Hospital had become the temporary office of the Hokage. At this time, the morning star had risen, and the office quickly filled with smoke. "Go call Danzo." After writing a few lines, the third Hokage raised his head and ordered. In the perfectly normal room, a ripple occurred, and a figure in black appeared. Before the umbu could speak, an old man with a cane and an X-shaped scar on his chin entered and said, "No need, I've already arrived. Shouldn't this would release user be handed over to me, Sarutobi?" The third Hokage let out a long breath of smoke and retorted, "You've seen his condition. Danzo, what do you think he can achieve by entering Root? I understand. You're planning to keep him and secretly spread the news of the wood release user appearing in Konoha to intimidate other ninja villages, right?" Though it sounded like a question, Danzo spoke with certainty. As an old comrade, Danzo understood the third Hokage's thoughts well. However, as the third Hokage's expression changed with a nod, Danzo realized that the third Hokage was not swaying toward the hawkish faction as he thought, but was simply trying to preserve Ming Kanki. This did not align with his philosophy. If he cannot be utilized by me, it would be better to destroy him. This thought resurfaced in Danzo's mind. Danzo asked in a deep voice, is it worth it to launch a single strike that requires a large amount of resources to cultivate, even risking war with the Cloud Ninja? As long as he can secure peace for Konoha for 10 years, that's enough. The third Hokage's reply was firm. Danzo regretted not notifying the other two advisors. If Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane were present, they would surely support him. I understand. My route will cooperate fully with you. However, in the end, Danzo said nothing more. He thought about it. The fact that the third Hokage was willing to take actions that could risk war with the Cloud Ninja showed how much he valued Ming Kanki. In this situation, standing here was a legendary ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen, known throughout the ninja world. That was a reputation earned through real battles. Even though the third Hokage seemed ordinary now, Danzo still did not dare to show any other expressions after realizing this. Outside discussions, covert battles, and Ming Kanki were all unaware of what was happening. He fell asleep again. The dream was still the strange one, where he plundered Athena's small universe, witnessing the notes turning to ash and coalescing into words. When he dreamt of the warm, golden small universe, in the outside world, a forbidden medical scroll unfolded. A massive, vibrant green chakra filled with life surged into Ming Kanki's body, feeling very warm. The green light overshadowed the faint golden glow. Yet Ming Kanki himself believed this was just a dream. After all, who has ever seen dreams where the text is always different if it wasn't a dream? Therefore, no one noticed that Ming Kanki carried a small universe with divine qualities. Even fewer knew that it was this small universe that was healing Ming Kanki. The dream realm and the dream world are not the same. The dream world is an infinite two-dimensional world connected to the obelisk. Not so for the dream realm. Just as Ming Kanki was about to see the explanation of the dream realm, he suddenly felt a sensation of being pulled away. This feeling was akin to an ordinary person dreaming and falling off a cliff, causing Ming Kanki to wake up abruptly. At the moment he opened his eyes, he even caught a glimpse of a line of text flashing before him. Possession is dangerous. Enter the dream with caution. Chapter 17. The Cloud Ninja Crisis Bang. A fist imprint suddenly appeared on the hard stone table. Konoha was being too unreasonable. This matter was tightly kept under wraps by Konoha, but the information eventually reached the Cloud Ninja. It wasn't leaked by a spy, but rather delivered by Konoha's Umbu, accompanied by a stern warning letter written by the third Hokage detailing the events. After reading the information, the fourth Reikage, A, was furious and couldn't help but slam his fist on the table. Reikage-sama, the repair cost for the table is 10,000 Rio, the beautiful strategist and secret technique expert. Mabo E reminded expressionlessly while jotting down a note. Put on Konoha's tab. The Reikage's anger immediately deflated. Silently retracting his hand, he continued defiantly. Those bastards not only detained our envoy, but also expect us to explain ourselves. Saying this, the fourth Reikage couldn't contain his anger and slammed his fist on the table again. Fortunately, the Cloud Ninjas were already accustomed to their Reikage smashing tables, and they had specially prepared a stone table for him. Just 2 fist imprints. Repairing one costs 10,000 Rio, and so does repairing 2. As long as it wasn't smashed to pieces and needed to be replaced, the repair costs were still bearable. The Cloud Ninja also had an Elder Council. They bore the burden of strategizing. After all, facing a powerful and extremely volatile leader, they didn't have the same confidence as Konoha's Elder Council. When they spoke, they even had to think carefully about what to say in case the Reikage exploded. That arm as thick as a thigh would cause serious injuries with just a brush. An elder tentatively said, "It's very likely that our plan has failed." So what if it has failed? If they want to start a war, we'll go to war. The Reikage's little mustache perked up. The Cloud Village experiences many lightning strikes. Thus, buildings are generally constructed on mountaintops or even above the clouds, equipped with lightning protection facilities. However, lightning doesn't always strike from below the clouds. With a rumble, a bolt of lightning struck just as the Reikage finished speaking, hitting the back of the office. The powerful thunder made several people shiver. Only the Reikage remained unmoved. After a while, another elder spoke up. However, the Third Shinobi World War has just ended, and our forces are still insufficient. if IWA Ninja takes advantage of our conflict with Konoha to launch a surprise attack from behind, we won't even be able to mount an effective defense. Moreover, the third Hokage has already stated that Rue died under wood release. This indicates that the opponent has wood release ninjas. Bastard. Bang. Another fist imprint appeared on the stone table. Wood release. The mere mention of this term carried an air of intimidation. The fourth Reikage couldn't help but strike the table again. The sturdy stone table was already swaying after 3 hits, with a crack starting to form down the middle. At this moment, Mabu, who had only reminded the Reikage once, looked at the warning letter in her hand and calmly said, "Perhaps Konoha is merely adopting a tough stance. If we also take a hard stance, given the third Hokage's character, he is likely to compromise. Furthermore, when a standoff occurs, we can pretend we are unaware that Rue died due to wood release, feigning that he died from an attack by the Hyuga clan leader. It may seem like a counterattack, but it actually gives Konoha a way out. Compared to wood release, a pair of Byakugan is nothing. If the third Hokage compromises because of this, we can still claim our plan was successful." As soon as Mabu finished speaking, the Reikage slammed his palm on the table and declared loudly, "Yes. We'll do as Mabu says." With a rumble, the stone table split in half, completely ruined. Everyone present winced. This specially customized stone table, when transported to the Cloud Village, would cost 10 times more. That equated to the reward for a mid-level B-rank mission. The Cloud Village wasn't wealthy. With their ninja task commissions, even 10 A-rank missions wouldn't suffice. The fourth Reikage's hand froze, and he simply pretended nothing had happened as he walked to the remnants of the stone table, perhaps intending to use his broad body to cover it. Still feeling a bit awkward, the Reikage added by, "Tell him to cancel the concert and go guard the IWA ninja border. Increase the pressure on Konoha and send 2 wood-release ninjas to the Konoha border." The Cloud Ninja were indeed pressing forward, even sending their Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, things were not peaceful on the Konoha side. It was now the 3rd day since Ming Kanki woke up. However, Ming Kanki had not been allowed to return home. Instead, he was surrounded by a large group of Umbu, forced to study the first Hokage's sealing scroll and learn wood-release ninjutsu. Ming Kanki was completely unaware of the situation outside because he had been isolated. In fact, over the past 3 days, he had only seen Ino and Naruto once. And that was when the third Hokage brought them in. Outside, groups of ninjas were being dispatched to the border between Konoha and the Cloud Village. Every day, ninja hawks, summoning beasts, and Umbu were rushing back and forth between the border and Konoha. Konoha had completely entered a wartime state. It was unclear what promise the third Hokage had made, but both the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan had also dispatched a large number of personnel to the border. In summary, from the outside, Konoha appeared to be gearing up for a fierce confrontation with the Cloud Ninja. Somewhere underground in Konoha, in the root base, Danzo's face was illuminated by the flickering candlelight, making it hard to see clearly. Even so, anyone could tell he was displeased. Damn it. Sarutobi actually promised a division of the Uchiha clan to the Umbu. Has he lost his mind? Or does he want to establish another route to counterbalance me? He should know about the intelligence I secretly sent out. In Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, read the intelligence and decisively ordered it would release. Activate the spies immediately and kill him. In Awagakure, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, nearly bent over again upon seeing the intelligence. After reading it, he also ordered decisively, "We cannot allow Konoha to produce another god of the ninja world. That little brat must die. However, we can't let our spies take action. Let's place a bounty in the black market for 30 million Ryo." In Kirigakure, the fourth Mizukage received the intelligence, but it ended up in Uchiha Bito's hands. He glanced at it and turned to the shadows, saying, "So, it would release. Is there any intelligence on it?" A half-black, half-white pitcher plant emerged from the ground. The pitcher plant nonchalantly replied, "Just a little brat who can't become a ninja. He just awakened would release and almost died. Konoha even used a precious forbidden medical scroll to save him. Not worth worrying about." The pitcher plant's hoarse voice deepened as it said, "Until our preparations are complete, we absolutely cannot approach Konoha again. Our spore clone was almost discovered." "I see. I'll continue to monitor the implementation of the blood mist policy in Kirigakure. The Kagaya clan has become a bit restless." Uchiha Bito's Sharingan turned, disappearing into the shadows. The pitcher plant slowly sank beneath the surface. But the conversation did not stop. White Zetsu asked, "Is this really okay?" Black Zetsu replied, "Let him play for a while. Anyway, the Mist Ninja is of no use now." Back at the Konoha hospital, Ming Kanki was still unaware that he had already made it onto the assassination list of most ninja villages. In fact, his bounty on the black market had reached 30 million ryo, second only to the 5 kage. However, with his normal intelligence, he had made some of his own speculations. Chapter 18. I'm going to unleash my big move. A few days later, tensions between Konoha and the Cloud Ninja had escalated. On the border, there had already been several near skirmishes. Both sides had suffered losses. Meanwhile, the leaders of the two villages were in constant communication, exchanging harsh words. The fourth Reikage from the Cloud demanded the return of the envoy and the body of Rue, as well as the surrender of the murderer. The third Hokage of Konoha firmly stated that the Cloud must apologize to Konoha and compensate for the damages. In this matter, the third Hokage had completely changed his usual image of being a good guy, showing an absolute toughness, even more so than the Reikage. Even when the Cloud hinted that if they surrendered a Hyuga clan member's body, both sides could take a step back, the third Hokage did not compromise. The anger on both sides grew, and the signs of war becoming a reality were becoming increasingly evident. During these days, unbeknownst to Ming Kanki, he had already experienced 7 assassination attempts. Fortunately, the protection detail assigned to him at Konoha Hospital had even surpassed that of the Hokage. After sacrificing a few members of the Umbu, all assassination attempts were thwarted. Protected well, Ming Kanki was unaware of these sacrifices. He was carefree and focused on his studies with his secondary personality, while resting with his primary personality, making significant progress. Of course, this was not due to wood release, but rather his physique. He and team managed to successfully use wood release even once. On the contrary, his physique had rapidly grown over the past few days, nearly comparable to that of the Akimichi clan. Vitality is not something that can be easily replenished, and now the side effects had arrived. He didn't eat much, yet even drinking cold water made him gain weight. This was not an exaggeration often said by those who were plump, but a genuine situation for Ming Kanki. Of course, the side effects also had their positives, such as increased energy. The learning time for his secondary personality had extended significantly. As a result, over this past week, his hand seal speed had reached a terrifying level of 5 seals per second, only under Itachi's level in the future. His primary personality was somewhat lacking. After all, during battles, there wouldn't be a stable environment like a hospital to perform hand seals. Naturally, battles seem to generally be the task of the secondary personality, while the primary personality mostly handled chatting and boasting. This morning, the sunrise was somewhat indifferent. There were still a few white spots on the green trees outside the window. It seemed that there had been a light snowfall last night. Speaking of Konoha's vegetation, it was truly miraculous. In winter, except for some extremely cold days, most of Konoha's vegetation did not shed its leaves, remaining lush and green. It was miraculous because this scene gradually disappeared as one moved away from the center of Konoha, returning to a more natural state. After breakfast, the third Hokage entered the hospital room. He brought bad news, or might really be about a breakout. Sigh. The third Hokage reeked of smoke, and his long exhalations carried a strong smell of lingering tobacco. His face, which had already begun to show signs of aging, now had a few more age spots, resembling how he would look 9 years later. Sigh. No one was willing to back down. Everyone had their own demands. After a sigh, Ming Kanki knew it wasn't the time to say such discouraging things. He straightened his expression and asked seriously, "What if I could unleash a large-scale wood release?" "What did you say?" the third Hokage exclaimed, his voice suddenly rising by 8 degrees. Ming Kanki's expression remained serious as he continued to earnestly repeat, "I said, what if I can unleash a large-scale wood release? For example, the birth of the forest realm." The third Hokage knew that Ming Kanki had been studying wood release for the past few days, and he also knew that Ming Kanki had made no progress during that time. However, Ming Kanki suddenly claimed that he could use wood release, and it was a large-scale version at that. This caused the third Hokage to be taken aback and exclaim, "Peace! Peace!" This is exactly what the third Hokage has been pondering for so many days, how to peacefully resolve this dispute. In the original story, the 3 legendary ninjas either defected or left, the 4th Hokage died, and the higher-ups of Konoha suffered a significant loss in combat power. The only high-level ninjas left were the 3rd Hokage and some old folks like Danzo. Meanwhile, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, who seemed like Konoha ninjas, were actually countries within a country. When war truly broke out, they couldn't be relied upon. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was secretly making small moves, and Root was also up to no good. The 3rd Hokage, in a state of distress, had no choice but to risk the possibility of the Hyuga clan becoming estranged from Konoha and agree to the demands of the Cloud Village. However, now Konoha had a new wood release, and it wasn't the fake, inferior product like Tenzo's. It was a genuine wood release that could absorb chakra, suppress tailed beasts, and had over 80 of the first Hokage's power. This gave the third Hokage a strong reason and confidence to take a hard stance. Although he had questioned his own decisions multiple times over the past few days, this was would release. Just the 2 words would release were enough to intimidate a significant number of people. Furthermore, the outside world was unaware that it looked exactly like the first Hokage's. As long as Ming Kanki unleashed would release, it would be enough to intimidate all the major and minor nations. The reputation of the god of shinobi was that powerful. The third Hokage could even imagine that once would release was used, the ninja world would fall silent. Even the Uchiha clan, which had been secretly making moves, would likely stop. At the same time, the third Hokage could envision that if Ming Kanki unleashed the birth of the Forest Realm and directly captured the Two Tails from the Cloud Village, it could even flatten the battlefield at the Cloud Village's border. Konoha could absolutely regain the prestige it had during the era of the first Hokage, commanding respect across the entire ninja world. Even if that prestige was somewhat illusory, as long as it could intimidate for 5 to 10 years. That would be enough time for the next generation of Konoha to grow. By then, even if the 4 great nations attacked Konoha again, Konoha would definitely not lose. The third Hokage had that confidence. Such beautiful wishes, combined with an even stronger desire, made even the usually calm, gentle, and honest third Hokage feel an immense stir of emotion. But after saying this, the third Hokage couldn't help but seriously ask, "Can you really unleash a large-scale wood release technique?" Hee. Ming Kanki wiped his nose and confidently said, "I haven't been idle these past few days. The third generation is indeed an old-school ninja." Although he was momentarily shaken by the wood release, he quickly calmed down. He formed hand seals and pressed down on Ming Kanki's hand to sense his chakra, saying, "Your chakra is indeed significantly more than that of an ordinary chunin. But it's only a drop in the bucket when it comes to a massive ninjutsu like the birth of the tree world. Now feel again." Ming Kanki clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes amidst the confusion of the 3 generations. A powerful aura, surpassing that of a high-ranking ninja, surged forth, and then a visible blue-green chakra covered his entire body. How is that? Mizukage maintained his composure while questioning. The third Hokage didn't need to specifically activate any ninjutsu to sense. Just by observing the chakra intensity and duration, he knew that Mizukage was not lying. After a few seconds, the third Hokage shouted, "Good." Ming Kanki shouted loudly, "Good. Take me to the front line. I want to unleash my ultimate move." Chapter 19. The Origin and Preparation of the Ultimate Move. Ming Kanki boldly claimed that he could unleash a powerful wood release technique that creates a tree realm. This is not just boasting. It is indeed true. The specific reason dates back to last night. Last night, Ming Kanki entered that dream for the 3rd time. The dream was still the same dream. He had still divided half of that small universe that fell from the sky and integrated it into his body. He was still enveloped by that warm, small universe, continuing to descend. However, at this point, the situation in the dream changed significantly. He did not return to the house where he lived when he first crossed over, but continued to fall. Penetrating a barrier, Ming Kanki saw the Star Observation Tower, the Pope's Palace, and the Golden Zodiac. Yes, it was indeed the sanctuary from Saint Seiya. Then, Ming Kanki landed smoothly in the Star Observation Tower of the sanctuary. He landed steadily. In a golden swaddling, a baby smiled at him. On the bookshelf of the Star Observation Tower, the spine of a very thin book began to shine with golden light. Ming Kanki took the book and flipped through it. To his surprise, it was written in Chinese characters, detailing the cultivation and development methods of the little universe. He quickly looked back at the golden swaddling. The baby was already sound asleep. Ming Kanki was not foolish. This opportunity was not just presented to him, but handed directly into his hands, and he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. He was also not greedy. After memorizing the development methods for the basic 5 senses, he put the book back. At that moment, a person rushed into the stargazing tower. Ming Kanki hadn't had the chance to clearly see the person's appearance when the scenery in front of him suddenly transformed into the room he had just crossed over into. Then, Ming Kanki saw again the words made of burnt notebook ashes. This time, the words were still new content. Each time it was different, which was quite magical. After waking up, Ming Kanki recalled the things from his dream in his mind. The development of the 5 senses, namely eye perception, ear perception, nose perception, tongue perception, and body perception corresponds to the five senses of vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. By using willpower, or rather the power of the mind, to enhance and then condense them, one can ignite the most basic small universe power. This is the fundamental knowledge of the small universe. Note 1. Entering a dream is equivalent to entering the dream world. This is a skill or ability that can be trained. Entering the dream world requires possession. However, possession can only occur in two cases: unborn infants and recently deceased individuals. Note 2. Therefore, the possibility of possessing someone who is already dead is 50. This is very dangerous. No wonder every time I want to have a different dream, I feel a sense of danger and wake up, understanding the dangers. Ming Kanki actually became less eager to dream. So, unable to sleep in the middle of the night, he simply used the time to cultivate his little universe. To his surprise, his main personality seemed to be inherently compatible with the little universe. In just a little over half the night, he was already able to ignite his little universe for a duration of 1 minute. While 1 minute of the five senses little universe might not accomplish much, for Ming Kanki, the issue wasn't the little universe, but rather the chakra. During the time the little universe was burning, Ming Kanki found that his chakra felt infinite. This was impressive. 1 minute of infinite chakra was definitely enough to unleash a massive technique like the tree world birth. So, when the third Hokage came during the day, Ming Kanki boldly proclaimed that he was going to unleash a big move. Follow me. Although the third Hokage believed Ming Kanki, he still maintained the caution of a seasoned shadow-level expert. He grabbed Ming Kanki's shoulder and used the body flicker technique to leave the hospital room, wanting to personally test it out. Ming Kanki only felt the scenery in front of him shift rapidly, a cold, fierce wind brushing past his face. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he and the third Hokage arrived at a quiet, deserted training ground. There was a sign hanging on the barbed wire fence at the training ground. The sign read, Konoha's 8th training ground. Upon entering the training ground, the third Hokage said, I'll teach you a ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is a technique that emerged from a failed modification of the multi-shadow clone technique. It possesses most of the characteristics of shadow clones, but lacks the ability to return memories and fatigue after the clones are dispelled, making it perfect for testing your chakra. The hand sign is in. The flow of chakra is. The third Hokage, deserving of the title of Ninjutsu Doctor, provided an incredibly detailed explanation. In just about 10 minutes, Ming Kanki's secondary personality quickly grasped the essentials. After the guidance, the third Hokage specifically noted, this ninjutsu is only for testing your chakra amount and cannot be used in actual combat. In fact, due to the fail modification, the shadow clones produced by this technique are even weaker than normal shadow clones. Even a single fall could cause them to be dispelled. Of course, if your chakra amount is truly substantial, I wouldn't mind teaching you the multi-shadow clone technique. After learning it, Ming Kanki's main personality re-emerged. He gave a thumbs up and confidently smiled, saying, well then, you better not go back on your word, old man. Watch closely. Ming Kanki didn't form the Run-In seal, but instead formed the In seal of the tiger and closed his eyes. Burn, my little universe. With a shout in his heart, visible blue chakra ignited on Ming Kanki's body. Hey! Seeing Ming Kanki's hand seal change, the third Hokage waved his hand and commanded loudly, use all your strength, let your shadow clones fill this 30,000 square meter area. The blue chakra shone brightly as Ming Kanki shouted, multi-shadow clone technique. Modification. The sound of explosions accompanied by bursts of white smoke erupted. In just 3 to 5 seconds, the entire 8th training ground was completely enveloped in thick white smoke. This grand scene was just like Konoha being attacked. However, no one came to disturb Ming Kanki and the third Hokage. A gust of wind blew, and the white smoke dissipated. The entire 8th training ground was a sea of people. Among them, both the real Ming Kanki and the third Hokage were submerged. Puff! A plume of white smoke rose. All the shadow clones within a circle were blown up. The number was astonishing. Even the first Hokage probably didn't have this much chakra. Feeling like he hit the jackpot, the third Hokage got up and immediately shouted, Ming Kanki, where are you? I'm pinned down. Fortunately, the third Hokage and Ming Kanki were not far apart to begin with. The third Hokage used his ears to locate him and found Ming Kanki not far from the edge of the circle, rescuing him. Phew, I almost suffocated. My chakra is depleted. Those shadow clones. You saw that, right? This is another flaw of this modified ninjutsu. These shadow clones can only be used for simple labor and cannot be used to carry out tasks at all. All right, let me teach you the real shadow clone technique. Great, great, I can't wait. And so it was decided. The next day, news that the third Hokage would personally go to the front lines was spread. Konoha was in an uproar. The ninja world was peculiar. There were conspiracy theorists, threat theorists. Some remained inactive, while others sharpened their knives. In short, the ninja world, which had just calmed down from the Third Great Ninja War, was boiling again. The Cloud Ninja firmly stated that the Fourth Raikage would also personally go to the front lines. The Rock Ninja declared that you can fight among yourselves, but we will never sneak attack you. You Cloud Ninja can send the Eight Tails Jinchuriki to the Konoha battlefield, but we will definitely just watch from the mountains. The Sand Ninjas stated that they would not support anyone. But you cannot attack us. This place is too barren. If you dare to come, I will bury you with sand gold. And who knows, I might even double the dark flowers in the black market. The Mist Ninja had no comments. They had just wiped out their family's battle maniac clan, the Kagaya clan. On the third day, under the escort of 8 small teams of Umbu, 3 squads of Jonin, and the third Hokage himself, Ming Kanki set foot on the front lines. As for being ambushed midway, with such a war team configuration and the Hokage leading, Jiao expressed that without 3 strong allies of his level cooperating, he wouldn't even be willing to throw a shuriken from afar. Note 1. The little universe system in this book is not exactly the same as Kurumada's. Please refer to the text for specifics and do not draw direct parallels. Note 2. In fact, there's a third situation, but Ming Kanki did not notice it. Chapter 20 would release. The arrival of the forest world. Ming Kanki followed the third Hokage, or rather, rode on a ninja dog alongside him, and quickly arrived at the front line without any obstruction. However, before they could take a short rest, the Fourth Raikage had already gathered his troops on the opposite side. A dense crowd of ninjas appeared, many of them flickering with lightning. It seemed that this group of cloud ninjas was ready to launch an attack. The Fourth Raikage stood at the border, channeling chakra, and shouted, "Third Hokage, just a brat who has just learned would release, and you disregard our cloud ninjas' pleas for peace?" Inside the tent, the third Hokage's expression turned dangerous. He knew that the intelligence must have been leaked. In the information he provided to the cloud ninjas, there was no mention of Ming Kanki's age. Someone must have leaked his information. In this situation, Ming Kanki's appearance would immediately put him in an extremely dangerous position, targeted, concentrated fire, and even facing life-threatening assassination attempts. However, the arrow is already nocked and must be released. The third Hokage pondered for a few seconds and asked seriously, "Ming Kanki, how long do you need to prepare?" 30 seconds to 1 minute. Let's prepare for the maximum time. Also, once my ability is activated, I can only sustain the Tree Realm birth for 1 minute. After that, it will depend on you. Ming Kanki immediately gave an answer. 30 seconds is the shortest limit for the main personality. However, Ming Kanki knew himself well. He understood that his main personality would probably be of little use on the battlefield. Therefore, he provided the time for the secondary personality, 1 minute. The secondary personality ignites the small universe at a very slow pace. Initially, when the main personality ignited the small universe for the first time, the secondary personality was even unable to ignite the small universe. This difference is determined by the characteristics of the 2 personalities. However, as proficiency increases, the time it takes for the secondary personality to ignite the small universe also decreases. Compared to the uncertainty of the main personality, the secondary personality is very stable. The more skilled it becomes, the shorter the ignition time. In the foreseeable future, the secondary personality is likely to enter the realm of igniting the small universe in the thought space sooner than the main personality. Stay close to Kakashi and the others. They will do their best to protect you. I will go and buy you some rest time. Let's try to end this conflict in one go. Sigh. The third Hokage stood up and walked out. Thank you. Ming Kanki bowed deeply and shouted. This feeling of being trusted was wonderful. Ming Kanki even felt the chakra in his body surging much more violently than usual. He even had an impulse to rush out immediately and unleash a wave of the tree world birth. However, he was self-aware and did not let his emotions cloud his judgment. He understood that even if his chakra multiplied several times, it would still be far from what was needed for a large-scale tree world birth. Fourth Raikage, your envoy group conspired during the negotiations, attempting to kidnap the future of Konoha. This is absolutely unforgivable. However, considering that Konoha values peace, we are giving you an opportunity to admit your mistake. Do not continue to turn black and white. The third Hokage emerged from the main tent and immediately activated the body flicker technique, transforming into an afterimage. In just a few seconds, he appeared in front of the frontline troops. He immediately shouted back at the fourth Raikage with an even louder voice. The third's confidence was stronger, and his use of chakra was more sophisticated. His voice was amplified and spread several miles away. Many other ninja from different villages who were observing heard it. Absolutely not. Our Cloud Ninja are always above board. Compared to the third Hokage, the fourth Raikage's voice sounded much smaller. His confidence seemed somewhat lacking, and his speech was a bit dry. As soon as the Raikage finished speaking, the third Hokage immediately retorted, "Raikage, you Cloud Ninja covet our Konoha's bloodline, and when your theft failed and we counterattacked, you want to bite back. There will be no such good fortune. No need to frame us, third Hokage. I tell you, the whole ninja world knows about your unjust killing of our negotiating envoy leader. We will never compromise." The fourth Raikage realized he couldn't win an argument against the third Hokage and simply changed the topic forcefully. However, the third Hokage still held on, continuing, "Oh, really? It seems you have forgotten that your Cloud Ninja have not been first to steal our Konoha's precious talents. The previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was once kidnapped by you. Of course, the third Hokage was not being aggressive. He was still making efforts for peace. I, in the name of the third Hokage of Konoha, ask you one last time. Are you really not planning to apologize, but instead prepare for war? Think carefully. You have failed every time. It's still not too late to regret and stop the war." Lightning flashed on the Raikage's body. He raised his fist directly, no longer needing to amplify his chakra, and shouted, "Cloud Ninja, tell the mere 1,000 Konoha ninjas our attitude with our 10,000 people. Absolutely not compromise." 10,000 Cloud Ninja shouted in unison. The atmosphere was overwhelming. The leisurely white clouds in the sky seemed to be frightened and quickly dispersed. The wind picked up. Sighing, the third Hokage raised his left hand and said, "All Konoha ninjas, listen to my orders." The lightning on the Raikage body quickly transformed into blue armor with sharp angles. This was the highest realm of the Raikage's lightning release body technique, known by the uninformed as the Raijin armor's lightning release chakra mode. At the same time, a huge fire cat appeared in a puff of white smoke behind the Cloud Ninja. That was two-tailed beasts transformed from wooden figures. "Next, leave it to me." Ming Kanki finished speaking seriously and closed his eyes. His expression became completely indifferent. In order to ignite his small universe in time, the moment Ming Kanki closed his eyes, his alternate personality had already taken over. Protect Ming Kanki. Try not to engage in a prolonged battle with the Cloud Shinobi. The third Hokage had just given the order. The Cloud Shinobi had already rushed out of the border. The largest war since the Third Shinobi World War had begun. Lightning bolts shot out from the direction of the Cloud Shinobi. Earth walls rose up in front of the Konoha formation. It seemed that neither side was organized or using combined ninjutsu as in the previous Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. Instead, it was mostly familiar individuals working together. It appeared that this war was still in a testing phase. Even the fourth Raikage and the two-tails Jinchuriki had not moved. Summoning Jutsu, King of the Monkeys, Enma, transform into the Golden Staff. The third Hokage summoned Enma, who stood majestically on the battlefield with a staff as thick as a human. He too did not move an inch. Boom! The sound, reminiscent of a bell tolling, resonated within 10 meters of Ming Kanki. It was not a sound, but a direct echo in everyone's hearts. "Burn, my small universe." With his hands forming the tiger seal, Ming Kanki shouted in his heart and opened his eyes. The hand sign changed immediately to the snake seal. "Konoha ninjas, step aside. Watch my big move." Wood release. Birth of the World of Trees. Chapter 21. True. Birth of the World of Trees. A giant tree burst forth horizontally from beneath Ming Kanki's feet, rapidly growing and thickening as it snaked its way onto the battlefield. Branches and leaves appeared and grew quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the sea of trees became truly like green waves. It was wood release. It was real wood release. "Run away. My chakra. No, run away." Suddenly, the battlefield was filled with screams and cries. Bang! The third Hokage smashed through several roots and trunks, rescuing a few trapped Konoha ninjas, grabbing them by the collars and throwing them toward Ming Kanki's rear. As for whether they could land safely, if they broke their legs or were severely injured, what did it matter? Living was the most important thing. The third Hokage had long foreseen this situation. Without hesitation, he rescued nearly 10 Konoha ninjas in just 3 to 5 seconds. At this moment, some Konoha ninjas united and broke through the wood release attack, quickly reaching Ming Kanki's rear. In fact, fortunately, Ming Kanki had somewhat controlled the situation and did not target the Konoha ninjas. Those Konoha ninjas who were hit by the wood release were only exhausted of chakra and injured but not dead. However, the Cloud Shinobi fared much worse. At the 10th second of the birth of the world of trees, the screams and cries were replaced by wails. The majority of the wails on the battlefield came from the Cloud Shinobi. Of course, some ninjas from other villages who had secretly entered the battlefield to watch were completely ignored by Ming Kanki. They suffered the same attacks as most of the Cloud Shinobi. On the Cloud Shinobi's side, the fourth Raikage at the forefront of the battlefield was the first to be targeted by the wood release. But relying on his powerful lightning release ninjutsu, he fought his way through the entanglement of countless roots, branches, trunks, and leaves, carving out a bloody path. Though slow, the Raikage gritted his teeth and continuously broke through one trunk after another, steadfastly advancing toward Ming Kanki's direction. Tail Beast Bomb. At the 18th second of the birth of the world of trees, the two tails in beast form finally completed the gathering of the tailed beast bomb. A black-tailed beast bomb shot toward Ming Kanki. The trees are my limbs. Speed and power, catch it. Even in the face of the nearly sonic bombardment of the tailed beast ball, Ming Kanki's alter ego showed no fear, but instead calmly analyzed the speed and power of the tailed beast ball. Then, he controlled the tree trunks born from the tree realm to begin a counterattack. Suddenly, several vertical branches sprouted from the horizontally spreading trunks. The branches quickly thickened, standing upright like long spears blocking the path of the tailed beast ball. At the same time, a few of these branches, seemingly with consciousness, pierced the tailed beast ball at an angle. The tremendous force of the tailed beast ball caused the branches to bend backward continuously. Then, the tailed beast ball crashed into the tightly packed vertical barriers that resembled long spears. Other branches quickly surrounded the tailed beast ball, and then they flung it back. With a loud boom, the red light exploded as the tailed beast ball detonated. However, it was the two tails that emitted the tailed beast ball that exploded. Meow. The two tails let out a cry of despair and reverted to their original form. The two wooden men fell unconscious on the ground, their lives uncertain. At the 30-second mark of the tree realm's arrival, the two tails and the two-tailed Jinchuriki were incapacitated. At this moment, the sea of trees had already spread to the front of the two wooden men. Wrapping around and extracting chakra, a towering tree rapidly took shape. Immediately afterward, the sea of trees expanded even more violently. Bastard! Hearing the two tails scream, the Raikage could only glance back, seeing only white smoke as the two tails disappeared. He was filled with rage, and the protective lightning chakra on his body became even more explosive. His speed increased again, and his power intensified. He broke one branch after another, charging recklessly towards Ming Kanki. The Raikage did not realize that the lightning chakra cloak on his body was rapidly fading in color. The wood release absorbs chakra only through direct contact. The Raikage speed was so fast that the contact time was extremely short, resulting in only a small amount of chakra being absorbed each time. However, if this continued little by little, the Raikage chakra would eventually be completely absorbed. You think you can rush over and deal with me? Impossible. At the 36-second mark of the tree realm's arrival, Ming Kanki began to target the Raikage. The battlefield cloud ninjas have been enveloped by 80, with many others also injured. The possibility of a counterattack from the cloud ninjas was very low. He increased the strength of the wood release in the front direction while weakening the speed and force of the spread in other directions. As long as he captured the Raikage, the war would be over. For a normal person, no. Even a third Hokage would feel a chill run down his spine, seeing the Raikage desperately charging forward. The Raikage's fierce momentum was quite intimidating. If it were the third Hokage, he could resist it with his strong willpower. But even a high-ranking ninja like Kakashi would be pressured into a corner by that kind of momentum. The secondary personality of Ming Kanki is incredibly calm, with reason clearly outweighing emotion. Only after surveying the overall situation did he begin to design the lightning shadow. Damn it! The trees born from the tree realm have become even sturdier. The lightning shadow suddenly realizes that moving forward has become increasingly difficult. Lord Lightning Shadow, you absolutely cannot fall here. Laser-like lightning techniques sliced through the wood release, and a small ninja, looking around 12 years old with white hair and pale skin, faced the fourth lightning shadow. He has tattoos of the characters for lightning and water on his shoulders, a prodigy of the Cloud Village, possessing the storm release bloodline, Darui. Get lost, brat. This is not a place for you. The fourth lightning shadow slashed through a massive branch that was charging at him, just in time to save Darui. I'm sorry, Lord Lightning Shadow. Although it seemed like an apology, Darui unleashed a technique resembling the lightning laser circles from anime. 3 to 5 laser-like lightning techniques twisted and spiraled like living creatures, quickly severing a large number of branches and trunks. Several cloud ninjas took the opportunity to rush in. They desperately blocked the incoming branches and trunks, using their lives to pave the way for the fourth lightning shadow towards Ming Kanki. Stop! Stop right now, you bastard! Witnessing the cloud ninjas beside him dying one by one is far more chilling than hearing distant cries of despair. The lightning shadow broke branches and trunks, charging upward, shouting in agony. This war, we cloud ninjas concede defeat. At the 48th second of the tree realm's arrival, the lightning shadow gritted his teeth and accepted his fate. The third Hokage nodded towards Ming Kanki. Stop! Ming Kanki stopped the chakra output. The tree world's descent also ceased its movement. The cloud ninjas, who were entangled and had almost their chakra drained, were immediately released. At the border between Konoha and the cloud ninjas, a large area appeared towards the direction of the cloud ninjas, covering more than 10 square kilometers. This was almost the size of a small town in the ninja world. Reikich, we need to discuss the peace talks properly. The third Hokage jumped not far from the Reikich. The Umbu immediately followed. 3 cloud ninjas also appeared beside the fourth Reikich. It seemed that the cloud ninjas had not suffered total annihilation. There were still a few powerful cloud ninjas intact after the 48 seconds of the tree world's descent. Oof. Of course I know. The Reikich's expression was displeased, but he did not take any extreme actions. The third Hokage unrolled a scroll and handed a very simple peace agreement to the Reikich. The content was straightforward, with no hint of exploiting the cloud ninjas. There were only 3 points. First, this war never happened. Second, the cloud ninjas apologized to Konoha for attempting to kidnap the descendants of the bloodline families and guarantee it won't happen again. Third, if encountering a mission that opposes Konoha, the mission must be abandoned. The fourth Reikich signed it directly without any hesitation. What he wanted to do now was to quickly rescue the other cloud ninjas. As for the humiliation of the agreement with Konoha, the fourth Reikich indicated that he had engraved it in his heart. The third Hokage nodded at Ming Kanki and made a gesture from a distance. The Umbu immediately protected Ming Kanki and retreated. At the 57th second of igniting the small universe, Konoha and the cloud ninjas successfully reached an agreement. The war was over. Entering the main tent was exactly at the 60th second of Ming Kanki's small universe igniting. Ming Kanki coughed up blood and fainted. So hot. In a daze, Ming Kanki felt as if he had fallen into a fire pit. Chapter 22. Back to reality? Hot and cold. This feeling is actually different for each person and varies with time. For example, moving from a 30-degree environment to a 25-degree environment. A normal person would feel cold half the time. However, moving from a 20-degree environment to a 25-degree environment would feel a bit hot. In a room filled with countless LED lights flashing continuously, a mechanical voice sounded. Ding dong. Heating completed. Life signs of cryogenic chamber number 331 are normal. Resurrection completed. Ming Kanki certainly couldn't hear this distant voice. He woke up and instinctively looked into the distance in the direction of his current gaze. His vision was momentarily blurry, but soon became clear. This was a dimly lit corridor with a distinct steampunk style. On either side were large, semi-transparent jars. A row of pipes was neatly arranged above. Behind the semi-transparent glass across from him, a person was frozen. A cryogenic sleep chamber. A term popped into Ming Kanki's mind. He finally understood why he had just felt warmth. It was clearly the integrated heating used by the cryogenic sleep chamber to thaw. Ming Kanki crawled out of the cryogenic sleep chamber. He had no idea how long he had been in cryogenic sleep, and he felt weak all over. He exerted great effort to mobilize his muscles, barely managing to avoid falling onto the grid floor in front of him. Humanity had built the underground shelter in a hurry. There was little of the high technology that Ming Kanki had seen when he first arrived. Instead, it exuded the feel of a 21st century construction site. For example, beneath his feet were 3 rows of grid stainless steel directly laid on the ground, forming the surface. Below the surface was an incredibly hard rock. Above him, the ceiling was also rock. In fact, this shelter had been hollowed out from a massive rock. The advantage of this was that it could ensure the shelter would not collapse even during a major earthquake. Of course, there were some reinforcement measures in place. However, Ming Kanki couldn't understand the technologies that surpassed 21st century knowledge. He was even less able to identify those technologies in this steampunk-like environment. The shelter was not connected to the outside world, and there was no airflow. However, Ming Kanki did not feel hot. Instead, he felt quite cold. What happened? Why did I wake up? Standing naked in the open space, Ming Kanki could even hear the sound of water flowing through the pipes and the friction of air. The lighting was dim. Combined with the cold feeling, it was almost like a horror movie scene. After shivering a few times, his body warmed up. Ming Kanki took a couple of steps forward to the opposite sleep chamber. Wow, pink hair is quite rare. Ming Kanki felt ashamed and embarrassed. After all, everyone has a desire to be beautiful. It was at this moment that he shamefully remembered that he needed to find some clothes and couldn't be naked all the time. Ming Kanki really didn't see much. The area below the chest of the sleep pod is semi-transparent. He just slightly probed from above. Cough, he really saw nothing. In any case, feeling a sense of shame, Ming Kanki stumbled along the green arrow on the ground towards the exit. The shower room, the clothing room. After showering and getting dressed, Ming Kanki followed the signs and browsed around, eventually entering the cafeteria. His movements had become fluent again. This indicates that his muscles had regained their vitality. The result of the recovery of the stomach muscles' vitality, of course, was a wave of terrifying hunger. It seemed that the construction was done in a hurry, with only a collective living space and no individual bourgeois models. I thought it would be divided into different classes, like space travelers. Ming Kanki summarized what he had seen and heard along the way while finding the electrical switch behind the cafeteria door. With a crackle, the switch powered up the cafeteria. At the same time, the TV wall in the cafeteria also lit up. Attention! Do not return to the surface. The solar storm has arrived earlier than expected. Only 60 of humanity has entered the underground. We do not know what is about to happen. Ming Kanki did not know what a solar storm was. Or rather, the kind of solar storm he knew was not enough to be considered a disaster for Earth, let alone cause the federal high elder on the broadcast to be so fearful and helpless. Ah, screams came from the background sound. Ming Kanki then noticed that behind the person on the screen, a vast expanse of red light or flames was descending from the sky. The entire venue of the television conference was tinted with a layer of red. Outside the windows and doors, the streets were ablaze. We miscalculated. Therefore, we do not know how long this disaster will last, nor can we determine how long it will be before the ground is suitable for human habitation again. You need to explore this on your own. There's no time. Remember, the underground is in your hands. You must ensure the future of humanity, the future of the Earth. By the way, there's also the dream world. A wave of orange-red flames ignited the entire venue. The television broadcast of the conference abruptly stopped. The image automatically switched, and the crimson flames ignited everything on the surface. Even the solid steel and concrete were burned into magma. Humanity's vast cities were completely flattened in just a few seconds. 1 second later, this scene, accompanied by a surge of magma, rose and fell, suddenly extinguishing. The ground had already turned into a sea of fire. Ming Kanki shook his head. He couldn't help with what was happening on the ground at all, although he understood in his heart. Watching everything of humanity and the surface being devoured by solar storms still made him feel uneasy. Faced with the might of nature, humanity was still too fragile. The main personality simply retreated back to the mental space and switched to the subpersonality. At that moment, the television screen flickered, and the word replay appeared in the upper right corner and gradually disappeared. This was past news. It was still the same elder who had done the last television broadcast. He said, "Our scientists have discovered that it is not the sun turning into a red giant, but rather a solar storm that is about to erupt. The duration of the solar storm will be shorter than expected. This will bring forward our return to the Earth's surface." The elder said a lot and occasionally glanced at the report in his hand. The gist was, the damage caused by the solar storm would be much less than that of the red giant phase, and the impact would be shorter. Although the oceans would still evaporate some, they would not completely disappear, unlike the brief red giant state anticipated by scientists. The solar storm would not lead to the complete extinction of life on Earth. However, Ming Kanki's subpersonality did not pay attention to these details. His sharp mind caught the phrase from the last broadcast, "Underground has handed over to you." There was a hint in that. There should still be other staff underground. This was definitely good news for Ming Kanki. After eating and drinking enough, he immediately began searching for a way out. Chapter 23. The drama and danger of the shelter after experiencing an eruption. Ming Kanki woke up back in reality, unaware of the severe consequences he had faced in the Naruto world. He also didn't know that the third Hokage had once again thrown the ninja world into chaos for his sake. Of course, with the deterrence of wood release. Although many speculations circulated in the ninja world, no one dared to provoke Konoha's tiger whiskers. He also forgot about the time flow rate issues between reality and the dream world. Right now, he was sleeping soundly on a double bed, in the underground shelter. It was said that everyone was equal and all were frozen in containers. However, after wandering around, Ming Kanki found no way out, but instead discovered a luxurious room with a double bed and a separate kitchen. Compared to those rooms with double, quadruple, or even 16 bunk beds, this one was indeed luxurious. Given that he was the only living person in the entire 001 shelter, Ming Kanki wisely appropriated this room. Besides the absence of sunlight, the environment in this room was quite comfortable. He couldn't even hear various mechanical noises. Ming Kanki slept deeply, dreaming of nothing. What a beautiful day. This was already the 8th day since Ming Kanki woke up, since he hadn't found a way out and couldn't reach the passage to the surface. Ming Kanki could only remain cooped up in this closed shelter. Gradually, he began to treat this place as his own kingdom. However, unlike the carefree optimist of the main personality, the subpersonality noticed the existence of problems. Therefore, while the main personality rested, the subpersonality would take over control of the body and carefully search every corner of the shelter. In the water dispatch control room, Ming Kanki discovered a dried corpse crushed by a broken water pipe. It seemed that the pipe had broken before he entered, which led him to go in for repairs. Fortunately, the pipe had been shut off in advance. Otherwise, Ming Kanki would have needed to swim out. At the back of the water dispatch control room, Ming Kanki found an artificial plantation. The top of the plantation was illuminated by dozens of high-intensity incandescent lights simulating sunlight. However, the plantation was already overgrown. Amid the weeds, Ming Kanki found an intact corpse and a snake that had been crushed to death. Above the water dispatch control room, Ming Kanki found the control room, where he discovered personnel lists and a complete map of the shelter, as well as the only clock in the entire shelter. Of course, he also found the remaining people. The time was 22:36. 13 years had passed since Ming Kanki was forcibly among the first batch to enter the experimental ice coffin shelter. The time flow rate difference between the dream world and reality was a significant conclusion Ming Kanki arrived at. Additionally, he saw terms like depth 14 kilometers underground sea and pressure on the computer. This indicated that the shelter was not, as initially claimed, existing 1 kilometer underground, but rather a giant rock submarine in an underground sea. As for the other people, sorry, they were just dried corpses scattered everywhere. The latest news from the surface was not transmitted this year. Through the computer, Ming Kanki saw that the document arrival time was 2,230. At the same time, on the surveillance screen, Ming Kanki witnessed a power struggle unfolding. The whole process was quite simple. The security guard thought the surface was finished and wanted to become the king of the shelter. The control room disagreed. The chef said they had to listen to him. The fusion reactor expert said, "Without me, you're nothing." Everyone gathered in the control room for discussion. The farmer didn't come, but secretly loosened a few screws in the water dispatch room. When the dispatch room had problems, the maintenance worker went to fix it and ended up dying inside. A great battle began. The security guard defeated the crazed chef but committed murder. The fusion expert decided to take everyone down with him. The ice coffin expert thought that by killing everyone else, he could still awaken some people, so it didn't matter. The control room was taken down. Seeing the situation, the security guard quickly eliminated the fusion expert and the ice coffin expert. The security guard thought he was the last one left and had won. However, the ice coffin expert was just a knowledgeable maintenance worker and didn't strike hard. The control room managed to get up, locked the control room, and changed it to only be open from the outside. The security guard went mad and punched the control room operator to death. However, he couldn't get out either. The farmer, who worked part-time as a forest ranger, unknowingly brought a snake into the shelter. One careless moment led to him being bitten by the snake. He fell down. The snake was crushed to death. Thus, the entire shelter, apart from the plants and the humans frozen in ice coffins, no longer had any living beings. This grand drama was truly spectacular, showcasing human greed, selfishness, conspiracy, and ruthlessness in vivid detail. If not for an accident, the seemingly devoted farmer would have become the final victor. However, it was indeed a case of karmic retribution. Ming Kanki watched with great interest. Wasn't it interesting? Those few rotting corpses were still in the main control room. After a few throat movements, the dominant personality of Ming Kanki retreated, and the secondary personality was brought out again. Next, the secondary personality coldly buried all the corpses in the forest. The dominant personality took a full hour-long shower that night, almost scrubbing off 3 layers of skin. Although the clam and the snipe fight while the fisherman benefits, Ming Kanki still had a lot of work to do. Various pipeline inspections and repairs, and the abnormal recovery of the cryogenic sleep chamber also required his attention. The nuclear fusion unit was said to be capable of stable automatic operation for 1,000 years, but who could be certain? It had to be inspected. In short, the secondary personality spent almost the entire day holding a professional instruction manual computer, inspecting one room after another. This busy schedule lasted another 10 days. Not to mention, the technology of the future world is indeed impressive. There really weren't any places that needed repairs. Otherwise, Ming Kanki might not have been able to handle it. Ming Kanki was unaware that during this nearly month-long period, his body was undergoing continuous changes. The power of soul evolution began to manifest rapidly. The cells of Uchiha and Senju Hashirama from the dream world, along with genes related to chakra and bloodline limits, were quickly grafted into Ming Kanki's cells. This grafting was not a replacement, but an insertion. If someone were to examine Ming Kanki's DNA, they would find that his chromosomes were slightly longer than those of a normal person. Perfect. If there were an instrument capable of detecting the genetic makeup of all cells in his body, it would reveal that the grafted genes were not identical, but rather divided into two types, Uchiha and Senju Hashirama, or more specifically, Sharingan and would release. The ratio of these genes would be exactly consistent with the ratio of the two types of cells in Ming Kanki's body in the Naruto world. Simultaneously, this detection would also uncover another phenomenon. These two types of genes did not directly conflict, but were continuously influencing each other, hinting at the possibility of assimilating into a single type of gene. Today, Ming Kanki brought his computer to the last place that needed inspection, the liquid nitrogen condensation room's machine room. Even in a future world capable of exploring Mars, the production of liquid nitrogen had not evolved much. It was not much different from the 21st century, relying on pressurization and condensation. However, the efficiency of the future world was incomparable to that of the 21st century. Just one high-speed, crankshaft-driven compressor could easily meet the entire shelter's liquid nitrogen needs. Of course, for safety, there was also redundant design here. A total of 8 high-speed crankshaft compressors were connected to the supply pipeline. If one experienced an accident, the system would automatically change the valves and start another one. Creak. Danger. Chapter 24. Coughing Blood. Entering dreams, a high-speed crankshaft from a condensation engine flew out, aimed directly at Ming Kanki's head. Danger. Fortunately, Ming Kanki was currently in a state of his secondary personality manifesting. The intense sense of crisis stimulated him, and before the crankshaft had even flown out, the Sharingan had already appeared in his eyes. The moment the crankshaft shot out, chakra surged within Ming Kanki and instantly erupted. His body suddenly shifted half a meter to the right and back. That half meter was the distance between life and death. Ming Kanki watched as the crankshaft swayed and rotated irregularly, passing by the left side of his face. He dodged. If it weren't for the persistent pain near his ear, with fresh blood when he touched it, Ming Kanki would have almost thought that was just a dream. Memory sharing had jolted his main personality out. The subpersonality was pulled back into the mental space. Cough, cough. He had just remembered to breathe, but suddenly began to cough uncontrollably. Amidst the violent coughing, it seemed a phlegm was sprayed out from his mouth. Ming Kanki raised his hand to block it. Unexpectedly, his palm was stained bright red with blood. Blood? How could this feeling be? Chakra surged, carrying vitality, transforming into green energy that gathered towards his eyes. 3 Tomo appeared. Ming Kanki looked at the bloodstains on his palm and suddenly remembered that this was the same situation during the bloodline conflict in the Naruto world. His body felt as if it were being pricked by countless fine needles, scorched by a fire that wasn't intense but was persistent. Waves of pain gradually intensified to an unbearable level. Just as the expression of pain began to surface, Ming Kanki once again activated his secondary personality. The chakra activated the Uchiha cells and Senju Hashirama's cells, and the bloodline conflict began to erupt. Although Ming Kanki didn't understand the principle, he could vaguely deduce that it was triggered by the chakra and the Sharingan. Stop refining chakra. Shut down the Sharingan. The pain lessened. The secondary personality immediately took action based on this deduction. Sure enough, the condition of the body improved somewhat immediately. Although the pain still persisted, it had not worsened. Instead, it had lessened. Without any inspiration or more information, the secondary personality did not continue to speculate. He found the manual computer, turned off the power of the already shut-down condenser, and began to replace parts. At this time, the backup condenser engine had already started and was running continuously. It didn't matter if the parts were not replaced. However, Ming Kanki's secondary personality was rational like this. If it said maintenance, then it would perform maintenance. After installing the high-speed crankshaft, Ming Kanki manually powered it on for a test. According to the test sheet in the manual, after completing all tests, Ming Kanki finally finished the maintenance work for the entire shelter. Back in the room, the main personality suppressed the secondary personality again and proposed an inspired deduction. Possessing others is risky. Entering dreams requires caution. Then the main personality faded away once more, and the secondary personality reappeared. Ming Kanki began to calmly and rationally speculate. This sentence is especially relevant to me. I can synchronize the powers obtained in the dream world to myself, but I cannot control how to choose. I can only grasp everything at once. At least for now, that's how it is. Soul evolution is this ability. I must return to the dream world again, back to the world of Naruto. After resolving the bloodline conflict there, I will synchronize back to reality, and I will recover. The problem is, how do I go back? I definitely can't return to the frozen sleep chamber, that ice coffin. I don't understand the principles involved. If I accidentally freeze myself to death, that would be the end. There's too little information to make an effective analysis. It seems that I can only experiment based on the literal meaning. Entering a dream is like dreaming, right? Sleeping and dreaming. Following the logical chain, I ruled out an unsafe option, leaving only the safe one, and Ming Kanki immediately prepared to try. However, Ming Kanki's alter ego was too calm and rational. Although he closed his eyes and thought of nothing for a long time, he still couldn't fall asleep. Sleeping, resting, and dreaming are things that the main personality should handle. Otherwise, how could it be called the main personality? It still has to be me. But aren't we the same person? Is there really such a big difference in wisdom? How come I didn't think of all this? Ming Kanki's main personality emerged, initially making a few sarcastic remarks, feeling somewhat disdainful of himself. In the end, to avoid being overshadowed by the secondary personality, the main personality forcefully increased the inference information of the secondary personality. However, my intelligence is not inferior to that of the secondary personality. Since I can draw bloodline power from the dream world, I might as well find a bloodline that can accommodate conflicts. However, there's a prerequisite that I must be able to control entering dreams freely, even controlling and ensuring that I can possess the body I want to inhabit. Thinking this over, Ming Kanki nodded, feeling that it was indeed feasible, and thought, I have to give it a try. In a quiet room without disturbances, lying on a soft double bed, Ming Kanki arranged himself in a C shape, then changed to a zigzag shape, turned to lie on his side, and finally settled into a starfish position and fell asleep. However, one cannot simply close their eyes and fall asleep immediately. It usually takes a few seconds to several minutes to do so. Ming Kanki had just experienced this. Similarly, one cannot just dream whenever they wish. You might want to dream, but instead, you might end up having a night of high-quality sleep without dreams. Many teenage boys hoping to dream of beautiful figures have likely encountered such situations. Now, let's talk about entering dreams. This is even stranger. Not to mention, Ming Kanki himself didn't understand what conditions were needed to enter dreams. Let's use the power of higher dimensional life to see through the future and discuss what entering dreams actually entails. Entering dreams is a skill that requires a conscious mind to activate. Only by communicating with the black obelisk can one activate the skill of entering dreams. Therefore, it is generally impossible for Ming Kanki to enter dreams by literally sleeping. However, who says he isn't the main character? Since there are general cases, there are also extraordinary cases. And this extraordinary situation is something Ming Kanki actually encountered. Ming Kanki dreamed again. He still dreamed of the small universe that plundered Athena, dreamed of falling into the sanctuary to check the cultivation secrets of the small universe, and dreamed of someone breaking into the star observation tower. At that moment, Ming Kanki forcefully stuffed the secret tome back onto the bookshelf and closed his eyes. At the same time, he repeatedly shouted in his heart, I want to enter the dream world. Enter the dream. A strong sense of crisis quickly surged from the depths of Ming Kanki's heart. Ming Kanki's dream began to fluctuate, becoming extremely unstable. It seemed that he was about to wake up in the midst of an inner sense of crisis. Forcing himself to suppress the feeling of crisis, Ming Kanki continued to shout, I want to enter the dream world. Enter the dream. The sense of crisis suddenly vanished. At the edge of a massive interstellar fortress spaceship, surrounded by countless fighter jets and strange cosmic creatures on the battlefield, Ming Kanki opened his eyes. Blurry and flashing lights everywhere. It's so cold and so hot. Is this an outer space? Possession is dangerous. One must be cautious when entering dreams. With a sense of lament, Ming Kanki fell into a deep coma. Chapter 25. MF enters the dream. Miayir, Miayir, Miayir. Ming Kanki woke up to the sound of calls, and everything in front of him seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, making it difficult to see clearly. He closed his eyes, squeezed them tightly, and then opened them again. Suddenly, everything became clear, and he found himself looking at a few familiar faces. However, his mind was blank, and he couldn't remember anything for a moment. It was as if his brain had just been reset to factory settings. Ming Kanki looked on in confusion. At this moment, before the person arrived, a loud and slightly strong voice came in. I heard that Mikhail has woken up. Upon hearing this voice, Ming Kanki felt even more familiar. Miss Shirley had also arrived. Mikhail's behavior was a bit strange. I think it's because he has been in space for too long, which has affected his brain. He seems to have some memory issues. Listening to the words of the short person on the left, who looked like an elementary school student, and then seeing the elegant and dignified beauty with pink hair who entered, Ming Kanki's brain finally started to function. Shirley? Shirley, no? Ming Kanki opened his mouth and spoke the first sentence. His voice was hoarse, like a recording device that hadn't been used for a long time, and his pronunciation was quite inaccurate. Sherry Lunham, dressed in a patient gown, said proudly and firmly, "Don't you remember me? Yes, it's me, the Queen, the Galaxy Fairy, Sherry Lunham." Ming Kanki's eyes flickered as he looked at Sherry Lunham's outfit at that moment. He had already made a judgment about the current progress of the plot. He was late. After the outbreak of the V-type infection, Sherry had devoted herself entirely to Satom Alti. At this point, Ming Kanki, who had never even been in a relationship, couldn't possibly win Sherry's heart. Before he could make a move, he had already lost. Ming Kanki could only bury his feelings deep in his heart, just like when he first faced his first love. After quietly watching Sherry for a while and burying his feelings, Ming Kanki then looked from left to right at the people gathered around the bed. Gran, Luca, Princess Aita. Hey, Mikhail. As soon as the title of princess was mentioned, Satom Alti immediately got riled up. He chuckled, and within a few sentences, Ming Kanki's speech became increasingly fluent. Since he could no longer pursue Sherry, Ming Kanki had no intention of hiding his identity. He became serious and said earnestly, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ming Kanki, not Mikhail Brown." Mikhail's memories have completely disappeared. I'm sorry, he is completely dead. Hey, Mikhail. Gran grabbed Ming Kanki's left arm tightly, with tears glistening in her eyes. The powerful strength derived from her Zenithian bloodline still caused Ming Kanki's arm to ache, even without transforming into a giant. Satom Alti didn't know what to say and sighed as she turned and walked out. Sherry Lunham's health had been poor lately. The V-type infection was rapidly advancing toward her head. She and Mikhail Brown were just friends, and at this moment, she also left to return to her hospital room. Luca Angelo, hearing Ming Kanki's words, suddenly thought of Matsura Nanes, who was unconscious in another hospital room. He felt a bit disheartened and also stepped out. Only Ming Kanki and Gran remained in the hospital room. I'm sorry, Gran. This is the truth. I currently have no experience in piloting. As for my body, perhaps there is a little muscle memory left. But that's it. Ming Kanki didn't know why he was apologizing to Gran. He was originally thinking that after saying it, he might as well lie down and see if he could enter a dream again. Mikhail Gran Whiskrain. Tears slid down that seemingly youthful face. Ming Kanki frowned, wanted to continue speaking seriously, but suddenly changed his tone. How about I try flying the fighter jet? Glan, you can teach me. Glan immediately stopped crying and shouted. Okay. Possession has its risks, and one must be cautious when entering dreams. This does not only refer to the dangers encountered during possession, but also the dangers faced afterward. This time he encountered memory reset, but what about next time? Will Ming Kanki face a situation where memories are retained, or even where souls collide? In fact, even if this time there was no soul retention or memory retention, Ming Kanki still couldn't escape being influenced by certain remnants of Mikhail Brown's body. He hasn't even differentiated into a main and subpersonality up to this point. At the same time, he is still unaware of this fact. Possession has its risks. One must be cautious when entering dreams. Leaving the hospital and on the way to the fighter jet airport, Ming Kanki looked at the artificial sky and the trails of fighter jets in the sky, suddenly feeling that Mikhail Brown's body wasn't bad at all. In this world, it seemed to have only half the blood of the Tian Dingxing people. His vision had improved significantly, perhaps enough to offset some of the effects of the kaleidoscope. As for other ninjutsu in this interstellar world, it seems that powers below the shadow level might not be useful at all. He really needed to learn how to operate the fighter jet well. His thoughts began to wander, even contemplating how to survive here. At the fighter jet airport, in a separate VF fighter jet hangar, he manipulated the joystick to control the jet's nose up and down, rotating to control the humanoid body's arms and legs, accelerating and decelerating, with the sequence for missile launch following the sniping action steps. Glan helped Ming Kanki put on the flight suit, guiding him through every control action and the function of each button in detail. Ming Kanki completely ignored the childish appearance and legal lowly aspects. At this moment, his main and sub-personalities had already differentiated. Ming Kanki appeared expressionless, but in reality, it was his alter ego listening, with rational thinking and full concentration on learning. Ming Kanki's learning speed was astonishing. Often, he could memorize everything after just one repetition from Gulong. In fact, combined with the muscle memory still lingering in Mikhail Braun's body, Ming Kanki could even say he had basically learned how to control the VF variable body. However, when it came to actually participating in combat, Ming Kanki had little confidence. As the alter ego manifested, Ming Kanki's main personality appeared in the mental space. Why was this happening? It was indeed a strange situation. Clearly, he had not inherited any of Mikhail Braun's memories at all. So why was he still feeling unsettled being with Gulong? In the mental space, the main personality watched the animation of Macross Frontier playing on the computer, with various thoughts flashing through his mind. Feeling somewhat irritated, the main personality waved his hand, and a new monitor appeared on the desk. A web page automatically opened on the monitor, displaying a novel page that Ming Kanki had read in the past. This was one of the benefits of the separation between the main and alter egos. Regardless of whether Ming Kanki remembered, anything he had ever seen could form a web page. Images and even silent videos in the mental space. Anything he had heard would form audio. However, the computer in the mental space did not have a search engine. If Ming Kanki had no recollection or impression at all, it would be difficult for him to find the corresponding information. As for that novel page, it was from a certain Xinshan novel on Dondian. The main personality, feeling irritated, casually opened a book and randomly clicked on a chapter. Coincidentally, this chapter happened to be from a Honghuang-type novel and specifically described the act of severing 3 corpses, ultimately discussing the obsession with self as a corpse. Chapter 26, MF War Today. Ming Kanki did not wait for Gulong to arrive. He decided to explore the hospital. After wandering around, Ming Kanki arrived at the top floor of the hospital. At that moment, he heard the conversation between Gulong and Alut. I also received notification from there. What are you planning to do about the orchid situation? Such a long way. It feels like I have walked a long distance. And it hasn't been long since I joined SMS. Lieutenant Gulong, why did you join SMS? Ming Kanki listened without understanding, as if he were hearing the original anime dialogue. Giran asked serious questions, while Alut answered off-topic yet with depth. Becoming a soldier is a tradition among our people, so there was no doubt about it. I always thought it was a given. I think so too. My dream is to become an actor. However, I left home to pursue my aspiration of flying and became a trainee pilot. Later, I met her. To protect her, I chose to join SMS. I chose to fight and protect. After that, was it suddenly reminiscing? Indeed, I had been avoiding it, pretending not to notice various things. But that is over now. Cheryl opened the door and walked to the edge of the corridor leading to the rooftop, facing Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki made a shushing gesture, shook his head, and pointed to the rooftop. At that moment, Alut's layered words suddenly became fervent and resolute, like a peak in a speech, emotions bursting forth. The small world, which could be destroyed with a slight loss of balance, is where everyone lives, hoping to continue living for a long time. So, if Orchid becomes a tool for Vajra, if her song will destroy us, I will kill Orchid. Alut, impeccable. Even Giran, who was staring at Alut, was almost moved to tears. Cheryl was in tears, murmuring, I should have known, but it's okay now. Even a little longer is fine. Ming Kanki couldn't understand Cheryl's feelings. At this moment, he had no way of knowing her thoughts. However, that heartbreaking sight that made a strong woman who wanted to act willfully cry so much was exactly what had once moved Ming Kanki. There was no need for a reason, no way to find a reason. He was just moved and couldn't help but want to get closer to her. Ming Kanki raised his hand and turned to walk back. Although the master personality inherited the vast majority of Ming Kanki's will, it still had its flaws. For example, Ming Kanki's restraint and timidity in love led the master personality to choose to avoid rather than move forward courageously. The inner monologue of the master personality was, I feel that there's no need to go over there. I'm completely an outsider, and it's better for me not to participate. However, Cheryl Lunam's song is really beautiful. Ming Kanki twisted the doorknob of the rooftop, and several armed soldiers immediately aimed their guns at him. The sound of bullets being chambered made Ming Kanki's heart tighten, which also attracted Golan Golan and Arte to the rooftop. A person dressed in a secretive manner stepped out from behind the soldiers and spoke in a tone of judgment. Mikhail Brown, now known as Ming Kanki. His Excellency, the President commands you. You must participate in the upcoming battle and cannot use your misfortune as an excuse to refuse. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the laws of Macross Frontier regarding smuggling and anti-cybernetic laws. Given that we are currently at war, you should understand that this will result in the maximum penalty. Do you want to kill Mikhail? I will not allow it. Golan Golan rushed out and stood in front of Ming Kanki. Lieutenant Golan, you must understand that this person's soul is no longer that of Lieutenant Mikhail. He is completely another person. I don't care. No matter what that person says, Golan Golan will not take a step back. Ming Kanki vaguely saw the enormous body of the Zentradi hidden within Golan Golan's childlike form at that moment. You can leave. I will go to battle. Mikhail. Ming Kanki rubbed Jela Jela's head and smiled slightly. A crazy idea had already risen in his heart, hidden beneath that smile. The war was about to begin. Grace's conspiracy was also coming to an end. The giant projection of Orchid hovered above the Vajra planet. Her singing clashed with Cheryl's. The tail flames of various ships, beams, missiles, and even the glow of reaction shells painted a brilliant spectacle against the dim backdrop of the universe. Wow, a perfect hit. This thing is really easy to use. Be careful, Jela Jela. Ming Kanki piloted Michael's VF-25G, continuously sniping one Vajra after another. With his Sharingan activated, he was even able to effortlessly provide cover for Giran, Alti, and others. Be careful, Michael. However, the Song of the Flowers suppressed Shirley's voice. The BGM temporarily did not belong to the MF side. The Vajra began to organize their offense and defense. Ming Kanki fell into danger at one point. Fortunately, Giran timely knocked away the Vajra that was ambushing Ming Kanki. The formation of the Vajra gradually became denser. Ming Kanki, Giran, Alti, and others gradually fell into encirclement. Ming Kanki's expression was cold and indifferent, seemingly in a state of a secondary personality manifesting, but it was somewhat different. There was no escape. Maximum mobility. The Sharingan spun rapidly, with 3 black Tomo faintly showing signs of merging into one. Ming Kanki's hands operated almost mechanically, perfectly utilizing muscle memory. He advanced in a zigzag pattern, maneuvered like a snake, gracefully leaped, and executed evasive maneuvers with reduced speed. In just a few seconds, Ming Kanki had piloted the blue sniper VF-25G far away from the main force, charging to the rear of the Vajra formation. There was the position of the giant projection of the Orchid. Since the body in the dream world is not my body, then death should not be my death either. Will it be like a virtual reality game where there is resurrection or some other change? It needs to be tested in the most heroic way. This was Ming Kanki's crazy thought. This was the best opportunity to realize that thought. The blue VF-25G, codenamed Skull, 2, charged forward recklessly, almost like a suicide attack. Mikhail. The radio crackled with the reluctant, painful cries of Gran. Ming Kanki silently turned on the broadcast and calmly said, I truly hope that next time it won't be this body burdened with emotions. I hope next time I can cut in at an earlier timeline. I hope to meet Cheryl earlier. Alti, I clear the path for you, go ahead. The green lifelike chakra burned fiercely on Ming Kanki's body. I will exhaust my life force. Would release. True thousand-handed Buddha. A gigantic thousand-handed wooden Buddha appeared out of nowhere, smashing through everything but not killing a single enemy. The attack power of Wood Release couldn't break through the Vajra shield. However, the human-made battleship, covered by the projection of Orchid, wasn't that sturdy. It was directly shattered by the wooden Buddha's impact and fell toward the ground. Following that, Alti successfully entered the battle galaxy without any obstacles and rescued Orchid. In the resonance of Orchid and Sherilu's singing, Alti and Orchid's brother successfully killed Grace. Humanity shattered the conspiracy and achieved victory. As for Ming Kanki, he completely vanished. Later, SMS recovered the wooden Buddha that Ming Kanki transformed into but found no trace of any of Michael's cells. It was as if Michael had never existed at all. Chapter 27. Waking in Konoha at the end of the 50th year of Konoha, Cloud ninjas attempted to abduct a young girl from the Hyuga clan, but after being discovered, they tried to retaliate. Konoha was furious, and at the beginning of the 51st year, war broke out at the border between the two countries. This battle saw the return of the first Hokage. A massive wood-release attack wiped out nearly 20,000 cloud ninjas in seconds. The Two Tails was captured. The Raikage admitted defeat. The ninja world believed Konoha to be immensely powerful and thriving once again. However, Konoha remained as low-key as ever. No one knew that the user of the wood release had fallen into a coma. A month later, Fukasaku, the Sage of Toads, returned to Konoha with Princess Tsunade Senju. Konoha flourished. 3 years later, that bastard Orochimaru. For nearly 3 years, every time Tsunade treated Ming Kanki, she would be incredibly furious. When Tsunade first took over Ming Kanki's treatment, her blood phobia hadn't been resolved yet. With the help of medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital, she completed her first treatment on Ming Kanki. After that, Ming Kanki never bled again. Tsunade cured the most severe injury on Ming Kanki in just one attempt. An injury that the medical ninjas of Konoha Hospital had been unable to heal for over a month. Then, after spending a few days, Tsunade successfully formulated a medicine. Coupled with her powerful medical ninjutsu, continuously treating him, Ming Kanki's bloodline conflict was finally temporarily suppressed. However, for nearly 3 years, no matter how she treated him, Tsunade couldn't wake Ming Kanki up. Fortunately, Konoha needed wood release to hold the fort, so they couldn't just abandon Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki was also the brother of Uzumaki Kirin, who was close to Uzumaki Naruto. In short, Ming Kanki was moved to a secret location, heavily protected. Only the Hokage and Tsunade could enter. Outside, this was the secluded place of Konoha's princess, Tsunade Senju, and disturbances were absolutely forbidden. Even the elders of Konoha were not allowed to enter without prior notice. This was an order enforced by the third Hokage. Of course, for most ninjas of Jonin level and above in Konoha, this matter was semi-public. Perhaps some might have their own thoughts, but the vast majority of ninjas kept it to themselves. Boom! Ming Kanki just regained consciousness when he heard a loud explosion. What the hell? Did the final camouflage fail? Am I still on the battlefield of the superdimensional fortress? No, wait. It seems like I'm lying flat. Ming Kanki opened his eyes, once again experiencing the process of his vision going from blurry to clear. A wooden Japanese-style house came into view. He was lying on a modern-looking hospital bed, with white sheets, a white pillow, and a white coat. Several 4 bags were hanging from a coat rack, slowly delivering fluids into his right hand. The technological tree of the ninja world was indeed twisted. Clearly in an era of cold weapons, the 4 bags of needles were already indistinguishable from modern times. Besides a Japanese-style room, Ming Kanki turned around but found nothing that could indicate the world he was in. Although there were only 2 options, another world and the Naruto world, Ming Kanki couldn't determine it for the time being. So he got up. Thanks to Tsunade's care, Ming Kanki's body showed no signs of muscle atrophy. On the contrary, he looked like he had aged a year. Is anyone there? Gripping the coat rack with his left hand, Ming Kanki walked to the door and pushed it open, tentatively asking. However, outside the door was a hall. To be precise, the wooden house where Ming Kanki was located was entirely within an underground hall. The hall was illuminated by several high-intensity incandescent lights simulating sunlight. The entire hall was shrouded in a layer of illusionary barrier, making it appear just like the outside world. The moment Ming Kanki entered the hall, his eyes underwent a sudden change. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan activated instantly, then closed immediately. In that fleeting moment, the 3 black Tomo faintly formed a unique pattern. However, it appeared and disappeared too quickly, so much so that even Ming Kanki himself didn't notice the change in his eyes. He didn't even realize he had activated the Sharingan. However, this change was noticed by a dark ninja guarding the area. This dark ninja happened to be the captain of the Umbu team. Seeing the change in Ming Kanki's eyes, he was taken aback. Then, he immediately waved his hand to summon another Umbu, ordering, as long as he doesn't come out, do not respond to him. If he discovers us, find a way to hold him back. I will go look for Lady Tsunade. Understood. The other Umbu hit again. The Umbu captain also immediately used body flicker technique to rush outside. He made his way unobstructed to the ground and reported to the still fuming Tsunade, who had just made a mess of the courtyard. Lady Tsunade, he has awakened. Good. Tsunade's anger instantly dissipated. Her figure flickered, and she appeared in the room. The Umbu captain's eyes narrowed, and he also activated body flicker technique to disappear once more. Meanwhile, back with Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki didn't feel the instant change in his eyes, but he saw through the illusion barrier at a glance. He even saw the communication between 2 Umbu outside the barrier. If he had learned lip reading, he might have been able to understand them, but the Umbu were wearing masks, so he couldn't read their lips. However, he did see one of the Umbu, the squad leader, point at him. In any case, Ming Kanki discovered the falsehood of the hall. He also noticed the leaf symbol on the foreheads of the two Umbu. The leaf, huh? It seems I have returned. But what is going on? Not only is the Umbu monitoring, but this barrier should also be a form of protection, right? Ming Kanki was unsure whether he was being protected or imprisoned. Fortunately, he didn't have to think about it. Tsunade quickly appeared outside the barrier. Seeing Senju Tsunade, Ming Kanki felt relieved. At least, Tsunade was always a good person in the original story. Well, that's what Ming Kanki thought. You're awake. How do you feel? Tsunade asked as she formed hand seals to open the barrier and entered. While speaking, she was already channeling green chakra from her hands, pressing it on Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki could even feel waves of chakra, bringing a warm sensation, circulating within his body and dissipating a bit. The remaining chakra then returned to Tsunade's hands. The title of medical sage is truly not an exaggeration. Just this meticulously detailed method of chakra detection is something that the vast majority of medical ninjas would never be able to master in their lifetime. Ming Kanki didn't speak. After all, Tsunade hadn't harmed him. He had to obediently stay put while the doctor examined him. Although, it must be said that this doctor was indeed a bit too intense. After examining him, Tsunade said, "Very good. There hasn't been any further bloodline conflict for now. However, you can't use wood release anymore. Your grandfather's cells are too invasive. You simply can't resist them. Although I don't know why you didn't turn into it directly 3 years ago, you definitely won't be that lucky again." 3 years? Are you saying I've been unconscious for 3 years? What happened to my sister? How Tsunade would explain the situation of the 3 years to Ming Kanki was not mentioned for the time being. Meanwhile, the hidden Umbu squad leader did not return to this underground location, but went to another underground one. Chapter 28, Identity Leak Konoha, a dark underground base. The quietly departing Umbu squad leader was kneeling at a table flickering with candlelight. Danzo-sama, Ming Kanki has woken up. Moreover, I saw that Ming Kanki has a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. I'm sure it's not an illusion. It's real. Danzo knew that Ming Kanki had Uchiha blood, but he was still slightly surprised by the fact that Ming Kanki had 3 Tomo Sharingan. After being in a coma for 3 years, he directly awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan, which was hidden deep enough. Uchiha clan, betting on the genius of his own clan, specifically moving to the first Hokage's cells, and then pretending to be a test subject of Orochimaru is a very likely possibility. In an instant, several conspiracies flashed through Danzo's mind. However, his face showed no expression, and his eyes remained cold and indifferent. After a few seconds of silence, Danzo said with satisfaction, "Very good. Liang, you did well. In the future, I will protect that Uchiha leaf. Now, there is still a task that I need you to do. Spread the news to the Uchiha clan. Remember, do not let them discover anything unusual. It must be done well. Go." "Yes." The Umbu squad leader, known as Liang, immediately disappeared after hearing Danzo's arrangement. "Kirin, you go assist him in secret. Don't let anyone discover you. If there is any risk of leaking root information, you know what to do." As Liang just left, Danzo immediately set up a backup plan. Yamanaka, Kirin vanished in an instant. In the root room, only Danzo remained. In the flickering candlelight, Danzo rested his chin on his hand and murmured softly, "The Sharingan should indeed be handed over to me. That is the most correct choice." In the candlelight, his downward-facing right hand as palm mechanically turned half a circle and then bounced back a blood-red 3 Tomo Sharingan. As the sun set, the third Hokage returned home after finishing a day's work. "Is there something, Liang?" As soon as he stepped into the house, the third Hokage directly asked towards a corner. In the dark corner, the Umbu squad leader Liang, dressed in black, appeared. He immediately knelt and replied, "Yes, Lord Third. I've been waiting all afternoon." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage already understood what the matter was. It was the order he had issued to protect Ming Kanki. He had issued a gag order, allowing the Umbu to report on Ming Kanki's situation only when he was at home, and he actively inquired, "Yes, awake? Let us go." The third Hokage said, not waiting for Liang to respond before directly opening the door and walking out. Hey, Sister Tsunade. When are you going to let me out?" Ming Kanki has been grinding Tsunade for an entire afternoon. However, aside from being forced to undergo a series of checks, such as chakra extraction technique tests, ninjutsu release tests, and stamina depletion tests, Ming Kanki received no answers. "Huh, are you getting anxious?" An old and clear laughter echoed. Even before the person arrived, Ming Kanki had already guessed who he was from that distinctive voice. Ming Kanki immediately shouted towards the direction of the voice. Old man from the third generation, hurry up and let your disciple release me. I've been asleep for 3 years, and I don't even know what the world has become. Also, how is my sister doing? And, don't pretend to be pitiful, you little brat. Tsunade clenched her fists, making cracking sounds. If there were anime effects, there would definitely be a crossroad on her forehead that was constantly swelling and shrinking. Ming Kanki immediately fell silent and quietly moved back a little. It's good that you're awake. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to explain to Xianglin and Naruto. Naruto? What does that kid have to do with this? The third Hokage's vague words left Ming Kanki confused. Oh, you don't know. When you weren't here, those two relied on each other, and now they're closer than real siblings. Oh, as long as they're not in a romantic relationship, that's fine. Muttering to himself, Ming Kanki asked again, so, can you let me out now? Look, I'm fine. Tsunade-sensei checked me for an entire afternoon, and there's no problem. As he spoke, Ming Kanki started to run and jump around, even using lightning-style ninjutsu. After a lap, he returned with no flushed face or heavy breathing. It seemed he really had no issues at all. The third Hokage looked at Tsunade. Tsunade said, no, we must observe you for another 2 days. I don't want this little brat to ruin my medical reputation the moment he steps out. Hey, old man Sarutobi, help me out here. Next, Ming Kanki argued his case. Eventually, the third Hokage and Tsunade were persuaded. In the end, Ming Kanki was kept there. The third Hokage went drinking with Tsunade, and it was entirely impossible for a little brat to convince 2 seasoned individuals who were over 100 years old combined. The next day, the number of Umbu protecting Ming Kanki was reduced by half. Umbu squad leader Liang was among the many ninjas finishing up this task. That night, the Konoha izakaya was packed. Even the most expensive, private room in the izakaya was rented out. Liang was drinking with another Umbu member. For confidentiality, the task of protecting Ming Kanki was entirely carried out by the same group of Umbu. They had executed this task for 3 consecutive years without a single day off. It was exhausting. After a few sips of sake, Liang's face flushed, and he became quite tipsy. Chun, what do you think about protecting that? The Umbu named Chun quickly covered Liang's mouth and whispered, Liang, watch your words. Liang pushed Chin's hand away, pointed at the room, and said casually, oh, it's fine. Do you really think I'm drunk? This room was specially arranged with a barrier when the daimyo came to drink last time. Not only is it soundproof, but even the Byakugan can't see through it. No one will know what we're saying here. Chin still felt it was inappropriate to discuss that. He downed a cup and said softly, but we can't just say whatever. We've signed a confidentiality agreement. That person is the future of Konoha. We should eliminate any potential dangers to him. Yes, yes. Liang nodded vigorously and downed another cup of sake. He leaned on the table, pointed at Chun, but missed. He really did seem drunk. Tilting his head, he poured himself another drink and downed it. Then he tried to pour again, but was stopped by Chun. Liang pushed Chin's hand away and said, but I just can't hold it in. He looked at Chun with a serious expression. Look at how arrogant the Uchiha clan is now. Look at how the leaf has changed to the point we don't even recognize it. She's still our teammate. Just because of the Uchiha. Liang began to pour more sake. Chin quickly grabbed the bottle and interrupted. You can't say that either. You're drunk. Stop drinking. No, I want more. Liang waved his hands, reaching for the sake bottle while continuing to speak, his voice getting louder. I just want to ask, what if that person becomes like the Uchiha? Do you know what I've seen? I saw that person has Sharingan. Tsunade-sama even treated him? What? How do you know this? Chin's heart sank, seemingly realizing something. He nervously glanced around and sternly said, Liang, you're drunk. I didn't hear anything. You didn't say anything. You're just drunk. Chin hurriedly tidied up and supported Liang out, leaning him against his shoulder. Chapter 29. The conspiracy in progress. The conversation between the 2 Umbu in the izakaya's private room appeared to have not leaked out. When Liang and Chun left the izakaya, the other Umbu and ninjas inside showed no signs of concern. However, no one noticed a very coincidental situation. Behind the izakaya's private room was a small grove. Behind that grove was the Uchiha clan's tavern. There, a Uchiha happened to use Sharingan to see what was happening inside the private room. Coincidentally, the barrier that blocked peering had lost its effect. Coincidentally, Liang sat in a position that did not obstruct the Uchiha's line of sight. Many ninjas could interpret lip movements. Coincidentally, that Uchiha just happened to understand how to read lips. After Liang and Chun left the izakaya, the Uchiha hurriedly left as well. A few minutes later, under the window of the Uchiha tavern facing the izakaya, a bug fell into the fallen leaves. Soon, the bug vanished without a trace. After a long time, the barrier against peering in the izakaya's private room was restored. After a while, the izakaya closed for the night. After that, Aburaim Shurtake walked out from somewhere next to that private room. Just like before, he left without being noticed by anyone. That night, within the secret grounds beneath the Nanga shrine of the Uchiha clan, the elite members of the Uchiha clan were in an uproar. "Leader, we can no longer endure. Konoha already has would release, and they even killed Sure Sway." "Yes, leader. They could even kill Sure Sway with body flicker. Will they next kill us one by one? We can't wait any longer." Among the chaotic voices, one opinion was very clear. The Uchiha clan should launch a coup as soon as possible. Uchiha Fugaku stood in front of the ancestral stone tablet. The red light of the torch cast a long shadow, stretching to envelop the Uchiha on either side. In the shadow, no one could see Uchiha Fugaku's expression. Fugaku took in the expressions of his clansmen and felt conflicted once again. He was indecisive and emotionally rich. As someone who could awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, he must have understood love and then lost it. Under this psychological flaw, Uchiha Fugaku found it hard to make a decision. He could only delay and continue to delay. Fugaku did not answer directly, but asked, "I heard that Ming Kanki has awakened Sharingan?" "Yes, that is." The one who responded was the Uchiha who had seen the Umbu unintentionally leak information. It was also he who reported the news to Fugaku, prompting Fugaku to hold this secret meeting at the shrine. He wanted to explain a bit more or express his views. However, Fugaku directly said, "Then he is one of us Uchiha, or at least that pair of eyes must be retrieved." By using a half-blood Uchiha that appeared out of nowhere to temporarily shift the clansman's focus, Uchiha Fugaku executed this strategy smoothly. Yes, with a temporary target in mind. These agitated Uchiha elites immediately accepted their leader's command. They didn't even ask for more details and had no plans at all. The secret meeting ended just like that. Among the dozens of elites, no one thought to consider these issues. Once the clansmen in the shrine cleared out, Uchiha Fugaku let out a deep sigh. With such so-called elites, the future of the Uchiha clan was indeed worrisome. The next day, Ming Kanki received confirmation from Tsunade that as long as he completed today's training and checkup, he would be allowed to go out. Inside the underground barrier, Ming Kanki's expression was indifferent, and the currents of electricity wrapping around him almost formed a single entity. The alternate personality has fully unleashed the power of the Thunder Release Body technique to its utmost limit. However, this technique has not been completely mastered. To be precise, the Thunder Release Body technique is a ninjutsu that theoretically has no limits. Through continuous training and gradually refining the body with Thunder Release, one's strength, speed, endurance, and even defense can constantly improve. At this moment, Ming Kanki happens to be in the period of the fastest physical enhancement. Tsunade has just been called out by a member of the Umbu. The alternate personality of Ming Kanki paid no attention to this. He continued to perform various acceleration, turns, rapid stops, sharp turns, and obstacle navigation training at high speed within the barrier, surpassing the limits of an ordinary person. At the entrance of Tsunade's secluded courtyard, a sudden furious shout echoed. "Get out! I possess wood release. I am from the Senju clan." A Uchiha, who looked to be about the same age as Fugaku, stood firm with his crimson three-tomo Sharingan fixed on Tsunade, solemnly retorting, "But, Lady Tsunade, he also possesses the Sharingan. That is the mark of our Uchiha clan. I have never seen any Sharingan. Get out." Tsunade shouted again in anger. A strong killing intent emanated from her. In the energy visual of the Sharingan, they could see that Tsunade's tightly clenched right fist had gathered a large amount of chakra. She was not planning to give a third warning. She was ready to take action. "We understand now. We were reckless. Please forgive us for our concern for a potential clansman. We will take our leave." The renowned Sannin, Princess Tsunade Senju, was not someone they dared to provoke, whether in terms of reputation or strength. The thought of doing so was unthinkable. Furthermore, several Uchiha gritted their teeth and bowed in apology to Tsunade before leaving. With the Uchiha gone, Tsunade returned to the underground barrier space. Ming Kanki, however, was met with misfortune. For an entire day, the difficulty of his training leaped directly from the Chunin level to battling at the level of a Hokage. Yes, just like that. Tsunade Senju personally fed Ming Kanki techniques, claiming that training alone wouldn't yield much progress, and that fighting strong opponents was the quickest way to become stronger. Thus, from morning until midnight, Ming Kanki endured a cycle of battles, beatings, and recovery. By the end, he didn't even have the strength to propose going out. Just after switching back to his main personality, Before he had the chance to change his expression to indicate he was back, Ming Kanki fell straight asleep. Lord Clan Leader. We have failed. Uchiha Fugaku felt deeply disappointed at the report from an elite Uchiha member, a captain of the Konoha Guard. The Uchiha clan had been suppressed to the point of wanting to revolt. Yet these elites still felt that the Uchiha were the top of the hierarchy and dared to directly confront Tsunade at her residence. Their heads must be rusted. Fortunately, they weren't completely rusted. They still remembered some things they shouldn't do and didn't directly clash with Tsunade. Sighing inwardly, Fugaku waved his hand, saying it's all right. This was originally a test. The person who gave us the information may not have had good intentions. That day, the barrier against spying happened to lose its effect. Is it really such a coincidence? At first, Fugaku tried to remain calm, but as he spoke, he couldn't help but point out a couple of things. The captain's thinking was clearly not aligned with Fugaku's. Although he nodded, he was thinking, Konoha is truly insidious. After a few seconds of silence, a flash of inspiration struck his mind, and he brought up another matter. Lord Clan Leader, could it be that Shursue's situation is indeed Konoha preparing something against us? Shursue warned us with his life. Chapter 30. Before the storm, Itachi was the last person to see Shursue. That letter was indeed in Shursue's handwriting. Until we find the body, we can only conclude that Shursue committed suicide. This matter concerns Itachi's father, so it must be investigated by you. Your primary task now is to find Shursue's body. Go. Knowing that this was a strong accusation against Uchiha Itachi, Fugaku did not make a hasty decision. Instead, he allowed the police force to investigate secretly. From Shursue's corpse, it was evident that he had gone through a battle before committing suicide. However, his eyes were missing. The Uchiha's eyes must never leak out, even if we have to retrieve that eye sooner or later. The current focus is on Uchiha Itachi. You must use all means to investigate, including but not limited to using slander to provoke him. Go ahead. Almost at the same time, at the residence of a certain elder of the Uchiha clan. This elder had clearly found Uchiha Shursue's corpse. However, he did not inform Fugaku, but instead prepared to frame Uchiha Itachi for murder. A series of conspiracies, a series of schemes. Konoha was secretly tumultuous, and Danzo's blade was almost at the Uchiha's throat. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan was still playing out the drama of internal power struggles. Truly, when heaven wants to destroy someone, it first makes them mad. In the following days, the Uchiha elites became increasingly frenzied. They not only captured suspected enemy ninjas in the streets, but also violently injured several Konoha villagers. It was said that those villagers had previously voiced their criticisms about their law enforcement methods. Of course, the Uchiha claimed that those villagers had attempted to help the enemy escape and were therefore taken in. Rumors also spread that the Konoha police force had repeatedly intercepted the rising star Uchiha Itachi, trying to bring him in for interrogation, and their rhetoric was quite intense, even suggesting that Uchiha Itachi was a murderer. Some elders commented, those madmen, now, they don't even spare their own, becoming more and more like that person. In fact, Uchiha Itachi was really blocked at his own doorstep, being questioned about Uchiha Shursue's death. Unable to bear the disturbance, Itachi almost killed the captain who was questioning him. If it weren't for Sasuke shouting at that moment, even Fugaku wouldn't have been able to stop Itachi from taking action. What a narrow-minded clan. Always talking about the clan, while placing the interests of the entire village on the opposing side of the clan. This not only threatens the village, but also puts the clan in danger. The night was deep, and a full moon hung in the sky. From Itachi's Sharingan, the full moon was still incomplete. Dressed in an Umbu uniform, Itachi stood atop a telephone pole, looking down at Konoha, looking down at the Uchiha compound, talking to himself. I am Sore Shisui. I have failed. The conflict between the clan and the village has become irreconcilable. I can't do it. I can only choose the village. Murmuring, although Itachi was not sobbing uncontrollably, tears streamed down his face. The expression of his cat mask seemed to grow even colder and more indifferent. Wiping away his tears, Uchiha Itachi leaped a few times and disappeared beneath the moonlight. In a hidden grove somewhere in Konoha, it seems you are ready, a masked man said coldly. Facing away from Itachi, Itachi activated his Manjiki Sharingan, staring at the masked man's back, and coldly replied, yes. But Uchiha Sasuke must be left behind. I need those eyes. Then, I will come again in 3 days. The masked man confidently said before disappearing in a whirl. Later, the third Hokage received a secret letter from Uchiha Itachi. It specifically mentioned the masked man suspected to be Uchiha Madara. However, Itachi did not inform the third about the plan to unite with Root to eliminate the Uchiha in 3 days. He could think from the perspective of the Hokage. Therefore, he naturally considered that the third would not agree to the decision to annihilate a top clan in the village. In fact, because of the Uchiha issue, the third had clashed with the three advisors more than once. Upon receiving Itachi's secret letter, the third, based on the information gathered by the Anbu, deduced some intelligence. 3 days after Itachi met the masked man, during the day, Konoha's advisors, Koryudatane and Hamura Mitokado, cornered the third at his home. The third had anticipated this. In fact, he had no intention of going to the office today. He took down his pipe, exhaling a long puff of gray smoke, and asked helplessly, "This time, you're on Danzo's side, right?" Although it was a question, the third was already quite sure in his heart. We cannot let the Uchiha run rampant like this. Look at what they have turned the Konoha police force into. It's simply Uchiha's personal thug group. Sarutobi, you can no longer be indecisive this time. The Anbu has already monitored multiple conspiracies by the Uchiha clan. Just this month, they have held 3 meetings. The 2 advisors spoke one after another, still trying to persuade the third. After thinking for a long time, the third said, "Tell Danzo not to lay a hand on the children. That is my bottom line." After looking deeply at the third for a few seconds, Koryudatane pulled Hamura Mitokado, who still wanted to speak, and said, "We understand." Root. Impossible. Danzo categorically denied the third's viewpoint. He retorted to the 2 advisors, "Can you believe that those Uchiha won T rebel again once they grow up?" The 2 advisors said nothing more and silently left Root. They tacitly accepted Danzo as viewpoint. At night, the streets of Konoha were unusually quiet. I said, "Should you let me go now? Or do you want to be like an old cow eating young grass?" At the Tsunade residence. This time, it was not the underground space. Mito Kyuka teased Tsunade. This big sister Tsunade didn't know what got in her head today. She spent the entire afternoon checking and checking, but Woon T let him go. "Damn old cow eating young grass. Who are you calling old?" Boom! Tsunade stomped her foot, creating a large pit in the floor, her expression turning extremely dangerous. The word old should not be used casually towards women, especially towards a woman who is genuinely old, yet has a youthful face, like Tsunade. The killing intent was palpable, wasn't it? Ming Kanki's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly tried to remedy the situation, saying with a face, Hey, sister. Tsunade sister. It's time to let me go back, right? It's been 5 hours of checking already." "No way." Tsunade's killing intent had dissipated, but she still didn't agree. "If you won't let me go, and you don't want me to use chakra, what can you even check like this? Are you the doctor, or am I?" You are. In any case, no matter how Ming Kanki rolled around, acted cute, reasoned, or pleaded, Tsunade simply wouldn't agree. Tsunade thought to herself, "The old man has probably discovered something and specifically asked me to protect you. You can forget about going back tonight." Chapter 31. Uchiha Clan Massacre Incident. In fact, not only was Ming Kanki detained by Tsunade, but even the Konoha Ninja Academy did not dismiss students at the usual time. The entire ninja school was surrounded by the Hokage's direct Anbu. The school kept all the students under the pretext of exams and remedial classes. The butterfly flapped its wings, and after 3 years of nurturing, it finally brewed a storm. The Uchiha Clan Massacre Incident had already diverged significantly from the original story. The third Hokage did not fully trust the 2 advisors to convince Danzo. He understood Danzo just as Danzo understood him. Therefore, the third Hokage set up contingency plans. And if all went well, under the secret protection of the Anbu, all 9 Uchiha students in the ninja school would survive. An Anbu squad leader, Liang, suddenly rushed into the courtyard with an arm covered in blood. Before he could reach them, he shouted, "Lady Tsunade, hurry to the school. The school is under attack by the Uchiha, and they've gone mad. Miss K-Rin is seriously injured. Only you can save her, hurry." Due to the similar attire of the Anbu, Tsunade also couldn't identify which Anbu it was. In fact, Tsunade only knew that it was a captain-level outfit. "What?" Ming Kanki was shocked and rushed out directly. "Hurry up." Tsunade followed closely behind. A few minutes earlier, Liang Zheng and other Anbu were hiding around the Ninja Academy. Unlike the others, his mission was singular. While he seemed to be scanning the surroundings intently, his actual focus was on Class A of the 2nd grade. Chaos erupted, and I immediately rushed over, just in time to see the Sharingan beneath that person's mask. We worked together to drive him back, and in the process, we tore his outer garment, revealing the Uchiha clan emblem. At that moment, I noticed that Uzumaki Karui was seriously injured and needed immediate medical attention. So, I ran desperately to Tsunade's house. Liang recalled the details of the operation in his mind. It was a trial task given to him by Danzo for officially entering route. The ultimate goal of this task was to drive Ming Kanki insane, causing him to recklessly charge into the Uchiha clan's territory and then be killed by Itachi Uchiha. The third Hokage understood Danzo, and Danzo understood him just as well. To ensure the acquisition of Sharingan, Danzo not only engaged in a game of wits with the third Hokage, but also arranged multiple backup plans. Where there is a will, there is a way. If nothing unexpected occurred, this time Danzo would not only collect a large number of Sharingan, but also shift all the blame onto the Uchiha clan. In fact, he could also partially cleanse Root's reputation. However, plans always change faster than expected. Danzo was unaware that Itachi Uchiha, in addition to him, had also come into contact with a masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara from the original work, Obito Uchiha. His plan had not yet been implemented when Obito had already begun a massacre in Konoha. Obito did not kill others. He specifically targeted the Uchiha members of the security team and the Ninja Academy. Originally, with Obito's space-time dojutsu, he could act undetected. However, Danzo had deliberately designed a scheme to frame the Uchiha at the Ninja Academy. When a senior Uchiha was killed, someone noticed, and the Umbu immediately got involved. Liang assessed the situation and thought, the operation has begun. He had perfectly completed Danzo's task twice in a row, which inflated his ego. Instead of going elsewhere, he specifically ran towards Naruto and Karui's second grade class A. It was like a big light bulb. While others rushed towards the incident scene, he ran towards a completely unrelated class. Obito initially wanted to check on Sasuke Uchiha. Upon seeing such a big light bulb, he became very interested and followed. Then, he chuckled. Once again, the Nine Tails. Obito was delighted. It was effortless to find what he sought. Only one Umbu was guarding the Nine Tails, Naruto. So Obito immediately changed his plan, preparing to create chaos in Konoha again. He quickly went to capture Naruto. Liang attacked a few times, but was injured in the arm by Obito. He made a quick decision and ran away. This seal. Obito tried to the 8 trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen. However, the 8 trigram seal, formed by the combination of 2 4-symbol seals, was much more difficult to break and required a key. After trying, Obito found that he couldn't unlock it at all. Then, he used the power of his Sharingan to enter the sealing space, attempting to directly control the Nine Tails to break the seal. However, the sealing space in Naruto's abdomen was a labyrinth-like sewer. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the dim classroom. The sound of chirping birds echoed. Raikiri, Kakashi, staring with his left eye, charged directly at Obito, shouting, "I'm late, but if you want to touch Naruto, you'll have to step over my dead body." Hatake Kakashi. Obito phased, a killing intent emanating from his eyes. Kakashi's Raikiri pierced through Obito. Obito pulled the chain, ready to kill Kakashi. At that moment, he suddenly stopped and looked out the window. You're lucky this time." With a cold snort, Obito immediately entered the Kamui space and disappeared. "Where's Ming Kanki?" Outside the window, Tsunade's loud voice came through. "Liang, go find Ming Kanki immediately. That bastard is running around at a time like this." Ming Kanki took a wrong turn. A simple sleight of hand led him directly onto the path towards the Uchiha clan. In a small alley of the Uchiha clan, after running for a long time, Ming Kanki finally realized something was off and stopped. Ming Kanki thought he had fallen under an illusion and ended up here. Looking at the rows of Uchiha clan members, he had a rough guess in his mind. He pretended to be certain and said, "Come out. What is your purpose in bringing me here? My time is very limited. My sister is injured and her life is uncertain. I need to hurry and check on her. So, please speak quickly." Uchiha Itachi. To his surprise, Uchiha Itachi really appeared. Tsukuyumi. As soon as he appeared, Itachi immediately cast Tsukuyumi on Ming Kanki. Under the blood moon, Kagaya was pierced in the chest by a kunai, slashed by a long sword, struck by ninjutsu, and cut by iron chains again and again in an endless cycle. Ming Kanki desperately tried to stop and attack the masked man. He used his Sharingan, lightning release, and would release. But he could only watch helplessly as the masked man killed Xianglin over and over again. The space-time ninjutsu was just too unfair. He couldn't hit him at all. Bastard. Knowing that it is just an illusion and that everything is fake, Ming Kanki couldn't help but scream. Time-space ninjutsu. The ninjutsu that is called the time-space technique. How infuriating. If only I could seal the time and space. How infuriating. If I could let blood and tears flow from the corners of my eyes. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Activate. In the MF world, the 3-Tomo Sharingan had reached its peak and finally evolved under Itachi's Tsukuyumi. Everything illusionary break. Ming Kanki's expression was incredibly indifferent. And with a turn of the kaleidoscope, Tsuki no Mi was directly destroyed. Cough, truly powerful ocular power. I hope you can really be like that in the Tsuki no Mi world. Itachi coughed a few times, murmured a couple of sentences, and his figure turned into a sky full of crows and disappeared. Gone? Ming Kanki just returned to his main personality and was about to try some verbal tricks, but he couldn't see Itachi's figure. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a vortex appeared behind him, and Obito's voice came. Itachi actually didn't kill you. How amazing. It's you. Would release. Nativity of a world of trees. Ming Kanki turned around and saw Obito, and he immediately became furious. Although everything in the Tsukimi world was fake, combined with what the Umbu had said, Ming Kanki dared not disbelieve it. Because of this, he recklessly unleashed all his chakra and released his strongest would-release technique. Countless giant trees began to rise, entangling everything over a wide area. But he absolutely could not be ensnared. Obito immediately became intangible, allowing one tree trunk and branch after another to brush past him. He did not rush to avoid it. Instead, he looked at Ming Kanki with great interest and said casually, "What a massive chakra. I think it's best for me to retreat for now. However, I'm a bit curious to see how you'll handle the bloodline conflict." As Obito's words fell, the wood release that lasted for 1 minute came to a stop. Ming Kanki's mouth was full of blood, continuously spilling out. He groaned a few times and collapsed to the ground. "Bastard, you won't harm him." At this moment, the voices of Tsunade and the third Hokage came. A space-time vortex appeared, and Obito disappeared. What if he activates the Rinnegan? It was still that small grove, where a carnivorous plant emerged from the ground, inquiring. Obito casually said, "I'll take care of him next time. After all, next time will be the end of everything." As for the Rinnegan bloodline conflict, it's not an easy problem to solve. The Rinnegan isn't so easy to activate, after all. Chapter 32. The Snake and the Failed Dream Invasion? Damn it, who is it? Tsunade punched a large tree, breaking through the wooden barriers, and quickly found Ming Kanki. Immediately started to treat him. The blood on Ming Kanki had no effect on her at all. The wood release that extended throughout the Uchiha clan land was a huge problem. The third Hokage watched Tsunade treat him, but his thoughts were focused on the Uchiha clan massacre, the appearance of wood release, and the issue with Danzo. Although he couldn't sort out the problems immediately, the third Hokage still displayed the decisiveness of a Hokage. He immediately issued consecutive orders. Command the Yamanaka clan to mobilize everyone. They must clear the visible traces of wood release before dawn. Order the Umbu to follow the Yamanaka clan's actions and ensure that they clear any identifiable traces of wood release before dawn. At the same time, command the Umbu to take care of the bodies of the Uchiha clan. Several Umbu immediately leaped out from the shadows and quickly ran in different directions to convey the third Hokage's orders. "It's on fire." Suddenly, an Umbu shouted about the fire and ran over. He knelt before the third Hokage, and the Sharingan flashed briefly. "Not good, Lord Hokage. The black flames are spreading. They can't be extinguished." Seeing the familiar cat mask and the blood-red flash that appeared behind it, the third Hokage felt a wave of helplessness in his heart and sighed. "Itachi, are you still thinking about helping Konoha at this time?" At this moment, another Umbu ran over and reported, "Lord Hokage." He collapsed at the entrance of Uchiha, Fugaku's house. It seems to be a mental type Jinjutsu. The third Hokage nodded to the Umbu and ordered, "Uchiha Sasuke, send him to the Konoha hospital. Divide a small Umbu team to protect him all day." At this time, there were no signs of the cat-masked Umbu in front of the third Hokage. How is Ming Kanki doing? After resolving the urgent matter, the third Hokage looked back at Tsunade. Ming Kanki is Konoha's treasure now. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that pulling one hair could move the whole body. Now that the Uchiha are gone, Konoha needs Ming Kanki as a nuclear weapon even more. The bloodline conflict has intensified. All organs are failing. Tsunade didn't even lift her head and replied directly, "There's nothing we can do?" Sigh. Looking at Ming Kanki's chest, which barely showed any rise and fall, and his face, which was pale to the point of having almost no color, the third Hokage deeply sighed. Soon after, a large number of root ninjas' corpses were discovered. Among them, some were still holding a Sharingan in their palms. "Danzo." Sigh. The third Hokage gritted his teeth, but could only let out a sigh in the end. Now, with the Uchiha gone, the root cannot have any more issues. The third Hokage could only temporarily compromise, not to mention the darkness behind Konoha, or the petty squabbles in the ninja world. The focus returned to Ming Kanki. Although he looked like he was about to die, and Tsunade's examination had pronounced him dead, He remained incredibly resilient, his barely detectable breath still alive, which was surprisingly miraculous. If a golden saint from Saint Seiya were here, he would say, "I can feel a grand and warm, small universe enveloping him." In the present world, a black viper with a triangular head slithered its way up to Ming Kanki's bed. It flicked its tongue, accurately moving in Ming Kanki's direction. PFF. A wooden spike suddenly emerged from Ming Kanki's neck, piercing through the head of the snake that was connected to its mouth. Then, the wood automatically broke off. The black-headed viper immediately collapsed onto Ming Kanki. At that moment, a pure white little mouse cautiously peeked out from behind Ming Kanki's neck and quickly ran away. Ming Kanki felt something wet on his neck, and it was making it a bit hard to breathe. After moving around a bit, he groggily reached up and tried to push it away. It was slippery, cylindrical, and still had some warmth. Am I a snake? Ming Kanki was startled and hurriedly threw the snake against the wall. At this moment, he was completely awake. Ming Kanki has indeed gone through several life and death experiences. The feeling of shock lasted only a brief moment before he suppressed it. Then, he immediately began to think, why do I have a snake on me? Wasn't it said that the snake had perished along with that farmer and forest ranger? Could it be that animals have an instinct to avoid danger? They might be able to sense earthquakes in advance. Perhaps they can also sense solar storms ahead of time. If that's the case, sneaking into a shelter wouldn't be impossible. Ming Kanki indeed had not seen any other animals besides the snake on the surveillance footage. However, he had heard some noises in the plantation. At the time, he didn't think much of it and simply classified it as the mechanical vibrations of the shelter. Looking back now, it was probably the sound of animal activity. It seems I need to check again more carefully. Ming Kanki would never eat snake soup or anything like that, especially not from a venomous snake. He wouldn't admit that the real reason was that he couldn't find a machine to cook automatically, and he didn't know how to make snake soup. In any case, after dealing with the venomous snake, taking a shower, and having a meal, Ming Kanki went on another patrol of the entire shelter. This time, he specifically brought a high-powered flashlight and carefully inspected the corners of the walls, wall edges, and behind pipes and other nooks. Wow, it doesn't surprise me the house mice can get in, but how did you little white mice get in? Hard work pays off. Ming Kanki indeed found a nest of little white mice and an orange cat in a corner. How harmonious! Or is it a joke? The orange cat was pressing down on a little white mouse with its paw, ready to bite it. The other little white mice were trembling. And you, don't move. Meow. Don't try to act cute. After saying that, Ming Kanki then noticed that the orange cat was in a state of stress. Following the cat's gaze, he saw a black viper stretching its triangular head out from the corner, its tongue flicking as it observed the area. Ming Kanki immediately went over and stepped on it, killing it. It's best not to have venomous snakes appearing outside. Ming Kanki didn't want to be killed by some snake in his dreams next time. Disasters like the python plague must be avoided. This is a small food chain. There are little white mice, cats, and snakes. Nature is indeed powerful. In an almost 100 artificial building, such a situation formed in just over a decade. Perhaps there are even food chains I haven't seen yet. Truly a work of divine craftsmanship. After thinking for a moment, Ming Kanki ultimately decided not to deal with the little white mice. Nor did he get rid of the orange cat. He tossed them all into the plantation. All right, since you were free-range before, you can live in the artificial plantation now. After checking multiple times, Ming Kanki found a total of 3 non-venomous snakes, a gray cat, and 3 nests of house mice. He threw them all into the plantation. Close the door, lock it tight, and make sure they can't get out. Anyway, I don't need the plantation. Sterile food can last for 300 years. At least, before the expiration date, I don't have to worry about food at all. However, it's surprising that technology capable of conducting Mars research doesn't have a food printer. There aren't even any automatic cooking machines with bad reviews. Muttering to himself, after checking twice again, Ming Kanki even switched to his alternate personality to check once more. Thus, 3 days passed. Phew, this time he could sleep soundly. Lying on the bed for the 4th time, Ming Kanki fell asleep peacefully. He was ready to dream again. What's going on? Is it sleep paralysis? Why can't I move? Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Chapter 33, DB Alien Awakening. The main personality tried for a while, feeling unable to break free from the predicament of sleep paralysis. The alternate personality manifested and tried the same, ultimately concluding that this was not sleep paralysis. Ming Kanki was very sure that he had returned to the world of Naruto, but no matter how he tried, he just couldn't wake up, as if his body was already dead. No, the master can't, and the secondary personality can't either. I seem to be trapped. There is no light, and I can't hear any sounds. Even the sound of blood flowing within my body is absent. An absolute silence, an absolute darkness. It's like being locked in a small black room, but it's even quieter and darker than that. The main personality of Ming Kanki decisively hid away, leaving the secondary personality outside. How long has it been? I have already watched 26 episodes of the animation. I finished the entire Macross Frontier. This won't do. I need to think of a way. In the mental space, the main personality is bored. These are originally things from his memory, although he doesn't remember many details. Watching it again to fill in the gaps feels quite interesting. However, influenced by the memories of the secondary personality, the main personality also starts to lose track of the passage of time. The 26-episode anime is only about 11 hours long, but Ming Kanki feels as if a century has passed. Why not just enter a dream again? The main personality, re-emerging, has been thinking in the dark silence for an unknown amount of time and finally made a decision. Enter the dream. The secondary personality suddenly popped up and instantly activated a skill. The main personality, quite surprised, said, "Hey, I just called you out to discuss." In the darkness, Ming Kanki was already a bit distorted. He didn't notice a very obvious problem. The main and secondary personalities cannot appear simultaneously unless in a dream. And now, both personalities indeed appear at the same time. The only possibility is that he is sleeping and dreaming. He is in a dream, in the gap between entering and leaving the dream world. Therefore, when he activated the dream entry skill, he instantly succeeded in entering the dream. The universe is extremely vast. The Milky Way alone has 300 to 400 billion stars. The number of planets is at least double that. With so many planets, they're all various types: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and mixed colors, as well as similar colors. Anything imaginable exists in the universe. Ming Kanki woke up after entering a dream, finding himself on a red planet located in a binary star system. Wow, wow, wow. Just after waking up, Ming Kanki heard a large chorus of crying. The cries were very close, and an ordinary person might even think it was a recording of a single child's cry being played back. However, Ming Kanki keenly noticed the difference. Even before opening his eyes, he faintly discerned a dozen different cries from the sound. Then, Ming Kanki fully awoke. Shoo, it's too noisy. Where's this? Ming Kanki furrowed his brows, opened his eyes, and tried hard to move his neck to look around. Under the dim, yet soft light, countless transparent spheres were being held by white machines. The red and green flashing lights on the machines kept flickering, but there was not a sound to be heard. Upon closer inspection, Ming Kanki suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, so many Sun Wukongs. No, wait, so many cockroaches." However, as soon as he spoke, it turned into a wailing cry. Even for a scion, the vocal cords do not fully develop during infancy. Not being able to speak is quite normal. Wait, who am I? Where am I? Immediately, Ming Kanki realized the problem. There are risks to possession, and one must be cautious when traversing. He hadn't forgotten this warning. With a feeling of unease, Ming Kanki began to move his chubby little body even more vigorously, trying harder to find any text or images. Soon, he found some text on a nearby nursery machine. Then, he saw larger text on a door in the distance. Oh my, how amazing! I can actually understand the text above. Mori, it looks different from the others. It seems to be a girl. The one further away is called Dada. It's too far to see clearly. This place is called the Scion Mass Production Laboratory, Omega. From near to far, Ming Kanki looked carefully. When he saw the term laboratory, a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. According to the record from the Dragon Ball Z movie, the Earth S War, the lower-class warriors of the Scions are disposable items, produced in large quantities. Now, Ming Kanki finally understood the meaning of this statement. Lower-class Scion warriors are rarely born from parents. Warriors like Bardock are very few. Therefore, lower-class warriors like Goku and Raditz, who have parents, are even rarer. The vast majority of lower-class warriors are mass-produced cannon fodder through methods similar to cloning or test tube babies. Ming Kanki even speculated maliciously, wondering if King Vegeta had seen Bardock's continually rising combat power. Thus, he attempted to artificially create more Bardocks. However, unfortunately, no one could explain this to Ming Kanki. Suddenly, the laboratory door opened automatically. The light outside was very bright, and the indoor lights began to quickly illuminate in rows from the entrance inward. How? A scion with a shoehorn-shaped face, a hooked nose, and flame-like hair walked in. Behind him followed a chicken-headed man in a lab coat, a fish-headed man, and a young scion with a very high hairline. The chicken-headed man went to a machine next to the door and operated it for a while, then replied, "Sir, this batch of mass-produced scions has fully grown and can be sent away." The Scion remained silent and pressed the combat power detector on his right ear. The young Scion followed suit and activated his detector. After a series of beeping sounds, several rows of data refreshed on the detector. The highest combat power is only 13? What a bunch of trash. I really don't understand why King Vegeta wants to mass-produce these lower-class Scions. The young Scion spoke angrily and aggressively. Mind your words. The shoehorn-faced Scion snapped, directly kicking the young Scion against the wall. With a loud bang, accompanied by a metallic clinking sound, the wall dented in. However, the young Scion did not get angry. Instead, he stood up and bowed his head to the shoehorn-faced Scion, apologizing. I'm sorry, sir. Sort them by combat power and send them all to a remote planet with low combat power. The shoehorn-faced Scion waved his hand to issue the order. The fish-headed man, who had not dared to enter the door, immediately walked in upon hearing this. At this moment, Ming Kanki realized that he was not alone, but rather a row of 4 fish-headed men. Not only do Asians have face blindness towards whites, but even with distinctly different aliens, Ming Kanki admitted he was equally face blind. He couldn't tell which of the 4 fish-headed men was which. One fish-headed man walked toward the second incubator on Ming Kanki's left. The shoehorn-faced, flame-haired Scion suddenly walked over and pressed on the sphere, saying, Dales, your potential is the best among this batch. I hope you can grow to be a strong warrior like Bardock. Otherwise, don't come back. Looking at the skin color, the shoehorn-faced Scion's skin was also dark, matching Dale's skin tone. Ming Kanki maliciously thought, this guy, could he be another father of Dale's? Ming Kanki had already silently taken his previous hypothesis seriously. That Scion suddenly looked at Ming Kanki and pressed the detector several times. Ming Kanki was taken aback, holding his breath. Then he realized he was still a child. Scions couldn't possibly read minds. With a battle power of only 1, it seemed this detector was too old and had already malfunctioned. It took so long to detect even a power level of 1. The person with a shoehorn-like face disdainfully curled his lip and casually pointed at Ming Kanki, saying, This one, send it to Planet Piccolo. Yes, the fish-headed man replied. When he saw the child-rearing machine in front of the Scion officer, his eyes widened in surprise. This is still alive? The vitality of Scions is truly tenacious. It was clearly on the verge of death an hour ago and was about to be collected. Thankfully, it wasn't. Just thinking about a half-recovered Scion infant crying and attracting other Scions made the fish-headed man break out in a cold sweat. This was the Scion planet. Although they were harsh to their own kind and loved to fight, they treated aliens with utter ruthlessness, not considering them human at all. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, the fish-headed man quickly hugged the transparent sphere containing Ming Kanki. Ironically, the nearly collected Ming Kanki ended up being the first among this batch of young Scions to set off. Chapter 34. DB Gorgeous and Dangerous Universe Chi is a form of energy. However, what exactly Chi is was not initially clear. It wasn't until a civilization in the universe called Tycho detected the existence of dark matter and named it Chi. At that time, there was only one Kaioshin in the universe. The Kaioshin accepted this name and spread it throughout the universe. Thus, in many ancient civilizations with continuous legacies, cultivating Chi also became a tradition and developed into a brilliant martial arts civilization. With a launch, Ming Kanki felt no gravitational force acting on him. Soon, he saw the starry sky, the red planet Vegeta, and the distant sun of planet Vegeta. In less than a minute of brief acceleration, Ming Kanki had left the entire Vegeta star system behind, with only a small dot remaining. On the single-person spaceship, Ming Kanki did not use the sleep device. This was his first close encounter with the universe. He was so excited that sleeping was out of the question. In fact, Ming Kanki did not know that the mass-produced lower-class warrior's single-person spaceship was also mass-produced. It had no sleep device on board. As a mass-produced Scion, they could not have the same treatment as normal Scions. Moreover, given the Scion's bad temper, even a Scion baby would become incredibly violent when confined in a small spaceship. Once they landed on the target planet, the furious Scion infants would naturally have greatly increased battle power. On a full moon night, they could become the harbingers of death for the entire planet. So, the idea of a sleep device was purely a figment of Ming Kanki's imagination. So beautiful. The Scion spaceship was amazing. At least, that is what Ming Kanki thought at the moment. Superluminal travel was a very special situation. Generally, there were 3 types: hyperspace jumps, warp movement, and wormhole travel. However, the spaceships in the Dragon Ball world clearly did not use any of these 3 methods from science fiction novels. The surface of a single-person spaceship was wrapped in a layer of white light, with a long, comet-like tail. After launching from the planet, it took only a few minutes to accelerate to superluminal speeds. That layer of white light was not a spatial bubble for warp travel. It did not distort light. Ming Kanki could clearly see the cosmic scenery outside the porthole. Although he was traveling faster than light, Ming Kanki could see the beautiful scenery of the universe outside the window. Isn't it amazing? It really is amazing. This is unscientific, but this is the truth. Ming Kanki really saw it. Moreover, he suddenly realized that his ability to express himself was lacking, completely insufficient to describe the magnificent and bizarre nature of the universe. The universe is truly vast. I wonder when I will also be able to enter the universe to have a look. Excitedly observing, yearning, and longing. A day just passed like that. Then came the second day, the third day, the fourth day, and the nth day. After a long, tranquil journey, the initial wonder and interest of Ming Kanki had been buried by the unchanging scenery. In fact, only the wonders encountered while passing through star systems could still arouse a bit of interest in him. For example, the various forms, structures, and compositions of the asteroids would create light and shadow, changes more splendid than a kaleidoscope as the spaceship passed by. For instance, gliding through gaseous nebulae felt like personally touching the stars. There were countless beautiful sights like these. As for the other times, in the nearly unchanged starry sky, Ming Kanki wished he could sleep indefinitely. However, without the rise and fall of the sun in the cosmic starry sky, his sense of time was also affected, and he began to find it difficult to fall asleep. When will it come to an end? Ah, forget it. I might as well watch anime and read novels. Indeed, this long-distance journey has made the secondary personality stand out even more. He shouted a few times in frustration. After all, no one was watching. Ming Kanki was not just sitting idle. The main personality faded into the mental space, and the secondary personality emerged. The of Ming Kanki is not as thoughtful as the. It is close to absolute rationality, possessing only a pitiful amount of emotion. Even though the shares memories with the, it can still calm down in an instant. The appearance of a scion signifies that this is the Dragon Ball world. What is the most crucial element in the Dragon Ball world? Of course, it's ki, this energy. Throughout the original Dragon Ball series, there are no strong characters who cannot use ki. Moreover, their ki is incredibly powerful. In this era, where a mere 200 or 300 can lead to an apocalyptic event and create a great demon king, the known battle power in the universe has already reached hundreds of thousands. Ming Kanki knows that Frisia's full form has a terrifying battle power of 1.2 billion. What kind of energy is ki? According to the explanation in the anime, scions should have a considerable amount of ki in their bodies. At the very least, they should be able to release a bit of it according to their will. However, Ming Kanki was calmly thinking. A shining light appeared. Through the spaceship's computer processing, Ming Kanki saw the terrifying scene of an asteroid colliding with Earth. A green planet turned into a fireball, just like that. The subpersonality felt no waves of emotion. He glanced at it, silently lowered his head, and mobilized the energy within his body. Soon, a blue light emerged from his palm. Indeed, what he used was chakra. Before the experiment, Ming Kanki had sensed the presence of chakra within him, but did not feel any energy that was different from chakra. At this moment, he could only think to himself, as expected. The actual reason was the small universe. However, with Ming Kanki's limited knowledge, he could not deduce such advanced situations as the small universe locking onto usable energy types. Nevertheless, the subpersonality had little emotion. Although it was consistent with his inner speculation, he believed that several more experiments were needed before drawing a conclusion. The almost purely rational subpersonality held a nearly devout attitude towards seeking truth from facts. For the next half-month, Ming Kanki conducted several experiments daily and tried to exercise in the cramped space. During this time, he witnessed the birth of a supernova, saw a new star ignite for the first time, and observed life breaking through the blue sky on a barren planet for the first time. Boom! Today, Ming Kanki collided with an asteroid for the first time. Under the immense kinetic energy impact, the asteroid shattered into 80 pieces. Inside the spaceship, Ming Kanki heard the sound of the impact, but felt no vibration. The subpersonality had no thoughts, but the long-lost main personality was blown out. As the main and subpersonalities switched, Ming Kanki's expression immediately became lively. He looked at the asteroid fragments that had been flung half a light year away in the computer projection and casually said, "Well, a scion using chakra, TSK. What a miraculous scion. Playing a game. Is a scion who can't use ki still a scion? My dream of returning to Hokage and dominating everything has ended before it even began." Sai, so whether I accept it or not. A scion who can only use chakra and not ki has been born just like that. As for the collision, it seems the spaceship only slightly slowed down. No witties. Chapter 35. Inside the DB Black Hole, Interstellar Flight. In a mental space, Ming Kanki's main personality turned off the music of interstellar flight and emerged once again. At this point, it had been half a year since Ming Kanki left planet Vegeta. According to the spaceship's speed, he had already crossed most of the galactic region and was heading towards the edge. Strictly speaking, the further one goes towards the edge, the higher the safety. However, the subpersonality discovered that the spaceship's course was not completely consistent with the set trajectory. Truly amazing. Ming Kanki did not discover that there was a memory implantation device in that laboratory. Perhaps he saw it, but did not notice it because it wasn't labeled. But the fact is, Scion babies and toddlers really are not lacking in knowledge. Ming Kanki himself could understand Scion writing and could comprehend star charts. Moreover, he could even recall some basic maintenance knowledge when looking at the spaceship. Recently, Ming Kanki had also gradually remembered some knowledge about energy utilization. Clearly, it was related to the use of chi. This seemed to have nothing to do with him. However, damn it, how much stuff did the Scions crazily implant into the brains of their babies? Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, a series of urgent alarms went off. The entire interior of the spaceship turned red. What the hell? Before he could even utter those 3 words, Ming Kanki felt his body shake. A powerful pressure suddenly appeared, directly pinning him against the spaceship's viewport. The buffer device has failed. It's sudden deceleration. Do we rush near a star? The basic maintenance knowledge and interstellar navigation knowledge gave Ming Kanki a preliminary judgment. However, with his already flattened face pressed against the viewport, he saw no flames at all. To be precise, there was a stretch of darkness ahead. It was not like the dark light of a personality. It was a darkness that seemed to want to suck everything in. A black hole. Ming Kanki felt a jolt in his heart as a word suddenly popped into his mind. From the outside, the single-person spaceship was enveloped in a suddenly disappearing white energy like a feathered arrow. Immediately after, it lit up again in reverse. However, the energy that could allow the spaceship to travel faster than light did not succeed in reversing the spaceship's acceleration. The spaceship continued to move forward. In front of the spaceship, a black hole quietly stood still. Within several light years around it, there was no interstellar matter. Aside from light, there wasn't even a speck of interstellar dust. Inside the spaceship, Ming Kanki was operating quickly and orderly like the wind. Found it. The star map and the flight path. After taking a glance, Ming Kanki felt wronged. On the star map marked with the flight path, there are no obstacles here, showing an unobstructed empty window area. If it's said to be a detection issue, that wouldn't make sense either. The star map indicates that there is a black hole located 3 light seconds beyond the main flight path. The area around that black hole is also an empty window area without any matter, just like here. It wouldn't seem to be running along the flight path while actually deviating by 3 light seconds, would it? Ming Kanki seemed to sense the malice of the entire universe. A low-probability event, almost a miracle, just happened to him. The spacecraft collided with a piece of ice meteorite, causing internal vibrations. The vibrations affected the detector. The detector did not detect any deviation from a course. Then it crashed into a black hole. With his mouth agape, Ming Kanki was stunned for a long time before suddenly bursting into laughter. Heh, going to die again. The second time. The first time piloting a space fighter. And now a spacecraft crashing into a black hole. Hee hee, this way of dying is truly unique. Ming Kanki also finds joy amid suffering. In the vast world of Dragon Ball, he just took a glance, and before he had the chance to get involved, it ended like this. Ming Kanki is certain that he cannot escape. It's not that superluminal forces cannot escape a black hole, but rather that he himself came in at superluminal speed. When he dove into the gravitational range of the black hole and realized he was captured, it was already too late to accelerate in the opposite direction. In fact, when the spaceship decelerated to 0, it had already entered the event horizon of the black hole. While Liu He was making light of his situation and mumbling to himself, he was actually already within the singularity. In other words, he was no longer in the Dragon Ball universe. Whether he still has a body is uncertain. Whether he is in a spiritual state is also unclear. In fact, and this is a fact, when Ming Kanki regained his senses, all he saw was darkness. He could not feel anything about the single-person spaceship, the Scion body, or the tail. Time and matter seemed to have lost all meaning here. Ming Kanki stood up and took a few steps forward. At that moment, he realized that he seemed to have returned to his original form, no longer resembling the infant son Wukong. Finally, at that moment, an old and hoarse voice echoed. In such a dark and quiet place, The voice sounded like a thunderclap in Ming Kanki's ears. Ming Kanki was startled and reflexively shouted, "Who?" Finally, another fellow had arrived here. That's wonderful. The voice reappeared, much smoother, yet still incredibly old. Ming Kanki could hear the excitement and joy in that voice. But Ming Kanki did not understand why he was so happy. Humans always fear the unknown. Although Ming Kanki was just a main personality, there was not much difference between the main personality and a normal person. Therefore, he could not help but speculate about that voice with the greatest malice. Ming Kanki did not respond. He stood still for a few seconds, steadied his mind, and then pretended to speak calmly and confidently. "Who are you? Come out. Otherwise, I will leave this place immediately and never come back." However, the pretense didn't hold. Ming Kanki had clearly reversed the order of his words. What he said had no deterrent effect. The voice laughed, quickly turning into a hearty laugh. "Hee ha ha ha. Leave? You can try." The old voice sounded casual, as if he didn't mind Ming Kanki's departure at all. Ming Kanki closed his eyes and tried to test it. He didn't know how to leave this place, but he knew how to enter a dream. So, as long as he tried to fall asleep and enter a dream, it was equivalent to leaving this place. However, when Ming Kanki closed his eyes, he suddenly realized in terror that he could no longer perceive his alter ego. Originally, as the main personality, he could instantly switch between different personality states. But now, he couldn't enter the mental space at all. Therefore, he also couldn't switch to his alter ego, and when he tried to sense the mental space, he couldn't perceive whether the alter ego was inside or not. That was terrifying. Ming Kanki was anxious. He immediately asked urgently, "What is going on? Does this mean once we come in, we can't leave?" At first, Ming Kanki spoke a bit shakily. After saying one sentence, he remembered he couldn't show fear, so he paused and made his speech smooth again. "Yes, there is no way to leave. Otherwise, do you think I would have been trapped here for so long? My soul is about to die." The old voice sounded again. It started off relatively calm, even with a hint of amusement, but then it became agitated, even shouting. In his ears, Ming Kanki felt as if he had heard a kind of beast roar at the end of that voice. The unknown is humanity's greatest fear, and the black hole is perhaps the most terrifying unknown for humanity. People know of the existence of black holes, but they are completely ignorant of what is inside them. Ming Kanki is the same. Fortunately, this is the dream world. Here, Ming Kanki can slightly bolster his courage with abilities similar to immortality. Ming Kanki gritted his teeth and said sternly, "You? What exactly are you?" "A soul, a former human, a Han Chinese, a compatriot of the Interstellar Federation." "Let me think. Ah yes, you can call me Lu Fuyan." The aged voice answered Ming Kanki articulately, as if the previous roar hadn't come from him at all. He appeared very calm. But Ming Kanki couldn't remain calm at all, especially upon hearing the name Lu Fuyan. Chapter 36. The Madman's Madness, the Madman's Words, the Madman's Deeds. Lu Fuyan? It can't be. You can't be Lu Fuyan. This joke has gone too far. Lu Fuyan is an extremely unique name in the entire Interstellar Federation, with only one among tens of billions of citizens. This wasn't a conclusion Ming Kanki had drawn from checking an ID card. Rather, he was informed of this uniqueness as the reason for being selected as one of the first test subjects. Ming Kanki remembered this vividly. He recalled almost slamming the table in frustration, but ultimately, he couldn't resist the overwhelming force and was reluctantly placed into the cryogenic sleep chamber. Ming Kanki felt a tingling sensation in his scalp and continuously denied it in excitement. However, Lu Fuyan heard the undertone. He became excited as well and directly grabbed Ming Kanki's arms, gripping tightly as he asked, "Do you know me?" "Impossible. That's the name on my ID card." Ming Kanki didn't want to admit it. He continued to strongly deny it, because once he admitted it, it would mean that there really was a person named Lu Fuyan in this world, and it would mean that his journey was not a physical one, but a soul one. His body wouldn't even be his own anymore. The body had been transformed by the ability of the evolved soul, carrying the bloodline limit of the Naruto world. Even so, Ming Kanki always believed that it was his own body. But now, suddenly, there was another soul that had once used this body. The sky has fallen, and his heart is shattered. Ming Kanki's eyes turned red as he forcefully shook off Lu Fuyan. He clenched his teeth, anger rising from his heart, filled with a desire to tear apart this frail old man. "Ha! Great! Ha 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 ha! Wonderful! My body is still alive. You live for me." Lu Fuyan, however, was excited, sometimes shouting loudly and sometimes talking to himself. He had no logic, no process of judgment, and directly reached a conclusion, as if he had foreseen it in advance, or as if he had gone mad. No wonder. No wonder you look exactly like me when I was young. This makes sense. This makes sense for a time traveler. I am the first, you're the second. I traveled to this world. Suddenly, he paused in his rambling, his expression momentarily blank. Then he grabbed Ming Kanki's shoulders again and shouted frantically, "No, no, no. Not this world. It can't be this world. You must go back. You can't be here." Ming Kanki struggled a few times, but couldn't break free, so he simply kicked Lu Fuyin hard in the chest. Lu Fuyin's reaction was simply insane. Out of fear, Ming Kanki instinctively used all his strength. With a loud bang, Lu Fuyin was immediately sent flying into the shadows. However, Lu Fuyin's frantic shouting did not stop. He continued to yell, "You must go back. Go back and tell the Federation, absolutely do not touch the black obelisk. Hurry. Go back. Tell the Federation, the obelisk is too dangerous. Absolutely cannot be touched. Absolutely cannot be activated. Hurry. Go back. Quickly." Lu Fuyin's figure disappeared, and Ming Kanki's fear and anger dissipated somewhat. Listening to that aged voice, Ming Kanki rolled his eyes and retorted unhappily, "Didn't you say we can't go back?" "Oh right, I did say we can't get out." Lu Fuyin was taken aback, and his shouting suddenly stopped. Then, he mumbled a few words before screaming frantically again. "Damn it, bastard. Oh. Hey, calm down. Tell me what exactly happened." Ming Kanki shouted loudly 3 times before he managed to suppress Lu Fuyin's frantic cries. Lu Fuyin stopped shouting. After a few minutes of silence, he seemed to calm down and said calmly, "Dream Realm. The obelisk is the key to opening the Dream Realm. I am the first person to come into contact with the obelisk. I don't know how my body returned to the Earth Dream Realm, etc. Dream Realm? Are you sure you didn't miss a word? ISNT a dream world?" Lu Fuyin firmly continued. "No, I'm sure it is Dream Realm. Dream World can only be entered from Dream Realm. It's this kind of world right now. And Dream Realm is the place where our souls enter." Hold on. How did you get here? You shouldn't be here. You can't possibly appear in this dream world. Lu Fuyin's logical thinking seemed to have regained its vitality. He finally realized that the person in front of him was a real person, not a dream. However, coming back to reality was not necessarily a good thing. It might have been better if he had continued to be mad. Ming Kanki did not see or realize this. Noticing that Lu Fuyin was not aggressive, he relaxed a lot. He said lightly, "Yes, it's that. The obelisk has been activated. I entered this dream world through the obelisk." Lu Fuyin stepped out of the shadows again, pointing at Ming Kanki in a crazed manner. His eyes were very bright, almost blinding Ming Kanki. "At least, I have to send you away from here. At least, I have to send you away from here. At least." Seeing Lu Fuyin's appearance again, Ming Kanki felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly raised his hands in front of him, calling out, Hey, calm down. I'm fine. I'm very calm." Lu Fuyin continued to point at Ming Kanki with his hands in a crazed manner. His eyes seemed even brighter, but his tone was very calm. It sounded like he was really calm. "Since you didn't come here from the Dream Realm, then you must remember to never go to the Dream Realm in the future. At least, don't go to the Dream Realm until you possess the power of a god. Do you understand?" Like a dying elder, Lu Fuyin repeatedly reminded him. "Yes, I want to go to the Dream Realm." Ming Kanki nodded firmly. "All right, then I know another way to send you out. You can go out immediately. Remember, don't enter the Dream Realm until you have enough strength." Hearing Lu Fuyin say there was a way, Ming Kanki immediately nodded even more vigorously, happily repeating, "I remember. I won't go to the Dream Realm until I have the power of a god. So, tell me how you plan to send me out?" Lu Fuyin grinned, his white teeth seeming to shine brightly, almost rivaling the Emperor Kai. He took 2 steps back and said with a smile, "No need. You'll know soon." "Oh." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Fuyin let out a painful roar as if he had been attacked by something. Light tore through Lu Fuyin. Endless light erupted from Lu Fuyin's soul. Boom! Lu Fuyin's soul exploded. The black hole shattered, or maybe it didn't. Who cares? In any case, Ming Kanki disappeared from this Dragon Ball world in the white light of Lu Fuyin's soul explosion. Back in the real world, Ming Kanki suddenly opened his eyes. "Lu Fuyin, thank you. I will live on your behalf." Chapter 37. A dream. For many years, Ming Kanki did not stay in the current world for long. After simply filling his stomach, he quickly fell back into a dream. The term Dream Realm was not new to Ming Kanki. After waking up, he recalled the time he was suddenly awakened in the Naruto world. It was then that he first learned of the term Dream Realm, and as soon as he tried to enter a dream, he was jolted awake by a strong sense of crisis, coupled with Lu Fuyin's reminder this time. Ming Kanki was already extremely wary in his heart that the dream realm was definitely not a good place. The familiar ceiling. Upon waking again, Ming Kanki saw the same familiar ceiling, the familiar hospital bed, the familiar hanging rack, the familiar forge rip, and the familiar Japanese-style room. However, it seemed that everything had become shorter. You finally woke up. This time, Ming Kanki had barely been out of bed for a minute when Tsunade walked in. She obviously let out a sigh of relief. What do you mean, finally? Ming Kanki asked, suddenly realizing that it was not that things had gotten shorter, but that he had grown taller. He had miraculously grown. However, Ming Kanki felt strange inside. After all, he had previously been 12 years old and still looked like a little kid around 10, and he had been diagnosed with slow growth. Now, after waking up from a nap, he was already as tall as he was in the current world. That was miraculous. Waking up and becoming an adult. Don't be surprised. Tsunade seemed to see the astonishment in Ming Kanki's heart and explained, generally, the Uchiha's 3-Tomo Sharingan is the limit. But you have broken through that level and awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Further development of the Manjiki is no longer just a matter of one Sharingan. Therefore, the situation where the Sharingan devours your life force has weakened significantly. That's why your normal growth rate has resumed. After saying this, Tsunade did not give Ming Kanki much time to digest the information. After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, she continued, "You'd best seal the Manjiki and would release. It's a miracle that you can survive. But I cannot resolve your bloodline conflict. It's no longer an ordinary bloodline conflict, but something else altogether. I don't know what experiments that bastard Orochimaru has done on you, or if it's something else. In short, I cannot resolve your bloodline conflict, nor can I cure you. I can only do my best to save your life when your bloodline conflict erupts. However, if it happens again, I cannot guarantee that I can save you. So, unless you encounter life-threatening danger, it's best not to use them again." Listening to Tsunade's lengthy lecture, Ming Kanki moved his hands and feet, then closed his eyes to feel his body. However, he immediately frowned, a sense of doubt rising in his heart. Now he could clearly feel how incredibly light his body felt, as if the bloodline conflict had completely disappeared. But he had to accept Tsunade's statement. After all, the body can sometimes deceive, but a skilled doctor generally does not lie unless misdiagnosed. The medical sage, the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade Senju would certainly not lie about Ming Kanki's physical condition. There was no need for that. I understand. Unless absolutely necessary. I won't use the Manjiki or would release. Nodding, Ming Kanki temporarily buried his doubts. Tsunade also noticed Ming Kanki's confusion. However, she could not read minds. Ming Kanki merely closed his eyes and furrowed his brows. She could intuitively judge that Ming Kanki's doubts were related to the bloodline conflict, but she could not be completely certain. At the same time, since Ming Kanki did not speak, she did not press further. Who in this ninja world doesn't have a few secrets? As someone who has been through it, Tsunade wisely decided not to pry into Ming Kanki's secrets. After a simple examination, Tsunade did not check him repeatedly as she had last time, and quickly released Ming Kanki. When he reached the surface, as soon as Ming Kanki opened the sliding door of the room, a red-haired girl rushed over and hugged him tightly. Brother, Xianglin, with red hair, pink eyes, and slightly oversized brown narrow-framed glasses, Ming Kanki recognized her at a glance. With a firm grip, he lifted her up and examined her closely. It was then that Ming Kanki noticed the forehead protector on her head. "Ha, little Xianglin has grown up so much. Oh my, you're already a Konoha ninja." Xianglin clearly felt dissatisfied with Ming Kanki treating her like a little kid. She broke free from Ming Kanki's arms, jumped back to the ground, and deliberately pushed her red hair aside to showcase her forehead protector. Then, she pointed to it with her left thumb and said, "What's that? I'm already 12 years old and graduated from the ninja school. I'm a registered genin in Konoha, and I can handle things on my own. Just woke up after 5 years." Ming Kanki felt it was quite absurd. In the present world, the combined timeline of the Dragon Ball universe was only about 6 or 7 months, yet in the Naruto world, 5 years had passed directly. It truly felt like a dream world. The flow of time was completely unreasonable. What made Ming Kanki feel even more uncomfortable was that during his last awakening, he had very little contact with Xianglin. Now that he thought about it, during the Uchiha massacre incident, Xianglin was already 7 years old. However, until now, Ming Kanki's memory of Xianglin was still stuck on that 3-year-old girl who cried while clinging to him. After sleeping for 2 naps, 9 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and the plot of Naruto had already begun, with Konoha once again catching the wind. It seemed that Ming Kanki had never experienced a peaceful era. From the first time he woke up, he had been in a state of crisis. After the crisis, He fell into a deep sleep due to bloodline conflicts. What kind of situation was this? Ming Kanki only seems to show emotion in front of Xianglin. At that moment, he felt the kindness of this world for the first time and accepted the responsibilities that came with it. Now, Ming Kanki takes a deep breath and retracts the thoughts that spread throughout the ninja world. He smiles and crouches down, placing a hand on Xianglin's shoulder, and says, "Remember, your brother will always be your strongest support. If anyone dares to bully you, tell your brother. I will take care of them. No one in this ninja world can bully my sister." Xianglin happily pecks Ming Kanki on the cheek. Oomph. At this moment, Tsunade coldly snorts behind Ming Kanki and domineeringly says, "She is my only student. Do you think my reputation as Senju Tsunade is not enough? Oh, that could be arranged. Becoming Tsunade's student is certainly a good thing. At least, no one in Konoha would dare to bully the future Hokage's disciple. Plus, with Tsunade's temper, even Danzo would think twice before trying anything." Ming Kanki was very satisfied with this. Next, Tsunade gave Keirin a day off. Ming Kanki and Xianglin were shopping together, spending the whole afternoon tidying up the house. In fact, there wasn't much to tidy up. Ming Kanki considered it a way to make up for the lack of care towards Xianglin over the years. As for the neighbor Naruto Uzumaki, Ming Kanki heard from Xianglin that their team had been out of the village on a mission for over a week and hadn't been seen. Once the topic was opened, Xianglin talked a lot about Naruto, and then shifted to talk even more about Sasuke Uchiha. This caught Ming Kanki's attention. Chapter 38. Daily life. Speaking of Sasuke Uchiha, Xianglin asked, "How many Uchiha are left in Konoha?" I remember that at the time, the Uchiha released a large-scale would release. What happened later? In the evening, while stir-frying shredded potatoes, Ming Kanki chatted with Xianglin. "By the way, brother, you must know the truth about the Uchiha clan massacre, right? I have a classmate with Naruto named Sasuke Uchiha. His chakra is very similar to yours. It feels so warm. But Sasuke is so pitiful. He's the only one left in his entire family. He's become so indifferent. Not all like you, brother. He wasn't like this before." Xianglin seemed not to have heard Ming Kanki's words and continued talking to herself. "Is that so?" Ming Kanki didn't want to lie and didn't want to tell Xianglin the truth about the Uchiha clan. He simply extended his head and switched to his alter ego. The alter ego was expressionless, with a cold demeanor, showing no signs of change, as if it were a machine. Yes. That's exactly how it is, right? Brother can also become like this. Xianglin rushed into the kitchen in a few steps, worriedly looking at Ming Kanki while holding his arm. "Well, I'm fine, aren't I? Now, brother is strong and healthy. In the entire ninja world, after just 2 naps, I've already reached the level of AJ Nin. It's an unprecedented first time." Ming Kanki instantly switched back to his main personality, waving his right hand with exaggerated and funny expressions. His curved eyebrows represented that he had been smiling all along. Xianglin also followed suit, turning her eyes into crescent moons. At that moment, a burnt smell wafted up. "Oh no, it's burnt!" Ming Kanki shouted and quickly stir-fried, finally rescuing the plate of shredded potatoes. With a bit of a burnt taste, the shredded potatoes seem even more fragrant. Let's talk about the major events that have happened over the years, or any interesting things around you. During dinner, Ming Kanki expressed a desire to learn more about how Xianglin has been doing all these years. Naruto likes Sakura, but Sakura likes Sasuke. They are assigned to Team 7. How could that wide forehead possibly be worthy of Sasuke? At 12 years old, they are in the prime of their youth. Even though ninjas mature early in terms of thinking habits, they are still different from adults. Xianglin is the same. Ming Kanki smiled without speaking, made a fried egg for Xianglin, and picked half a bowl of shredded potatoes for himself. Xianglin suddenly realized what she had said, and her face instantly turned red. She immediately threatened in a spoiled tone, "Don't laugh. Otherwise, I won't tell you anymore." Okay, I won't laugh. I won't laugh. Please continue, little sister Xianglin." Ming Kanki swallowed the rice in her mouth, immediately suppressing her smile to show submission. "Well, the young lady, will reluctantly talk to you, you big lazy bum." After a moment of laughter, Xianglin began to recount the events of the past few years. There was no news in Konoha about her brother using wood release. Later, when her brother disappeared, Grandpa Third told us a little bit. Sasuke's brother, Itachi Uchiha, massacred the entire Uchiha clan and is now an S-rank rogue ninja in Konoha. You must be careful in the future, brother. That day, he probably lured you there. Ming Kanki nodded. There was indeed a message from Itachi that day. Ming Kanki admired and respected Itachi. However, if they meet again, Ming Kanki would definitely cut him down. The scene that was repeated countless times in Tsukuyami is still deeply imprinted in Ming Kanki's mind. Whenever he thinks of it, he can hardly resist wanting to open the kaleidoscope again. At the same time, Ming Kanki also realized that Xianglin's words had inadvertently revealed a lot of information. Before Ming Kanki could sort it out, Xianglin swallowed her fried egg and picked up the remaining one to put into Ming Kanki's bowl, continuing. By the way, there's also a place called Root that has disbanded, and Konoha suddenly has many more ninjas. Also, Grandpa Third has already tried to make Tsunade-sensei the Hokage twice. However, Tsunade-sensei hasn't agreed yet, and there's more. The two siblings chatted for a long time, and Xianglin kept chattering more and more until midnight. Ming Kanki finally has a certain understanding of Xianglin and Mai in recent years. The biggest storm caused by this little butterfly flapping its wings is not the Uchiha clan extermination, but the disappearance of the Root. The third Hokage's support for him is so immense that it's terrifying. He even went so far as to truly dissolve the Root. This is definitely a bold move. Such trust, such support. Ming Kanki suddenly felt a deep emotion of a warrior willing to die for a true friend. The next day, Xianglin rushed to Tsunade early. Ming Kanki got up and saw the cold millet porridge and boiled eggs on the table, and the sense of alienation from this world instantly dissipated. There was the unwavering support that would even turn against a close friend, trusting the third Hokage. There was the relentless effort to overcome hemophobia with years of continuous treatment to protect Senju Tsunade. Most importantly, there was a lovely sister, Xianglin, who was even closer than blood. The alienation caused by the strange flow of time could not stop these bonds from pulling Ming Kanki back. Ming Kanki once again integrated into this world. Knock, knock, knock. Ming Kanki had just finished his breakfast, feeling quite satisfied. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. It was open. The door wasn't locked. Stretching comfortably in his chair, Ming Kanki casually called out. Without its roots, Danzo had lost his power. Ming Kanki didn't believe there was anyone in Konoha who could threaten him. Therefore, he considered his home very safe. In fact, the moment the knock sounded, several shadows in different corners of the room and outside stirred slightly. When they saw the figure at the door wearing the Hokage hat, they all shrank back. Yet, Ming Kanki was completely unaware of all this. Ming Kanki's alertness is too poor. Although his physical fitness, chakra, and attack power have all reached the level of a Jonin, and he could definitely take out a Jonin in an instant using Wood Release or the Manjiki Sharingan. His lack of alertness means that it only takes a CH Nin to assassinate him. So, according to the principle of the wooden barrel, Ming Kanki is at most a special Jonin. Haha, you seem very relaxed. Of course, my sister is almost able to handle things on her own, and you have eliminated the internal threats in Konoha. In such a safe and comfortable environment, I can certainly take it easy. Ming Kanki leaned back in a chair with both hands behind his head, smiling at the third Hokage. Then come with me. The third didn't stop, but instead urged Ming Kanki to follow him. As they walked, he sighed, "We old guys don't have many years left. The future belongs to those kids. As the highest combat power of Konoha's future, you can't be lazy." Me? Ming Kanki was taken aback by the third's evaluation. Knowing that in the future of the ninja world, even the shadow-level figures would just be playthings for Madara, he suddenly felt a heavy pressure. Yes, it's you. As long as Konoha has Wood Release, it can ensure peace for a day. So, until the next generation grows up, you are the pillar of their sky. And we are your pillars. Now, let me test how much strength you still have. Unknowingly, the two had arrived at the third training ground. Chapter 39. The Third's Guidance Crackle. Chakra surged out of Ming Kanki's body, transforming into arcs of lightning that wrapped around him. Lightning Release Ninja Body Technique. Activate. Sharingan activate. With a glare, the red background and black tomo of the three tomo Sharingan appeared, and Ming Kanki's vision suddenly became very clear. It seemed he could predict the trajectory of every leaf falling around him. Ming Kanki was about to finish, but did not attack directly. Seeing this, the third Hokage said, "Come at me with confidence. Use all your strength. Tsunade had instructed me not to use Wood Release or the Manjiki Sharingan. Even so, I'm not weak. Be careful." The secondary personality manifested, and Ming Kanki almost transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly covering a distance of over 10 meters. Attacking the third Hokage. This is not an exaggeration. According to the records of the monastic discipline, a moment is a thought, 20 thoughts make an instant. 20 instants make a snap of the fingers, 20 snaps make a Ryu, 20 Royus make a Shuyu, and 1 day and night consist of 30 Shuyus. 1 day and night is 24 hours, which equals 86,400 seconds. Thus, 1 Shuyu equals 880 seconds. 1 snap of the fingers is 72 seconds. 1 instant is 36 seconds, and a moment, which is a thought, is 18 seconds. When speed has not reached a certain level, and there is no time ability, this instant refers to about 36 seconds. The reason it is said to be about rather than strictly accurate is that both the snap of the fingers and the instant are based on personal subjective concepts and cannot be strictly defined to precise minutes and seconds. One thought cannot be strictly equated to a moment either. Saying a thought is 1/10,000th of a second is possible, or even less time can be claimed. There is nothing strict about it. However, it shows that Ming Kanki, with his lightning release activating muscle cells, indeed has considerable speed. He crossed over 10 meters in an instant. In such a short time, an ordinary person might not even be able to react. However, the third Hokage simply pivoted on his left foot and easily dodged Ming Kanki's attack. Too straightforward. Your attack is clear as day to the enemy. Ming Kanki rushed out 2 or 3 meters, just stopping to prepare for another attack when he heard the third Hokage's commentary. Deeply influenced by martial arts, Ming Kanki firmly believed in the principles that no martial skill is unbreakable, only speed is unbreakable, and that having no moves is better than having moves. He believed that even in the world of Naruto, these principles still applied. Therefore, Ming Kanki ignored the third Hokage's comments and charged forward again. This time, the distance was several times closer. Although his speed hadn't increased, the time had been shortened significantly. At his current speed, the 2 or 3 meters distance had already surpassed the reaction limit of a normal human. Within 0.1 seconds, his fist had already touched the hem of the third Hokage's robe. With a loud slap, a large, aged hand suddenly appeared in front of Ming Kanki's fist, firmly blocking his attack. Why didn't you gather lightning in your hand to increase your attack power? I remember Kakashi has a move called Chidori. You could totally imitate it. The third Hokage commented again, his tone becoming a bit more severe. Ming Kanki keenly observed that the third Hokage's palm was filled with a layer of chakra. There were also traces of earth and stone on the surface of his palm. Clearly, the third Hokage had used a transformation of earth nature to block this attack. Ming Kanki quickly assessed the situation, and with a surge of lightning in his palm, he broke through the third's control, creating a distance of 2 to 3 meters again. Following that, Ming Kanki launched continuous attacks, while the third commented and pointed out his flaws time and again. His tone grew increasingly severe. Where's the inside of your Sharingan? The Sharingan is embarrassing you. A mere minor illusion can create enough opportunities. Is your Sharingan just for show? The Sharingan has a certain chakra visual. You can't even see a regular clone? Idiot. For half an hour, Ming Kanki kept attacking without pause, while the third continuously defended and dodged. Ming Kanki never truly hit the third. Each of his attacks resulted in the third pointing out more of his shortcomings. Fortunately, it was the secondary personality fighting. If it had been the primary personality, he would have likely exploded with anger by now. When strict, the third's tone was quite harsh. In fact, the primary personality was really furious in the mental space. He wished he could run out and replace the secondary personality to take down the third in an instant. Thankfully, he still had some rationality and didn't rush out directly. Ming Kanki did not realize that the more severe the third Hokage was, the more it represented his acknowledgement of Ming Kanki in his heart. In fact, the third Hokage was also quite surprised by Ming Kanki's progress. In half an hour, from initially being unable to touch the edges of his clothes, he later had to skillfully use the body flicker technique to avoid being hit. It should be noted that no matter how weakened the third Hokage was, he was still a shadow-level powerhouse, and this was not his shadow clone, but his real body. In comparison, Ming Kanki's progress was indeed frightening. In fact, the thought of taking him as a disciple had already arisen in the third Hokage's mind. All right, let's take a break for now. After half an hour, the third Hokage finally took the initiative to create some distance. Upon hearing this, Ming Kanki also stopped, and his main personality re-emerged. Once his main personality appeared, Ming Kanki complained to the third Hokage, "Hey, old man third, do you have a grudge against me, or something?" Huh? Ha ha ha. The third Hokage was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. After laughing, he continued to instruct, "Kid, you can't hold back your anger at this level. In real combat, the enemy will use 100 or 1,000 times more malicious words and actions to provoke you. Remember, losing your cool is a ninja's greatest taboo." Ming Kanki said, "If I can provoke the vice personality, then I lose." He waved his hand irritably and said, "Relax. Relax. In that state, just now, even if you died in front of me, there wouldn't be a single change on my face." "Haha, old man, I'm relieved. Now, share your thoughts." The third Hokage smiled again and immediately guided Ming Kanki to summarize his gains. A few sentences helped to ease Ming Kanki's anger, and right after he calmed down, they seamlessly transitioned into new guidance. A master who could teach 3 ninjas is indeed extraordinary. After thinking for a moment, Ming Kanki said, "First, my speed and strength need to be further cultivated. In this regard, Konoha has a master taijutsu. I can introduce you to him." Before the third Hokage could finish speaking, 2 green-clad kappa flashed through Ming Kanki's mind. He shivered and immediately changed the topic, continuing. "Secondly, the hand seals for ninjutsu need to be simplified. The ninjutsu suitable for me is probably one that requires only 1 seal or none at all. I can help you simplify a few suitable ninjutsu. We in Konoha also have no seal ninjutsu. However, the difficulty of cultivation is not low. First, learn the shadow clone technique. Then use the characteristics of a shadow clones to accelerate the learning of ninjutsu. It's not difficult. No way. Learning with shadow clones is too dangerous. Relax. I'm a genius who possesses both wood release and Sharingan. 3 to 5 shadow clones should be able to handle it." The 2 exchanged words, and, in the end, Ming Kanki managed to persuade the third Hokage. The cultivation of ninjutsu finally had a plan. As for whether the training with shadow clones could withstand it, Ming Kanki thought, "Don't underestimate us time travelers with pseudo-split personality. Although it's just a pseudo-split personality, there might actually be some mental illness. People with mental illnesses have broad thinking, and this is no joke. At least 2 clones should be no problem for me, Ming Kanki." And there is one last point. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes of casual chatting, Ming Kanki expressed his last thought. Chapter 40. News of the Chunin exam. Is there any way to get the heavy rock technique? Flight is an ability I dream of. Is there a complete version of the lightning release taijutsu? I've been studying this half-book for many years. Also, can I learn the flying thunder god technique? It's an essential skill for escaping. By the way, I also need to finish learning the nature transformation of the 7 chakra types. I've only managed to explore and learn lightning release, and I'm still missing a lot. Just as he was about to finish his last thought, Ming Kanki was interrupted by the third Hokage. Stop. One thing at a time. Be careful not to bite off more than you could chew, kid. You can start learning chakra and nature transformation first, and I can also give you the flying thunder god technique. As for the others, you'll have to handle them yourself. However, there is one prerequisite. You must officially become a Konoha ninja. Regarding the third Hokage's test, yes, Ming Kanki believed this was a test. So, he just paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Since Ming Kanki has officially become a Konoha ninja, he naturally should not neglect the knowledge of ninjas. Then, the time of torment began for Ming Kanki. Do you remember the intense cramming sessions with piles of books before Naruto, Uzumaki, became Hokage? Yes, Ming Kanki now has to face that. Moreover, he needs to make up for a lot of common knowledge within the terrifyingly short span of over a month. Furthermore, he not only needs to study theory, but also has to learn ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu every day under the guidance of the third Hokage and his taijutsu teacher Guy. This includes learning the 36 mental calculation methods for shuriken throwing, the 11 connections between hand seals and chakra flow, the basics of chakra meridians and points, the 72 small techniques for hiding, and so on. Even during missions, there are many methods like erasing footprints, masking scents, and laying false tracks. Even if Ming Kanki lets his subpersonality learn, the main personality still can't help but feel dizzy from the massive amount of theoretical knowledge flooding his mind. While studying, his shadow clone also has to follow the third Hokage to learn chakra nature transformation and some ninjutsu. After studying, the main body also has to endure the ninja shame and learn taijutsu from the future guy. In short, Ming Kanki truly felt the difficulty of being a ninja. As a result, his daily heart-to-heart talks with Ino decreased significantly, and there were even several days when he completely fell asleep by the time Ino returned. After more than a week of busy days, finally, Ming Kanki welcomed a day of rest without even noticing when Team 7 returned. Today, he received a ninja exam admission ticket personally written by the third Hokage. Yes, it was the kind that exempted him from the written test. It clearly stated, participate in the CH-NIN exam 3 days later, written test optional. Hey, Guy-sensei, what is this? Didn't TU say that applying for the CH-NIN exam requires submitting an application? This paper, labeled as an application, but actually an admission ticket, made Ming Kanki question Guy before he even finished reading it. Others have the option to choose, but we are completely being forced into this. This isn't something that can be solved by just using would release like in the past. There is also a written test. The written test. That SA written test. Important things should be said 3 times. How can a rookie who has only studied for a little over a week, and that through distance learning, participate in a written test? How much of a genius does one need to be to pass? Ahem. In any case, Ming Kanki was furious on the spot. Who told him it was an admission ticket from Guy? So, Ming Kanki directly confronted him. The main personality is just that strong, Guy also said to confront him. The third Hokage believes you already have the strength of AJ Nin. Therefore, let you showcase Konoha's strength in the CH Nin exam. This CH Nin exam is not ordinary. I have high hopes for you. Run towards youth, young man. The more serious Guy's tone became, the more he raised his thumb, and his teeth sparkled. This is also a unique skill of the Guy and Lee duo. Blinded by Guy's sparkling teeth, Ming Kanki blinked and didn't have time to respond. At this moment, Hyuga directly extended his left hand while carrying his right hand behind his back, saying to Luha, the strength of AJ Nin is not that easy to achieve. Even if Guy-sensei said it, you can't fully believe it. Fight me. Niji's Byakugan, with its seemingly vacant expression, revealed pride. Although he looked expressionless, his gaze was sharp. He stood straight, with his left arm half raised. It seemed like an invitation, but his words still carried a hint of arrogance. Vaguely, Ming Kanki sensed hostility from Niji. Why does this guy have hostility towards me? Didn't I save his father? How strange. Dealing with Hyuga Niji, Ming Kanki felt there was nothing difficult about it. Even if he was a genius from the Hyuga clan, and even if Hyuga Hayashi was still alive and had given him plenty of guidance, Ming Kanki still felt there was no need to bring out the subpersonality. Unsure if it was the frequent appearance of the subpersonality or the long-term study effects, Ming Kanki keenly felt that he should understand more about Konoha's situation in recent years rather than just hearing about it from Ino. Even I can consider these issues. Looks like my IQ has improved. Perhaps I should let the subpersonality study more in the future. The main personality reached this conclusion. While Ming Kanki was thinking, others from Team 9 had different reactions. Hey, Niji, this ISNT good, is it? Tintin expressed some concern. She trusted Guy a lot, so she also believed that Ming Kanki had J-Nin's strength. Whether a ninja who is not yet 8 J-Nin can accurately control their power is precisely what she was worried about. Being able to feel the strength of 8 J-Nin is hard to come by. Niji still arrogantly posed against Ming Kanki, not even glancing back at Tintin. Please, after you finish fighting Niji, make sure to fight me. Lee raised his hands together and bowed to Ming Kanki. Lee also joined in, making Tintin even more annoyed. She didn't want to carry both of them back. Did you just say something? To be honest, Ming Kanki just came back to his senses and saw Lee bowing up, completely not hearing what he said. Yo, this is youth, Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee, you need to be careful. I may not be able to hold back. Seeing the teacher-student bond between Guy and Lee was quite eye-catching. Ming Kanki quickly turned to Niji. Niji responded with a cold snort. At this moment, Guy raised his thumb and shouted, This is youth. Ming Kanki, don't disappoint the hopes of youth. Fight them. This is my test for you. It's also your test. You are a team. I command Team 9 all together. Yes. Guy-sensei. Be careful. You two don't need to help. Lee assumed a boxing stance, his legs coiled like a cheetah ready to pounce on Ming Kanki at any moment. Tintin quickly drew out shuriken and kunai. She ran to one side, forming a flanking position with Lee, ready to support at any time. Although Niji scoffed, he didn't really let Lee and Tintin leave. Instead, he moved closer to Lee and took a stance for the 8 trigrams. With a crackle, visible lightning wrapped around Ming Kanki's body. He didn't speak, only assumed a starting position and nodded. Start. Chapter 41. The joint CH Nin exam of the 5 great nations won with Guy's command. The match officially began. The competitors were Ming Kanki and Team 9 from Konoha. Their side possessed strong strength but lacked any mission experience, accustomed to overwhelming opponents with big moves. Yet at this moment, they only showcased one ability, lightning release ninjutsu. On the other hand, Team 9 had a year of mission experience and 2 members who had already reached J-Nin level. The 3 of them cooperated well and seemed ready to unleash their full strength. Both sides had their advantages. However, in terms of strength, Ming Kanki still held the upper hand. At Guy's command, he instantly charged forward, crossing several steps to reach Lee. Lee, Tintin shouted a warning. But Ming Kanki's fist had already been thrown. Realizing he couldn't dodge, Lee made a quick decision to cross his arms for defense. You've already entered my 8 trigrams field. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji, who was nearby, immediately activated the 8 trigrams field and launched an attack towards Ming Kanki. Bang! Thud! One sound was Ming Kanki hitting Lee's arm, and the other was Niji striking Ming Kanki. The two sounds were almost indistinguishable in their sequence. However, it was just this one sound. Both sides seemed to tacitly cease fighting. Oh dear, I almost got hit. Ming Kanki's figure flashed and quickly moved away from between Xiao Li and Niji, simultaneously increasing the distance from Tian. After standing still, he turned around, exaggeratingly talking to himself, while also dramatically pressing on the spot where he was hit by Niji. In fact, he was indeed tapped by Niji, but he wasn't actually struck by chakra. At that moment, Niji was directly startled by the protective lightning on Ming Kanki, and he didn't even have time to unleash his gentle fist chakra. I am numb. Xiao Li released his arms, and his whole body was trembling. Niji was also experiencing numbness all over. However, his left hand was shaking even more violently. That hand was the one that had hit Ming Kanki. He exclaimed in shock. That lightning wasn't just a bluff. Ming Kanki glanced at Akai in disbelief, thinking to himself, this is the lower ninja you've trained for over a year? I've already said I possess the strength of a jonin. Not only are these two foolishly using taijutsu, but one of them even thinks it's a form of misdirection. Could they be contagious? I've heard that low intelligence can be infectious. Akai seemed oblivious to Ming Kanki's disdainful gaze and gave a thumbs up. Sighing inwardly, Ming Kanki said, let us stop here. You're not my opponents. Moreover, up to now, every time I made a move, my goal has been to kill the enemy. So if we continue, I don't know if I can control my strength. Teacher Kai. Upon hearing this, Tintin looked at Akai. She was always the most obedient one, except when she was goofing off with Akai. Take it off, Lee. Go for it, Niji Tintin. Youth is about not fearing strong enemies. Akai's high-spirited words made Ming Kanki's heart clench. This guy not only made Lee take off his weights, but also wanted Niji and Tintin to continue attacking. It was as if he didn't care about their lives at all. What achievements does Ming Kanki have? So far, Ming Kanki has made several moves. Starting from the second time, at least one jonin has died each time. Moreover, he even took down nearly 20,000 Cloud Shinobi in an instant, destroyed the Uchiha clan's land, and fought to a standstill with Uchiha Bito, who is known as Uchiha Madara. Well, according to Kai's intelligence, the third Hokage probably wouldn't tell him about these things. Well, I hope you can stop me in time later. Thunder Armor, second stage. Although Ming Kanki appears to be an optimistic person on the surface, he is actually more like a capricious and obsessive individual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have developed a primary and secondary personality due to disagreements. The secondary personality inherits his obsession and rationality, while the primary personality is somewhat more normal. It still has a bit of a capricious nature and remains somewhat obsessive. Since Akai is not worried about his subordinates, Ming Kanki decided to not care either. Not only did he choose to ignore them, but he also used the Thunder Armor's second stage, which the secondary personality had just recently developed. The Thunder Armor is Ming Kanki's term for his overall state of Thunder Release Ninja Body technique. Since he only possesses half of the Thunder Release Ninja Body technique, and it does not perform the same way, it is differentiated from the Thunder God Armor, which is the Thunder Shadow's Thunder Release Ninja Body technique. The first stage of Thunder Armor, which is the state after initially completing the half-step Thunder Release Ninja Body technique, is when Ming Kanki's entire body is enveloped in lightning. In this state, the lightning surrounds him but has obvious gaps. The current is also not continuous, leaving significant flaws. Therefore, Ming Kanki improved it, resulting in the second stage of Thunder Armor. The electrical light is stronger, and the surrounding lightning generates high temperatures. Under the weak protection of Thunder Release Chakra on the surface of his body, this high temperature does not harm him. However, there is no enhancement in speed and strength. After all, this is a ninja body technique which encompasses both ninjutsu and taijutsu aspects, and it is precisely the taijutsu aspect that Ming Kanki came to learn from Akai. Ming Kanki activated the second stage of the Thunder Armor, his body wrapped in dense lightning. The grass on the ground quickly turned scorched yellow. The battle ended instantly as soon as it began. Ming Kanki just started and was immediately stopped by Akai. Then Akai began to nag, saying that it was just a friendly spar with his cute subordinates, and that there was no need to use such strong techniques. Ming Kanki wondered. Clearly he could defeat the enemy in one strike, yet he insisted on fighting back and forth. He didn't have that kind of spare time. Reluctant to battle again, Ming Kanki finally experienced Akai's true clinginess. At that moment, he finally understood why Hatake Kakashi always used phrases like "Did you say something?" to sidestep Akai. The best way to avoid being stuck by Akai was to ignore him. In the end, Ming Kanki was defeated by Akai's clinginess. He fled in disgrace. Did I just accept that? When he returned home and pulled out the entrance ticket, Ming Kanki remembered he originally wanted to have a chat with Akai. Now, it was clear that this could be considered a tacit agreement. It was all a trap. The genius Niji, the challenge from Lee, the collective training of Class 9, and Akai's clinginess were all part of Akai's elaborate plan. Don't underestimate the big guy Akai. Even if he originally had a simple mind, he had to be at least 10 times more cunning than Ming Kanki from the peaceful world when it came to strategy and planning. In fact, Ming Kanki even sinisterly thought that this was entirely a strategy designed by the third Hokage to prevent him from causing a scene in the office. Yan, the third Hokage, who was approving documents in the office, suddenly sneezed. He took a deep puff from his pipe, slowly exhaling, and gazed out the window, lost in thought. I hope Ming Kanki can secure first place. This Chunin exam is not simple. The joint Chunin exam of the 5 great nations. I wonder if pushing him to the forefront at this time is the right move. I'm getting old. After this Chunin exam, let Jiraiya come back to be Hokage. It's time for this old bone to step down. Chapter 42. The joint Chunin exam of the 5 great nations 2 begins. The third Hokage was conflicted. Although he had already given Ming Kanki the entrance ticket, he still felt uncertain. After all, once Ming Kanki was pushed to the forefront in this exam, his information would inevitably leak. Once a secret is exposed, it is no longer a secret. An exposed secret weapon could face devastating consequences. And this was what the third Hokage was worried about. The third Hokage had already regarded Ming Kanki as a part of Konoha's future, an important component of the future peace of Konoha. For this, he was even willing to go to war with the Cloud Village, even willing to completely disband Root. Yet now, he was about to push Ming Kanki into a dangerous situation. How could he not feel torn? The third Hokage's inner turmoil yielded no results. In the end, Ming Kanki was still heavily protected by the Umbu. He hadn't seen any outside village ninja, even up until the day before the exam. This level of protection was not lost on Ming Kanki. However, he spent most of his day training, and during training, it was the secondary personality that manifested. The secondary personality wouldn't care about such matters. As for the main personality, during rest and sleep, it also wouldn't care about these things. 3 days later, ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages and other small ninja villages had gathered in Konoha. Some, like the Sand Village, had arrived half a month earlier. Others, like the Cloud Village, which was still hostile to Konoha, only arrived a day prior. This Chunin exam had a large number of participants, far more than could fit in a single room as in the original story. Therefore, the examination venue was directly placed within the arena for the final exam. The arena, surrounded by 2 semicircular high walls, was about the size of a football field. The open space was set with 2,000 to 3,000 tables and chairs, looking quite spacious. Ming Kanki arrived at the tall gate, about 3 to 4 meters high, with his entrance ticket in hand. Immediately, 2 people greeted him. Hey, I'm your teammate. Surprised, right? Hee. Lord Ming Kanki, my name is E, and I am your teammate and bodyguard for this Chunin exam. If any danger arises, please evacuate immediately. I will cover you. The red-haired glasses girl was naturally the little sister, Xiang Lin. However, Zui felt quite fake, although he was speaking about something very important. His smile made it seem very awkward and insincere. It seemed that without Naruto Uzumaki's training, he found it hard to learn how to truly smile. No wonder the third Hokage had packed my training schedule to the brim these past few days. He must be afraid that I would know he let you participate in the exam, and I would end up pulling out all his beard. Gently rubbing Xiang Lin's red hair, Ming Kanki smiled, but his words were gritted. He was even thinking about whether to have Naruto come to the Hokage's office more often after the Chunin exam to use the sexy jutsu. They pushed the door open and submitted their application. It should be noted that Ming Kanki and his companions did not encounter Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai, because the door they guarded, which was enchanted, was actually the entrance to the audience seats on the other side. Since Ming Kanki was guided by an illusion to the Uchiha clan 5 years ago, he has been very sensitive to this type of suggestive illusion. He didn't even head towards that big gate. He just ran straight to the right door. After passing through the gate, he looked out at the crowd of people. In the front were the 5 great ninja villages, the most conspicuous. The smaller ninja villages gathered in the corners. The 5 great ninja villages formed clusters together. The Mist Village was on the left, the Rock Village on the right, and the Leaf, Sand, and Cloud Villages were lined up in the middle from left to right. When he saw the familiar forehead protector of the Cloud Village, images of Vortex, Tsunade, and Yamabuki, Daisuke after their resolute break suddenly flashed in Ming Kanki's mind. A strong killing intent erupted from his body. His expression turned fierce, filled with anger. Cloud Village. Rage suddenly burst from his heart. Chakra surged into his eyes, and his Sharingan automatically activated. Ming Kanki never believed that the entire Yunrin team that attacked the Xianglin family were traitorous ninjas. The Xianglin family had given him the greatest kindness, allowing him to integrate into this world. However, it was that traitorous Yunrin who made him lose everything, causing him to drift away once again. The more beautiful what he gained, the more painful the loss. Even with his secondary personality, Ming Kanki couldn't suppress this anger. The main personality simply manifested again. Ming Kanki no longer restrained his fury. Standing at the entrance of the arena, Ming Kanki glared with his crimson three-tomo Sharingan, wishing he could take down all the Yunrin. Those three-tomo Sharingan were spinning rapidly, seemingly about to merge into one. Brother! Xianglin rushed to hug Ming Kanki, calling out in alarm. At that moment, Ming Kanki had become someone she felt was unfamiliar. Even his normally warm chakra had turned cold and sinister. Xianglin felt that the Ming Kanki she knew was drifting away, which is why she screamed. Her soft call successfully brought Ming Kanki's mind back. Ming Kanki blinked, and the three-hooked jade immediately disappeared, returning to ordinary pupils. Turning around to hug Xianglin, Ming Kanki whispered, "I'm fine. This time, no one can hurt you. I will make those who once harmed you, as well as everyone related to them, pay for it." By the time he said the second sentence, Ming Kanki's voice had become inaudible. The influence of a Sharingan on the brain is truly terrifying. Understanding love, losing love, and then walking down an increasingly narrow and paranoid path. No wonder the Uchiha must have siblings. No wonder they are either brother Khan or sister Khan, because someone must be able to pull them back from the narrow, paranoid abyss. So once they lose the person who can bring them back, they will fall into the abyss. The kaleidoscope will then open. Fortunately, Ming Kanki's kaleidoscope was opened during Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Fortunately, Xianglin was still there, someone who could hold onto him and prevent him from falling into the abyss. After comforting Xianglin, Ming Kanki finally noticed that the group of genin participating in the Chunin exam had all their eyes focused on him. When Xianglin turned back to take a look, her face instantly flushed red. Ming Kanki pulled Xianglin and Zhuo Yi followed behind him. The three walked towards the back of the Konoha team. That's the Sharingan. Is he Uchiha Sasuke? Isn't he a bit too mature? Could it be that there are other Uchiha in Konoha? Wasn't the Uchiha clan exterminated? I heard that only Uchiha Sasuke survived. My brother's cousin's uncle's brother is an elite Jonin. His intel must be accurate. Along the way, the three of them heard various discussions. Some were amusing, while others were quite interesting. It seems he has a grudge against the Cloud Ninja. Did the Cloud Ninja participate in the Uchiha massacre incident? Shut up. Don't speak carelessly. Hey, when have we IWA Ninja ever feared the Cloud Ninja? If you want to fight, just fight. Stop pretending. Cloud Ninja, TSK bastards. Shut up, hi. Don't make a move, Eagle. It's not the right time yet. Several teams from IWA and Cloud were discussing openly, almost getting into a fight. Fortunately, their captain remained relatively calm, judging by his appearance. He is probably around 20 years old. At this age, and with the three-tomo Sharingan, he seems to be a bodyguard accompanying someone to the competition. The two people next to him with red hair might be from the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan members are candidates for Jinchuriki, which is very important. So, that bodyguard must be at least a Jonin. The mature woman from Sand, Temari, fully showcased her strength and intelligence in just a few words. Her words piqued Gaara's interest. Gaara looked at Ming Kanki, his eyes revealing a hint of killing intent. Fine sand began to flow from the gourd on his back. Xianglin's brother is actually an Uchiha? This is troublesome. Narashikamaru from Konoha muttered a few words, his mind racing with various speculations. It spins very quickly, making it hard to gauge his Sharingan level. He seems to have a huge grudge against this Cloud Ninja. The white-haired, black-skinned, quick-witted Omoi speculated a bit. Their captain, the blonde, fierce woman Samui, chimed in. She didn't make many speculations but decisively said, if what that Sand Ninja said is correct, he will be a strong enemy. However, we Cloud Ninja must win this time. So Omoi Karui, keep a close watch on him and analyze his every move. If you have the chance, kill him. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In any case, various candidates' gazes were almost all focused on Ming Kanki and his companions. After all, Ming Kanki had just released a terrifying killing intent. Such killing intent can only belong to someone who has been on the battlefield at least once in a ninja world war. While they were paying attention, various intel, signals, and plots quickly unfolded. The first round of the Chunin exams also began under such circumstances. Chapter 43. The joint Chunin exam of the Five Great Nations 3, the Forest of Death. Even with a change of venue and an increase in numbers, Naruto Uzumaki still chose to raise his hand and shout that classic line. I want to take the 10th question, even if I'm just a genin for life. I will strive to be Hokage. Bring on the questions. I'm not afraid of you. Then, to the surprise of most candidates, the first round of the Chunin exam ended dramatically like this. Of course, Naruto wasn't the only one who blanked out. Ming Kanki had slept through the entire thing. When he saw that the proctor was Marino Ibiki, Ming Kanki already knew the outcome. Moreover, it didn't matter even if he didn't know. His application form was a direct ticket to the final assessment, even though the venue was large. Akamichi Karui still managed to pull out a black cloth to block Marino Ibiki and announce her identity as the examiner for the second round. Following that, without any break, they moved straight into the second round of the exam. With the 5 great ninja villages and many small ninja villages, nearly 1,000 teams remained after the first round, leaving close to 100 teams. At the entrance of the Forest of Death, gate number 1, Akamichi Karui introduced the rules and had an intimate interaction with the passionate Naruto, who was suspected to be Orochimaru's disciple. Watching the map of the 44th training ground displayed by Akamichi Karui, Narashikara muttered, "There are a total of 44 entrances to the training ground, dozens of teams. And almost every entrance needs to have 2 teams. If not careful, we might have to fight right from the start. This is troublesome." In fact, not only Shikamaru but all teams understood this point. Some older, more experienced genin were even able to deduce the actual number of teams to be 87 based on their experience. As a former root elite, Sui could naturally also judge the total number at a glance. After Ming Kanki, Zai and Xiang Lin signed the consent form. They were taken to the entrance of Gate 11 until the exam time arrived and the big door opened. Ming Kanki and the others did not wait for the arrival of the second team. Zai has rich outdoor survival experience. From now on, we will follow Zai's suggestions. However, since Danzo is still around, even though the route has been disbanded for 5 years, I cannot fully trust you. You need to understand this, Zai. Xiang Lin, since I have not seen your strength, your role will be medical support. The fighting will be left to me and Zai. As they entered the gate, they ran and jumped among the bizarrely shaped giant trees, with thoughts of Ming Kanki's arrangements occasionally flashing through Zai and Xiang Lin's minds. When did my brother become the team leader? I've trained hard with Tsunade-sensei. While running, Xiang Lin pouted, still feeling a bit displeased with Ming Kanki's self-proclaimed leadership. However, since he is her brother, she didn't want to voice it and instead wanted to prove it through her actions. On the other hand, Zai remained expressionless, but was recalling every subtle expression and movement of Ming Kanki in his mind, trying to gather enough information to determine whether Ming Kanki had discovered something. However, until the 3 of them temporarily stopped after going 2 kilometers into the Forest of Death, Zai could not analyze any issues. What should we do now? Lord Ming Kanki? Landing on a huge branch, Zai casually cut open a green flower snake that was indistinguishable in color from the branch. Before he acted, Ming Kanki and Xiang Lin had completely failed to notice the snake there. Throughout the journey, Zai perfectly displayed his outdoor survival skills. Whether it was the poisonous insects that matched the color of the dry branches, the venomous snakes indistinguishable from the tree trunks, or the color-changing and invisible poisonous spiders, none of them escaped his keen eyes. Fortunately, Zai was with them. If it were just Ming Kanki and Xiang Lin, 2 rookies, although they wouldn't be killed, they would definitely be in a mess due to the poisonous insects, making it difficult to run through the 15-meter distance so quickly. There happens to be a small stream here. The flow speed is just right. I just learned about it. According to this flow direction, we are downstream. Let me calculate the flow rate. Ming Kanki jumped down from the branch and stretched out his hand to test the flow rate of the stream, using a shuriken to measure it from the west. Brother, we were originally walking in a straight line. The straight line distance to the central tower is about 8 kilometers. No need to calculate anymore. At this point, Xiang Lin couldn't hold back anymore. She jumped to Ming Kanki's side, carefully observing the surroundings of the stream, guarding him. Compared to Ming Kanki's carefree behavior, Xiang Lin's cautious demeanor was the truly correct approach for a ninja. Ming Kanki also knew that it wasn't the right time to show off. He chuckled a few times and pretended to be serious, as he said, "There are fish in the stream. Zwujing, find something to start a fire, and I'll catch the fish. We'll have fish for this meal. Now let's get moving." The beginning is always the hardest. At first, Xianglin didn't want to argue with her brother and held back. But then, she couldn't take it anymore and finally started to complain. After the first time, the second time became much easier. Just then, as Ming Kanki finished speaking, Xianglin retorted, "Brother, This is the Chunin exam. If we start a fire and create smoke, we'll be surrounded. Crack, crack. Before Xianglin could finish her sentence, a ball of lightning suddenly appeared in Ming Kanki's palm. The sound of chirping, like 1,000 birds singing together, erupted from his palm. On the surface of the stream, bolts of lightning kept jumping. One by one, small fish were blasted out of the water by the lightning and landed on the bank. Looking at the ball of lightning in Ming Kanki's palm, Xianglin vaguely recalled something. Ming Kanki smiled, and the lightning disappeared, along with the chirping of 1,000 birds. How about that? I specifically had the third Hokage help me advance my lightning release chakra nature transformation, and I even consulted Kakashi about the Chidori technique. Now it's instant. Also, I learned a no-hand sign jutsu created by the fourth Hokage from the third Hokage. That one's a bit difficult. I'll teach it to you once I master it. Ming Kanki was picking up fish while proudly showcasing his catch like a child showing off their toys. He piled up a dozen small fish, each about the size of a palm, on the shore and skillfully gutted them. When he placed the fish in the stream to wash them, he shivered as there was still residual energy from the lightning in the water. However, Xianglin was still a bit worried. At that moment, Zhuojing had already returned. A pile of dry branches and leaves had been set ablaze. Even though Xianglin was concerned, she had no choice but to accept it. It's all right, it's all right. As he skewered the fish and set them over the fire, Ming Kanki casually said, "You can rest easy, Xianglin. Trust me, cooking over a fire is the best strategy. This is my home turf. Even the rakeage would have to kneel here." Ming Kanki's expression clearly lacked persuasion. Xianglin still couldn't shake off her worries. Even while eating fish, she cautiously observed her surroundings, fearing that a group of enemies might suddenly appear. Zhuo, on the other hand, was more trusting of Ming Kanki. However, as an elite from the root, he remained vigilant and attentive to any movements around him, even while eating. This was a habit of elite ninjas. Among the three, only Ming Kanki was carefree, eating fish heartily as if completely oblivious to his surroundings. A gray snake was flicking its tongue in a pile of dry leaves by the tree roots. Just as Ming Kanki stood up to grab some fish, he inadvertently glanced at it. Chapter 44. The killing has begun when it comes to mission experience. Ming Kanki truly had none. His wilderness survival experience was probably limited to catching cicadas in the old woods of his hometown. However, this was not an ordinary world. This was a ninja world with the magical energy known as chakra. Moreover, Ming Kanki was no longer an ordinary person. He was a quasi-strong individual possessing both Wood Release and Sharingan, two powerful bloodline limits. If it weren't for the issue of bloodline conflict, he might have already become a notable figure in the ninja world. In fact, since his awakening, some things had already changed to a certain extent. But that is a story for another time. Continuing from where we left off, when Ming Kanki stood up and snatched the 3 fish in front of him, he intentionally or unintentionally caught sight of the gray snake in the pile of dry leaves by the big tree. His actions seemed merely to be grabbing fish to eat, and he just happened to glance at it as he stood up. After taking the fish, he sat down and began to eat vigorously. But after that one glance, the gray snake disappeared into the pile of dry leaves. On a lush tree over 100 meters away from Ming Kanki and his companions, 3 grass ninjas were crouching there. A gray snake crawled up the arm of the person in the center, hissing as it flicked its tongue. "Oh, interesting. However, I have something to attend to right now." The person in the center stroked the gray snake's head, licked his lips, and commanded the 2 grass ninjas beside him, "Follow the direction of the smoke and go test them out." Yes. The 2 had no objections and immediately ran toward Ming Kanki's direction. At the same time, among the 87 teams of candidates participating in the competition, over a dozen teams had spotted the smoke. Among those closest to the smoke, 2 teams had decisively headed toward it. In such a densely populated Chunin exam, someone was actually cooking. This was clearly a rookie move. Both teams thought it would be an easy catch, a gift from the heavens. They never considered that it might be a trap. Other teams that saw it were also not coming over. They were just moving more cautiously, observing for now, or preparing to pick up the scraps. Further away, in an area relatively opposite to Ming Kanki's team, a massacre was taking place. "Tell me, why does that person want to kill you?" Layers of fine sand gripped the 3 cloud ninjas like a giant hand. The one controlling the fine sand was Gaara, with bloodshot eyes and dark circles under them. The intense killing intent was unmistakably pressed upon the 3 cloud ninjas. We don't know. We really don't know. We'll give you the scroll. Please let us go." In every village, there are those who fear for their lives. Clearly, Gaara's group had encountered the cowardly cloud ninjas this time. Sand coffin. Before the third Cloud Ninja could finish speaking, Gaara activated his jutsu directly. The earthy yellow fine sand completely enveloped the three of them, then compressed and tightened. Suddenly, the earthy yellow sand was stained blood-red. The screams of the three Cloud Ninjas abruptly ceased. A bloodstained scroll was delivered to Gaara's hand by the fine sand. Mom, don't worry. We'll find him soon. Killing him will surely make you happy, right? Hee. Gaara's expression grew increasingly bloodthirsty. He glanced back at the two behind him, then silently ran forward. The two, Kankuro and Temari, felt a shiver down their spines, not daring to say a word as they hurried to follow. Haha, I'm so full. Luho was still unaware that the most brutal elimination round of the Chunin exam had already begun. He had just snatched the last fish and swallowed it whole. Brother, you're still laughing. Half of all those fish are in your belly. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to fight later? Xianglin's angry expression was not like a lecture. It was more like a spoiled child. Luho laughed carelessly. Haha, don't worry, Xianglin. This is only about 80 full. Of course, Ming Kanki also realized that this was another effect of soul evolution, likely a sign that the Scion's stomach was starting to manifest. After resting for about another minute, Ming Kanki stood up and began to stretch. At this time, Sai had already extinguished the fire and ensured no smoke was rising. Xianglin also used the terrain to set up several traps around. Having finished eating and extinguished the fire, only then did they remember to set up traps. Xianglin, you're just a rookie. Ha! As he moved next to Xianglin, Ming Kanki laughed heartily. Humph. Xianglin snorted and directly threw a kunai. The kunai stuck less than a palm's length in front of Ming Kanki's toes. There, a gray snake was writhing in pain, having been pierced through the head, and it was unlikely to survive. Ming Kanki gave a thumbs up. Since entering the Death Forest, Xianglin's progress was evident to all. Oh dear, you've actually killed my beloved gray snake. What do you think I should do with you? A hoarse voice came from nowhere. The seemingly casual question carried a chilling intent. For an ordinary genin, just hearing those words might cause them to lose their composure. However, the three members of Ming Kanki's team were not ordinary genin. Who? Xianglin flashed to Ming Kanki's right side, brandishing a kunai and shouting toward the trees on that side. As one of the students of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, and having initially awakened her ability to sense chakra, this trick wouldn't scare Xianglin at all. If she had ever discussed her sensing ability with Tsunade, she would have learned the Kagura's hard eye by now. However, there were no ifs, and Xianglin would need more time to discover the Kagura's heart eye on her own. Therefore, her current perception of the enemy's location might not be accurate. The enemy should be over here. Please be careful. Zai appeared on Ming Kanki's left side, drawing his long knife and cautiously watching the trees on that side. As a former elite of the route, Zai was at least an elite Chunin in strength. He had undertaken many dangerous missions and naturally wouldn't be intimidated by few words. However, the enemy's strength was clearly above Zai's. With experience, Zai could only remain cautiously on the defensive. But I hear them in front of me. As for Ming Kanki, he was certain that the enemy was right in front of him, up in a large tree. In fact, his gaze was already fixed on that tree. Suddenly, applause rang out. This time, the enemy didn't use any tricks. The sound came directly from the large tree Ming Kanki was watching. With the applause, a clump of brown mud fell from the tree and landed in a heap. A sticky figure emerged from the mud and transformed into a person wearing a straw hat. Before the person even looked up, he clapped his hands and said in a hoarse voice, Hee, your sensing ability is quite remarkable. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. As he spoke, he lifted his head and a pair of cold, snake-like vertical pupils looked over. Ming Kanki suddenly felt a chill rising from the depths of his heart, as if he were about to freeze instantly. Xianglin hugged Ming Kanki tightly, completely devoid of fighting spirit, shivering uncontrollably. After all, she was just a lower ninja who hadn't left the ivory tower yet. Even though her master was Tsunade, she had never truly felt the aura of death. Zai looked seemingly unaffected, but he sensed the shadow of death looming over them from the killing intent. With his experience, he could feel how troublesome the enemy was. Therefore, he stood in front of Ming Kanki and decisively said, Run. I'll hold him off. The enemy hadn't even made a move yet, but just a glance was already so terrifying. However, at that moment, Ming Kanki chuckled and spoke. Chapter 45, Orochimaru's Purpose. Such a familiar voice. You must be Orochimaru. Ming Kanki smiled and tilted his head, pretending to think for a moment. When he looked at Orochimaru again, his Sharingan had already been activated. Seeing the three black tomo in Ming Kanki's crimson eyes, Orochimaru's gaze narrowed. Ever since he was taught a lesson by Uchiha Itachi and had his arm severed, The Uchiha bloodline had become his obsession. Now, right in front of him stood a perfect vessel for the impure world reincarnation, possessing a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan and the wood release of Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru was thrilled. It was truly a miracle. He extended his long tongue to lick his lips, greedily staring at Ming Kanki, who was supposed to be dead but was actually alive and had grown up. I am very interested in you. Come with me. In this world, only I can resolve your bloodline conflict. As a most despised trafficker in the Naruto world, Orochimaru's persuasion skills were truly impressive. Even under his greedy gaze, Ming Kanki still believed his words. It was almost like an illusion technique. Who said Orochimaru couldn't talk his way out of things? This level of persuasion was rare in the ninja world. Fortunately, Orochimaru's persuasive abilities were far from those of future Naruto. Thankfully, Ming Kanki was a traveler, holding a tenfold vigilance against Orochimaru. After listening to Orochimaru, Ming Kanki nodded and smiled, saying, You are quite right. By the way, I should probably thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Ming Kanki's smile was very sincere. The initial purpose of separating the main and secondary personalities was that, in the world he came from before his journey, the main personality was responsible for social interactions, while the secondary personality handled tasks. However, in this ninja world, where deception is rampant among ninjas, enthusiasm has become synonymous with trickery. Thus, deceiving others became the main personality's greatest strength. Even Sai and Ino were fooled by Ming Kanki's sincere smile. Sai subtly distanced himself from Ming Kanki, while Ino shrank beside him, whispering, "Brother." She seemed to be like a young bird targeted by a predator, trembling beside Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki gently pressed his hand on Xiang Lin's head. His warm hand, resting on her head, was reminiscent of the time they escaped. At that time, Ming Kanki was 12 years old and Xiang Lin was 3. Back then, Ming Kanki would hold Xiang Lin in his arms, with one hand soothing her by resting on her head. However, back then, Ming Kanki's expression was cold, while now he wore a sincere smile that had not changed. Without words, Xiang Lin gradually stopped trembling. Feeling that Xiang Lin was no longer shaking, Ming Kanki stepped forward 2 paces and said, "You gave this body life. Although your intentions are not good, I still want to thank you for this." His sincerity was evident, and, of course, it would have been even more sincere if he hadn't activated the second stage of the Thunder Armor. Lightning formed a swirling current around Ming Kanki, ultimately creating a dense electric net. The intense energy was bound to his surface, yet felt incredibly gentle, not even making a crackling sound. However, the electric net was also generating high temperatures. The fire pit at Ming Kanki's feet seemed on the verge of reigniting. As he demonstrated this move, the display of his chakra control was enough to make Orochimaru silently admire him. Most medical ninjas probably didn't have such chakra control. Though internally impressed, Orochimaru maintained a composed exterior and asked with apparent confidence, "Oh, do you want to fight your creator?" "Not to that extent," Ming Kanki replied, suddenly pointing to the right. "Hey, look what I found. Another pair of Sharingan nearby." Orochimaru was somewhat surprised. He knew that Uchiha Sasuke and his companions were not far from Ming Kanki, and that was one of the reasons he had come this way. But how did Ming Kanki discover them? There hadn't been any fierce battle over there. Even if there was fighting, it would be possible to accurately determine it was Uchiha Sasuke. Is there a connection between Sharingan? That was simply impossible. Not to mention that his research had never uncovered such a thing. If there really was a connection, Uchiha Itachi wouldn't have been able to wipe out his clan so easily. Scientists are always intrigued by mysterious phenomena. Orochimaru, as a scientist in the world of Naruto, couldn't hide his surprise and confusion at this situation. Ming Kanki's smile grew even wider. However, he was not ready to reveal the reason. At least, not right now. Summoning technique. Hundreds of meters away, another Orochimaru summoned a giant snake nearly 2 meters tall. As soon as the giant snake appeared, it immediately swallowed Naruto Uzumaki whole. Not only that, but the snake then charged off into the distance. It barreled through, gaining speed with each moment. The height of its head was nearly 2 meters, and its length exceeded 100 meters. A distance of several hundred meters was nothing to it. It covered it in just a second or two. Its massive body knocked down trees as it went. The crashing and scraping sound were like thunder. At this moment, Ming Kanki's smile had yet to fade. He was watching with satisfaction as Orochimaru's expression grew, increasingly puzzled. When he heard the noise, Ming Kanki immediately turned around, and at that moment, the giant snake had already burst forth. Thunder Fist. With a flash of lightning, Ming Kanki charged forward 3 to 5 meters, his speed nearly approaching the speed of sound. Hard hit. Faced with a nearly 2-meter-tall, rapidly accelerating giant snake, Ming Kanki chose to accelerate and charge straight in for a hard hit. With a loud bang, the giant snake came to a stop. On its forehead, a bloody fist-sized hole was oozing a mixture of red and white blood. As for Ming Kanki, he was knocked back into a tree on the opposite bank of the creek, then rebounded back to the creek's edge. It looked like a mess, but in reality, he had not sustained any injuries. Confidence is built through repeated victories. Having taken down a nearly 2-meter-tall giant snake that even an ordinary Jainin would struggle to deal with, Ming Kanki felt exhilarated. He had always claimed to have Jainin-level strength, but had been uncertain in his heart. At this moment, he was truly convinced that he had Jainin-level strength, with attack power surpassing that of an ordinary Jainin. Standing up, Ming Kanki leaped back to his original position and provocatively said, "Is this all you've got, Orochimaru? Have you aged?" The provocation had no effect. Orochimaru smiled instead of getting angry. His long tongue extended, transforming into a sword. Gripping the hilt, he said, "You are becoming more and more intriguing." "Ugh, that's disgusting." Seeing Orochimaru grip the wet sword, Kabuto couldn't help but comment. Seiya and Ming Kanki also frowned. The three of them were completely drawn in by Orochimaru's actions. Orochimaru secretly thought to himself, "This is the moment." He suddenly lunged out from Ming Kanki's left side. His long neck extended, aiming to bite down on Ming Kanki's neck. A sneak attack. Orochimaru's goal was originally Ming Kanki's body. He intended to first intimidate, then bind with Jinjutsu, and finally apply a cursed seal, just like he did with Sasuke. However, since Ming Kanki's strength was not weak, Orochimaru simply scrapped the plan and chose to launch a direct sneak attack instead. This sneak attack was perfect as an S-rank rogue ninja and a true shadow-level powerhouse. Orochimaru's speed was not slow at all. "Watch out!" As I shouted a warning, Orochimaru's sharp fangs were about to pierce Ming Kanki's neck. A scream followed. Chapter 46. This is my home turf. Ming Kanki realized it was too late when Orochimaru launched a sneak attack. He couldn't make any moves to attack or evade, and could only let Orochimaru bite his neck. However, it was not Ming Kanki who cried out in pain, but instead, it was Orochimaru. Although Ming Kanki did not have time to take action, he activated the thunder armor again and decisively focused it on his neck. The effect was outstanding. Orochimaru bit down, his mouth filled with electric light. It hurt. The pain made him unable to suppress a scream. In reality, a lightning strike is essentially a strong electric current, which also includes high temperatures from heated expanding air and shock waves. Among these, the damage caused by electric current to the human body is the most direct and severe. A strong electric current passing through the body can cause high temperatures, nerve paralysis, temporary shock, or even direct death. The direct cause of death is when the current passes through the heart or brainstem, leading to cardiac arrest or paralysis of the nerve center, or shock. Severe burns causing subsequent shock, and failure of internal organs resulting in death. The entire process is extremely painful. In the world of Naruto, the essence of lightning is a transformation of chakra properties, also involving strong electric currents and high temperatures, but without shock waves. It can be offset or weakened by chakra. Orochimaru, being a shadow-level powerhouse, possesses powerful chakra. Therefore, he was not directly killed at that moment filled with electric light. Even so, Orochimaru staggered back a few steps while screaming in pain, and then there was an explosion. With a bang, mud splattered everywhere. What exploded was just Orochimaru's earth clone. The real Orochimaru was still standing in place. Where's the sticky sword in his hand? It was clearly a gray snake. Illusion? As soon as this thought arose in Ming Kanki's mind, he directly denied it. High-level illusion techniques have too obvious chakra flow to escape the visual energy of the Sharingan, and low-level illusions certainly cannot hide from the insight of the Sharingan. Therefore, Orochimaru could not be using an illusion. If it wasn't an illusion, Ming Kanki understood even less. As expected of a shadow-level powerhouse, just a small trick left me puzzled. "Orochimaru, how did you turn the sword into a snake?" Not understanding, he decided to ask. Orochimaru wanted to entice him rather than kill him. Naturally, Ming Kanki seized this favorable situation and boldly asked. With thunder armor built in front, he was not worried about Orochimaru suddenly charging at him to take another bite. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, preparing to answer. Bang! The giant snake's body suddenly expanded and exploded. Victory! I am a future Hokage. How could I possibly die here? A bunch of Narutos jumped out from inside the snake, shouting all at once. The more shadow clones there are, the lower the control. Like Naruto, when he splits off dozens or even hundreds of shadow clones, They completely lose control from the main body, and each inherit the most distinct personality of the main body, all thinking they are the original. In fact, this is the reason why Naruto in the future deceived Kaguya with shadow clones. In the original story, the snake that Orochimaru initially summoned to deal with Naruto and Sasuke was not very large. Only before sealing Naruto did he summon a snake about 2 meters tall. Thus, in the original story, Naruto only used a few dozen shadow clones to burst the snake, while now he used hundreds of shadow clones. These shadow clones shouted a few words before dissipating into white smoke. Even as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto could not casually use hundreds of shadow clones at this time, let alone sustain them. Hey, Brother Ming and Kaguya, how'd you guys end up here? As the shadow clones dissipated, Naruto naturally noticed the 4 people in confrontation. Come over here, Naruto, and don't call me Brother Ming. He called Naruto to their team and once again reminded him seriously about the name issue. However, before Sasuke could finish speaking, Naruto saw Orochimaru ahead and suddenly pointed at him, exclaiming in surprise, "Hey, isn't that the guy who ambushed us? How'd he get here? Shut up, leave this to me, and just watch from the back." Without waiting for Naruto to call him Brother Ming again, Ming Kanki directly silenced him. The Sharingan is not white smoke. Ming Kanki could not see the situation of Sasuke and the others hundreds of meters away. Therefore, he decided not to continue talking to Orochimaru here. After silencing Naruto, Ming Kanki looked at Orochimaru and smiled again, confidently saying, "Also, let me give you a piece of advice, Lord Orochimaru. The forest is my home turf." This aura, Orochimaru keenly sensed that Ming Kanki's momentum had completely changed. However, he did not understand the reason and was even less clear about what Ming Kanki intended to do. Ming Kanki clapped his palms together and formed the seal. That seal could it be? Upon seeing Ming Kanki's hand seal, Orochimaru had a guess in his heart. However, it was too late. Would release. Birth of the tree world. Ming Kanki unleashed his technique. Suddenly, the forest came to life. The towering trees began to stretch their branches like animals. Roots and branches sprouted from the trees, winding and curling towards Orochimaru. The branches and roots of dozens of trees intertwined, forming a sea of trees in an instant. Damn it, do you really want to fight me to the death? If this continues, your bloodline conflict will erupt again, Orochimaru shouted while dodging. The gray snake in his right hand spat out a glowing sword, biting the hilt and continuously slashing at the small branches targeting Orochimaru. The water surface benefits water-style ninjas. In places of intense heat, fire-style techniques are enhanced amidst strong winds. Wind-style techniques gain power. Obtaining earth from the ground allows for easy earth-style techniques. And in the woods, the chakra required for wood-style techniques is minimal. This is my home field. Ming Kanki spoke a lot without really answering the question, and his momentum only grew stronger. The forest still surrounded Orochimaru, and the attack showed no signs of weakening. It was the first time Orochimaru learned that the forest could actually reduce the chakra needed for wood release. The sea of trees, composed of branches and roots, continued to entangle him, gradually forming a cage that enveloped Orochimaru. His space for movement began to shrink rapidly. It seemed he was about to be captured or killed by this revamped version of the tree world birth from Ming Kanki. Orochimaru no longer had time to think too much. He didn't even have time to care about the snake clone dealing with Sasuke hundreds of meters away. Therefore, he was unaware that the range of Ming Kanki's tree world birth was quite large. Thanks to the dense trees surrounding Konoha, with large roots intertwined and interconnected, Ming Kanki's wood release could affect a far-reaching area. At the same time, it was only after truly using wood release that Ming Kanki confirmed his long-held feeling that this was indeed his home turf. Because among these large trees, some were truly grown using wood release by the first Hokage. After entering the forest, Ming Kanki's unique perception was due to his connection with the giant trees grown by the first generation of seeds. Because of this, while attacking the giant snake Orochimaru in front of him, Ming Kanki also controlled the trees hundreds of meters away to execute 3 long-range kills. Chapter 47. Dealing with Orochimaru? The long-range attack had no suspense. The enemy was just a lower ninja without any perception ability, so he naturally couldn't dodge. Even Orochimaru's clone, due to the main body being preoccupied, was not as agile as initially, and by the time he realized something was wrong, he had already been hit. Meanwhile, Orochimaru found his survival space squeezed, surrounded, and unable to use the substitution technique. In such a crisis, he surprisingly did not get angry or utter threats, but instead praised Ming Kanki again. To have fallen into such a dangerous situation is truly a perfect work. The Great Serpent Formation. Countless large and small snakes were summoned or spat out. Soon, the snake swarm became incredibly dense. With a loud bang, the wooden cage was exploded. Immediately after, the snake swarm began to spread, covering the branches and roots. The dense sea of snakes, with their colorful patterns, was enough to make anyone feel uneasy at just a glance. Ming Kanki felt a chill at the sight, but as someone facing Orochimaru, he didn't want to lose in terms of momentum. This was his home ground. He couldn't lose to Orochimaru here. He couldn't afford to lose in terms of presence or capacity. With the boost from being on his home turf, Ming Kanki's current strength was already on par with Orochimaru. With this mindset, Ming Kanki instinctively shouted, "Wow. I have to say, your thoughts are quite close to mine. No, Mark, instantaneous ninjutsu is the future. That's a good thought. However, spitting out a bunch of slippery snakes from your mouth, that's just disgusting. Bro, what are you saying?" Xianglin had already completely hidden behind Ming Kanki. Hearing this, she immediately slapped Ming Kanki. Although she was only 12 and a low-ranking ninja, she was still a little girl, and it was normal to be afraid of snakes. Hurry up and deal with him. Wood release, insertion technique. Don't be fooled by just a casual slap. Under Tsunade's guidance, Xianglin had already habitually used some techniques in that slap. Fortunately, she didn't use chakra. Otherwise, Ming Kanki wouldn't just be in pain, but would have been interrupted during his technique. As Ming Kanki activated the insertion technique, wooden spikes began to sprout from all places where snakes existed: branches, roots, and trunks. Each snake was pierced by at least one wooden spike. According to the effects of the insertion technique, once the spikes entered the enemy's body, they would continue to branch and grow, piercing through the enemy's body from the inside, which was extremely cruel. However, controlling so many roots, branches, and trunks to produce wooden spikes had already consumed a lot of chakra. He didn't have much chakra left to continue urging the wooden spikes to split. Although being on home turf reduced the chakra consumption for wood release, the amount of chakra consumed was still astronomical. Generally, even high-ranking ninjas or elite ninjas wouldn't have such a vast amount of chakra. Only Ming Kanki, with the first Hokage cells and some unknown sources Uchiha cells, had a chakra volume large enough to last until now. There will be an opportunity soon. Having researched the first Hokage cells, Orochimaru had naturally studied wood release as well. When he saw such an insertion technique, he had already deduced that Ming Kanki's chakra was insufficient. Snakes are very patient when hunting. A python can even remain motionless, staring at its prey for months. It wasn't just premeditated, it was also a sudden realization. In any case, after deducing Ming Kanki's chakra insufficiency, Orochimaru immediately extracted chakra again to prepare for the next wave of snake attacks. In fact, not only was Ming Kanki's chakra insufficient, but transforming the 10,000 snakes formation into a large-scale technique to counter wood release had also exhausted Orochimaru's chakra. He needed a few seconds to extract chakra again to cast ninjutsu. "Wow, little Ming, you're so strong." On the other side, Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed excitedly. The large-scale technique that cleared the battlefield in an instant was just too exhilarating. Even just watching made Naruto yearn for it, and he couldn't help but shout excitedly. A branch rose up behind Naruto, and with a snap, it gave him a stumble. A chilling voice suddenly reached Naruto's ears. "I told you not to call me Xiao Ming. Do you want to hang you up, Naruto?" I won't dare anymore." Zio Buming, Brother Ming Kanki? Brother Ming Kanki. Imagining being hung up by a branch on a big tree. Unable to go up or down, Naruto shivered and immediately begged for mercy. That's more like it. Good children should listen. On Sasuke and Sakura's side, they were shocked to see Orochimaru turned into a sieve by the suddenly emerging wooden spikes. The two had been defending back-to-back for a long time. It wasn't until they heard the sound of the snake formation colliding with the wood release from afar that they snapped back to reality and quietly approached. Timing is everything. Sasuke happened to see Ming Kanki's blood-red Sharingan with 3 Tomo looking at Naruto as he spoke his last words. Sasuke's eyes instantly turned red. He charged out as if facing a mortal enemy, rushing towards Ming Kanki. However, halfway there, he was entangled by a branch and hung in midair, unable to move. Sasuke said nothing, only glaring at Ming Kanki with his double Tomo Sharingan. As Ming Kanki hung Sasuke up, his breath faltered for half a second before he quickly regained his composure. When he turned back to Orochimaru, the latter's hoarse voice immediately rang out. You still have the mind to talk to the Nine-Tails brat. Wasting chakra to restrict Sasuke's movements? My technique is not so easily broken. I really didn't expect your true body to be over here and not with Sasuke." I'm truly flattered. But do you know what else the third Hokage taught me? Orochimaru felt confident in his victory and spoke to Minkanki with a smile. Minkanki also felt that the plan had reached the final stage, smiling as he spoke to Orochimaru. Hee, I've got you. I will find out sooner or later. As he said this, Orochimaru was about to form hand seals with both hands. Just when Orochimaru was about to bring his hands together, he suddenly realized that he could not move. This is... Minkanki answered his own question, also answering Orochimaru's question. Minkanki sneered, it's these eyes. I only chose one illusion. In a realm of illusion, Orochimaru saw dozens of golden, triangular-shaped wedges pinning his body and hands down. This is the binding technique. Orochimaru finally recalled the fear of being dominated by the Sharingan. He would never forget the moment he was humiliated by Uchiha Itachi. And now, it seemed everything was about to repeat itself. Correct. This period has really worn me out. Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, all packed every day. And now I can finally test the results. D. Ohahimahu. Wood release, tree, binding, eternal burial. Countless branches and roots entwined Orochimaru, binding him tightly, then intertwining with each other. Soon, a large tree began to take shape. No, I haven't learned all the ninjutsu yet. I can't die. No, Orochimaru screamed frantically. But that tree grew matured, and quickly became lush and leafy. Orochimaru was soon completely sealed within the tree trunk, unable to make any sound. It seemed that Orochimaru was doomed. Chapter 48. The third exam, this is would release, truly worthy of being called the future power of Konoha by the Hokage. From now on, I will do my best to protect you, Lord Minkanki. Sai's eyes sparkled, clearly becoming a devoted fan of Minkanki. Haha, that's great. Finally took down that disgusting guy. Brother Xiao Ming is amazing. Naruto shouted excitedly. Haha, of course. Don't forget who your brother is. And Naruto, don't call me Brother Xiao Ming. Ino also shouted excitedly. And, at the same time, she vented her anger for Minkanki, knocking Naruto down with a punch. The force was no less than the explosive power of Sakura. A large bump quickly appeared on Naruto's head. He immediately covered his head, trembling and continuously apologizing. It was as if the two had rehearsed this. It seemed that during the 5 years Minkanki had been asleep, Naruto had not been spared from such treatment. Hee. Minkanki also smiled, feeling relieved as he laughed. To persuade, to formulate strategies, to perform, despite being skilled in dealing with people, even his persona of being courteous and accommodating was nearly pushed to its limits. This is the true battle of a ninja in this era. As for the kind of hard steel and Shippuden that goes from almost above board to completely above board, that is not ninja-like at all. However, to be fair, Minkanki still prefers the straightforward battles in the original Shippuden. After all, the way real ninjas fight is just too exhausting. So from now on, let the secondary persona handle the battles. I absolutely do not want to do this anymore. Minkanki smiled and secretly made this decision in his heart. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged from the ground. After using would release for so long, how much chakra do you have left? A perfect body, you are mine. Just at the moment, everyone relaxed. Orochimaru suddenly appeared silently beside Minkanki and bit down. Though his mouth did not move, the sound still reached Minkanki's ears. Minkanki was taken aback and immediately activated his thunder armor. However, only a few sparks emerged. His chakra was insufficient to form the thunder armor. Donji, get away. You disgusting guy. Xianglin, who was closest to Minkanki, was the first to see Orochimaru. She jumped up decisively and punched Orochimaru's head off. The immense power in her fist not only sent Orochimaru's head flying, but also pulled his head away from his body. It was Tsunade's monstrous strength. At that moment, Orochimaru recalled the information about Xianglin from Yakushi Kabuto's intel. The little girl who had been hiding behind Minkanki all along was actually Tsunade's disciple. Ignoring this piece of intel directly led to the complete failure of Orochimaru's plan in the Death Forest. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. This time died Orochimaru. After a bit of time, Minkanki finally extracted enough chakra to perform a jutsu. A mass of tree roots surged from the ground, directly binding Orochimaru's arms and then wrapping around his entire body. In just a few breaths, Orochimaru completely vanished. The large tree became even thicker and more lush. However, underground, unnoticed by Minkanki and the others, a small white snake quickly burrowed through the soil and slithered away. Orochimaru indeed fell into the hands of Minkanki and Xianglin, but he was not killed by Minkanki. The ninja with the best survival skills in the ninja world always manages to survive. Wow, good job, Xianglin. Ming Kanki's smile was broad. He was very pleased with Xianglin's assistance and rescue. Of course, I can now be a ninja who can stand on my own. Xianglin raised her little head high. Receiving Ming Kanki's praise, which was full of smiles, made her look as beautiful as a peacock spreading its tail. Ming Kanki nodded seriously and suddenly raised and spread his arms. Clap! 2 scrolls fell from the sky, just in time for Ming Kanki to catch them in his hands. After catching the scrolls, Ming Kanki shook them, nearly falling over. Clearly, forcibly extracting chakra just now wasn't without side effects. Seeing this, Xianglin also stopped laughing. Brother, are you okay? Let me check you. Supporting Ming Kanki, Xianglin immediately used Tsunade's secret medical technique, with green light emerging from her palm as she pressed it against Ming Kanki. This was the first medical ninjutsu she had learned. In fact, this ninjutsu was a modified version of the palm healing technique specifically created by Tsunade for Ming Kanki. The purpose of letting Xianglin learn it was so she could check Ming Kanki at any time. The third Hokage may have had utilitarian motives towards Ming Kanki, but the support and assurance he received were unparalleled. Hey, will the Book of Heaven and Earth fall from the sky? Whatever falls from the sky must be the Book of Heaven, right? What a pity. Ours is the Book of Heaven. With the Vortex bloodline and the Jinchuriki body, Naruto's recovery ability was extremely strong. In a short time, the bump on his head had disappeared. Look, he was active again. Idiot Naruto, don't expose our information. Also, the Book of Heaven and Earth won't fall from the sky. Naruto's simple-minded words were quite ridiculous. However, due to Xianglin's presence, Sakura didn't act like in the original story where she would frequently punch Naruto. She just stood next to Sasuke and scolded Naruto a couple of times. Ming Kanki snapped his fingers and said, Sakura is right. These 2 scrolls are from 2 teams that wanted to sneak attack us, and I eliminated them with would release before throwing them over. One day, one land, and it just so happens that we are the Book of Earth. So I'm giving them to you. Ming Kanki's snap was not just for show. He extracted a bit of chakra to let Sasuke down. Bang! The Book of Earth was not caught by Sakura, but was instead knocked back by Sasuke. Where did your Sharingan come from? Uchiha Sasuke jumped directly in front of Ming Kanki, glaring down with his double Tomo Sharingan, questioning him. He gritted his teeth, his face showing obvious hostility. In fact, he already had a kunai in his hand. Xianglin immediately stood up and shouted angrily, Bastard! Uchiha Sasuke, if it weren't to help you guys, my brother wouldn't use would release today. By the end of her shout, tears of grievance were about to come out of Xianglin's eyes. Clearly, Sasuke's chakra is very similar to his brother's. So why is there such a big difference in their character? Ming Kanki smiled wryly in his heart. He acted so realistically that no one, except for himself, realized that those words were said merely to attract Orochimaru's attention. Misunderstood, he sighed inwardly, stood up, and rubbed Xianglin's head, moving her to face him. Hey, Xianglin, I'm fine. Look, I'm really okay. No pain, no coughing up blood, I'm really alright. In this forest, the wood release within a range of 20 to 30 meters hasn't affected me. As he spoke, Ming Kanki moved around a bit, turned a few times, and smiled easily. Xianglin's palm glowed green as she carefully checked Ming Kanki's body, confirming that he indeed hadn't triggered a bloodline conflict again. This was different from Tsunade's predictions. Looking at Ming Kanki, Xianglin's eyes were filled with both surprise and relief. She didn't understand what exactly had happened to Ming Kanki to cause such a change, but she knew it was a good thing. After a short rest, Ming Kanki's team, having gathered all the scrolls, immediately headed at high speed to the central tower to prepare for the 3rd exam. As for Team 7, since they didn't want help, Ming Kanki couldn't be bothered with them. He certainly didn't want to be stuck with the 2 pillars. Chapter 49. The 3rd exam, 2 Ming Kanki and the other 2 only took 1 day, specifically 1 day time, to reach the central tower. After completing the communication and promotion between heaven, earth, and humanity, Ming Kanki arranged for Xianglin and Zhuijing to rest while he went to the top of the tower to find the exam supervisor. As a true powerhouse whose mere nap could trigger the disbandment of the route, Ming Kanki consciously used his authority. That day, no one knew what Ming Kanki reported except for the 3rd Hokage. Those in the know only understood that after Ming Kanki entered the top of the high tower, an examiner immediately went to invite the 3rd Hokage over. The 3rd Hokage then quickly cleared the area. 4 days later, the 2nd round of the Chunin exam concluded. Only 20 teams made it to the central tower after the assessment. Among them, 4 teams were heavily injured and evidently could not participate in the 3rd round of assessment. At the same time, the name of Sand Ninja Blood Shura spread from the surviving candidates' mouths. It was said that Gaara had slaughtered a total of 10 small teams, nearly 40 genin, making a significant contribution to the second round of the exam. The day after the second round concluded, in the training ground of the Central Tower, the third Hokage explained the reasons for the exam. Konoha's Chunin, Moonlight Gale, announced the exam rules and took on the role of referee. Before the match began, during the inquiry about whether anyone would forfeit, another 4 genin chose to forfeit. Therefore, the final number of participants in the third round of the Chunin exam was 44. Among them were Konoha's 12 young ninjas, Ming Kanki's team, and Yakushi Kabuto's team from the Chika team, totaling 17 people, Gaara's team from the Sand Ninja, totaling 3 people, Samwi's team and Darui's team from the Cloud Ninja, totaling 6 people, Kuratsuchi's team and Akatsuchi's team from the Rock Ninja, totaling 6 people, Chojuro's team from the Mist Ninja, totaling 3 people, Tosu's team from the Sound Ninja, totaling 3 people, 1 member from the Grass Ninja's Lucky Team forfeited, totaling 2 people, the Rain Ninja's Lucky Team, totaling 3 people, and 2 members from the Star Ninja's Lucky Team forfeited, leaving 1 person. The matches were in a pair battle format, with the winners advancing and the losers being eliminated. With the announcement concluded and participants confirmed, everyone began to form small teams and disperse towards the corridors to clear the venue. Walking up the stairs, Ming Kanki immediately spotted the leading jonin of the Sound Ninja. That person's vertical pupils were exactly like Orochimaru's. Could that Sound Ninja leader be Orochimaru? Aside from the eyes, he looked nothing like him. However, it seemed that in the original story, it was indeed Orochimaru. The feeling of Ming Kanki was very right. That was Orochimaru. Orochimaru was defeated, and his body was bound and buried forever by Ming Kanki's tree. To ensure the continuation of another plan, he had to perform the Edo Tensei in advance. Defeated by his own experiment, Orochimaru was not without anger. However, whether as the most outstanding scientist in the Naruto world or a shadow-level powerhouse, Orochimaru knew that anger would not solve any problems. Suddenly, Orochimaru smiled at Ming Kanki. This action made Ming Kanki's heart tighten. At this moment and in this place, a Sound Ninja, Jounin, smiled at a Konoha genin. The implications were profound. Fortunately, the route had been disbanded. Otherwise, Ming Kanki was almost certain that Danzo would target him. Even so, Ming Kanki immediately looked at the third Hokage, Kakashi and Guy. He had not yet realized that he was concerned about their attitudes toward him. The third Hokage smiled and nodded. Guy gave a thumbs up. Kakashi slightly bowed his head. Seeing that there was no suspicion in the expressions of the three, Ming Kanki felt much more at ease and quickly pulled Kagaya to the middle of the Konoha Jounin team. The match began. The first match was Gaara against Toasty. The fateful battle of the two was advanced. However, Ming Kanki's thoughts were not on the battlefield. Remembering Orochimaru and Danzo, Ming Kanki also thought of the third Hokage from the original work. This Chunin exam was a turning point for the third Hokage. In the original work, the third Hokage died during this Chunin exam. But now, Ming Kanki was not sure if Orochimaru would still launch the Konoha collapse plan. At the same time, even if Orochimaru did initiate the Konoha collapse plan, Ming Kanki could not think of what method Orochimaru, who had undergone his Wood-style baptism, would use. Ming Kanki is no ordinary little butterfly. With the strong support of the third Hokage, he has become a slumbering dragon capable of stirring up a storm even in his sleep. Moreover, he has not only this, when awake, he even managed to make Orochimaru stumble once. Therefore, it is certain that the plan to collapse Konoha will not be the same as in the original work, or rather, it will not be completely the same. Considering this, Ming Kanki felt that what he had previously said to the third Hokage would likely be not only useless, but also misleading. He hurriedly made his way through the crowd towards the third Hokage. At this moment, the electronic screen in the arena had once again randomly displayed 2 names. Moonlight Gale shouted loudly, "Match 5, Konoha's Jin and Ming Kanki versus Cloud's Jin and Darui." It was actually Darui from the Cloud Village. That guy's strength is more than enough to be a Jonin. He actually came to participate in the Chunin exams and became a candidate. What is the Cloud Village thinking? A Jonin leading a team from the Rock Village immediately questioned the Cloud Village. Of course, it's because of you guys. Chit and Kurot have already reached Jonin strength. Don't think we don't know anything. The Jonin from the Cloud Village retorted just as fiercely. 8 years ago, after Ming Kanki unleashed the Wood Release, Advent of the Trees, almost wiping out 20,000 Cloud Ninjas, the Rock Village took the opportunity to invade the Cloud Village. The Cloud Village resisted fiercely, and the 4th Raikage suffered serious injuries just to thwart the Rock Village's attack. Bruce. The previous third Raikage died during the siege by the Rock Village in the Third Shinobi World War. The Cloud Village has developed an unresolvable hatred towards the Rock Village. For the past 8 years, the two countries have been in constant friction. Hearing the mutual accusations between the two Jonin from the Rock and Cloud villages, the lower ninjas from Konoha broke out in a cold sweat. Except for a few with extreme delusions or who were overly confident, they all silently prayed in their hearts not to encounter candidates with the strength of Jonin from the two villages. Lightning release, electromagnetic wave. Below, the battle had already begun. Ming Kanki ultimately did not have another conversation with the third Hokage. There was no need to rush. When he landed in the arena, he remembered this point, realizing that there was still a month of preparation time after the third match. Darui truly lived up to the praise from his enemies as a superior ninja. As soon as the Moonlight Gale announced the start of the battle, he immediately unleashed a combined ninjutsu of lightning and water. A wall of water, crashing like ocean waves, erupted from his mouth, forming a circular water barrier that enveloped Ming Kanki. The strength and durability of the water would change based on the chakra infused into it. Therefore, theoretically, there was no possibility of jumping out of the water barrier from above. Following that, he directed the current through the water barrier using the water flow he expelled from his mouth, simultaneously electrifying the water to shock his opponent. This was the lightning release shockwave. Most people were sweating for Ming Kanki. Due to the high level of protection and the fact that Ming Kanki had grown up, even the Cloud Ninja who had seen him once could no longer recognize him. Thus, very few knew that Ming Kanki's strength was also not inferior to that of an average Jonin. Only Orochimaru, the third Hokage, Kakashi, and Guy had no worries at all, eagerly watching Ming Kanki. Chapter 50, the end of the third match. Thunder Armor, second stage. Ming Kanki was not to be underestimated. The moment he was wrapped in the water barrier, he immediately activated his Thunder Armor. Streams of lightning formed a swirling current around him, ultimately creating a dense electric net. The intense energy was bound to his surface, yet felt incredibly gentle, not even making a chirping sound. However, the electric net was also generating high temperatures. Some of the water around Ming Kanki quickly began to evaporate. The lightning from the shockwave collided with the lightning of the Thunder Armor, sparking briefly before disappearing. That technique was very similar to the third generation's ninjutsu. With no success from the first strike, Dalo-E quickly cut off the ninjutsu. Taking advantage of the time before the water barrier disappeared, he swiftly retreated to create distance, while his hands did not forget to form seals. Boom! Ming Kanki burst out from the thinning water barrier. In his right hand, he held a dazzling ball of white light, from which came a cacophony of sounds like thousands of birds chirping wildly. That was Ming Kanki's genuine Chidori, learned from Kakashi. At this moment, Ming Kanki had already activated his Sharingan. With the powerful insight of the three Tomo, he immediately accelerated towards Darui after bursting out. Lightning release, black lightning. At this point, the gap in battle experience was already quite obvious. Ming Kanki was straightforward, but Darui immediately chose the extremely dangerous leap the moment he realized he couldn't retreat. By using the jump to buy a brief moment of time, he finally unleashed his next ninjutsu. The Black Panther technique was developed by the third Raikage. Releasing a leopard-shaped black lightning from his body, concentrating attacks on a single target and then spreading outwards, causing immense pain to the opponent and rendering them immobile. This was something Ming Kanki should have known. However, Ming Kanki hadn't paid that much attention when he watched the anime. He had only seen the destructive power of the lightning release, such as when it struck a body of water and instantly wiped out a large group of white Zetsu. Therefore, Ming Kanki straightforwardly raised his hand and forcefully used Chidori to slice through the Black Panther formed by the Black Panther technique. The dazzling white light collided with the Black Panther. In the next moment, the white light erupted and the Black Panther transformed into countless black lightning bolts that quickly dissipated. Did he just use lightning release to shatter Darui's black lightning release? Who is that guy? A copy ninja of Kakashi? The audience whispered among themselves, their tones filled with shock and astonishment. Guy also exclaimed in shock, "It's Raikiri." "Kakashi, you actually taught him Raikiri?" "Well, that's Chidori." Kakashi rolled his dead fish eyes. He didn't want to explain the difference between Chidori and Raikiri. It was all the same now. However, he did indeed cut through the lightning, and it was still black lightning. "Oh, I see. That technique is called Chidori because it sounds like 1,000 birds chirping. And since you once used it to cut through lightning, it's also called Raikiri." "Haha, this is youth. Have you misunderstood something? And what does this have to do with youth?" Kakashi rolled his eyes again, deciding not to talk to Guy for the time being. I didn't expect him to develop Chidori to that extent. What an impressive junior. His talent in lightning release is quite rare. Kakashi thought about how Ming Kanki had learned Chidori in just 3 days and omitted the hand signs. Back then, he had been as shocked as everyone else today. Kakashi didn't want to speak, but a nearby Cloud Ninja Jonin seemed to respond to Guy, saying, at this level, he could have easily gone to the final round. What a pity, this Genin will stop here. Black lightning release is not just lightning. Kakashi and Guy looked towards the center of the arena. At that moment, Ming Kanki crossed his arms and painfully asked, what have you done? You've lost. Darui drew the long sword from his back and walked towards Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki exclaimed dramatically, it really hurts. I originally wanted to avoid that kind of state. What a pity. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Kanki's expression instantly turned blank. Thunder armor. Activate thunder release cells. High-speed movement. He crouched down under Daluo Yi's arm, then stood up to grab his arm. Taking advantage of the ongoing high-speed movement, he delivered a knee strike, and then, using the force of the knee strike, twisted his body to throw Daluo Yi away. The secondary personality unleashed a series of attacks like antelope horns, extremely fast. Daluo Yi barely had time to make a slashing motion with his knife before he realized he was already pinned against the wall. Du Jainin, Jeihainin, and Genin present looked utterly bewildered. They didn't even see what had just happened. Even Hinata Niji and Hinata, with their Byakugans in sight, didn't have time to activate it before the fight was over. Only Kakashi, with the Sharingan, saw the entire sequence. Orochimaru and the third Hokage, relying on their experience and the few afterimages they observed, could also understand what had just occurred. However, their expressions were completely different. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, raising his assessment of Ming Kanki's strength a little more. He even began to consider whether he needed to bring Kimimaro next time he dealt with Ming Kanki. As for the third Hokage, he smiled so widely that his wrinkles crinkled together. With bonds and strength, Ming Kanki had finally brought Konoha out of its low point. He could even foresee that in 3 to 5 years, when the next generation grew up, Konoha would experience a burst of genius, even showcasing a powerful scene with dozens of elite shinobi. Stop! A Jainin from the Cloud Village jumped into the arena, crossing his arms to block Ming Kanki's Chidori. Lightning crackled around him, indicating he had also used Thunder Release to stimulate his cellular activity to arrive in time. The battle is over. Ming Kanki wins. At that moment, Moonlight Kazekage finally announced the result. Ming Kanki expressionlessly retracted his right hand, stopping Chidori, and directly jumped onto the corridor. After landing and turning around, his expression suddenly became lively, and he said, "Oh, I said I didn't want to use that state. Yunren, this is something you brought upon yourselves." Next, in the 8th match, you faced Yunren Samui and was thoroughly defeated. Naruto continued his luck as the prophecy child, easily winning against a grass shinobi in the 14th match using a technique mimicking Sasuke's Lion's Barrage with his own Vortex Naruto Barrage. Uchiha Sasuke, on the other hand, faced the Sound Ninja's spy, Chi-Gon, in the 10th match, just like in the original work. Without the burden of the cursed seal, Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, didn't give Chi-Gon a chance to use his chakra absorption ability, seizing the opportunity right at the start to launch his Lion's Barrage. The victory was swift and clean. Sakura's luck couldn't compare to Sasuke's as she faced Ino, resulting in a tie and both being eliminated. Rock Lee was fortunate not to encounter Gaara again and won decisively. Of course, Ming Kanki had no chance to witness the blooming of Konoha's lotus. Tintin faced a star ninja capable of manifesting chakra and was exhausted after a tough battle. Ultimately, Tintin and the star ninja became the second pair of genin to be eliminated in this exam. Hinata didn't face Niji, but encountered a rain ninja, almost being pierced like a sieve by a rain of kunai. It was still Naruto's fault. In short, 20 participants remained. From Konoha, Ming Kanki, Vortex Karui, Vortex Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Sai, Narashikamu, Rock Lee, Hyuga Niji, Oil Girl Shino. From Sand, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro. From Cloud, Samui, Karui, Omoi, Eagle. From Stone, Akatsuchi, Kurisuchi, Jonin. From Mist, Chijiro. Except for Eagle and Jonin, all were well-known characters from the original work. Chapter 51, The Gathering of the 5 Kage after the 3rd exam ended. For 1 month, all examinees were in Konoha. Fortunately, Konoha's Umbu had now ceased to be divided into 2 departments, Umbu and Root. Otherwise, the security measures might not have ensured that no accidents would occur in a month. In fact, there were quite a few incidents in the original work during that month, such as the death of Moonlight Gale. However, Now, having mobilized nearly all Umbu personnel, everyone involved in the Chunin exam was behaving themselves. Even Gaara didn't dare to kill indiscriminately. It was said that when he came out to kill, he encountered the former elite of Root, Oil Girl Torian, and almost got taken out by the parasitic insect. The situations for others were almost the same as in the original work. For example, Naruto was still being taught summoning techniques by Jiraiya, and Sasuke was still learning Chidori from Kakashi. As for Ming Kanki, Karui was deepening her studies under Tsunade, hardly ever home. Sai returned to the Umbu after the exam and was busy with missions. As for Ming Kanki himself, aside from learning taijutsu from Guy, he often studied with the third Hokage. He learned a lot of practical techniques from the third, and he could now perform the Rasengan instantly. However, even though he had mastered the wind nature transformation, he still hadn't completed the wind release Rasengan Shuriken. An unexpected incident occurred at night, causing Ming Kanki to appear somewhat listless during the day. Today, at the entrance of Konoha, a seemingly endless line of people had arrived. Judging by their banners, they were the daimyos of the 5 great nations: the Fire Nation, Water Nation, Lightning Nation, Earth Nation, and Wind Nation. Alongside them were the Mizukage, Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage from the Mist, Cloud, Rock, and Sand Shinobi. Today was the date of the final exam of the Chunin exam. The grand scene of the 5 great nations daimyos and the 5 Kage gathering in Konoha had finally reappeared since the first Hokage's time. Standing at the entrance of Konoha to welcome them, the third Hokage felt immensely proud. At the same time, he was very aware that this grand occasion was more due to Ming Kanki than his own doing. As for Naruto, in the center of the exam venue, nearly 100 meters away, 18 examinees stood there. Ming Kanki and Karui were among them. Hearing Karui's question, Ming Kanki groggily shook his head. That guy clearly knocked on the door to tell him to hurry. After Karui expressed her displeasure, she was quickly distracted by the dense crowd of onlookers around. Ming Kanki rolled his eyes and couldn't help but mutter, knocking on the door at midnight. Thinking back to last night's incident, Ming Kanki couldn't help but roll his eyes again. Who would have thought that the usually good sleeper, Vortex Karui, would sleepwalk 3 times starting from midnight? Sleepwalking is one thing, but Karui kept going out to knock on Naruto's door, yelling to get up quickly or they would be late. When she went out, she didn't close the door, and her voice was so loud that even Ming Kanki, who was like a fish in a pond, was disturbed and woke up twice. Sai gently smiled and said, "Don't worry, Karui. Vortex Naruto won't be late." Sai's mouth seemed to have been suddenly enlightened, blessed with great prophetic power. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto suddenly dashed into the exam venue, as if being chased by something. The audience was amazed by Naruto's entrance, and discussions erupted. Inside the venue, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared beside the referee, Nara Shikamaru, muttering a few words before quickly disappearing. The ordinary audience didn't even notice the Umbu's presence. Nara Shikamaru, holding a kunai, walked to the center of the arena, waved for the examinees to line up, and then loudly announced, "Now competitors, the Hokage, Reikage, Tsuchikage, Mizukage are watching you from above. The daimyos are also watching from the special audience seats. Show us your strongest abilities. There can only be one winner in the Chunin exam." Next, he explained the exam rules. There are no rules. However, if I believe the outcome is clear, I will stop the match. Any actions that defy my judgment will be stopped and immediately deemed a loss. Nara Shikamaru spoke seriously and loudly, but his gaze towards Ming Kanki and the others was friendly. After finishing, he pointed to the small platform extending from above and said, "Now, only Rock Lee and Gaara will remain for the first match. The rest will wait in the standby area." Upon hearing this, Ming Kanki's expression shifted, and he finally became more alert. The first match was actually the unfinished battle of fate. "Let's go, Karui." We charged right in. He opened his mouth, wanted to give Lee a few words of encouragement. However, looking at Lee's determined gaze, the words turned into an exclamation. "All right." Ming Kanki and Xiang Lin jumped directly from the arena, using the walls to propel themselves onto the viewing platform of the reserve seats. This immediately drew loud cheers from the audience, making them the center of attention. Soon, other competitors, unwilling to be outdone, showcased their skills, eliciting gasps of surprise from the crowd time and again. The first match closely resembled the original work, with Gaara facing Rock Lee. Little Lee garnered the audience's attention with his pure taijutsu against Gaara's offense and defense. When he dropped his weights to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, the cheers from the crowd increased dramatically. As the power of the 8 gates manifested, delivering rapid, nearly invisible blows to Gaara, the audience couldn't help but stand up and shout. However, the situation took a sudden turn. After a self-destructive bout of the Eight Gates, Little Lee lost his fighting capacity. Yet Gaara, despite his injuries, still retained consciousness. Although heavily wounded, Gaara controlled the sand to break Little Lee's right leg. In an instant, the audience fell silent. When Gaara was about to kill Little Lee, Guy couldn't help but rush into the arena. When Guy declared Little Lee's defeat, the unconscious Little Lee still stubbornly stood up, striking a fighting pose. This moved countless spectators to tears. In the first match, Gaara won. However, this time, Rock Lee gained even more recognition. A hardworking genius, a near-mythical figure who could surpass talent solely through taijutsu began to spread throughout the ninja world. Countless ordinary people who couldn't use ninjutsu began to yearn for Konoha, hoping to have the opportunity to learn taijutsu. In the second match, Naruto Uzumaki faced Neji Hyuga, just like in the original. Neji, whose father was alive, was stronger than in the original, but Naruto had not wasted his time training with Xiang Lin over the years. Naruto dug a tunnel underground and emerged to finish Neji with a single blow. In the third match, Temari faced Shikamaru Nara, true to the original work. This match was a faithful representation of the original. In the fourth match, Shino Aburame faced Kankuro. Although Shino cleverly used his bugs to clog Kankuro's puppet's joints, he still got poisoned. As in the original, during the pursuit, Shino executed his strategy well, and ultimately, Kankuro was the first to fall. Shino managed to win, albeit with difficulty. The fifth match was quite comedic and could easily be turned into a cold joke. In Chapter 52, Explosion Release Hunt, Lightning Release Eagle. In the fifth match, Sai faced IWA Shinobi Hunt. The explosion release showed its might, and Sai narrowly lost. The battle went something like this. Sai, Super Beast Imitation, Lion, Hunt, Explosion Release, Landmine Fist. The Ink Lion was instantly blown into countless black dots, disappearing into the smoke from the explosion. Sai, unwilling to give in, decided to use quantity over quality. Super Beast Imitation, Snake Swarm. Hunt still responded with Explosion Release, Landmine Fist. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, the snake swarm from 3 directions was completely wiped out. Sai fell silent. Super Beast Imitation, Chilin. This was the strongest ink beast Sai could summon. However, Hunt still countered with Explosion Release, Landmine Fist. The ink Chilin fell. Sai decided to change his battle strategy. Super Beast Imitation, Bird. He flew on the bird and painted from high up. Super Beast Imitation, Chilin. The ink Chilin descended from the sky. Yet again, Hunt used Explosion Release, Landmine Fist. With one move, he dominated the battlefield. In this way, Hunt successfully exhausted Sai's chakra with his all-encompassing Explosion Release, Landmine Fist, and emerged victorious. In the sixth match, Akatsuchi faced Samui, resulting in no winner. By now, night had fallen, and the lights were coming on. The Chunin exams had to be extended for another day. The daimyo, having witnessed high-quality battles, gladly accepted this. In the seventh match, Kuratsuchi faced Karui, resulting in no winner. In the eighth match, Sasuke Uchiha faced Omoi. The swordsman from the Cloud Village ultimately could not match Konoha Sharingan. With the incredible speed and attack power of Chidori, along with the insight and prediction abilities of Sharingan, Omoi was defeated after just a few rounds. This battle became Sasuke Uchiha's debut fight. The audience buzzed with discussions. Indeed, everyone from the Uchiha clan is a genius. In the ninth match, Xiang Lin faced the Cloud Shinobi Eagle. Eagle was a genius from the Cloud Village. In the third selection exam, he had easily defeated his opponent using just a substitution technique and a lightning release. His every move already exhibited the demeanor of AJ Nin. Be careful, that Eagle is very strong. Calling him AJ Nin is not an exaggeration. If you can't achieve a one-hit kill, you must continue to engage with him. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, immediately concede. Don't be stubborn. Do you understand? Recalling Eagle's performance in the third selection exam, Ming Kanki couldn't help but repeatedly remind Xiang Lin before letting her go. He even considered conceding on her behalf. But as soon as he thought of Xiang Lin's strong-willed nature, that thought was quickly extinguished. Got it, brother. I will be careful. What I learned from my master is not just about saving people. Just watch me. Xiang Lin waved her small fist and jumped down, landing steadily in the arena after a few steps on the high wall. Immediately after, a flash of blue and white lightning appeared, and with a loud crash, the Cloud Shinobi named Eagle violently landed in the arena. The spot where he landed formed an explosion pit, with dirt flying everywhere. Once the smoke cleared, the unscathed Eagle instantly drew cheers from the audience. Ming Kanki frowned. The blue and white lightning reminded him of the rogue cloud ninja who was chasing him and Xianglin. It was almost identical. At the moment the killing intent erupted, Ming Kanki's expression turned completely blank. His secondary personality emerged, under nearly complete rationality. The killing intent was controlled internally before it could truly erupt. Bastard. Damn Cloud Ninja. How could someone as kind as Sister Sachiko and Brother Daisuke be targeted by such a bastard? In a mental space, the main personality slammed the table a few times, shouting out in frustration before finally calming down. When he re-emerged, the facial expressions of the main and secondary personalities were surprisingly completely aligned, both expressionless. So fast. That Cloud Ninja's speed is too fast. My eyes can barely keep up. The main personality's expressionless demeanor didn't last a second. Hearing the exclamations from the examinees in the waiting area, Ming Kanki immediately focused his gaze downward. The arena at the foot of the heavenly tower. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground around Xianglin's landing point shattered irregularly, with chunks of the muddy ground lifting up. Amazing, Xianglin. Go for it. Only Naruto Uzumaki shouted energetically like that. The other examinees, however, remained silent and seriously watched the battle. In the arena, the blue and white lightning flashed and charged out from the dust. The fist of the eagle, charged with lightning, aimed directly at Xianglin's head. Although he wasn't using a weapon, Eagle's fighting style clearly seemed intent on killing Xianglin. Ming Kanki's eyes narrowed, and the scarlet three-tomo Sharingan opened abruptly. Xianglin's attack was so powerful, yet that Cloud Ninja seemed completely unharmed. He must have cheated. Hey, referee. He cheated. Naruto just thought that the Cloud Ninja was simply fast enough to dodge Xianglin's attack. Sasuke awkwardly distanced himself from the idiot like Naruto. Gigi, who still had little presence, spoke up to explain. After Gigi finished speaking, Sasuke disdainfully said, "This is a battle of speed and power. Shut up and watch properly, you underachiever." Oof. Arrogant Sasuke. Naruto tilted his head and also distanced himself from Sasuke, saying, "Of course I know that the Cloud Ninja is fast and Xianglin is powerful. But Xianglin will definitely win. Just keep your eyes wide open and watch." While the few of them were talking, the arena had already increased several areas filled with smoke and dust. Those were created by Xianglin using the Heavenly Guardian Foot or the Monster Strength Fist, altering the terrain in various sizes. The spreading dust even began to obscure the audience's view. However, as long as they could see the blue-white lightning and hear the booming sounds, they would erupt in cheers. Whether they could see clearly became unimportant. It seemed that Xianglin and the eagle were evenly matched for the time being, but Ming Kanki's expression grew increasingly serious. His three-tomo Sharingan even began to rotate slightly. Xianglin's strength was increasing, appearing to want to use area attacks to affect him. Indeed, if Xianglin could unleash 3 to 4 times the power of Tsunade's Monster Strength Fist, even being splattered by the dirt would surely cause injury. However, Xianglin's chakra, even with the Uzumaki clan's physique, would likely be running low after continuously using the Monster Strength Fist. Ming Kanki was lost in thought when he suddenly heard a gasp. In that moment of realization, he happened to see Xianglin crossing her arms in front of her forehead, being knocked away by an eagle. Xianglin. Ming Kanki's heart tightened, and he grabbed the railing, ready to jump into the arena. It wasn't necessary. Xianglin wouldn't be defeated by that level of attack. Uchiha Sasuke rarely spoke fairly. Of course, Sister Xianglin's strength is quite formidable. Uzumaki Naruto chimed in, also supporting Xianglin. Ming Kanki turned his head in confusion and thought to himself that too much concern leads to chaos. It seemed that Xianglin had been living a wonderful life in recent years. Her classmates were so confident in her abilities, as if they had fought quite a few times already. At that moment, Zeno pushed up her glasses and calmly analyzed. Although being hit looks dangerous, this is also the best opportunity for Xianglin to counterattack. Chapter 53. Rampage. The moment the eagle struck Xianglin was also the best time for her to retaliate. Hearing Zeno's distraction, Ming Kanki quickly turned back. At that moment, there was a loud bang. Yunrin's eagle was directly kicked away by Xianglin and crashed heavily into the wall on the side of the arena. Ming Kanki happened to witness this scene. Such precise defensive counterattacks were truly spectacular, making adrenaline surge. The audience's cheers were so loud, they seemed ready to lift the entire arena. Even Ming Kanki couldn't help but give Xianglin a thumbs up in his heart. He finally got the bait. Huh. Xianglin turned to the sidelines and smiled at Ming Kanki. Her arms were bruised. Her formerly white face was covered in a layer of dirt, and her fists bore scratches. Ming Kanji's eyes flickered. Although he felt a bit heartbroken, he understood that this was the necessary training for Xianglin as a ninja. He had to support her. So, he raised his thumb and smiled at Xianglin. Speaking of which, after taking a punch from the eagle at high speed, accompanied by lightning, Xianglin only had bruises on her arms, which showed that her timing was truly perfect. As long as she continued to respond to changes with consistency and maintained this level of judgment to control movement with stillness, her chances of winning would increase significantly. Truly a display of great strength. The eagle got up, rubbed his stomach, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, surprisingly not suffering any serious injuries. In fact, it seemed that his combat power hadn't diminished at all. He said coldly, "I won't hold back from here on out. If you don't want to die, you better admit defeat quickly." After saying this, the lightning around the eagle flared up again, more intense and concentrated than before. A faint blue layer of lightning chakra faintly covered his body. The eagle was not exaggerating. He drew the long sword from his back, and an overwhelming killing intent erupted, enveloping Xianglin. In the high seats of the 5 shadows, the other 4 shadows frowned slightly. This kind of killing intent was completely beyond what a lower ninja could possess. It was more akin to that of an upper ninja who had killed hundreds. He had actually cultivated the lightning release body technique to such a degree. This must be the 3rd level, right? Is he the next successor of the Raikage? What a genius. It seems that the Cloud Ninja has promising successors, haha. Those who can become shadow-level powerhouses are not to be underestimated. The Wind Shadow appeared to marvel, but was actually sarcastic, perhaps thinking of how to stifle this genius from the Cloud Ninja. The Earth Shadow, old and frail, immediately recognized the eagle's level of mastery. The young Water Shadow also spoke of the eagle's potential. The 3rd Hokage laughed heartily, while also implying a threat. Haha, of course. Our Cloud Ninja geniuses are not inferior to Konoha. The Raikage seemed to openly acknowledge this, while subtly hinting that Konoha had even more geniuses. While the 5 shadows were chatting amiably, each had their own schemes in mind. Fortunately, this was Konoha, which had regained wood release and had significant deterrent power. Otherwise, the Two-Tone No-Ki and the 4th Raikage would have already started fighting. Above, the 5 shadows exchanged subtle jabs, while below, the eagle had gathered his strength. Xianglin was also ready. Speaking of killing intent, despite how formidable the eagle was, he was only 2 or 3 years older than Xianglin, and he could never compare to Tsunade. Xianglin had trained under Tsunade multiple times to withstand killing intent pressure. At least, the level of killing intent that the eagle exhibited was completely unable to shake Xianglin's spirit. Crack! Bang! On the battlefield, the eagle and Xianglin finally resumed their battle. However, after a flash of lightning, a loud explosion rang out. Xianglin, Ming Kanki was shocked, and his Sharingan almost merged into one. The heart. The position of that long knife was the heart. The eagle, covering his ears, awkwardly rolled a few times before standing up. However, Xianglin touched the long knife on her chest, and blood gushed from the corner of her mouth as she fell back. This is not the era of various cheats in the later part of Shippuden. Just one heartbeat of Naruto Uzumaki stopping could leave the medical ninja Tsunade helpless. A pierced heart is almost a certain death situation. Ming Kanki shouted loudly. As soon as the word fragrance came out, he activated the instant body technique. By the time the word phosphor was spoken, he was already beside Xianglin, just in time to catch her as she was about to fall, holding Xianglin in his arms. Ming Kanki didn't know what to do. The long knife that pierced through her heart couldn't be pulled out, and he couldn't touch it either. At that moment, Ming Kanki wished he had Naruto Uzumaki's yin-yang release technique. However, he didn't even know how to use the wood release's vitality to output the yang release. Brother, Xianglin's breath gradually weakened. Ming Kanki continuously generated vibrant green chakra in his palm, attempting to input it into Xianglin's body. However, it had no effect at all. He was so anxious that he even forgot to switch to his calmer, more rational alter ego. What? The 3rd Hokage was taken aback and suddenly stood up. The audience fell silent. What a pity for your genius. The battle between the 2 geniuses could not be preserved at all. Blades and swords have no eyes, condolences. Raikage seemed overly pleased, and his words became somewhat poetic. You have no idea what you've done. The 3rd sighed and immediately ordered with a serious expression. Call Tsunade here right away. Hokage, are you threatening me? Raikage was displeased with the 3rd's lament, but was also concerned about Konoha unleashing the wood release. After questioning, he stressed, this is just a normal written exam. Life and death are not involved. Sigh. The 3rd let out a long sigh, watching Ming Kanki and Xianglin in the arena without saying a word. He no longer cared about Raikage's concerns. In fact, he had already begun to weigh the pros and cons of starting the Fourth Shinobi World War in his heart. Xianglin's breath grew even weaker. Ming Kanki continuously channeled vibrant green chakra, which not only failed to help Xianglin, but seemed to cause her arm to become woody. Startled, Ming Kanki quickly withdrew most of the chakra. Then boom! Under the eagle, several tree roots sprang out, entangling and binding. In just a moment, the Cloud Ninja's genius was firmly tied up by a large tree with lush branches and leaves, leaving only his head exposed. Bastard, are you trying to interfere with the match? Reikage finally understood the reason for the third Hokage's sigh. At this moment, he realized that Ming Kanki was Konoha's secret weapon. Furious, he entered the arena in the strongest state of lightning-release ninjutsu and body techniques, revered as the Raijin armor. In this state, Reikage could be considered the fastest person in the ninja world at that moment. As soon as he finished speaking, the large tree on the field was shattered. The eagle was rescued by him. Ming Kanki remained silent. A soft branch emerged from the ground, quickly forming a perfectly sized small bed to catch Xianglin safely. Then, he stood up, facing Reikage and directly forming the seal. He didn't even switch to his alternate persona. He was so angry that he completely forgot about the alternate persona. Originally, his target was just the eagle of the Cloud Ninja. But now, seeing Reikage, the plight of Xianglin's family resurfaced in his mind, and his fury suddenly ignited to the extreme. Chapter 54. The plan to collapse Konoha begins. Xianglin's severe injuries and near-death state completely triggered Ming Kanki's anger towards the Cloud Ninja. He was infuriated to the point of recklessness, igniting his small universe and preparing to unleash a powerful move. "You don't deserve to be a ninja," Reikage shouted as he decisively charged at Ming Kanki. He had made the resolute decision to take this opportunity to eliminate Konoha's secret weapon. "Reikage, you dare!" The third Hokage shouted in anger, immediately rushing to stop Reikage. However, it wasn't just the Hokage watching the arena. At the same time Reikage moved, someone else also began to execute their plan. It was the Wind Shadow, or rather, Orochimaru, who had replaced the Wind Shadow. "Lord Hokage, you should worry about yourself first." The Wind Shadow suddenly appeared behind the third Hokage, pressing a kunai against his neck, and said, "Come with me." The third Hokage's forward motion immediately froze. With the kunai against his neck, he had no choice but to jump onto the rooftop with the Wind Shadow. At this critical moment, the ally turned on them, coinciding with the critical moment when Konoha's would-release genius was about to be killed by Reikage. The third Hokage's anger flared. With such an obstruction, he couldn't help Ming Kanki in time. However, what puzzled the third Hokage even more was that he had clearly judged through chakra, scent, and expressions that this Wind Shadow was indeed the fourth Wind Shadow of the Sand Ninja. But the last two sentences were clearly not in the Wind Shadow's tone. On the rooftop, the Wind Shadow's guards suddenly transformed into 4 individuals, standing at the corners to form the 4 Purple Flames formation. The third Hokage was completely trapped inside. He no longer had time to worry about whether the Umbu could save Ming Kanki, as the Wind Shadow had already begun his attack. At the same time, in the examination arena, white feathers began to appear. If Ming Kanki were to pay attention, he would undoubtedly realize that this was precisely the opening move of the original Konoha collapse plan, the Nirvana technique. The Konoha collapse plan had already begun. Reikage's speed was too fast. The distance of several dozen meters was covered in less than a second. From the position of the eagle to right in front of Ming Kanki, it was just the blink of an eye. Ming Kanki didn't even hear the faint explosion sound from the intense lightning chakra emitted by the Reikage's Raijin armor before the Reikage was already right in front of him. In sealing release. Ninja art, Krizishin rebirth. However, the Reikage was fast, and someone else was not slow either. A small door in the examination room suddenly shattered, and Tsunade Senju, at the cost of her leg muscles tearing, unleashed a body flicker technique far beyond her normal strength, appearing in front of Ming Kanki with a loud crash. "Boom! Reikage, if you want to hurt my brother, you have to get past me first." Tsunade's furious shout came amidst the explosion. As the smoke and dust partially cleared, the ground and the situation several meters away became visible. In front of Tsunade, the ground was shattered in an irregular spiderweb pattern. Huge chunks of earth were lifted up. Behind Tsunade, however, the ground where Ming Kanki stood showed no signs of damage at all. Tsunade's chakra control was that precise. The Reikage happened to be at the edge of the dust several meters away. He did not launch another attack. When Tsunade appeared, willing to risk injury to block him, he understood that it was impossible to kill Ming Kanki in an instant. Now, he needed to observe the surrounding situation and think about what to do next. So, He waited for the dust to dissipate to see further. You first save Xianglin, leave the wreckage to me. Ming Kanki is not deaf. He heard the explosion and Tsunade's angry shout. However, he just happened to trigger the first atom with the explosion, successfully igniting his small universe. So by the time he spoke, the smoke had already cleared quite a bit. Tsunade was a bit surprised by Ming Kanki's calmness and rationality. As she could still detect the anger in his tone, she knew that Ming Kanki was not in that nearly absolute rational state, not the secondary personality, at this moment. Ming Kanki was not surprised. He had angrily forgotten the existence of his alternate personality. He was consumed by rage, and his first thought was to protect the last point of this world. He interrupted Tsunade and said directly, "There's no time. I promised them that I would take good care of Shangguan. I absolutely cannot let Shangguan die. Never." As Ming Kanki's voice grew louder, his anger gradually erupted. Tsunade smiled. "Shangguan is my disciple. How could she possibly die so easily?" With a smile, Tsunade moved behind Ming Kanki and began to treat Shangguan. As for the wreckage, with 80 of the original Hokage's would release level of attack, Tsunade did not believe he could win. Wood release has never been something that speed and power could counter. Wood release, advent of the trees. As Tsunade brushed past, Ming Kanki activated the wood release secret technique. A row of large trees burst forth like countless giant snakes emerging from the ground, instantly spanning the area in front of Ming Kanki and quickly winding toward the wreckage direction. Damn it, this move again. The wreckage was fast and had strong attack power, but Ming Kanki gave him no room to maneuver, directly filling the entire space with wood release. In a state of infinite chakra enhanced by his small universe, Ming Kanki was being this reckless. The wreckage had no choice but to curse and quickly unleash his speed to break all the surrounding roots and branches. He needed space to move. Otherwise, without speed, the power of his lightning release ninjutsu would drop by at least half. On the rooftop of the four purple flames formation, the third Hokage and the Wind Shadow, restored to his Orochimaru form, stood on either side, seemingly communicating about something. Ming Kanki awakened after Tsunade's full treatment. However, even Tsunade couldn't heal the penetrating wound to his heart immediately. In fact, the reason Xianglin was still alive was that the life force transmitted by Ming Kanki had activated the strong vitality of the Uzumaki clan. Upon waking, Xianglin immediately bit her own arm, using her physical healing ability to quickly recover the damage to her heart. Withdrawing the long knife and healing her heart with her physical ability, along with Tsunade's medical ninjutsu assistance, Xianglin miraculously regained her combat ability in a short time. "Brother, if this continues, your body." Xianglin's words and Tsunade's were the same. They were worried that Ming Kanki would once again trigger a bloodline conflict. Looking at Xianglin beside him, Ming Kanki finally smiled. "Don't worry. At worst, I'll sleep for a few more years. I'm not that easy to kill. Today, just watch me teach this damn group of cloud ninjas a lesson. Don't talk big." The rakish shout came from a few meters away. His figure had already appeared less than a meter in front of Ming Kanki. At this moment, the Raikage extended 4 fingers, his left arm straightened, and powerful lightning-released chakra converged on his fingertips. The chakra was tearing apart the huge tree trunk in front of him, allowing him to advance quickly. This technique was actually the third Raikage's ultimate move, the Hell Stab 4-finger piercing. It was clear that with just another blink, the Raikage would break through the last tree trunk's obstruction and stab Ming Kanki. Tsunade had already clenched her fists, ready to assist. Chapter 55. The gradually unraveling collapse plan would release. Ranking technique. A wooden shield with a fanged ghost face appeared in front of Ming Kanki, completely blocking him, Xianglin, and Tsunade. Clang. A crisp sound followed by a muffled grunt from the fourth Raikage. Clearly, the seemingly wooden shield had a hardness surpassing that of gold and iron. The fourth Raikage seemed unaware that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had once used it to block Uchihamadara's Susanoo sword strikes, with the shield remaining unscathed. Compared to the third Raikage's robust physique that could withstand tailed beast balls, the fourth Raikage was evidently not strong enough. Using the 4-finger piercing was already a forced move, and upon colliding with the shield, he instantly broke 3 of his 4 fingers. Old grievances and new grudges. Alt understood now. Although he had used the ranking technique, Ming Kanki did not stop his chakra output for the arrival of the tree world. The winding giant trees continued to grow rapidly. As Ming Kanki increased his chakra output, several branches quickly attached and wrapped around the Raikage's ankles at the moment he paused. It was evident that the Raikage chakra was being rapidly absorbed. It looked like the Raikage was about to be defeated here. Dust release. original world separation technique. The third, Suchikage, Inoki, suddenly appeared in the sky, opening his palms towards Ming Kanki and pressing down. Donji, retreat. Inoki intended to launch a sneak attack, using the powerful force of dust release to directly eliminate Ming Kanki. However, Tsunade happened to see him and immediately pulled Ming Kanki and Xianglin to retreat in an instant. Just as the three of them moved, a large square white barrier enveloped the shield in their previous position. The shield and trees inside disappeared in an instant. It was incredibly thrilling. The edge of the white cubic dust release barrier nearly touched the spot where the three landed. In terms of attack power, dust release truly lived up to its reputation, its power surpassing that of the Susanu's long sword. The effect was such that being touched could be said to be undefendable, decomposed into molecules and turned to dust. Ming Kanki and the other two retreated 2 steps without leaving a trace. After the dust release disappeared, Tsunade angrily questioned, Inoki, do the rock shinobi want to go to war with Konoha? Would release, we absolutely cannot let him live. Inoki floated in midair and said this. Clearly, he had tacitly accepted that even if they were to fight Konoha today, he must eliminate the heir of Wood Release. Bastard. Tsunade cursed loudly and directly told Ming Kanki, you take K-Rin and hide. Today, if we die in battle, you go to the Cloud Shinobi and plant the Rock Shinobi's trees. I want to see how many of them can survive. After saying this, Tsunade didn't care whether Ming Kanki agreed or not. She broke off a tree branch and threw it directly at Inoki. Under her immense power, the branch pierced through the air with a whoosh, continuously making a sound like a cannonball breaking through the air. Immediately afterward, Tsunade ran 2 steps to the left and jumped up. Her speed was even slightly faster than the branch. This formed a pincer attack against Inoki. Dust Release. It seemed Inoki wanted to use Dust Release, but time did not allow it. Tsunade and the branch had already arrived in front of him. Bang! Although Tsunade was slightly faster than the branch was launched a bit earlier and still hit Inoki first. Then, Tsunade punched the branch, as thick as Inoki himself, and split in half. Where do you think you're going? Moreover, Tsunade did not stop but instead swung her left fist again with brute strength. It turned out that Inoki had used the body replacement technique at a critical moment to hide on the other side of the branch. In the sky, apart from the branch, there was no cover, and Tsunade spotted Inoki, so she continued her attack without hesitation. Dust Release, Outer Path, Destruction Technique. Inoki successfully used Dust Release this time. A cubic barrier directly trapped Tsunade inside. A burst of white light illuminated the area. Poof! Tsunade transformed into a wooden stump. The stump was instantly decomposed and disappeared. The battle between Tsunade and Inoki was still ongoing. However, the intensity of their battle immediately decreased significantly. Taking advantage of his flying ability, Inoki constantly dodged or attacked with Earth Release. After using Semi-Dust Release twice in a row, the intense chakra consumption was a bit overwhelming even for an elite like Inoki. He could only take a breather for the time being. As for Tsunade, although she had activated the Yin Seal, having just saved Ming Kanki and K-Rin, and then unleashed a wave of power that nearly took down Inoki, she had also consumed quite a bit of chakra. At this moment, she too needed to recover. While Tsunade was fighting Inoki, Ming Kanki said to K-Rin beside him, K-Rin, you go to the audience area and try to help the injured Umbu heal. Go. At the same time, Ming Kanki thought in his heart, don't die, K-Rin. You're my only concern in this world now. Perhaps, having Uchiha blood, I've become a sister complex. But that's not bad. So don't die. Otherwise, I'll drag the whole world to accompany you in death. After saying this, Ming Kanki gently pushed K-Rin. He instantly became expressionless. K-Rin didn't die, and Ming Kanki's anger subsided a bit. His rationality returned significantly, and he naturally remembered that he could unleash his maximum power through his secondary personality. Thus, the secondary personality manifested. The 5th Mizukage, Meitarumi, stood motionless in the stands. She occasionally glanced at the 3rd Hokage on the ceiling, and then at Ming Kanki and the others in the arena, not knowing what she was thinking. The secondary personality remained silent, forming hand seals. Suddenly, countless wooden giant hands, roots, branches, and leafy tree canopies emerged from the ground centered around him. One of the nest-shaped canopies directly lifted K-Rin and sent her to the audience area. This range of Wood Release, with such a long duration, his chakra was practically endless. Such a person surely wouldn't be melted away. He looks quite handsome. He might be a good match, Meitarumi muttered to herself. The guards behind her simultaneously sighed in their hearts. They had seen this state where the Mizukage compared handsome or powerful figures to her ideal Prince Charming many times. Yet why did it feel so unusual each time? Eagle. D. Heavy flow explosion. The Reikage was furious. What happened? It turned out that Inoki's random interference interrupted Ming Kanki's chakra output to the Sea of Trees, allowing the Reikage to break free from his restraints. Seeing the Earth Shadow attack, the Reikage also had no intention of teaming up with the Cloud Shinobi's nemesis. So, he went to search for the whereabouts of the Cloud Shinobi's genius, Eagle. However, when he found Eagle, he was already drained of chakra by wood release and dead. Therefore, the Reikage was enraged. His roar could be heard clearly throughout the arena. Using the copper rings on his arms, he transformed himself into a high-speed bulldozer. Of course, he wasn't just charging straight ahead. Although he was heading directly toward Ming Kanki, he would also jump to land on some incredibly thick branches and smash through branches and tree trunks that were less than a person's width. At this moment, Konoha had completely turned into a battlefield. The plan to collapse Konoha had already deviated from Orochimaru's design and was nearing a rampage. Chapter 56, Impure World Reincarnation. Wood release, all bag technique. Wood release, flower tree world descends. Facing the charging Reikage, Ming Kanki calmly unleashed 2 wood release secret techniques in succession. Countless wooden giant hands emerged around the Reikage. Compared to the giant hands, the Reikage was like a Barbie doll. As soon as the giant hands appeared, they immediately began to sweep, grasp, and slap. In short, Ming Kanki was utilizing his techniques to eliminate the Reikage. Soon after the giant hands appeared, huge pink flowers quickly bloomed. Countless pale, yellow pollen flew out from the flowers. Gradually, the entire examination area was enveloped in a pale yellow color. Naive. Preventing sandstorms is our sand shinobi's specialty. Maki waved his hand and killed an umbu. Although the white cloth covering half of his face did not block his nose and mouth, it firmly kept the pollen out. Upon closer inspection, there were traces of wind release ninjutsu on that white cloth. Cough cough, don't use that technique, Ming Kanki. The pollen attacks indiscriminately. Kakashi Hitaki appeared in front of Ming Kanki with a cough, then leaped up and threw a kunai infused with lightning release, slightly hindering the Reikage. Following that, he used the body flicker technique and suddenly appeared behind a Cloud Shinobi, stabbing through. The mysterious hand seal of Ming Kanki remained unchanged, but the flowers of the flower tree realm quickly closed. The pollen began to dissipate. Thunder's brutal level. Kakashi's intervention had no effect. The Reikage, with a kunai stuck in his arm, charged straight in front of Ming Kanki. Thunder's brutal level relied solely on high-speed horizontal slashes. Just as the Reikage's hand blade was about to strike Ming Kanki's neck, Ming Kanki surprisingly maintained the hand-sealing gesture. Just in time. At this moment, Ming Kanki is in a state of secondary personality manifestation. He did not speak and allowed the Reikage to cut off his neck with one strike. With a crack, Ming Kanki's neck was directly broken. Immediately afterward, he transformed into a human-shaped piece of wood. That was the wood clone. What is wood release, anyway? Wood clone? When did this happen? Not good. Reikage bomb. Just as the Reikage was about to boast, he suddenly felt something was off. And then he saw the entire process of Ming Kanki turning into a wooden figure. Immediately afterward, the wooden figure suddenly burst out with dozens of thorns, wrapping the Reikage entirely starting from his arm. The Reikage, being experienced, sensed the danger and immediately transformed his attack skill into a defensive one. The Reikage bomb is to lift the enemy and slam them down with super heavyweight, combined with lightning release to explode the enemy. This destructive move, which is quite amazing for killing, unexpectedly became the Reikage's life-saving technique at this moment. He pulled Ming Kanki's wood clone and slammed it down to the ground. The strong tearing combined with a lightning release explosion cleared the area around the Reikage. Ha! The ace of Konoha is just a little brat who knows nothing but underhanded schemes. Don't embarrass Senju Hashirama. Fight me head-on. The entire exam arena had turned into a sea of trees. Even if the Reikage cleared a bit of space, he was quickly squeezed by the tree sea and had to jump to higher ground, constantly moving and dodging. However, experience counts. Anyone who can become a Kage is not a simple character. Although the 4th Reikage is not old, he quickly thought of this provocation tactic. As soon as he finished speaking, the wood release attacks surrounding him suddenly increased significantly. The Reikage secretly thought that indeed the young can't withstand stimulation. Then, while using the most effortless way to shatter the surrounding wood, he shouted various provocations. Throughout, he maintained a stance of waiting for the fight in the center of the arena. The Raikage did not notice that beneath the roof of the four purple flames formation, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes was observing the entire battlefield within the exam area. Those eyes showed no ripples. As long as the Raikage, the Tsuchikage, and the still uncertain Suetun Kage continued to delay a little longer, the spores mixed in the pollen would absorb the chakra of the Raikage and Tsuchikage. The plan continues. The Raikage provocation had no effect on Ming Kanki. He remained incredibly calm, executing his plan. The not-so-strong wood release was toying with the Raikage, acting in a mutual play. Occasionally, the branches shot out to disturb the Tsuchikage, providing support for Tsunade. At this moment, all the candidates in the exam arena were trapped in the wood release cages. The Cloud Shinobi were left with only a few lower ninjas who had plot roles in the series. As for the one-tail, Jinchuriki Gaara from the Sand Village, he was captured by Ming Kanki, the secondary personality, at the first opportunity, serving as a battery. At this moment, Ming Kanki's infinite chakra time had run out. He needed a rest for a while to reignite his little universe. Fortunately, with Gaara as a battery, he could continue to maintain the sea of trees and proceed with his plan. I originally prepared a bit more, but it seems I don't need that much now. Summoning technique, impure world réincarnation. Within the four purple flames formation, the third Hokage and Orochimaru had already exchanged a few rounds. Orochimaru finally found the opportunity to use impure world reincarnation. Several coffins marked with 1, 2, 4, 4, 3, and 2 were successively summoned by Orochimaru. Impure world reincarnation. A forbidden technique that can bring the dead back to fight in the present world. The third Hokage certainly understood its effects. It was precisely because of knowing the horror of this forbidden technique that the third Hokage was surprised for half a second. At least stop one. Immediately afterward, the third Hokage quickly formed hand seals. Although he had not learned impure world reincarnation, he had seen the sealing scrolls and was quite proficient in summoning techniques. Perhaps Orochimaru really did not intend to summon them all, or perhaps the third Hokage was indeed still sharp. In any case, as a large amount of chakra surged out, the third Hokage managed to press down the last coffin marked with 2 and 3. Only 4 succeeded. How will you deal with 4 shadow-level powerhouses? Bang! Bang, bang, bang. The 4 coffin lids fell to the ground. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, fourth Mizuki Jigura, and fourth Kazekage Raza appeared as 4 impure world reincarnation strawmen. Orochimaru, you actually desecrated the dead? This time, I will definitely kill you. The Mizukage and Kazekage were manageable, but the first and second Hokage truly ignited the third Hokage's killing intent. He was already prepared to use the Shiki Fuin. The little monkey is already so old. Another ninja world war between the Raikage and Tsuchikage. The first Hokage was more concerned about people. Meanwhile, the second Hokage immediately began to observe and deduce, arriving at some conclusions. Master, first Hokage-sama, all these years supporting Konoha almost single-handedly, such a strong third Hokage, at this moment seeing the first and second Hokage, felt a lump in his throat, unsure of where to start. Now is not the time for reminiscing. Speaking, Orochimaru pulled out 4 kunai hanging with talismans. Suddenly, Rasa Shouted, Maki, the enemy is Orochimaru. Immediately afterward, the usually silent Yagura also shouted, Mist Shinobi, be careful of the spiral mask. Chapter 57. The situation takes a sudden turn. Raza and Yagura's voices were not very loud. Nearby, Ming, Kanki, Terumi Mei, and others could hear them fairly clearly. However, before Yagura could finish speaking, Orochimaru's talisman had already gone in. The moment the talisman kunai was planted, it interrupted the actions of the impure world reincarnators, just in time to cut off Yagura's words. What? Orochimaru, stop. Let Lord Yagura finish speaking. The fourth Mizukage problem had always been a worry for the Mist Shinobi. Now, the Yagura summoned by impure world reincarnation seemed to know something. Terumi Mei immediately seized on this point. She even began to form hand seals, threatening Orochimaru with her actions. Kill the third Hokage. Orochimaru sneered at Terumi Mei and directly ordered the third Hokage. Immediately, the 4 Kages rushed towards the third Hokage. Dissolution release. Dissolution monster technique. The dissolution monster technique combines fire and earth nature chakra, expelling a viscous and highly corrosive, dissolving magma from the mouth. This technique may not have as much power as the mist technique. However, it is just right for dealing with the 4 purple flames formation. The high heat on the surface of the 4 purple flames formation just raises the temperature of the magma, enhancing its corrosiveness. In no time, the four purple flames formation was transformed into a net of magma. Moreover, it was a broken net with varying sizes of mesh. Ignored by Orochimaru. The fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei angrily struck, directly breaking the limited arena she had painstakingly created. The situation immediately took another step toward chaos. Not good. The third Hokage was not incapable of breaking the four purple flames formation. He just didn't want to expand the battlefield. If these shadow-level powerhouses fought unrestrictedly, Konoha would surely be destroyed once again. Mizukage, be careful. I'm going to use ninjutsu to attack you. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Without needing Orochimaru's command, Yagura, already controlled by the talisman, unleashed ninjutsu to block Terumi Mei. Orochimaru's talisman could not control the consciousness and mouth of the impure world reincarnators, and Yagura made a reminder before launching an attack. The effect of the ninjutsu significantly decreased. As the massive flow of water from the great waterfall erupted, the four purple flames formation was left with only a low segment, and the battlefield had already expanded. Orochimaru simply gestured. The Sound Shinobi Quartet immediately and ran far away. This place had already turned into a battlefield for shadow-level battles, and no one had the mind to care about the movements of the four small minions. The third Hokage and the first Hokage, second Hokage, and Rasha were caught off guard after 3 moves, and the second Hokage seized the opportunity to punch him away. You're getting old, monkey. Your body has deteriorated too much. Even with our level of Edo Tensei, you have no chance of winning. Be careful. I'm going to use magnet release to control those shurikens to attack. While speaking, the first Hokage, second Hokage, and Rasha did not stop their assault. In fact, the first and second Hokage were covering Rasha as he formed hand seals. Once Rasha activated his magnet release, the third Hokage would inevitably be unable to entangle himself with the first and second Hokage any longer. At that time, either the second or the first Hokage would surely use ninjutsu, and the third Hokage would have almost no chance of winning. Just as it seemed the third Hokage was about to fall into an absolute disadvantage. A tile in the corner of the original four purple flames formation suddenly turned into a large-nosed figure carrying 2 toads on its shoulders. Earth style, yellow spring swamp. Instantly, the ground in front of the third Hokage, all the way to the edge of the broken four purple flames formation, turned into a muddy swamp. Under the powerful enhancement of Sage Chakra, both the Edo Tensei's 4 Kages and Orochimaru were momentarily immobilized, unable to move freely. They had to exert all their chakra to avoid being swallowed by the swamp. Jiraiya. Orochimaru was surprised to see Jiraiya here. It's impressive that you could hide until now, Jiraiya. Using Sage technique took a bit of time. Old man, you're getting old. After this war, how about you become Hokage? My personality isn't suitable for that. Isn't Tsunade around? Orochimaru knew that whether it was the third or Jiraiya, they could not let him escape today. If Orochimaru, who had mastered Edo Tensei, were to escape from Konoha, he might become a guest of the Cloud, Rock, or even Miss Shinobi. There are no friends in the shinobi world, only interests. Even if the Kazekage was killed, the Sand Shinobi might still cooperate with Orochimaru to obtain Edo Tensei. Sage technique. Quite impressive, Junior. Haha, but you're up against 5 of us. Your chakra might not be enough. You need to finish this quickly. Once the Sage Chakra is exhausted, we can move again. The chakra of those resurrected by Edo Tensei is infinite. The first and second Hokage reminded the third Hokage and Jiraiya. Let's stop reminiscing here. It's time for the second round. Witness the true power of the 4 Kages working together. Finally, Orochimaru, who had been silent since seeing Jiraiya, moved. He directly formed an unmarked seal, actively controlling the 4 Edo Tensei Kages. Watch out for my ninjutsu. Water release, water shockwave. Yagura was the first to unleash a ninjutsu. A massive amount of water erupted, instantly turning the entire building into a waterfall. Dodge. Just as the second Hokage spoke, he appeared behind the third Hokage in an instant, and a kunai pierced directly into the third Hokage's heart and lungs. The third Hokage coughed up a spray of blood and fell to the ground in shock. Everyone, get off the rooftop. Wood release, wood world rising. The first Hokage barely had time to warn before countless trees burst from the ground, quickly turning the entire rooftop into a sea of trees. Summoning technique. Monkey King Inma. I knew you would be fine. Sage art. Big Rasen Shuriken. Seeing the third Hokage reappear, Jiraiya joyfully unleashed a massive Rasen Shuriken, which shattered the tree trunks. Jiraiya's attack cleared enough space for 3 to 5 people to stand. Inma. Bang. Just as Inma emerged from the white smoke and hadn't even had the chance to speak, upon hearing the third Hokage's command, he transformed into the Vajra Rui Bang. The third Hokage grabbed the Rui Bang and began to smash it down, immediately connecting with the space Jiraiya had cleared. The two landed almost simultaneously. Exploding talk. Before the two could stabilize, the second Hokage's voice came. Earth release, earth flow wall. The third Hokage identified the second Hokage's position through the sound and decisively created a 2 to 3 meter high earth flow wall to block the kunai tide with an exploding tag. Liuman technique. At some point, Jiraiya had already circled around and ensnared Rasha with his lion-like hair. Watch out. Suddenly, Jiraiya heard simultaneous warnings from the third and second Hokage. When he noticed that the second Hokage was less than 1 meter away, the second Hokage had already completed his hand seals. Mutual exploding tag. Run. Countless exploding tags were summoned by the second Hokage, and in a moment, there were already hundreds, and they were still increasing. The power of the exploding tags was comparable to high-level fire release ninjutsu released by Jainin. Hundreds of them could even cause a small earthquake. Once they detonated, the entire examination area would be destroyed. No one could escape. Not even Orochimaru himself was outside the attack range. Jiraiya wanted to escape, but his feet were caught by sand gold that had appeared without him noticing. Tsukuyomi and Yagura were happily fighting at the edge of the sea of trees, completely unaware of the situation inside. Only the third Hokage was rapidly and complexly forming hand seals, and only he, with no one obstructing him, discovered the terrifying situation. Hurry up! Earth release! As the second Hokage's mutual exploding tags were about to explode, the third Hokage finally showcased the powerful abilities that earned him the title of Master of Ninjutsu. Through intricate hand seals, he timely unleashed a new Earth Release ninjutsu. Earth Release, 4 corners Earth Flow Wall. 4 walls of earth, 3 to 5 meters thick, rose from the ground, wrapping around the second Hokage and the mutual exploding tags. Soon, the walls rose to heights several meters above the sea of trees, resembling a gigantic chimney rising from the ground. Before the giant chimney could fully form, a loud rumble echoed, and the walls appeared covered in dense cracks. A massive amount of gray dust erupted like a steam whistle, emitting a sharp wail as it shot into the sky. Following that, a clear tremor spread throughout Konoha. Many old and dilapidated buildings collapsed. Even the sturdy examination area and shelters were shaken, scattering a lot of dust. As the explosive power dissipated and the tremors stopped, the third Hokage immediately fell to the ground, gasping for breath. His whole body was half submerged in the water, and he had even run out of chakra to keep himself afloat. Controlling the wood release to pierce through a sound shinobi trying to sneak attacked Tsukuyomi. Maitoru jumped out from under the eaves. The intense tremors affecting all of Konoha finally caught Maitoru's attention, directing it to the source. The rooftop isn't my wood release. It seems the third Hokage needs support. Before that, I hope my deductions about myself and the dream world are correct as I use the last bit of my small universe's power. Brr, my small universe. For the dream world, the secondary personality made many deductions with pure rational thought. Among them, some verified by the main personality, such as death not being the end, but a waking from a dream, and some unverified, like the treatment of a protagonist as if in a dream, the influence of consciousness crossing over and possessing on personality, and so on. The secondary personality was not a god. He was almost entirely rational, yet still retained a hint of irrationality. He shared memories with the main personality, perfectly complementing each other. Splitting personality, dissociative identity disorder, or anything of the sort, Maitoru asserted he absolutely did not have. What are you doing here? This is my battle. Get out of here. Ming Kanki fell in front of the third Hokage. The third had already gone back up. Although he was panting, his tone was very firm. As the typhoon passed, wood release, wooden blockade. The high-speed airflow swept through, directly shattering the dirt chimney that was on the verge of collapse and sending debris flying. The broken soil chunks hit the hemispherical arch wall, continuously producing loud banging sounds. After the strong wind, the dirty earth transformed into the 4 shadows in front, with Orochimaru behind. Several people had already stood on what resembled a ruined rooftop, right in front of Ming Kanki and the third Hokage. With a loud explosion, the wreckage fell like a cannonball amidst the intertwined tree trunks, creating an open space right in front of Ming Kanki and the others. The wreckage subtly aligned himself with Orochimaru. Following that, 2 beautiful women appeared in an instant, one on each side. They were Mizukage, Terumi, Mei, and Tsunade Senju. Meanwhile, the Tsuchikage, Inoki, also appeared in front of them to the left. Seeing this situation, the third took a step forward and loudly questioned, Reikage Tsuchikage, are you really going to ally with this traitor Orochimaru to start a war? Inoki glanced at the people below, furrowing his brow. He was unwilling to cooperate with the Reikage and Orochimaru. But thinking of the fear once dominated by Uchiha Madara, and seeing Ming Kanki's eyes that were identical to Madara's Sharingan, all other thoughts vanished. If it were just Senju Hashirama, it would be fine. But the ninja world does not need a second Uchiha Madara. In Ming Kanki's mental space, he heard Mu's words from the computer, and the main personality exclaimed excitedly, Uchiha Madara! I finally know the original source of this body. It's actually Madara, a clone of Madara, combined with Senju Hashirama cells. Wow. Does that mean I can definitely awaken the Rinnegan? Suddenly pausing for a moment, the main personality's voice dropped an octave. It seems I got a bit too excited too early. I'm not as strong as Madara. I can't even resolve the bloodline conflict. Not to mention, Madara seemed to have only awakened the Rinnegan right before he was about to die. In the end, he slumped down on the table, murmuring, I should first resolve the bloodline conflict. Outside, the Reikage was also unwilling to cooperate with the Tsuchikage and Orochimaru. But thinking of the nearly 20,000 ninjas from the Cloud Village who were killed by Ming Kanki's would release, and one of the candidates for the next Reikage, Hawk, who was also killed amidst the chaos, he made a decision. Today, that kid must die. Otherwise, let's start the fourth great ninja war. You guys! Tsunade was furious, rolling up her sleeves and ready to take action. A blue skeletal frame emerged from Ming Kanki's body, with 4 pairs of bony hands stretched out to hold back the third Hokage, Tsunade, and Mei Terumi. Ming Kanki, what are you doing? The third Hokage exclaimed in surprise. Tsunade was even more shocked. She didn't even have time to consider whether Reikage and Tsuchikage would hear her. She shouted directly, Stop it. If a bloodline conflict breaks out again, I might not be able to save you this time. Ming Kanki's Aita Eagle Hahali speaks. That's because he is very rational. He believes that when there is no need to speak, he absolutely won't say a word. But now, he feels he must say a few words. It is most logical for the future of Konoha that I end the battle and deal a heavy blow to the Cloud and Rock ninjas. Xianglin, I entrust you to take care of them. Ming Kanki spoke very briefly and plainly. The third Hokage became anxious. Having experienced the ninja world wars 2 or 3 times, and having governed Konoha for decades, he had seen many heroic ninjas who generously faced death at critical moments. They all showed this kind of resolve in their final moments. No, you are the future of Konoha. This battle should be ended by me. The third Hokage sincerely did not want anything to happen to Ming Kanki. He even picked up the Rui Bang transformed by the Monkey King, trying to smash Susanoo. Enough of reminiscing. Orochimaru formed hand seals, and the 4 reanimated shadows immediately began their technique. Dust Release, Original World Stripping Technique. Inoki used Dust Release. The Reikage's figure flashed, and lightning appeared not far in front of Susanoo. Eye Technique, Space-Time Imprisonment. However, at the moment Ming Kanki activated the Eye Technique with his left eye, everything was put on pause. The Reikage stopped in midair. The dust release barrier had just formed a white edge. A water mirror had raised half of itself. A thin stream of high-pressure water shot out half a meter. Several branches had just begun to grow. Wherever Ming Kanki's gaze reached, everything was suspended. The pattern and the eternal eye were identical, but the effects were different. Space was confined, yet I could still think, meaning time continued to flow. The name of the eye technique was time-space confinement. This technique could potentially be even stronger. This junior might truly be the future of Konoha. However, would the eternal Manjiki Sharingan still bleed? Space was confined, and I couldn't speak. The second Hokage's deductions obviously couldn't be shared with anyone. His questions also went unanswered. If he could ask Ming Kanki, perhaps the main personality would tell him that these eyes were merely the Manjiki, not the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. However, it was clear that Ming Kanki was unaware of the second Hokage's thoughts. He directly activated the next eye technique, awakening the Manjiki in his right eye, which appeared in an attempt to eliminate the masked man. The eye technique caused the space to collapse. The collapse of space meant a literal breakdown of space. Those caught in it might be fortunate enough to fall not far away, or they could end up at the edge of the universe. The unfortunate ones would be directly crushed by the fragments created by the collapsing space. Ming Kanki stood in front, and Orochimaru, along with the 4 reanimated Hokages, instantly shattered into countless pieces as the space fractured, resembling fragments of mirrors. Soon after, they broke into even smaller shards, and completely vanished with the restoration of space. Only half of a water mirror remained standing on the surface of the water, which was bound by the ocular technique. I will go to IWA and Kumo for a visit. The rationality of the certainly wound tea reveal the harsh truth that they let you go because they were afraid of the overwhelming fragmentation beyond their control. He lifted the time-space confinement and threatened, "I hope you still maintain good relations with Konoha by then." As he spoke, the space around Ming Kanki shattered. With the sound falling, he plunged into it. The space automatically repaired itself, and Ming Kanki vanished without a trace. No, the third Hokage's eyes were bloodshot. Both the Tsuchikage and Reikage noticed that the third had developed a desperate mindset. For reasons unknown, they exchanged glances, simultaneously retreated, and spoke, "This is as far as it goes. We do not wish to go to war with Konoha." Thus, the plan to collapse Konoha, which shocked the ninja world, and the battle at the Hokage level ended with the disappearance of its instigator and catalyst. Afterward, Konoha allied with the mist and restored its alliance with the sand. The cloud and rock shinobi compensated Konoha to some extent. Following that, it seemed the entire ninja world had forgotten about Ming Kanki, the strongest of the present day. Apart from a little girl named Uzumaki Karin and her master, this name was never mentioned again. P.S. End of the initial volume. The next part will focus on the Dragon Ball world, while other worlds will appear in the form of skits from this volume. Chapter 59, An Inescapable Dream. I'm back. Ming Kanki sat up straight from the bed. After a moment of daze, he realized that he might have already died in the Naruto world. This speculation made his heart tremble suddenly. He recalled the underdeveloped Xianglin and the bonds he had just established with Tsunade and the third Hokage. Ming Kanki suddenly discovered that it didn't seem to be as painful as he had imagined. The obsession with his sister didn't seem to be a part of him anymore. The memory of valuing Xianglin more than his own life still remained, but it no longer affected him. Ming Kanki vaguely felt he had grasped something. At that moment, his expression suddenly became lively. "Wow, my big bed, my room, my sanctuary, I'm back again, huh? Only one night has passed in the real world. What a dream. I can practically live forever now. Wow, this is nice." The main and secondary personalities separated again. The cheerful nature of the main personality directly threw aside the feelings from earlier. Strictly speaking, the cheerful personality was the original character of the main personality. One was a cheerful person who enjoyed life and communicated with others. The other was a rational, calm secondary personality that handled work. This was exactly the choice Ming Kanki made when he initially split his will into two. In a certain dream world, a supernova had just exploded. The intense gamma ray burst illuminated the entire small nebula. A starship, shaped like a person lying down with both hands raised, was orbiting the black hole at the center of this small nebula. Inside the starship, various personnel were performing their duties. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the starship. "We did it! Awesome! Haha, starting today, black holes are no longer a mystery to us." Of course, that's great, but the data on this black hole is not normal. No buts. Our technology will continue to advance. It's only a matter of time, buddy, don't worry so much. This is just a small step for us, but a giant leap for humanity. Hey, this is the achievement of all of us. Right? We helped too, In short, this was a qualitative breakthrough. Cheers. Oh, it turned out they had pulled this black hole out of space-time. Although this black hole seemed a bit special and couldn't be considered a normal black hole, it was still a technological breakthrough that was enough to make everyone cheer. The situation inside the laboratory was different from outside. While cheers erupted outside, the researchers were busy organizing various reports. After reviewing the reports, the captain looked at the person inside the isolation room through the glass wall and said, in short, "Let's revive this old relic that has been in the black hole for who knows how long. Temporarily turn the gaming room into an old-fashioned hospital and put him there. I heard that the nerves of humans in the lower civilization period were very fragile, so try not to let him go crazy." Inside the isolation room, a childlike figure was sleeping with his eyes closed. The captain's first officer, a beautiful woman with golden hair, had a somewhat square face that did not make her look unattractive. Rather, it added a touch of heroism against the backdrop of her golden locks. Looking at the child in the isolation room, a maternal instinct rose on her pretty face. Hearing the captain's casual words, she immediately pinched him and said, "He's just a child." The captain quickly apologized and whispered in the beautiful woman's ear, Yes. Linda, I was wrong. Give me some face, my wife. I'm the captain." "Of course, according to your will, captain." The beautiful woman replied with a smile, not hiding her affection, which immediately made several people in the laboratory laugh. Clearly, the relationship between the captain and the beautiful first officer was already well known aboard the starship. Cough. Reality. The third day. After being in a coma for an entire day, Ming Kanki woke up from bed without even having a chance to see the time on the clock before spitting out a mouthful of old blood. The ability of soul evolution seemed good, even perfect, but now this ability had become his death warrant. The explosion of the Naruto world triggered the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines within Ming Kanki. He did well, under numerous uses of the small universe. He even brought both to their extremes. However, because of this, the two bloodlines broke through their original constraints to some extent. Thus, the bloodline conflict that had already been suppressed by the Seiya bloodline erupted again. And this time, it was not just a conflict between the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines. These two bloodlines from Naruto also clashed with the Seiya bloodline. The ability of soul evolution faithfully reflected this change onto Ming Kanki's physical body in reality. The second day in the dream world truly felt like a dream in terms of the flow of time. Finally seeing the time, Ming Kanki understood in his heart. Either die or risk a more complicated bloodline that could lead to new bloodline conflicts or bloodline crises. A desperate measure. After eating, Ming Kanki returned to his room. At that moment, he noticed something dark red at the foot of the bed. Dry bloodstains. Could it be from when I killed the snake? After taking a closer look, Ming Kanki got up and casually glanced at the clock with the electronic calendar timer. At a glance, he was instantly surprised and rubbed his eyes vigorously. The third day? Wait, it seems I forgot something. Let me think carefully. Cough, cough. Finally, after coughing for a while and spitting blood again, Ming Kanki finally remembered. He wiped his mouth, which was smeared with blood, and exclaimed in surprise, I remember now. I checked the clock, and today is indeed the third day. Yesterday, after Ming Kanki woke up, he found that in the Naruto world, he had only spent a night after passing the Chunin exam. Based on the time before he went to sleep, yesterday was already the second day during the daytime. So, today is indeed the third day. After having a meal, Ming Kanki returned to bed with nothing to do, but suddenly he coughed up blood and fainted. His breathing even became imperceptible for a moment. Fortunately, both the Seiya bloodline and the Wood-Release bloodline were powerful life forces. After a day and night, Ming Kanki stubbornly survived. Although Ming Kanki survived, the brief cessation of his breathing still caused some damage to his brain. This damage only began to heal after he finished eating and replenished himself. When he thought of this, Ming Kanki knew he had to make a choice quickly. Otherwise, if the bloodline conflict erupted again, he didn't know if he could survive it again. He didn't want to die. A person who could be ruthless enough to split his personality, to adapt to society, and live on could never want to die. So even if it was a desperate measure, he had to continue living. At worst, he would use poison to counter poison. There was no other choice. Haha, dream world. Here I come. With a flash before his eyes, Ming Kanki collapsed directly onto the bed. The renewed eruption of bloodline conflict immediately plunged him into a semi-comatose state. Fortune and misfortune coexist, which also allowed him to easily enter a dream, successfully entering the dream world. Chapter 60. Living in a game console, starting 2 updates. The update time is tentatively set for 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. Zazala. The lights in the room flickered uncertainly. Where's this place? Ming Kanki sat up with one hand on his head. He felt that the entire world was hazy, and his head was throbbing. It seemed that the after effects of the bloodline conflict from reality had carried over. Oh, right, it's no longer limited to the bloodline limits of the Naruto world. But even the Seiya bloodline from Dragon Ball has been added. It should be called a bloodline conflict. Outside the window, the blue sky was clear, and the white clouds floated lazily. It was indeed a good day. The window was closed. Across from him was a building. He couldn't see the situation inside, nor could he see the street below. This building seemed quite tall. However, all the windows he could see around him were pitch black. Did the entire building use one-way glass? And no one opened a window? Ming Kanki felt a bit puzzled. You're awake? You seem to be in pretty good spirits. A nurse in a white outfit came in to examine him. She gently held Ming Kanki's face and checked his heartbeat. Ming Kanki could feel the softness of her hands. Coupled with her fair and rosy skin and her white outfit, she was simply the perfect human. Of course, it would have been even better if she didn't have that star-like skin on her forehead. Although she covered it with a nurse's cap, Ming Kanki still keenly noticed it. In fact, he had made some vague judgments in his mind. For example, her hands were very soft, but she easily moved his head without much cooperation, indicating she had considerable strength. Another example was the well-hidden purple star mark on her forehead, which seemed to be some kind of birthmark. Furthermore, While most people's hearts are on the left, she measured on the right side, suggesting that their hearts were likely on the right. There were also speculations that he might have crossed over to a planet inhabited by humanoid aliens, among many other interconnected judgments. This was not the emergence of Ming Kanki's alter ego. It was entirely the main personality making these judgments. After making a series of judgments, a strange thought rose in Ming Kanki's mind. Could it be that he had possessed the body of a certain elementary school student who was a Grim Reaper? Ming Kanki was puzzled, suddenly hearing the nurse mumble to herself about being implanted with several different bloodlines that were in conflict, calling him a poor child. He smiled and picked up the nurse's words, saying, "Oh, Miss Angel in White, I might actually be quite old. But there's one question. Who am I? My name, my identity, or anything else? Any information?" The rustling sound of the recording stopped, and the nurse sighed. "Oh, poor child. Your memories are gone. It must be very hard being trapped in a black hole." The nurse suddenly fell silent, hurriedly completing her notes and quickly leaving as if to escape. Although she didn't say much, Ming Kanki still keenly grasped one term: black hole. Ming Kanki was startled and suddenly recalled the long and boring journey in the Dragon Ball world. At that time, he had transformed into a lower-class Saiyan child, looking almost identical to Son Goku. He was sent into space, but fell into a black hole. Could it be that he had returned to the Dragon Ball world? Ming Kanki hurriedly called out to her, "Please wait. Can you give me a mirror?" The nurse did not pause, opened the door, and walked out. After a few minutes, another equally beautiful nurse in white entered. Her fiery long hair highlighted her stunning figure, making her seem more like a model than a nurse. She didn't speak, but smiled slightly as she handed a mirror to Ming Kanki. In the mirror was a yellow-skinned child. His tousled hair stood up like a flame. At first glance, it resembled Vegeta's hairstyle, but it was shorter and much softer. The baby fat on his small face suggested that if he were to lose weight in the future, he would definitely be handsome. He didn't have a crab-like head or a tail, so he was definitely not a Saiyan. His face was chubby, not the sharp chin of Conan, so the possibility of being a Death Note elementary student was also low. "Thank you." Returning the mirror to the red-haired nurse, Ming Kanki got out of bed and walked outside. He began to try to gather more information. This was a normal reaction for a regular person in an unfamiliar environment. Ming Kanki thought as he pushed open the door and walked out. The nurse, holding the mirror and smiling, silently followed closely behind him. While Ming Kanki was touring the hospital, a debate was taking place in the captain's quarters of the starship. The argument had been going on for some time, and now the two were ready to get straight to the point. "All right, let's not talk about rules or humanitarianism. I'll just ask you, why not just cure him directly? Our technology is fully capable of that." The first officer, Linda, the captain's wife, was a bit emotional. "That requires his own will to decide. We cannot make that decision for him," the captain explained in a calm tone. He was quite reasonable, and Linda found it hard to refute him. But Linda already had a plan. She tapped her wrist, and the data from her personal information terminal was sent to the captain's computer. Then, pointing at the computer screen, she said, "There is no need for that. Just inject nanomedical robots, 10 for each cell, that's enough." The captain's terminal computer intelligently filtered out some prohibited terms and highlighted them. He sighed helplessly. "That's the latest technology. We can't just use it on a stranger. I know what you're thinking, but he is not. He just looks a bit like him." The captain's voice was gentle, his words hesitant, not directly stating anything. But Linda knew. She interrupted the captain and asked directly, "Do you think I'm doing this because of the child?" "Maybe, so what?" Sighing and pondering for a few seconds, the captain said seriously, "Testing." "All right." Linda stood up and walked out without saying much. However, both understood that they had reached a consensus. Linda would be responsible for testing Ming Kanki. If he passed the test, Linda would apply for the nanomedical robots for him, and the captain would agree. But if he failed the test, all bets were off. At this moment, Ming Kanki was wandering around the hospital, constantly complaining in his mind about how the hospital seemed to be of the 21st century style. But in reality, many things were black technology, and the patient seemed real, yet there was always a sense of incongruity and so on. He had no idea that several experts from the interstellar era were tailoring a testing plan specifically for him. He also didn't know that the place he was in was just a small room of less than 20 meters in length and width on the starship. Merely a game room inside the starship. Of course, he was even more unaware that at this moment, in a room behind the game room, his every move was being displayed on a large screen. Some aliens, whether human or beast, were watching him and continuously communicating with each other. If he were to see these aliens, he would surely be taken aback and overturn some of the preconceived notions in his mind. Chapter 61. Testing. Please follow me. After about 10 minutes, Ming Kanki had almost toured the entire hospital. At this point, the beautiful nurse with a devilish figure finally spoke for the first time. After speaking, she walked ahead of Ming Kanki to lead the way. Ming Kanki took a few quick steps to catch up. The two had barely walked a few meters when the surrounding scenery suddenly blurred and quickly disintegrated. A large door appeared in front of them, slowly opening. The nurse who had initially let something slip was now standing next to a tall man in military uniform, smiling and waving her hand. At this moment, she had removed her hat, revealing long black hair and a red cloud pattern on her forehead, instantly enhancing her beauty to a new level. Ming Kanki couldn't help but laugh along with her. In fact, Ming Kanki didn't even notice that the tall figure in military uniform was also a beautiful woman with golden waves and an athletic charm. Of course, she wasn't Ming Kanki's type. It seems you already know this lady, Arya. Hello, I am Linda, the first officer and deputy captain of the Starship Explorer Mace. Ming Kanki and Qi Liang walked to the door, where a tall woman in military uniform, Linda, friendly extended her left hand for a handshake. Hello, my name is Ming Kanki. I'm not sure about the rest. Ming Kanki shook hands with her. Then Linda simply held onto his hand without letting go. The red-haired nurse nodded at Linda and Arya before leaving. Linda pointed with her right hand and said this way, "Don't think Natasha is cold. She is a dual ethnicity person. Their nature is to be taciturn, but they're actually very gentle. The young men on the entire starship take pride in being able to marry a dual ethnicity beauty. However, they believe that same-sex relationships are true love." Arya added with admiration, when they fall in love and get married. One of them will use her one and only ability to change gender in her lifetime. A perfect family will be born. Ming Kanki rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "Can you let go of my hand before talking? I'm really not a child." At this moment, he was being held by Linda and Aaliyah, one on each side. If it were a man and a woman, it would look like a family parade. After passing through two brightly lit corridors and around two corners, Ming Kanki saw a robot approaching. The robot's face looked like it was projected with some kind of light effect. When he saw the three of them, it was surprised, then immediately walked over joyfully, a series of electronic sounds ringing out. "Hello, lucky child. The black hole's collapse is the first event since the birth of the universe 13 billion years ago. And you are actually inside this black hole. The quantum state is even more peculiar. This is our starship's chief scientist, a netizen, Ming B33712. He looks similar to our robots, but he is indeed a real life form. They possess advanced intelligence, and their technology may even surpass ours by hundreds of years. However, from our perspective, they might have some quirks not quite accustomed. Oh, by the way, just call him Ming. He is the only netizen on the starship, so there's no need to be too precise in distinguishing." Linda gave a brief introduction, and then whispered the last few sentences in Ming Kanki's ear. While saying this, she also winked at Ming. Of course, Ming Kanki did not see it. "Oh, I think I should go to the bridge now. See you later." Ming Weiwei lightly stepped away, leaving swiftly. Is he angry? Ming Kanki felt as if he had arrived in a starry world. In just a few minutes, he had encountered 3 alien races. Therefore, he decided to make a good start. No, I didn't understand jokes, but they wouldn't get angry either. What is a starship? Our starship is called the Explorer Mace, an interstellar exploration research vessel. It is 210 meters long, 496 meters wide, and 312 meters high. It has warp cruising technology. We are currently traveling from the southern galaxy to the northern galaxy for exploration. The entire journey will take about 123 months, which is a year and a half. And you were rescued from a lush nebula at the edge of the southern galaxy. The Lush Nebula? The Lush Nebula is a type of micronebula, often found near major galaxies and nebulae. Due to being obscured, it is difficult to be detected by optical devices. As they talked, Linda shared almost everything she knew, while Arya occasionally chimed in with additional information. Ming Kanki visited the cafeteria, hospital, and other open areas, and was assigned his own room. Oh, you are here. Follow me, The lab has discovered something. It's definitely not for you to experiment with, As they approached the bridge, they were stopped by a chicken-headed alien. Linda introduced, "This is the chicken-headed alien, Tak. He's the only one on our spaceship. Don't be fooled by his appearance. In fact, his IQ is second only to Ming's, making him a rare genius. This is also a characteristic of their race. There's a polarization between genius and mediocrity. The mediocre are even worse than Afinda." Arya added a couple of sentences, but didn't hear Ming Kanki's follow-up question. She had to explain herself. "Finda is a type of bird from my hometown that has a memory span of only 3 seconds. What's wrong?" Hearing Linda's words, Arya noticed that Ming Kanki was staring blankly at the chicken-headed alien. Yes, yes, what's wrong with you? Arya and Linda's inquiries did not bring Ming Kanki back to his senses because he had seen another familiar figure approaching. The person was clad in golden armor, with a silver helmet adorned with horns and a long sharp horn at the nose. Although the hands under the armor were not visible, there were 3 sharp claws made of an unknown metal on the outside. The armored wings on his back made Ming Kanki instantly recognize him as the Battle Greymon from Digimon. The chicken-headed alien made him feel like he was in the Dragon Ball universe, while the Battle Greymon confused him even more. He was not confused because the world might be a mix. He was puzzled about what the dream world was. He had traversed 3 dream worlds before, but those 3 were independent universes: Naruto, Battlestar Galactica, and Dragon Ball, each pure in its own right. In fact, Ming Kanki was merely restricted to one place and had seen too little. Each universe in the dream world is real. Ming Kanki was not dreaming. He was entering a dream, with his soul crossing into the dream world. Don't be afraid. This is our chief defense officer. He comes from a digital world in another dimension, a perfect digital life form known as Battle Greymon Steel. Linda gently patted Ming Kanki's shoulder and comforted him before continuing with the introduction. I'm fine, Ming Kanki sighed and forced a smile, continuing, anyway, I can't understand it. Let's just keep going. The 3 continued forward. As they brushed past Battle Greymon, Ming Kanki could even feel the intense, invisible pressure emanating from him. Suddenly, Steel's expression turned painful, and he immediately devolved into argument. This is bad. The chicken-headed alien Zack screamed and quickly ran into the lab. He was probably related to ostriches. What happened? Linda turned back in shock at the sound. Agumon Steel answered painfully. I suddenly lost contact with the digital world and can't maintain my ultimate form. It's the dimensional blockade device. To the bridge, Linda exclaimed, pulling Ming Kanki and running. The 3 raced to the bridge, and as soon as the door opened, Linda shouted, "We are under attack." This is impossible. Just as the captain denied it, he saw Agumon behind Ming Kanki, and he was instantly shocked. How could there be a digital dimension blocker among all known civilizations in the universe? Only 3 possess such devices, and they are not for sale. Chapter 62. Cosmic Pirates. The chief scientist, a robotic-looking being named Ming, continued to remind in his electronic voice. Captain, I must remind you that losing the defense power of the digital race theoretically reduces the starship's defense by 53. Considering we are an exploration ship, the actual reduction may exceed 70. Even with the significant drop in defense, the starship remained orderly. Everyone was performing their duties, only with the operation speed at the terminals significantly increased. Without the captain's orders, everyone had already begun searching for the enemy, enhancing communication and strengthening defenses. On the main screen, sparse asteroid fields and meteor clusters were marked, not only in front of the starship, but there were also split screens for above, below, left, right, and behind. There were color gradients of red, yellow, green, and white. White represented unknown, green indicated no danger, yellow indicated low threat, and red indicated hostile and high risk. Ming Kanki quickly understood the meaning of it all. He suddenly realized that the text on the main screen was all in Chinese. WTF? Ming Kanki suddenly realized that everything he was hearing and saying was in Chinese. This is simply unscientific. It seems that in the world of Naruto, he also didn't have any language barriers. Ming Kanki felt that he seemed to have touched upon some essential issues. Suddenly, a navigator reported, "Enemy detected." It's a spaceship. With the report, a crab-yellow circular spaceship appeared on the main screen. Wasn't that the iconic spaceship of the Frisia army? Ming Kanki finally understood what dream world he had entered. This was the Dragon Ball world. But more questions followed. It wasn't a starship? The captain scoffed. First Officer Linda decisively commanded, "Infiltrate their systems. I want to see who has the guts to attack our Arc-Light Civilization's exploration ship with just a small civilian spaceship." Lines of code flowed like a stream on one side of the big screen. Soon, a new window was projected from that spaceship on the big screen. It showed the interior scene. The spaceship was not large, with only a large bridge and 3 cabins inside. One cabin was a cafeteria, another was a living quarters, and the last one housed a device resembling a pillar. The personnel were all concentrated in the bridge. Fish-headed beings, chicken-headed beings, pig-headed beings with white skin, red skin, green skin, some with horns, some with fins, some with wings, etc., an entire mishmash of aliens. Just on one screen, there were more races than in the entire starship. Ming Kanki also noticed that these aliens had something resembling a power level detector hanging from their ears. There's no doubt it's the Dragon Ball world, Ming Kanki thought to himself. However, the focus of the captain and the others was clearly different from Ming Kanki's. Upon seeing the mishmash on the big screen, the captain couldn't help but laugh in anger. He disdainfully said, "A mere group of cosmic pirates? What gave this bunch of misfits the courage?" Linda calmly reminded him, "Don't worry about their courage. These cosmic pirates are already not very bright. The key issue is the dimensional blocker." The electronic sound of Ming echoed again. "According to my calculations, the dimensional rift within a light year has been blocked. Destroying the dimensional blocker will not lift the obstruction. Natural recovery will take 443 years." Boom! Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the starship. Ming Kanki and others also heard an explosion. The vacuum of space cannot directly transmit sound. This was clearly an explosion inside the starship. As Ming Kanki had expected, a communicator immediately reported, "Not good. Captain, we are being attacked. There was an explosion in the number 3 engine room. The enemy has teleportation technology. They have already come aboard. Immediately activate teleportation interference. Also, destroy that spaceship for me. Arya, lead your people in an internal defense battle." The captain's expression immediately became serious as he issued the order. At the same time, the lights throughout the battleship changed from bright white to red alert status. "I'll go help," Agamemnon said as he followed Arya out. However, after just a few steps, he regressed again, even after turning into a rolling beast. He showed no fear and continued to chase after Arya. "I'll go help too." Ming Kanki grabbed the rolling beast and used a teleportation technique to directly catch up to Arya. Ming Kanki did not know that the people inside the starship were testing him. He had a good sense of the crew inside the starship. Therefore, he decided to stop holding back. Upon witnessing Ming Kanki's instantaneous movement that far exceeded normal human visual limits, the captain and Linda exchanged glances. Linda asked, "Is everything okay?" The captain, feigning calmness, retorted, "Guiding him to use the energy within him is precisely part of our plan, isn't it? But this is real combat, not a high-level simulation. As the captain, shouldn't you be more cautious? Don't worry. Arya is the acting chief defense officer. You need to trust her abilities. As for me, my responsibility as captain is to bring you all back." The discussion on the bridge was unknown to Ming Kanki, who had now followed Arya to room 3. As soon as the hatch opened, a strong smell of burning and a wave of intense heat rushed out. The flickering shadows of flames, the hissing of high-temperature gas erupting, and the booming sounds of secondary explosions immediately unfolded before Ming Kanki's eyes and ears. With a sharp whistle, a white beam of light struck the doorframe. The battle had begun. Arya, still in her nurse outfit, dashed forward in 2 steps and punched the shooting alien, sending it flying. The invader slammed against the wall and bounced back, gasping for breath. However, Arya did not stop there. She continued to move, kicking away a piece of debris that had fallen from somewhere. With a thud, an alien was sliced in half. While continuously attacking, Arya also remembered to check on Ming Kanki. Arya was from the Meizu race. Their home planet's gravity is 18 times that of Earth, giving them great strength. But don't be afraid. Although we can be a bit blunt, we are very compassionate. In the brief exchange, she had already eliminated another invader. You think being blunt and taking out an enemy with 1 punch counts as compassion? Well, that shouldn't be my concern. Ming Kanki complained a bit in his heart, but his body was directly wrapped in lightning with a crackling sound. This was part of the thunder armor he developed through the thunder escape ninja body technique. Be careful. Chidori, putting down the rolling beast, Ming Kanki stimulated his body with thunder escape and swiftly and accurately pierced an invader's neck with his palm. The whole process was a flash of lightning, accurately passing over the campfire, stepping on an unknown board triggered by an explosion, and then dodging a beam of light. Having the Sharingan is just that flashy. Rasengan. Immediately after, Ming Kanki used the same trick again, attempting to solve another invader with a Rasengan. Unexpectedly, Chapter 63, King of Kurd. Ming Kanki repeated his old tricks, not realizing that this body was just recently picked up and was not the one he was incredibly familiar with. Even with the Sharingan's insight and prediction, he still stepped into empty space and pressed the Rasengan against the muzzle of the gun. At that moment, the intruder was about to activate the beam gun on his arm that could emit white beams. Boom! It exploded. Ming Kanki was directly blown out of the know. 3 machine room. Are you okay? Ming Kanki shook his head and finally heard the sound of the rolling beast. Immediately after, he saw a person walk out of the doorway. The person was dressed in white, with the fabric below the left chest punctured, revealing a circular black spot. Surrounding the black spot was a snow-white hemisphere. Wow, no wonder they're the natives of a planet with 18 times Earth's gravity. That hemisphere was even sturdier than the materials in the starship's cabin. It had withstood a shot from a beam gun. Ming Kanki blinked and smiled at Aaliyah while raising the device in his hand. I remember this thing is called a combat power detector, a good item. By the way, why aren't you wearing it? Saying this, Ming Kanki was about to put the detector on his ear. At that moment, Linda walked over from behind him and snatched the detector away. This is just a civilian version of the device, generally used for ordinary people during exploration. We call it a basic warning machine. It doesn't have any intelligence and can only detect energy anomalies. After pressing a few buttons and checking some data, Linda became even more dismissive. This is a stripped-down version that can only detect the energy data of living beings. However, the communication function seems to have been upgraded. Saying this, Linda's eyes lit up. Perhaps we can track the people behind them. Follow me. Ming Kanki picked up the rolling beast again and ran after Linda. Arya seemed unaware that she had already exposed herself. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and followed along with a flushed face. In a laboratory, the chicken-headed man patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me, cluck cluck. This low-end communication will take 30 seconds, cluck cluck. Semi-O2? Haven't we already explored that nebula?" Linda murmured, looking at the data locked by the chicken-headed man with some confusion. "Then let's explore it again." The captain's voice came through the air. "The Omega-3 planet, there has a possibility of dimensional resonance with the digital tribe's home planet, 0.9575, and there are unclosed dimensional rifts." The electronic voice of Wang Zuming sounded. It could be a trap. As soon as Linda finished speaking, the communication fell silent. After a few seconds, Linda asked, "Is there a way to remotely hack into this machine?" "No. The enemy possesses large quantum devices. The data from this single-person transmission is insufficient for a successful hack. It would alert the enemy, cluck cluck. What if Ming comes to hack?" "Hey, Linda." Ming Kanki's rolling beast suddenly devolved into a blackball beast. If it devolved any further, it would only be a digital egg. He hurriedly interrupted their discussion. Linda sighed and manipulated the terminal to send the image to the bridge, simultaneously broadcasting. "We cannot abandon our digital kin. The Arc-Light civilization has managed to have many diverse members coexist peacefully on a starship in such confined space, not through coercion or oppression, but through inclusivity, the spirit of not abandoning or giving up. This spirit has long been integrated into the entire Arc-Light civilization and its subordinate civilizations." Linda's broadcast was a decisive statement. The captain promptly ordered, "Target Seiya-02, engage warp drive." When Ming Kanki and the others returned to the bridge, the black ball beast had weakened significantly. Its once wide yellow eyes were now squinting vacantly. As the warp travel concluded, the starship entered the star system at normal speed. Shortly after entering the star system, a planet covered in yellow sand appeared on the main screen. Ming Kanki saw from the prompt information that this planet was the one resonating with the digital world, known as the Digital Dimensional Resonance Planet, abbreviated as Digital Earth. Soon after, the enemy's position was quickly locked. A crab-yellow round spaceship appeared on the planet's surface. The landing gear looked just like a circle of crab claws. A large civilian spaceship's captain muttered a few words and suddenly slapped his thigh, cursing, "This is a large standard pirate ship. When did space pirates dare to target our Arc-Light civilization? Send them a message telling them, this is the Arc-Light civilization exploration ship, and to get lost immediately." Shortly after the message was sent, the communication officer reported, "The enemy ship has sent a communication. Connected." At the captain's command, a red-skinned horned figure appeared on the screen. He said menacingly, "This is the flagship of Emperor Cuter of the universe. Leave immediately if you know what's good for you. If you anger King Cuter, no matter what civilization you are from, you will all meet a terrible fate." Cuter. Great, another well-known figure. This is definitely from the Dragon Ball world. Ming Kanki felt 100% certain this time. What to do? Understanding the terrifying power of the Kurdish king's casual, star-level destruction, Ming Kanki trembled a bit. No need to be afraid. That Kurdish king is just the king of the Ice Demon tribe. His destructive power is only planet level. Aaliyah gently comforted Ming Kanki. "But could you not pat so hard? Not everyone can withstand the gentle touch of 18 times Earth's power." "Ahem, what is planet level?" Ming Kanki lightly coughed and subtly increased the distance from Aaliyah. "This is the classification of cosmic civilization strength in the Arc-Light civilization. It is generally used to distinguish between individual powerhouses and starships. The levels are divided by destructive power into stellar level, satellite level, planet level, stellar level, galaxy level, river level, and divine level, totaling 7 levels. Essentially, it refers to the literal meaning of whether one can destroy a planet with a single strike. Aaliyah enjoyed the thrill of being a teacher. Ming Kanki felt that he had learned a lot. It turned out that in the Dragon Ball world, power differentiation is not based on battle power values. He controlled his body and stopped trembling. Of course, his trembling was not out of fear, but rather an excitement that surged from nowhere. At the same time, he didn't want to leave this world so soon. After all, there were Dragon Balls here, which were such good things. In fact, Ming Kanki only realized at this moment that perhaps the dragon could cure his bloodline conflict. The starship continued to approach the digital Earth. On the bridge and in various compartments, all combat capabilities on the starship, except for the digital clan, have been upgraded to combat level. Still unable to crack it? Yes. The opponent likely has advanced intelligent defenses. We cannot break through. During the first transmission of communications, the captain secretly ordered the invasion of the enemy's data center. However, now that they were about to approach the digital Earth, the captain suddenly felt an impulse to order a retreat. His sixth sense was on alert. However, the honor of an Arc-Light civilization member kept him firmly gripping the chair, remaining silent. A relatively delicate hand pressed on his hand. The captain looked up to see Linda, smiling and nodding firmly. Do what you think is right. The silent support struck deep into his heart. The captain suddenly smiled. He commanded, send the navigation log, record and transmit today's content until the battle is over. We will not abandon any of our companions, even if it's a trap. As long as we unite, we will definitely be able to break through. Now, red alert, enter war status. Chapter 64, The Experienced King Kurd. We must land on the planet to allow the digital clan to regain energy. However, the possibility of a trap is 9,999. The electronic sound of the intercom revealed the captain's concerns. This trap has now almost completely become overt. Perhaps it was a conspiracy at first, but now is a blatant scheme aimed directly at their core spirit. The captain stood up and broadcasted to the entire ship, but we will not abandon a single comrade. This is the brightest point of our Ark civilization, our ship Miser. Linda stood up and nodded solemnly. The captain's gaze swept across the bridge. Everyone except Ming Kanki nodded in agreement. On the main screen, in various compartments, some nodded, some gave thumbs up, and some made gestures unique to their cultures in approval. In short, it was unanimously passed. Morale was high. The captain waved his hand and ordered, all shields to maximum power. Prepare for a probe landing on the dark side of the planet. King Kurd, they have reached the designated position, reported the rooster-headed man with a pure black device. Good, keep them here. On the dark side of the planet facing King Kurd, deep in the desert, a huge creature revealed a victorious expression on King Kurd's cold face. Finally, I can become stronger. This opportunity must not be missed. Just wait. Once I am stronger, the in-civilization will have to work for me. Laughing, King Kurd seemed to have broken through. Suddenly, the giant creature opened a cavity. King Kurd's laughter ceased immediately. He remained still as his whole body shot out rapidly. Intense interference erupted suddenly. The planet's gravity increased hundreds of times. The starship shook violently. Almost simultaneously, a red beam shot up into the sky. The starship's shields flickered twice and were directly breached. Suddenly, a circular hole appeared on the starship. The energy absorption shield failed. The energy shield was penetrated. The power reactor was hit. Energy output dropped by 35. Unable to maintain orbit, the starship was being pulled down. Unexpected situations occurred again and again. The captain was furious. It's a high-level civilization. A civilization of the same level is hiding in the shadows, interfering with our shields. Bastards. If the energy absorption shield hadn't failed this level of attack, at least the captain did not become as furious as Shirleji. After cursing a few times, he immediately entered a string of codes on the terminal. Everyone, it is my honor to work with you. Now, a high-level civilization of the same level has actually allied with cosmic pirates to attack us in such a despicable manner. We have no way out. We can only fight back. Nano armor activate. Countless mercury-like liquids surged from beneath the floor, spreading along the feet of each crew member and covering their entire bodies. Even a black ball beast in Ming Kanki's hand was covered. Once the covering was complete, the silver faded or became transparent. The crew members appeared unchanged. But in Ming Kanki's Sharingan, a layer of white energy aura appeared around them. Backup power reactor activation complete. Starship transformation. The starship began to unfold. It changed from horizontal to vertical. Indeed, like a human, its arms fell down and its legs spread apart. Soon, the starship transformed into a true robotic form. With the left leg straightened, the right leg bent, the left arm raised for defense, and the right arm open for attack. At this moment, the shield outside the starship had turned red. That was the effect of high temperatures generated by friction with the atmosphere. Then, the starship completely turned around. The left arm extended the shield in front, and the right arm's main cannon flashed. A spiral red and white beam swirled up, piercing through the clouds and heading straight for King Kurd. At this moment, the starship seemed to have truly transformed into a single entity, becoming a warrior. A nearly 1,000-meter-tall, giant warrior. Ming Kanki suddenly realized that this war was like a replica of the interstellar war he experienced in the MF world. Unless he fought desperately, he couldn't be of any help. Even at this moment, when the starship was transforming, the violent vibrations forced him to output a large amount of chakra to anchor himself to the ground. However, the crew members were unaffected, steadily and accurately performing their duties. Death Energy Cannon. Block it for me. At this time, King Kurd was also isolated and helpless. He directly condensed a large energy ball with a diameter of several dozen meters and threw it out, trying to block the starship's main cannon. However, that red sphere was pierced in an instant. In a moment, the remaining power of the main cannon was about to hit King Kurd. He even crossed his arms, preparing to take it head-on. With a buzzing sound, a yellow-themed spacecraft appeared above King Kurd. The green shield flickered a few times before shattering, and the hull was penetrated. Haha, this is good. Although King Kurd could withstand a previous attack, he would inevitably be injured. At this moment, his subordinates helped him avoid injury, and he certainly did not hesitate to praise them. Immediately after, he soared into the sky, enveloped in a ball of white energy. This move was the new Starstrike later used by Frisia. While King Kurd was speaking, the captain inside the starship also spoke. The Planet-class main cannon has been weakened twice in a row, and it only broke the outer shell of that spacecraft. Shield charging. Impact is coming. As soon as the captain's voice fell, a loud bang echoed, and the entire battleship shook violently. From the outside, the starship retreated hundreds of meters, losing its balance. Meanwhile, some broadcasts inside the starship also sounded. Nanobugs repair completed. Energy furnace has been restored. Shield energy at full power. The starship raised its left arm, and a clear hemispherical honeycomb-shaped energy shield appeared in front. Planète Destruction Canon. King Kurd launched another attack. It seemed that King Kurd had rich experience. From the initial sneak attack to now, he timed every move extremely precisely. Each strike was enough to deal devastating damage to the starship. Fortunately, although the energy absorption shield had been targeted and was ineffective, other energy shields could still operate at full power. Now, a black energy ball the size of a human head fell, perfectly blocked by a honeycomb. Suddenly, the planet destruction cannon and the shield began a grapple. From the outside, bolts of lightning burst forth violently, and the planet destruction cannon, though small, had already half embedded itself within the shield. From the internal screen's data and precise images, Ming Kanki could see that the energy of the shield and the planet destruction cannon was rapidly canceling each other out. The planet destruction cannon was like a black hole on the surface of space-time, trapped in the shield but unable to break through its surface. Soon, the shield's energy dropped to 10. At this moment, the planet destruction cannon suddenly exploded. This was also a flaw of energy projectiles. A portion of the energy must be maintained to keep its form, otherwise, it would dissipate or even explode. King Kurd, however, was not disheartened. Instead, he sneered. I've been waiting for this moment. Chapter 65. Open Conspiracy? Hidden Conspiracy? Death beam, charging and firing. Breaking through the surface with pinpoint accuracy. Several enhanced red death beams were King Kurd's trump card. At the moment the planet destruction cannon exploded was when the starship's shield energy was at its lowest. In that instant, multiple death beams struck the shield, further weakening its energy. Then, several more death beams fell, instantly penetrating the shield. The remaining 3 death beams directly created 3 small holes, only 2 or 3 fingers wide, in the starship's left arm. King Kurd immediately raised both arms. A massive energy ball, resembling a magma fireball, began to rapidly take shape. This was an evolved version of the Death Energy Cannon, developed as a super attack aimed at destroying stars, the supernova. At this moment, the starship's shield showed no response. The starship was too precise. That penetration wound, only 2 or 3 fingers in size by human standards, was just like being pricked by a needle on an arm compared to the starship's several hundred meters wide and nearly 1,000 meters high structure. However, these 3 small holes, merely the size of 3 fingers, temporarily rendered the shield ineffective. Inside the starship, the captain angrily cursed again, "Bastard. How could a cosmic pirate leader possibly know the critical position of our main shield?" The nanobugs repair had automatically started. Estimated time, 10 seconds. The main cannon had cooled down. Good. Let's show him some color. Main cannon at maximum power. With a loud boom, the starship finally landed on the surface of digital Earth. At this moment, King Kurd's supernova had begun its descent. The starship's right arm extended, and a spiral red and white beam was fired again from the main cannon. With a buzzing sound, Ming Kanki felt a bit dazed. He actually heard the shockwave generated by the collision between the main cannon and the supernova. On the main screen, the spiral beam was continuously rotating, trying to penetrate the supernova. The supernova slowly descended, attempting to explode upon landing. The two forces clashed, and countless bolts of lightning and dust quickly appeared, forming dark clouds. The sky darkened, soon becoming pitch black. On the bridge, amid the dim red lights, apart from the captain and the continuous reports, no one else spoke. The oppressive atmosphere grew heavier. The main cannon continued for 5 seconds. Energy intensity decreased by 25. Cooling system overloaded, running at 113. Energy furnace output at 110. Nano bugs repair completed at 70. Shield can be activated. Activate the shield. Gather all energy into a fist. No need. Teleport me out. Suddenly, a firm and brave voice interrupted the captain's orders. Everyone turned to see that it was the battle Tyrannosaurus steel reappearing beside Ming Kanki. Gaia energy cannon. A flash of microlight from the teleportation, and the battle Tyrannosaurus appeared above the starship's head. Immediately, an energy ball with a diameter of over 3 meters was thrown towards King Kurd's supernova. With a loud bang, the Gaia energy cannon exploded. Combining with the last second of energy from the main cannon, it finally triggered the supernova's explosion. The intense explosion instantly cleared the clouds over half the planet. In an instant, the sky was clear. Not bad. King Kurd still did not get angry. Instead, he sneered and launched energy blasts, continuously attacking, trying to keep pressing the starship. But this time, he seemed to have lost that precise attacking state. The scattered attacks could not deal decisive damage to the starship. Moreover, the battle Tyrannosaurus occasionally blocked, seemingly entering a war of attrition. I don't understand. Our size is too large, lacking agility. He has every capability to use that. Why is he directly attacking our shield? Ming Kanki, who had felt useless in the observation, could no longer hold back. Just as Ming Kanki said, King Kurd appeared to be attacking erratically, but in reality, he was continuously attacking the starship's front, with 90 of his attacks hitting the shield. Although the shield would be depleted eventually, the main cannon had cooled down and, with one shot, could buy enough time for the shield to recover. The main cannon cooled down, and the shield recharged. King Kurd seemed to be attacking fiercely, but in fact he was continuously doing useless work, engaging in a tug-of-war. How much energy can an individual store? How much can Starship store? It's obvious that a starship of the same level can store far more. Therefore, King Kurd's actions were entirely meaningless, unless there was a conspiracy. At Ming Kanki's question, the crew on the bridge suddenly felt a shock. The captain immediately ordered, "Ignite the thrusters. Activate the anti-gravity system. We must try to return to orbit. Teleport me out. We buy you some time." A calm voice interrupted the communication. On the main screen, a fully armed Steel Garurumon X suddenly appeared. Hell, freezing breath. As Steel Garurumon X emerged, it unleashed a blast of cold air that instantly froze one of King Kurd's attacks. Immediately after, a white light enveloped Steel Garurumon X and Wargreymon. Merging them into one, they actually initiated a joint evolution. Omega Monapiod. Trying to run? You can't escape. Taste my powerful, star-level ultimate move. King Kurd clenched a sphere of energy tightly against his abdomen. His tall figure hunched over. Seeing the starship trying to ascend, he brazenly gathered energy to unleash a powerful move. Strong gravity reappeared. The starship's ascent speed suddenly dropped significantly. You won't succeed. X-Garuru Cannon. Although it only had a regular X antibody, Omegamon did not evolve into Omegamon X. However, the power of his Garuru Cannon increased significantly. The intense blue light struck King Kurd, and the absolute zero cold instantly froze him. Though the ascent speed decreased, the starship continued to rise. According to the report, Ming Kanki knew that it would take just 3 minutes to reach the digital Earth's synchronous orbit. Omegamon bypassed the gravity-enhanced area, providing cover in orbit. King Kurd's massive ice block fell to the ground without shattering. He did not wake up. It seemed that after Ming Kanki's reminder, everything began to turn for the better. As they gradually approached orbit, the blue sky lay beneath their feet, and the starry sky appeared above. The heavy atmosphere of tension in the bridge dissipated considerably. This strategy, which was entirely aimed at us, could not be designed by cosmic pirates. Our enemies know us very well. Although I don't want to say it, we have a traitor among us. Ming Kanki glanced at the person speaking. The person had a distinctive cloud pattern on his head and was from the Meizu tribe. Indeed, he had a big mouth. Such words that could shake the morale of the troops should not be spoken at this time. Ming Kanki shook his head inwardly, finally gaining a deep impression of the big mouth of the Meizu tribe. The captain remained silent for a long time before turning around and saying, "So, the enemy likely has obtained detailed information about us from within. They may even have a thorough understanding of our thought patterns. The only thing they don't know is you." Note, 1 instant 0. 36 seconds, a moment 3 by 10 minus 24 seconds. Chapter 66. Transcendental Space-Time Jump. It is precisely because Ming Kanki's thought patterns have not been understood that he can lead everyone out of their fixed mindset with just one sentence. Thus, a strong gravitational field could be hastily activated but could not restrain the starship. Therefore, the starship could return to its orbit. This is very logical. But isn't my suspicion the greatest? As soon as the words left his mouth, Ming Kanki thought to himself that it was foolish. This was practically leading their thoughts directly to him. Now, whether he was a spy or not, he would have to be suspected. No, of course not. Without hesitation, the captain directly denied it twice, stating instead that you have no suspicion at all. So take the key, take the highest technology aboard this starship, and escape. If you're lucky, we will meet again. If possible, please return the information to the Arc-Light civilization. X. The shift in tone was too quick. What is going on? Having already escaped to orbit, all one needed to do was accelerate to enter warp speed and flee. Why the sudden suggestion for me to escape? Ming Kanki was instantly confused. He stammered, "I might be able to try to buy you some time. If I can use illusions to slightly control the Kurdish king, maybe it would work." That's useless. To control someone like the Kurdish king, a peak-level powerhouse on a planetary scale, you at least need to be at the initial planetary level, Linda said with a smile. The captain added, "Moreover, we can't enter warp speed. That strong gravitational well is not meant to pull us back to the ground, but to restrict warp travel. We can only fight to the last breath." We all understood this when the strong gravitational well appeared. But it's not that simple. Ming Kanki suddenly felt at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. "Don't cry, look at this key." Linda took the key from the captain's hand and waved it in front of Ming Kanki. Hearing Linda's words, Ming Kanki realized that he had already shed tears. Kids are just unreliable, too easily moved. He wiped his tears and randomly found a reason in his heart. It seemed like just an ordinary key from the 21st century. This statement immediately sparked a wave of good-natured laughter. Ming Kanki took the key in his hand. Suddenly, golden light burst forth from the key, flashing as if it were celebrating. "Run away. Never let the infinity number fall into their hands." After the captain spoke, Linda patted Ming Kanki on the shoulder. The unchanged robotic exterior of Ming stood up and said, "Follow me," and then walked straight out of the bridge. Following Ming, Ming Kanki asked many questions along the way. Ming answered quite a few, such as the home planet of the Arc-Light civilization is Earth in the southern galaxy, set in the 53rd century, and that there are dozens of planets within the galaxy referred to as Earth by the races on those planets, etc. Ming quickly taught Ming Kanki some knowledge about starship piloting. Ming Kanki knew he had to pilot the starship to escape, so he simply switched to his secondary personality to enhance his memory. However, they soon arrived at the hangar. Ming Kanki didn't gain much piloting knowledge. In the corner of the hangar was a small, white hemispherical room. Ming indicated to Ming Kanki that this was his target. "Is this a starship? Are you kidding me? This small room, less than 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, probably wouldn't even fit me lying down." Ming Kanki curled the corner of his mouth, but decided to keep his thoughts to himself and remain silent. At that moment, he felt like he had been foolishly moved. This was completely a game being played on him. Perhaps this key was nothing more than a glowing device with a fingerprint sensor or something. In any case, he walked in with a cold expression and said nothing. At the moment he closed the door, he detected Ming's electronic voice suddenly stuttered. After barely uttering 2 words, his projected face flickered as if the television was experiencing interference. Immediately after, Ming's face completely disappeared, and the entire machine fell to the ground with a clang. "Under attack from a quantum pulse. Our communication has been cut off." Ming Kanki did not hear the broadcast. He did not know that Ming had stopped operating due to an attack. He was even less aware that Ming had faithfully transmitted the last information he saw into the quantum network of the Net Clan. What are you still lingering for? There's no time. Hurry up. Ming Kanki, who had just entered the house, was still in shock when he heard the captain shout. At the same time, a violent tremor shook the ship. It seemed that the starship was under attack. Following the sound, Ming Kanki saw an image appear on the console in front of him. It was the live feed from the bridge. A red and purple energy projectile had broken through the main screen of the bridge and was slowly tearing the starship apart. Destruction came faster than he had imagined. Jump! In just a few steps, he crossed a distance of more than 10 meters with no settings in place. Ming Kanki directly pushed the jump control lever to the highest position. After that, he had no idea what happened, because at the moment the jump was initiated, the culprit was instantly knocked unconscious by the violent changes in space-time. When he woke up again, he and the house starship were in a peculiar space. This space had no visible starlight, only a vast expanse of white. It seemed to have no obstacles, yet when you moved forward, you would hit a wall, experiencing bizarre jumps or reversals. Sometimes it wasn't even the space that jumped. Occasionally, the timer would run wildly. Therefore, Ming Kanki named this space the time-space corridor. Smack! Throwing down the electronic book in his hand and listening to the ringing of the bell, Ming Kanki said irritably, "Okay, I know you won't talk. Only simple bell sounds." This was not the first time he had spoken like this. The bell rang again, and Ming Kanki said, "Oh, I know. You can change the interval and volume of the bell. But that doesn't mean anything. I can't understand it." In fact, Ming Kanki could somewhat discern the emotions in the bell sounds. It was quite miraculous, because there was no intelligence within this house starship. The bell sounds were entirely produced by the house itself. It was alive. Fine, yes. As long as I understand the 22 million words of illustrations in a manual. We can leave this damned time-space corridor. But I'm just an ordinary person from civilization that has just emerged from its cradle, with only a regular college diploma. My IQ cannot comprehend something that surpasses several, or even dozens of eras. Hey, shut up. My subpersonality is rational, logical, and calm, which can indeed enhance learning ability and combat capability to a certain extent. But that improvement has its limits, okay? It just allows me to utilize my existing abilities at 100. It cannot exceed this limit. Sorry, I'm just an ordinary person from the 21st century, not a genius. Yes, time to learn. The subpersonality manifested, rationally picking up the electronic book from the floor to read. This was Ming Kanki's life during the time-space jump. Yes, the jump was not over yet. In fact, it was Ming Kanki who did not know how to end it. At least, pulling the jump control lever back was completely useless. Note, Death Cannon, a charge attack from King Kurd, can destroy a medium-mass red dwarf star, 0.075 to 0.5 solar masses. However, after using this move, King Kurd will consume a lot of energy and will temporarily be unable to launch powerful attacks. Chapter 67, Bulma in the Blink of an Eye. It had been 3 years since entering the time-space corridor. Fortunately, despite the shabby appearance of the starship, the level of technology inside was far beyond what Ming Kanki could imagine. With the material printer, anything he wanted to eat or drink could be printed out. The holographic simulation game console could create an almost completely realistic world within 10 meters. When playing games, Ming Kanki could even completely lose track of the fact that he was just running around within a 10-meter radius. Over these 3 years, Ming Kanki's subpersonality learned the driving skills of the Net Clan's version of Ming and had read through the manual nearly 100 times. But that was where it stopped. It was like a guy who graduated from college in the 21st century and ended up unemployed trying to understand the science of the 53rd century. Not to mention the advanced stuff. Even the Arclight civilization had only just researched the hyperspace jump technology. He couldn't even comprehend the most basic nuclear fusion device in their manual, which was part of their elementary curriculum. As for the main personality, this guy had been cooped up for 3 years. When not chatting with the house starship, he was either starting the game console or playing games. Although it seemed amusing, with one talking and the other ringing the bell, it at least allowed Ming Kanki to maintain his precious language skills. Of course, the main personality was not purely playing games. He was using the games to practice combat skills, but the starship always looked down on him. He heard that bell sound clearly each time. It was as if the bell was mocking him. Perhaps the main personality truly wasn't cut out for combat. Strangely, over the 3 years, neither the main personality nor the subpersonality had thought about leaving this world. Even alone, even without seeing a way out, he still did not leave this dream world. In fact, he didn't even have that thought. The blue sky was bright, the white clouds leisurely floated by. Green trees provided shade, and herds of animals roamed around. Occasionally, dinosaurs could be seen in the overlapping mountains. This was a planet in the northern galaxy known as Earth by the indigenous people. But this Earth was not ruled by dinosaurs. On the contrary, humans had already established prosperous cities here. There were 5 super large cities in all directions. Surrounding the cities were scattered rural towns like stars. Further away were the sparsely populated high mountains, forests, deserts, and other terrains. This planet was somewhat magical. It resembled a laid-out map rather than a planet. On this map, the further south you went, the hotter it became, while the further north you went, the colder it got. The inhabitants of this planet could travel around the world from west to east or from east to west, but they could not do so when moving north and south. This Earth had a large amount of vegetation, countless mountains, and vast desert areas at the same time. It was home to humans, and not to mention dinosaurs, but also many high-intelligence beings that could be labeled as human, such as bat people, invisible people, bear people, pig people, dog people, and so on. Of course, the most magical thing about this Earth was the presence of gods and mystical creatures like dragons. As long as one gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, any wish could be fulfilled. It was said that the current king of Earth had become king after gathering the 7 Dragon Balls and making a wish. Now, countless years had passed, and someone had finally rediscovered the legend of the Dragon Balls. Once again, the curtain was rising on the search for the Dragon Balls. In a forest, a small off-road vehicle was speeding down a narrow path. The sound system in the car was playing an unknown dynamic tune. A young girl with light purple hair, as per the comic setting, took out a pocket watch-like device, pressed a couple of buttons, and glanced at it. Ugh. So far away. I should have brought a plane. I originally considered that the Dragon Balls would be in the deep mountains and forests, which made a plane inconvenient. I completely forgot about something that exists all over the world. I didn't expect that I, the genius Bulma, could make a mistake too. I'm definitely going to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Am I going to wish for a Prince Charming or for endless strawberries? Lost in her fantasies, Bulma completely failed to notice the elk crossing the road ahead. Bang! The off-road vehicle directly knocked down the elk. I'm sorry. The elk's painful cry startled Bulma. After all, she was still a girl. She shouted and, instead of hitting the brakes, pressed the accelerator. With a buzz, the off-road vehicle jumped and unexpectedly accelerated off the small road, speeding forward like a headless fly for hundreds of meters before crashing into a tree with a bang. Although there was a seatbelt, Bulma was still knocked unconscious by the powerful inertia. As she fainted, she murmured, "I'm sorry," a 16-year-old young female driver. Considering her continuous apologies, it could be forgiven. The moose probably thought the same. It wobbled to its feet and staggered away. During the time Bulma was unconscious in the sky at the edge of the temple square, which carried a Muggle-repelling charm, a deity with gray-green skin was carefully watching a spherical area in the sky that was continuously radiating lightning. Suddenly, the lightning in the spherical area surged violently, seemingly transforming into a lightning ball nearly 10 meters in size. A small hemispherical house then burst forth from the intense lightning. Following that, it tilted and fell away in the distance, leaving a trail of black smoke. After crashing through a few large trees with a series of loud thuds, the small house finally landed safely. Its once white exterior had turned into a canvas of green, gray, and brown graffiti. The side of the large door had been char-black. With a creak, the door was pulled open. A man, covered in dirt and dust, coughed as he ran out. He looked around, paused for 2 seconds, and suddenly began to shout and laugh, speaking nonstop despite his cough. Cough, cough, hello world. Ha, I'm finally back in the real world. Bonjour le monde. I'm back, ha, cough, cough. The bell rang. Animals within several miles cautiously looked around. Even sleeping creatures were awakened by the sound of the bell. The timid birds took off into the sky. Hearing the bell, the man spread his hands in resignation and said, "All right, I know we need to be low-key, but I didn't steal or rob anything. You were sent to me by them. The arcane civilization didn't do any investigation and just dumped the blame on me. I want to take this fall." He was Ming Kanki, who had finally returned to the normal world from the time-space corridor. It sounded a bit unscientific. It might be true that reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. Anyway, yesterday, well, not in the broad sense of yesterday, or rather, just Ming Kanki's yesterday, so let's just use the word yesterday. In short, the secondary personality had a sudden inspiration after reading the manual again yesterday. He forcefully boosted the thrust of the engine and made a leap, forcibly shattering the super bubble during the transition. The super bubble was something like a soap bubble that encapsulated time-space abilities. But when it burst, it wasn't as gentle as a soap bubble. Its explosion directly created a void in the time-space corridor, forming a wormhole connecting the time-space corridor and the normal world. Then Ming Kanki and his house starship fell into it. Chapter 68 Buma 2 The back road always comes with a price. Ming Kanki broke through the time-space corridor with a sudden flash of inspiration and a purely unconventional method, but paid the price of having the starship's propulsion system completely damaged. When he returned to the normal world and the starship received a bounty notice broadcasted by the Arc-Light civilization across the universe, Ming Kanki was completely stunned. Fortunately, it was during the manifestation of his, allowing him to remain calm and rational while safely landing the starship. Upon exiting the starship and seeing the green forest again, his finally couldn't hold back and burst out to vent the words he had bottled up for 3 years. The bell rang again. Some timid animals began to flee. A comatose girl was also awakened by the noise. Yes, I understand. Of course, I can't go directly. If I do, I'll definitely be eliminated immediately. A hyperspace jump took 3 years, but 300 years have actually passed. Who would believe that? The Arc-Light civilization certainly wouldn't believe it. Ming Kanki spoke loudly and openly. His voice showed no signs of concealment. For 3 years, he had been talking to the starship like this, and no one would eavesdrop. He had gotten used to it and couldn't change it for now. Moreover, at least I need to fix the thrusters first. Asking someone like me to repair the thrusters is completely a challenge for me, Fat Tiger. Ming Kanki was speaking, seemingly arguing continuously with the bell. Buma, holding a pistol, approached boldly but cautiously. She circled around the broken tree and finally saw the disheveled Ming Kanki. At that moment, the magical laws of film and television took effect. With a crunch, Buma accidentally stepped on a dry branch. The bell sound vanished instantly. Ming Kanki stopped speaking, and as his eyes turned, he immediately spotted a glimpse of light, purple hair hidden under the fallen tree branches. Excited, Ming Kanki immediately perked up. This was not just a normal world. This was also a normal human world. He excitedly quickened his pace. Stop! Bang! Buma was startled and fired a warning shot. Then, she boldly stepped out from the treetops, pointing her pistol at Ming Kanki and said, I said stop. Don't make me shoot you. Ming Kanki not only didn't stop, but instead used the instant transmission technique to suddenly appear in front of Bulma. Wow, a person. A real person. Huh, a living person. Ming Kanki circled around Bulma twice, shouted a few times, and then suddenly didn't know what to say. He didn't even know where to put his hands. Sometimes he raised them, sometimes he put them down, sometimes he gestured a bit, and at other times he froze. Ming Kanki gestured for a while, but it was a lucky hit. Watching his comical, almost silent movie-like actions, Bulma felt that the person in front of her seemed to pose no danger. She didn't lower her gun, but asked in a gentle tone, Who are you? Good question. Ming Kanki finally felt less awkward. My name is Ming Kanki. My starship took 3 years for a single jump. Ming Kanki quickly recounted his situation like a rapid-fire bean, without a single lie. After finishing, he paused for a moment and then shyly asked, did I speak too fast? He touched his face, and suddenly, his face turned even darker. Bulma chuckled a couple of times, and then immediately became serious. I understand now. You're an alien. Your spaceship crashed. That is your spaceship. Speaking of which, your spaceship looks really ugly. As she said this, Ming Kanki nodded. When she mentioned the spaceship's ugliness, Ming Kanki nodded again. Suddenly, the bell rang fiercely. Ming Kanki quickly shook his head and said, The exterior is a bit ordinary, but it's not ugly at all. They're essays saying about inner beauty. If you go inside and take a look, you'll understand what true shock is. Also, it has indeed broken quite a few things, but crash is a bit of an exaggeration. Wow, it's much larger inside than outside. Have you really used space technology to this extent? Upon entering the starship, Bulma was surprised but not overly shocked. After all, she was the daughter of the founder of the Capsule Corporation. I don't know about this. It was given to me by someone. After some exchanges, Ming Kanki quickly regained his normal language ability thanks to the powerful talent from his mysterious bloodline. At the same time, he and Bulma made an agreement. Bulma would help him repair the starship, and he would help her find the Dragon Balls. Then, I'll call them right away to bring the spaceship back. By the way, they can also bring the aircraft capsule we need. Speaking of which, your spaceship looks quite ugly on the outside. Doesn't it need some modifications? Its functions are actually quite impressive. Let us keep it as it is. Bulma had complained more than once about the unattractive appearance of the hemispherical white spaceship, and Ming Kanki always responded this way. In fact, Ming Kanki's true thoughts were, it's a living starship, don't think about stripping it. While waiting, Ming Kanki took a shower and changed his clothes inside the starship. Finally, he looked less disheveled. As for fitted clothes, well, he really didn't have any. After 3 years in the time-space corridor, Ming Kanki had grown up, transitioning from a boy to a teenager. His body had completely matured into an adult shape, which was clearly influenced by his Seiya bloodline. No one can expect a man to design a well-fitting outfit, especially when most of his focus is on studying manuals, training, and chatting with the starship. So, Ming Kanki had no fitted clothes, only some makeshift outfits. However, whether it was Sun Wukong, Uchiha Madara, Shinja Hashirama, Michael Brown, or even this body he currently had, he was definitely a handsome guy. There was no conflict in this aspect of his bloodline. Ming Kanki had short hair like flames, and he was clean and tidy, with fair skin that showed no signs of illness. In short, he was now a charming young man who could attract both an 80-year-old lady and a 3-year-old girl. Bulma stared at Ming Kanki for a few seconds, suddenly blushing and saying, "Hey, even though I'm naturally beautiful, you better not have any strange thoughts." This guy really is Bulma. With her carefree personality, she originally had no thoughts, but now she should have them, especially dressed so revealingly. Can't think about that. This body seems to have entered puberty, feeling a bit hot. Bulma's shy yet pretentious open demeanor instantly triggered a reaction in Ming Kanki's body. He suddenly felt dry in his mouth and throat. Blushing, Ming Kanki shouted, "I need to go check something," and escaped back to the spaceship. It wasn't until the large aircraft arrived that he came out of the spacecraft. Thus, the spaceship was taken to the West Doubleth Manor for repairs, strictly prohibiting dismantling. Ming Kanki then followed Bulma, heading west and south, flying over forests and oceans, landing on a flat area along the southeastern mountain range of the continent. Then, they took a car northeast. There was the third Dragon Ball, which was Bulma's target. Chapter 69. First encounter with Sun Wukong as they traveled along, chatting and laughing. The handsome guy and beautiful girl quickly became friends who could talk about anything. It turned out that anyone could potentially be a member of the Appearance Association, even Bulma, the daughter of the richest person on the planet. On the tree-lined mountain path, the two chatted back and forth, laughing from time to time. Suddenly, a big fish with a crab head appeared on the road. "Monster!" Bulma screamed and slammed on the gas. Bang! That impact was quite significant. The 1-meter-tall fish that lay on the ground was knocked to the side of the road. The front of the car was dented, and the engine stalled. "I told you I should drive, right? Look, you hit something again." Ming Kanki complained, but still wore a smile on his face. Since arriving on Earth, his good mood had never faded. Even now, when the car hit something, he was still smiling. It was simply enchanting. Bulma gave Ming Kanki a dirty look and said irritably, "Don't even think about it. Your lousy skills. Last time you drove, we almost crashed into a ditch." Ming Kanki's smile froze. Bulma didn't seem to blame him. However, that time he directly destroyed one of Bulma's only 2 spare cars. "Wow, where did this monster come from? Want to steal my fish? Let's see if I don't take you down." Suddenly, a child with a red stick ran out from behind the big fish. He ran under the car and surprisingly lifted it up and threw it away. Goodness, no wonder he is the main character of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong. At such a young age, he already has 1 or 2 tons of strength. Inside the car, Ming Kanki was too busy bickering with Bulma to notice Sun Wukong. At this moment, the two inside the overturned car looked at each other, both in shock. "Damn, this is the last car." After 2 seconds, Bulma snapped back to reality, opened the car window, and directly pulled out a pistol, firing 3 shots in quick succession. "Bulma, no, stop." Ming Kanki's persuasion came too late. Sun Wukong was knocked to the ground. Bulma took the opportunity to climb out of the car window. "Ouch, that hurts. You monster." Sun Wukong suddenly crawled away to a distance, stood up, and drew his Rui Jingu Bang, pointing it at Bulma with a serious and dangerous expression. Just as Ming Kanki was crawling outward, he suddenly sensed this faint killing intent. He immediately shouted, "Wait," and activated his chakra, jumping out to land in front of Bulma. A third monster is emerging from the monster's belly. "Watch out." Ming Kanki suddenly jumped out and startled Sun Wukong again. He already thought they were monsters, and this time it was confirmed. Sun Wukong swung his staff and attacked. The Sharingan activated, allowing for insight and prediction. Sun Wukong's speed wasn't fast, but it was still significantly quicker than the fastest sprinter. A distance of 3 to 5 meters was covered in an instant. In that brief moment, his staff was already above Ming Kanki's head. However, in that same brief moment, Ming Kanki had activated his Sharingan, completing the insight into weaknesses and predicting actions. He didn't use any special techniques. He simply crouched down, lunged forward, and grabbed Sun Wukong's hand that was holding the staff, executing a shoulder throw. Bang! Thud! Sun Wukong crashed into a car, flipping it onto its back. He bounced back to the ground. It looked like a hard hit, covered in dirt and dust. But Sun Wukong got up as if nothing had happened. He pointed his Rui Jingu Bang at Ming Kanki and said firmly, "You're strong, but I will never hand over my prey to you." After saying that, Sun Wukong charged at Ming Kanki again, undeterred and ready to fight once more. Ming Kanki smiled again. The excitement of returning to the normal world reappeared. With a precise swing of his left hand, he slashed and grabbed, directly snatching Sun Wukong's staff. Then, without hesitation, he punched Sun Wukong in the stomach with his left hand. Duong. Sun Wukong crashed into the car again, this time directly denting the car door. Ming Kanki shook his hand. Although this punch was aimed at Sun Wukong, the force was mutual. When it hit the soft abdomen, Ming Kanki felt as if he had struck a stone mountain. Obviously, Sun Wukong was strong and had strong defenses, while Ming Kanki's strength was not weak and his speed was fast. Without using ninjutsu, Ming Kanki couldn't break through Sun Wukong's defenses. In the early stages, Sun Wukong's skin was bulletproof, making him very tough. "Wait, we didn't come to rob you." Seeing Sun Wukong break free and prepare to strike again, Bulma quickly explained. She also mentioned that she was a girl and he was a boy. "Have you never seen Outsiders?" And a whole bunch of other things. This was the first time Sun Wukong saw a girl. After circling around and finding that everyone was indeed similar, except for the tail, he quickly put the earlier incident behind him and said, "Oh, I see. Huh, let me treat you to a meal." Then, Sun Wukong dragged a big fish in front, with Ming Kanki and Bulma following behind. The three turned a corner, crossed a small hill, and climbed up a big mountain. Finally, they reached Sun Wukong's home halfway up the mountain, a very small temple. "Grandpa, I brought friends today." As soon as Sun Wukong entered, he went to the altar and clasped his hands together to pay respects. There was a 4-star Dragon Ball placed under the mat on the altar, and as Sun Wukong worshipped, it emitted a golden glow. Sun Wukong was stunned. It was a Dragon Ball. Bulma was overjoyed and went to pick it up. "Don't touch it, Grandpa," Sun Wukong shouted, instantly turning into a protective little animal. Bulma reluctantly put it down and took out her Dragon Ball to explain. In the end, she even lifted her skirt and used seduction. Ming Kanki was treated to a feast for the eyes, and his anger rose. Ahem. Ming Kanki coughed twice. Bulma's face suddenly turned bright red, and she quickly put down her skirt. "It's over. Will he think I'm a promiscuous woman? Should I explain it to him?" In that moment, Bulma, with her back to Ming Kanki, almost turned into a statue. "Sun Wukong, I want to ask you a question. Do you want to become stronger?" Ming Kanki called out to Sun Wukong, who brightened up and excitedly nodded, saying, "Of course I want to." "Good. I know your grandfather's master is still alive. He is revered as the god of martial arts, Master Wutian. His strength can be said to be the strongest human on earth today." Sun Wukong's eyes lit up even more. Ming Kanki even had the illusion that if he mentioned the address, Sun Wukong would immediately run off. "I will have an official match with you. If I win, the Dragon Balls will belong to me. And regardless of win or lose, I will tell you Master Wutian's residence. How about that?" Ming Kanki took the opportunity to ask, and sure enough, Sun Wukong immediately took the bait. He directly assumed the fighting stance of the turtle hermit style and said, "All right, let's get ready. I can't wait to fight again. Rock, paper, scissors. Scissors, rock, paper. Leaf, rising, wind." Using his legs against Wukong's fists, taking advantage of his physical superiority, Ming Kanki kicked Sun Wukong into the air. Then, he followed up with a spinning kick that sent him crashing back to the ground. In just this one round, Ming Kanki won. Chapter 70. Round and round, here you go. "You must take good care of Grandpa. When I become stronger, I will definitely defeat you and win him back." After handing over the Dragon Clan to Ming Kanki, Sun Wukong left alone after finishing his meal. Although Sun Wukong wasn't directionally challenged, he wandered off and unexpectedly encountered a sea turtle. The two lost souls continued to roam until they finally met a little bald-headed boy by a sugarcane grove. The three of them then returned to the turtle hermit's house. Round and round, Sun Wukong found himself back in his own master apprenticeship training storyline. Meanwhile, Ming Kanki and Bulma were also going in circles. By the time the three of them reached the seaside, Ming Kanki and Bulma had already defeated the mini-boss Oolong guarding the village and collected a transforming little pig, along with a universal capsule for a mobile home. Next, the two became three. The pig-headed man was still a person. The trio set off southwest from the village where Oolong appeared, heading straight for the Flame Mountain. Watch out! As expected, another mini-boss appeared. The desert bandit Yamucha, riding a new anti-gravity motorcycle, aimed a rocket launcher directly at Ming Kanki and the others. Seeing this, Ming Kanki picked up Bulma, who was driving the motorcycle, and teleported away. With a loud bang, the motorcycle exploded into pieces. However, the pig-headed man was surprisingly just covered in dirt. Not dead. You bastard, you're one to prioritize beauty over friendship. Who's your friend, little pig? In the past few days, with Oolong always wanting to escape, Ming Kanki's excitement had finally calmed down quite a bit. So, when faced with Oolong's sarcasm, he could finally stare at Oolong expressionlessly instead of smiling. Facing the blood-red Sharingan, Oolong felt a chill in his heart and quickly laughed. Haha, the rest nothing. I'm just a prisoner, haha. Still having the time to chat here? Hand over your universal capsules. Otherwise, Yamcha jumped off the motorcycle, brandishing a shiny big knife, clearly indicating a robbery. What, you want to rob us? Bulma immediately reached for a gun. However, she was being held by Ming Kanki, and her hand was pressed down on his. The movement suddenly froze. It seemed that since Ming Kanki had seen her skirt flutter, Bulma had become more easily embarrassed. Girl, run. Upon hearing the voice and seeing Bulma, Yamcha was suddenly shocked, jumped on his motorcycle, and sped away without a trace. Wow, you're amazing, Bulma. One sentence scared the bandit away. Miran praised her for a while. Bulma smiled shyly and quickly jumped out his arms. What a silly boy who has never seen a girl before. Bulma rolled her eyes at the capsules in her hand and said, What should I do now? The car is broken, and the motorcycle is gone. There are still 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers to Flame Mountain, and who knows how long the desert is. It's so hot. It can't be slower than driving. Hold on tight. Ming Kanki smiled and once again pulled Bulma into his embrace. Then, he used the high-speed movement technique of a ninja, unleashing chakra in his legs to leap several meters at a time. After a few jumps, he had covered hundreds of meters. The ninja body technique was not something that was trained in vain. His speed was no less than 100 kilometers per hour. Yulong, unable to keep up, had to be careful not to be caught by robbers. Hearing Ming Kanki's voice coming from a distance, Yulong looked and saw that they were almost out of sight. He jumped up and shouted, Transform into a rocket. Transform for 5 minutes. Rest for 1 minute. Amazingly, Yulong managed not to fall behind Ming Kanki and the others. The Flame Mountain, Frying Pan Mountain on the right, and Bread Mountain were the legendary residents of the evil Bull Demon King. His strength was formidable, and no one within 100 miles dared to provoke him. It was said that those who did had already turned into dry bones at the foot of the mountain. The Dragon Ball was inside the flames. What to do? Bulma was becoming increasingly reliant on Ming Kanki. From a distance, in the ruins of the dilapidated village, she looked at the seemingly unquenchable mountain fire and confirmed that the Dragon Ball was inside, directly asking Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki enjoyed this feeling a bit. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'll give it a try. Water release, water surge wave. This water surge wave is a technique from the 5 elements ninjutsu that Ming Kanki learned from the 3rd Hokage. He wouldn't say he was proficient at it. For Ming Kanki, a large amount of water surged out. But for a small mountain of 200 to 300 meters and the surrounding fire, this amount of water was just a drop in the bucket. The flow of water that could drown 3 to 5 people hadn't even reached the edge of the blazing fire before it was evaporated by the high temperature. Buzz! Suddenly, a large axe, half a person tall, sliced through the air and flew by. It seemed to be just a warning. However, the force of the axe was not weak, and its speed was incredibly fast, creating a sharp gust of air that cut off a significant amount of Bulma's hair. Strands of purple hair fell, and Bulma immediately felt a dampness under her skirt. She was terrified. Bastard! Burn my little universe. Infinite chakra mode. Water release. Water surge wave. Seeing Bulma's pitiful appearance, Ming Kanki closed his eyes and brewed for 3 seconds, instantly igniting an atomic explosion to fuel his little universe. With the enhancement of the little universe, Ming Kanki entered a short period of infinite chakra state and directly output chakra at maximum power to release water release. The water, resembling a small lake, continuously erupted from around Ming Kanki's body, rushing towards the Bull Demon King and the Flaming Mountain. The water seemed to have consciousness, violating the natural law of water, flowing downward, quickly surging up to the halfway point of the mountain. The hissing sound of evaporation was constant. 1 minute later, the water won, and the fire was extinguished. It happened to coincide with the limit time of Ming Kanki's infinite chakra mode. Wait for me a moment. Lightning flickered as Ming Kanki directly activated the 2nd stage of Thunder Armor, charging into the still lingering high temperature. Going in after the temperature drops is fine too, Bulma said, then saw Ming Kanki appear in front of her again. She breathed a sigh of relief and explained, somewhat shyly, the temperature is too high right now. Don't get hurt. I'm just worried that if you get hurt, there will be no one to protect me. Ming Kanki smiled, raised his left hand, and waved it in front of Bulma. A bright yellow Dragon Ball was held in his palm. Ha, great. Bulma took it and playfully bit Ming Kanki on the cheek. After that, the three seemed to forget about the Ox King. Oolong took out the RV he had hidden for a long time. Bulma changed clothes, but deliberately wore the only bunny girl outfit in Oolong's RV. With Ming Kanki around, Bulma didn't lose her capsule case. Instead of wearing her own clothes, she dressed as a bunny girl. This was clearly an attempt to fish for Ming Kanki, this handsome catch. My body in puberty. Ming Kanki instantly transformed into a wolf and kissed Bulma. Just as things were about to heat up, Ming Kanki caught a glimpse of Oolong drooling and lewdly staring at them. He immediately stopped. Even if they could go to the bedroom and lock the door, he didn't want to give Oolong a whole night of applause. The rest of the night was a bit suggestive yet awkward. Ming Kanki urged Oolong to drive the RV to continue heading northwest. The next day, they encountered Dogman, A Xiao, and Xiao Wu. With a quick illusion, Ming Kanki took them down without delaying their journey. By the third day, Pilaf Castle was already in sight. This final challenge from the original work posed no danger to them. Ming Kanki stood at the entrance and directly used wood release to dismantle the tower. In no time, Pilaf obediently handed over the Dragon Ball. Thus, only one Dragon Ball remained. The three of them boarded Bulma's plane, turned southeast, and arrived at an island. Unexpectedly, this was the training island where Master Roshi trained his disciples. After some twists and turns, Ming Kanki and Bulma encountered Sun Wukong again. Chapter 71 verses. Sun Wukong and Krillin when the plane landed. The three saw Master Roshi and others just finishing their afternoon rest. Bulma explained their purpose. Master Roshi, rarely distracted by beauty, listened to Bulma, but focused his attention on Ming Kanki. Oh, you want this Dragon Ball? Perfect. Wukong and Krillin have been training for half a month. Why don't you have a match with them? In half a month, Sun Wukong and Krillin's training had only just begun, but their potential was already fully displayed. In fact, Sun Wukong's rate of progress even shocked Master Roshi a bit. However, Ming Kanki's strength left Master Roshi with an ungraspable feeling. Thus, he proposed a match. Come on, you two can team up. Maybe before dark, we can summon the dragon. Stepping forward to create distance from Bulma and Oolong, Ming Kanki confidently said. His intention was clear. If they were going to fight, they might as well do it here. Krillin stepped forward 2 paces and arrogantly said, You probably don't know how strong Master Wu-Tian is, do you? We've been training under him for half a month, and our strength is quite impressive. Although Krillin had a complicated mind, he was still a child. Training under Master Roshi, he felt progress almost every day, which inflated his ego a bit. Sun Wukong approached Krillin's side, cautiously taking a preparatory stance, and quietly reminded, Be careful, Krillin. Although I don't want to admit it, Big Brother Ming Kanki is very strong. I have no confidence in winning. You're making it hard for me, fat tiger. Krillin felt an impulse to beat up Daxiong, even though he didn't know who Daxiong was. Sun Wukong felt there was no guarantee of victory, and this slap in the face came too quickly. Come on, you go first. Ming Kanki activated his Sharingan, casually waved his hand again, showing no signs of wanting to fight at all. Underestimating me, Turtle Hermit? Seeing Ming Kanki's demeanor, Turtle Hermit felt a bit displeased. With a childlike spirit, he directly said, Come on, let me see the results of your training. Ha! With a unified roar, Sun Wukong and Krillin charged towards Ming Kanki from the left and right. Their speed was impressive, clearly reaching the level of top athletes. However, Ming Kanki, who had fought Sun Wukong twice before, knew that this was entirely Sun Wukong cooperating with Krillin. When Sun Wukong was alone, he still knew how to cooperate. How interesting. Well then, I'll cooperate with you a bit too. Ming Kanki suddenly had a change of mind, simply weakening the chakra flowing in his legs and stopping the use of the Konoha fluid technique. He gave up part of his advantages and gathered a large amount of chakra in his arms, preparing for a hard fight with the two. He bent his body slightly and simultaneously threw out his left and right fists. With 2 loud bangs, his fists accurately collided with those of Sun Wukong and Krillin. Ouch! Krillin felt pain in his fist and was pushed back. Sun Wukong's fist went numb, and after doing a backflip, he charged forward again. This time, he unleashed his true power, his speed suddenly increasing to over 7 seconds for 100 meters. This was no longer the limit of an athlete, but a speed that broke the limits of human capability. In a distance of about 3 meters, Sun Wukong's speed was incredibly fast. He reached Ming Kanki in less than a moment. However, this time still exceeded the human reaction speed limit. Not to mention, Ming Kanki was using the Sharingan. The moment Sun Wukong threw his punch, Ming Kanki simply extended his palm and caught it, as if Sun Wukong had delivered it right into Ming Kanki's hand. Grabbing Sun Wukong's fist, Ming Kanki turned and swung him in the direction of his force. With a loud bang, Krillin, who had just gotten up, fell to the ground again. Ouch, I hit my head. That must have hurt. Ming Kanki spoke sarcastically, but he was full of flaws. However now, no one dared to underestimate him. Those eyes truly belonged to a formidable young man. But Master Roshi, with his rich experience, keenly sensed Ming Kanki's strengths. Nonetheless, Master Roshi was indeed Master Roshi. He quickly realized that this was both an advantage and a weakness for Ming Kanki. He even found a way to counter it with strong flash-type moves or the underhanded sand-blinding techniques. One was a technique he couldn't use, and the other was one he despised. In the end, Master Roshi frowned and decided to abandon further thoughts on this aspect. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Krillin got back up. They charged at Ming Kanki again. This time, Sun Wukong took the lead in the attack, with Krillin providing support and distractions. Rock, paper, scissors, door and fist. Sun Wukong quickly changed his tactics and launched a detailed attack. Ming Kanki simply coordinated with him. When Krillin came in to attack, Ming Kanki still cooperated very well. However, even though Ming Kanki was multitasking, every punch and kick from Sun Wukong was still accurately blocked by him. Krillin's distractions seemed completely ineffective. Let's try this move. Suddenly, Sun Wukong leaped back to create distance. Krillin hurriedly retreated. Ming Kanki did not pursue. He turned to Sun Wukong and said, "What new tricks do you have? Bring it on." Sun Wukong placed his hands together at his waist. What? Seeing the stance and hearing the first word, Ming Kanki was shocked and asked loudly, "When did you learn this move?" Sun Wukong continued to gather his energy. Ming Kanki clasped his hands together, forming the Seiya seal. Master Roshi proudly said, "Yesterday, when I extinguished the fire at Fire Mountain using the Kamehameha, Wukong learned it in just one go." A ball of red light had already appeared between Sun Wukong's hands, seemingly about to burst forth. Impossible. The fire at Fire Mountain was put out by Ming Kanki a few days ago. Wulong expressed his disbelief. Bulma quickly figured out the reason, saying, "It might be that the mountain fire has reignited." At this moment, Sun Wukong had been gathering energy for over 3 seconds. Would release. Ranking technique. With a rumble, a ghost-faced wooden shield rose from the ground. Just then, Sun Wukong pushed with both hands, and the red shockwave struck the ghost-face's forehead directly. There was a series of cracking sounds as the shockwave shook. The shield fully rose, and the red shockwave disappeared. A fist-sized black that was very prominent on the ghost-face's forehead. However, the shield was not broken. Next, the shield sank back underground. Ming Kanki smiled and said, "That's it for now. I hope you all train earnestly. I look forward to competing with a stronger version of you again." All right. Sun Wukong was undeterred. He responded eagerly and immediately ran to Master Roshi, requesting to start new training right away, filled with enthusiasm. Krillin, although feeling a bit down, was quickly inspired by Wukong's passion. Master Roshi had initially wanted to discuss the Bull Demon King with Ming Kanki, but now he was caught up in the spirit. He simply tossed the Dragon Ball around his neck to Ming Kanki and began running with his 2 disciples under the setting sun, chasing after the past and the fleeting youth. Chapter 72. Shunran, grant a wish. Hooray! The Dragon Balls are finally gathered, Bulma exclaimed, jumping with joy as the wish was about to be fulfilled. Ming Kanki held the last Dragon Ball in his hands, feeling a bit conflicted. The dragon. The legendary dragon that is said to grant any wish. Even though the Earth version is indeed a bit watered down, perhaps, maybe, it could resolve the issue of bloodline conflict. So, should he really give it to Bulma to fulfill her wish? This left Ming Kanki somewhat torn. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided to hand the Dragon Ball over to Bulma. After all, the root of his bloodline conflict stemmed from the ability of soul evolution. If this problem isn't solved, even if he is healed this time, there will be a next time. As for the dragon, Ming Kanki has a starship and can easily go to Namek. Their 3 wishes are significantly stronger than the Earth Dragon in terms of individual capabilities. The 7 Dragon Balls were neatly arranged in a hexagon on the ground, and Bulma turned to look back. Go ahead, summon the dragon to fulfill your wish. Mr. Popo pushed Bulma towards the Dragon Ball. He pulled Oolong back while threatening. If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll make sure you never have to speak again. Yes, I absolutely won't steal it. I promise. Ming Kanki has indeed killed nearly 10, ninjas. Although long-range attacks are not as effective as close combat, his killing intent is very real. At this moment, using it to threaten Wulong. Even if it's just a little, Wulong feels like he is about to become a roasted pig on the table, almost paralyzed with fear. What wish should he make? As he is really about to summon the dragon, Bulma hesitates. The Dragon Balls have started to shine. This is the resonance of the 7 Dragon Balls. Before the incantation is spoken, they will only flicker with a faint golden light and will not change further. Bulma turns her head to look at Ming Kanki again. Ming Kanki smiles and nods. Perhaps I should help him make a wish. A thought rises in Bulma's mind. She immediately recalls the conversations she had with Ming Kanki along the way. However, in the end, she can only feel dejected. I have told this guy all my wishes, but he has never told me his wish. What to do? Bulma even simulates a confession in her mind under the dragon's influence. The scenario goes something like this. Bulma confesses to Ming Kanki, "You are my Prince Charming. Shall we date?" Ming shook his head gently with a smile. "But I'm an alien." Bulma continued, "I'm not afraid. My sister ran away with an alien. That alien has eyes like eggs." Ming Kanki continued shaking his head. "Take a look at my true self." Ming Kanki took out his magic wand, and with a bang, it transformed into an octopus monster. Bulma immediately woke up. Not all daydreams are beautiful. They can also be nightmares. After waiting a few minutes without seeing Bulma move, Ming Kanki approached and softly asked, "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and make a wish." Bulma closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her proud figure instantly became even more eye-catching. Choosing between a Prince Charming and endless strawberries, is it difficult? No. Suddenly summoning her courage, Bulma turned to look into Ming Kanki's eyes and exclaimed, "I've already found my Prince Charming. Endless strawberries can be cultivated in a greenhouse. So, I've made my decision. I wish for you." Under the gaze of those bright, long eyelashes and big eyes, Ming Kanki instinctively wanted to shy away. "Thank you." In the end, Ming Kanki did not decline. Although he was a bit puzzled about Bulma finding her Prince Charming, he did not intend to ask. Now was not the time, after 3 years of isolation. Seeing the first human filled him with excitement, but he returned to a normal state. There was a thorn in his heart. The reality and dream world were ultimately not the same body, and he would eventually have to leave the dream world. So even though his relationship with Bulma was still above friendship but below romance, and they could take a step further at any time, he still resisted. Perhaps a woman's intuition sensed this situation, which is why Bulma felt that her confession might fail. Bulma stepped aside while Ming Kanki moved forward. "Come out, dragon. Come and grant my wish." As the incantation was recited, the golden light of 7 Dragon Balls began to shine brighter. Dark clouds appeared in the sky, without warning, and covered the entire earth within seconds. A golden lightning bolt shot up into the sky amid the thunder. A blue dragon was born from the golden lightning. It coiled and spiraled, forming the shape of the infinity symbol in midair. That was a symbol of endlessness, representing the infinite wonder of the dragon. As the thunder subsided, the blue dragon descended. Its massive head lowered, and a grand voice echoed. "Speak, the one who summoned me. Speak, and tell me your wish. Any wish can be fulfilled, but only one. Root out my bloodline conflict." Ming Kanki thought for a moment, and then spoke his most urgent wish without hesitation. Is it really that simple? The dragon god was about to say it was easy when suddenly a bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. The dragon god thought to himself, after so many years, is it easy for me to come out for some fresh air? I come out and get this hellish task. I'm a dragon god. Unfortunately, I cannot fulfill this wish. He had 100 curses in his heart, but the dragon god couldn't say them out loud. He couldn't lose face for the dragon god clan. So, he felt the need to explain a bit. The root of your bloodline conflict stems from your soul, originating from a very high-level rule. I cannot eliminate it without harming you. This is one of the anticipated multiple outcomes. But Ming Kanki rolled his eyes, unable to suppress his disdain for the dragon god. What? The dragon god can grant any wish, and it turns out to be a lie? Bulma's divine assistance. The dragon god broke into another bead of sweat, seeing his authority about to be undermined. He quickly took the initiative and used a bit of divine power to search the entire universe. The dragon god had a new answer and was about to speak. Ming Kanki had a new wish. He said, "So, is there a way for me to recover my health in a very short time? Specifically when the bloodline conflict breaks out." The divine dragon's eyes lit up, and it immediately provided the answer. The atomic-level nano-medical robots from the Arclight civilization. 800 for each cell, powered by your own energy, will automatically regenerate using your own material to supplement any damage. They will automatically adjust during your bloodline conflict. Even if the bloodline conflict triggers a gene collapse, it can be perfectly healed. After saying this in a rush, the Divine Dragon quickly added, "Your wish is complete. So goodbye. Thank you, Divine Dragon." In the moment of transforming into the 7 Dragon Balls, the Divine Dragon suddenly realized a problem and thought to itself, "Strange. Why did I completely forget to play dumb today? Could it be that I haven't been out for too long?" The 7 Dragon Balls scattered everywhere. 7 golden lines streaked across the sky. The dark clouds dispersed, as formless as when they arrived. The Divine Dragon had no time to ponder the reasons and fell back into a deep sleep. Chapter 73. Facing the unspoken Bulma's first journey to find the Dragon Balls came to a successful end. The 3 bid farewell to Master Roshi and others. And with Bulma piloting the plane, they returned to West City in less than half a day. After a brief rest, upon learning that the Infinite-class small spaceship had been repaired, Ming Kanki couldn't wait to go check it out, feeling as happy as a child. Just as he came out of the spaceship, he saw Bulma at the entrance of the repair laboratory, asking gently, "Are you leaving?" Those 3 short words were very tender. Ming Kanki sensed her reluctance and the things he couldn't accept. He paused in his steps, and his joyful mood instantly cooled. But he still wore a smile on his face. He smiled and pretended to be cheerful as he said, "The Infinite has been repaired. I should go fulfill the tasks my friends entrusted to me. However, I will definitely come back the next time we search for the Dragon Balls. By then, think carefully about your wish. Don't back down again. I will definitely come up with a wonderful wish. Just wait and see." With that provocation successful, the atmosphere of parting eased. Ming Kanki prepared to leave right then. However, before Ming Kanki could say he was leaving now, suddenly, 8 fully armed individuals appeared out of nowhere and surrounded him. The cold weapons seemed like ordinary firearms, but the chilling aura from them made Ming Kanki's whole body feel prickly. Danger! 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 It felt like every cell was reporting to Ming Kanki. "Fugitive Ming Kanki, you have been captured. Come with us. Please note that any resistance on your part will provoke our extreme reaction." It seemed one of them spoke. Or perhaps all 8 spoke in unison. "What do you want?" Ming Kanki didn't move, but Bulma got anxious first. She stepped forward and was about to pull one of them. Ming Kanki's lips moved, and before he could speak, he heard a series of cracking sounds. Suddenly, red dots appeared on his forehead, heart, shoulders, and legs. "Low-level civilization woman. Are you trying to obstruct the enforcement of the Arc-Light civilization?" As one person spoke, a red dot appeared on Bulma's forehead. "I surrender. I'll go with you. Don't hurt her." Ming Kanki raised his hands and shouted, "She's just a little girl who has never left this planet. She won't pose any obstruction to you." The red dot disappeared. One person came forward and handcuffed Ming Kanki. It was unclear what the handcuffs were made of, but once activated, Ming Kanki instantly lost all sensation of the chakra within his body. Ming Kanki smiled and comforted Bulma, saying, "Don't worry about me. I'm just going to explain things to them and clear up the misunderstanding. It'll be fine. I'll be back in at most 10 days to half a month. It'll be okay." Ming Kanki emerged from the time-space corridor and arrived on Earth for only about 20 days. In such a short time, the Arc-Light civilization not only locked onto his position, but also crossed the galaxy to pursue him. It took a year and a half, 300 years ago, but now it only took 20 days. This is not Earth from the 19th century to the 21st century, experiencing a technological explosion over 300 years. This is the Arc-Light civilization from the 53rd century to the 56th century, a slow-paced interstellar era. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Even after being captured on the starship of the Arc-Light civilization, Ming Kanki was still filled with questions. In lunar orbit, a small starship over 100 meters long docked in the shadow of the moon. The life transmission system ceased. In a large room, Ming Kanki and 9 others appeared alongside the Infinite. The Infinite is indeed life. I knew it. Hey, why isn't anyone saying a word? All right, then let me speak. This is all a misunderstanding. You can check the data on the Infinite. It has all the records from the past few years. It can prove that this is indeed a misunderstanding. No one paid attention to Ming Kanki. He was firmly captured, but no one responded to him. The cabin door opened silently. A white-haired man with a hooked nose and skin that was abnormally red, as if he had been drinking too much, walked in. Upon entering, he didn't look at Ming Kanki or anyone else and directly shouted, "Why haven't you sealed his mouth? How many times have I said that language is the most powerful weapon of the speech clan? We must not let them use the magic of language to influence us." Seal his mouth immediately. Ming Kanki wanted to retort a couple of words, but before he could finish the first word, his mouth couldn't open anymore. The Arc-Light civilization is completely bullying kids. Ming Kanki's body seems to have a physiological age that is still that of a teenager. He really is a child. However, Ming Kanki's psychological age is not small. From the moment he decided to confront the Arc-Light civilization, he felt not a shred of fear. Even though the technology of the Arc-Light civilization is beyond his imagination, and even though there's a real possibility of dying in this world, Ming Kanki still did not feel afraid. Because this is the Dragon Ball world. The view of good and evil in the Dragon Ball world is very straightforward and direct, without any grand conspiracies. Ming Kanki does not believe that the Arc-Light civilization would randomly frame a weak individual of planetary level. At the southern edge of the North Galaxy, there is a completely green planet that is 70 ocean and 30 land, currently in its primitive era. 10 days ago, a sky city appeared on the horizon, and the primitive intelligent species still in the Stone Age worshipped it reverently. They thought it was a divine realm. They did not know that it was a spindle-shaped, super-large starship. Today, the Apprehension Starship has returned with a wanted criminal, the Yin clan's Ming Kanki. Today, inside the starship, the presiding judge of the highest court of the Arc-Light civilization will conduct a trial for the first time in a world far from the home planet. We are temporarily docking at the edge of this newly born green planet to conduct a trial. We have received information that this alien orphan named Ming Kanki is a very dangerous remnant of the Yin clan. In order to ensure that our home planet, the Arc-Light civilization, is not influenced by him, after careful consideration, we have decided to shut down all communications with the outside world and complete the trial here. May the Holy Spirit bless the earth. May the gods bless the Arc-Light civilization. Now, I declare the court in session. Ming Kanki was brought to the central courtroom, sitting in front of a square table surrounded by red lights. As soon as he sat down, his feet were immediately locked. The trial then began. Ming Kanki was rescued by the exploration starship Mise in the early 53rd century of Earth history. You colluded with the enemy to steal the latest technology of the Arc-Light civilization, the Infinite Number. This resulted in the silence of the Mise, with no survivors aboard. As the judge spoke, segments of footage were played on the courtroom's large screen, showing the moments from when Ming Kanki was rescued to the instant before the Net Tribe Ming fell, confirmed by the quantum network of the Net Tribe. All audiovisual materials were unaltered. Therefore, this court deems the evidence conclusive, based on the Arc-Light Civilization Code of the Star-Level Civilization Treaty. Ming Kanki is sentenced to quantum annihilation. Throughout the proceedings, Ming Kanki was not allowed to say a word, nor was he asked a single question. Is this a court of a high-level interstellar civilization? Even ancient emperors would ask if you had anything to say before deciding life or death. Chapter 74, Trial. Bang, 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 bang. Ming Kanki slammed the table hard, and then hit it a few more times. He was furious. He couldn't speak, but the sound of the slamming table could be heard outside. However, both the jury and the judge remained indifferent, showing no reaction even when they heard the noise and saw him angrily banging the table. Seeing this, Ming Kanki slammed the table again with great force. The presiding judge in the center seemed unable to tolerate it any longer. He put down the verdict and said regretfully, "I'm sorry. We can't let you speak. Your words have power. It's too dangerous." Huh? Ming Kanki laughed at the strange situation. He slammed the table several times again, and this time he clearly found a rhythm. A sound like glass being scraped suddenly echoed. An alarm rang out. A small house, less than 3 meters tall and less than 2 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared in the empty space to the left of the defendant's seat. At that moment, a report came over the broadcast. The detected route is unregistered, violating the time-space jump regulations. We are under invasion. Stop the report. We have already seen it. A starship, the Infinity, has intruded into the Arc-Light Civilization Court. Immediately activate the transmission to send it back. Just as the captain finished speaking, a cheerful chime sounded, and an invisible protective shield unfolded, wrapping Ming Kanki inside. Finally, I can speak. You took your sweet time getting here. And what's with the cheerfulness? I've been wronged. The interference from a protective shield allowed Ming Kanki to speak again. Immediately, he stood up, pressed his hands on the table, and questioned repeatedly, "I say, why am I not allowed to defend myself? You even stripped me of my right to speak. You are guilty. What are you afraid of? My destructive power doesn't even reach the peak of interstellar level. What is there to be afraid of?" In the jury, an old man with a hooked nose, white hair, and red skin, resembling a drunk, stood up and shouted loudly, "Shut up, you. Activate the sealing device immediately and silence him. We cannot let his words confuse our judgment." Nonsense. What ability do I have to confuse your judgment with my words? It seems you really are guilty. Those audio and video records can serve as evidence. So why not check the records of the Infinity? It has complete information. I've said it before. Oh, you want to put me to death directly? Then why even hold a trial? You could have just shot me in the head when you found me. I would have had no way to resist. Since it's a trial, yet you completely deny me the right to defend myself. This goes against the fairness of the trial. I protest. The chimes sounded again. To others, it was an ordinary sound, but to Ming Kanki, it was the voice of the Infinity agreeing. Ming Kanki smiled and nodded at the Infinity. Perhaps we should indeed check the data of the Infinity. The presiding judge felt that Ming Kanki had a point. However, his confidence was not very strong. Don't be swayed by his words. He is of the Yinzu. Why is he still talking? I command you to silence him immediately. The old man with the hooked nose, white hair, and red skin, resembling a drunk, stood up again, shouting as if he had gone mad. Isn't that Dr. Axaba? Oh, the archaeologist who excavated the Yinzu ruins. Is that person really of the Yinzu? It doesn't quite match the hypothetical images previously published by Dr. Axaba. I heard that the ruins are not of the Yinzu. Yeah, my aunt's second cousin's third uncle's little cousin is a graduate student of the great linguist Afar. He said that what Afar deciphered shows that the ruins are actually of the Yin civilization. Yin civilization? What kind of civilization is that? Since you want to know, let me tell you. I'll tell you, my second uncle S. The jury was in an uproar, but soon shifted the focus to another scholar. A few meters away to the right of the defendant's seat, the captain, who had been sitting silently for a long time, commanded, "Let him speak." Immediately check the data of the Infinity. With the entrance of the technicians, the data of the Infinity was quickly extracted. Among them, the data regarding Ming Kanki was quickly transmitted to everyone's terminals. The jury immediately started discussing again. Even the presiding judge and the captain could not help but be astonished. The footage is complete. Is it really like this? A civilization not inferior to the Net Clan and our Arc Light civilization. In fact, it even surpasses us in quantum communication and dimensional aspects. The old man with the hooked nose, white hair, and red skin, the archaeologist Dr. Axaba, seems still unconvinced. He stood up for the third time and shouted, "Look at this. This is the quantum archive excavated from the ruins of the Yin civilization." Dr. Axaba connected the quantum data storage device and submitted the information. An introduction about the Yinzu appeared on the big screen. The video introduced the Yinzu in the unique language of the Yin civilization, accompanied by genetic information. The Arc Light civilization's translator translated it in real time. However, in Ming Kanki's ears, the two translations were completely mismatched. This sentence clearly stated that as a good citizen of the Yin civilization, it warned the aliens who obtained this information not to trust other Yin civilization people. The Yinzu are friendly, yet translated into the language of the Arc Light civilization. It became a warning broadcasted to any civilization. Beware of the Yinzu people. They said 2 sentences in 4 segments, and you translated it into 1 sentence in 2 segments. That's a huge difference. This intelligent translator is nothing but a joke. A deadly joke. The Yin clan is a race with an extremely powerful linguistic talent, rare in the universe. They are a magical race that can naturally use any language in the cosmos. Adult individuals can communicate with all known life forms that possess language. And they even have the ability to learn to read and write the scripts and languages of other civilizations upon first contact. The linguistic range of juvenile individuals is relatively narrow. Due to their long maturation period, approximately 700 years, there are no adult members of the Yin clan left in today's universe. As far as we know, the last known Yin clan youth perished after being chased and colliding with a black hole. In other words, the Yin clan has become extinct. We deeply apologize for this. Several images flashed by, and Ming Kanki suddenly stopped translating. There, he saw strange characters engraved on several stone tablets. At first glance, Ming Kanki felt he understood them, but upon closer reflection, he realized he had nothing. However, he sensed that something had changed. I feel that what Ming Kanki said is the true translation from the video. No, you must have been influenced by his words. Rubbish. The syllables, the pauses, every single one matches. I am a linguist afar, and I assert that what Ming Kanki said is correct. But the smart translator has never been wrong. Silence. We will now begin the voting. The presiding judge halted the jury's discussion and initiated the vote. Soon, the results were in 2,000 votes to 1,000, a landslide victory. The presiding judge stood up and calmly said, "I regret to inform you, Mr. Ming Kanki. Although I personally believe what you said is true, this time we adhere to the ancient agreement. The minority submits to the majority. Now, we announce the verdict." Boom! A sudden and intense shaking erupted. Ming Kanki lost his balance and instinctively grabbed the left railing. With a sizzling sound, his left arm and hand were nearly burned. At that moment, a delayed report came in. Report. We are under attack. Chapter 75. The Jinyu Force. The unexpected tremor was quite strong. Some people were even thrown from their chairs. At the same time, the shaking continued. Just as the report finished, the sound of an explosion reached the courtroom. Where the shields? This level of explosion indicates that the starship's armor has been directly attacked. Don't tell me the shields have disappeared on their own. The captain was also dazed from the shaking and suddenly remembered what he needed to do. He immediately commanded, "Activate the shields immediately." "I'm afraid, sir. The shields have vanished on their own. All shield instruments have ceased functioning. Our engineers cannot restore them by any means. It's the shield interference device. Deploy the digital squad immediately. Ensure the complete annihilation of the enemy." The captain regained his composure. However, a Bada beast flew in front of him and helplessly said, "I'm sorry, Captain. Bada beast. Digital monsters, creatures from other dimensions. Devolve." Everything began to make sense. Ming Kanki immediately shouted loudly, "It's the digital dimension blocker. This attack mode is the same as that of the mice." "What?" The captain stood up in shock. "If such a thing exists, it means the enemy is at least a high-level civilization on par with the Arclight civilization. This is simply going to be an interstellar war against a high-level civilization. You just looked at the data from the Infinity. Didn't you notice the records of the attack on the mice?" Ming Kanki suddenly realized a terrifying issue. Some of the enemy's technology might be above that of the Arclight civilization. In terms of information transmission and shields, the Arclight civilization has been suppressed. Without time to think further, Ming Kanki shouted, "Hurry up and escape. Otherwise, you won't be able to get away." Suddenly, several shadows rushed into the judgment hall. They danced with strange steps, struck bizarre poses, and shouted, "Bart, Lycum, Jis, Sam, Jinyu. We are the Jinyu Force." The Arclight civilization is not like Sun Wukong or Frisia, who advocate one-on-one combat as individual powerhouses. They are a technological civilization, always relying on massive ships and artillery for group fights. The Jinyu Force had just completed their landing dance when poof. A crew member ambushed a member named Sam, who Ming Kanki had no memory of, and shot him in the head, blowing it apart. Dead. The ambushing crew member was punched in the head and exploded. Lycum, with a combat power of around 50,000, had destructive power close to the peak of his satellite level. He could even destroy some dwarf planets. His speed was also not slow. Even though he didn't excel in speed, the high-tech aides of the escort crew were still easily defeated by him one by one. A major battle ended before it even began. TCH, useless. I've long wanted to replace him. It was hard for Lycum, though. It was rare to find someone he clicked with. "Hey, revenge has been taken. What is next, Captain?" Jis sneered. Bart teased. Lycum just chuckled and looked at Jinyu. "Now, clear the area. This warship and its technology will be the best gift we give to Lord Frisia. I've decided. The next team member will be someone with superpowers and decent combat strength. Anyway, there's no elite left among the remaining guys." With a command from Jinyu, the other three immediately took action. As for Jinyu's mumbling afterwards, they didn't hear it at all. Energy blasts and heavy punches filled the area with flames and explosions. The deafening sound of explosions was overwhelming. This was not clearing the area. It was a massacre. However, none of the Arclight people in the judgment hall cried out. They pulled out weapons from who knows where and resolutely fought back. The red beams fired from their weapons were equally destructive, and even Jinyu did not dare to take them head on. As the harassment increased, Jinyu became slightly angry. He waved his hand and unleashed several energy blasts. With a series of booming sounds, the jury box was instantly cleared. Everywhere were crimson limbs, entrails, and blood. The scene was so gruesome that even Ming Kanki, who had fought through many battles in the Naruto world, felt a wave of nausea. In the name of the captain, I activate the highest authority. Nano Swarm attack unlocked. Eliminate the enemy. The captain, who had remained still, finally activated the final measure. He used the Nano Swarm intended for repairs as a weapon. Capable of consuming any material and most energy, the Nano Swarm was truly a nightmare for all invaders. Beep beep beep. Warning. Nano Swarm attack. Escape. In fact, at the moment the Nano Swarm was activated, the detectors of Jinyu and his team displayed urgent warnings. 3 lines of text flashed continuously, and the warning beeping never stopped. Jinyu laughed instead of being startled, as if he had been waiting for this moment all along. He spread his arms, facing the captain, and shouted, "Exchange." A A flash of white light passed, and Jinyu was left in shock. Meanwhile, a cold smile rose on the captain's face at Jinyu's words. The captain shouted at the terminal, "In the name of the captain, I command the Nano Swarm to eliminate all registered crew members, except for me." Chaos erupted within the starship. Screens flickered wildly, and terrifying scenes of the Nano Swarm devouring crew members appeared frequently. The entire massive starship had now turned into a hell. "Hurry, release the energy limiter. I can help you. Trust me, words don't need any magic. And you can't be any worse, can you?" Ming Kanki shouted at the judge, trying to suppress his voice. "I hope I won't become a sinner of the Arc Light civilization. We are going to die anyway. We absolutely cannot let them take the starship." After repeated persuasion from Ming Kanki, the judge finally unlocked the handcuffs. The energy limiter stopped, and the chakra returned once again. "When did I become so passionate? Let's burn my little universe for the sake of my friends on the Moser." Images flashed through my mind as Ming Kanki silently ignited his little universe. When he opened his eyes again, a pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan was slowly spinning. Ming Kanki shouted at the captain, "Jinyu, do you think occupying the captain's body makes you invincible?" "What?" Jinyu was startled and immediately turned to look at Ming Kanki. It was at this moment. Kaleidoscope Sharingan Jinjutsu. He unleashed it without reservation, which is also why Ming Kanki claimed to be passionate. He directly used chakra output beyond his limits to activate the Sharingan Jinjutsu. The bloodlines suddenly clashed and exploded. The blood vessels under Ming Kanki's skin kept bursting, and soon he became a bloody mess. But Ming Kanki remained very calm, as if his alter ego had manifested and suppressed all the pain. He even knew he was close to death, yet he continued to use the Jinjutsu to gradually control Jinyu, who had taken on the captain's form. "Not yet," he murmured, and his arms suddenly exploded. He increased his chakra output again and commanded, "Jinyu, I command you to switch back." "Switch." Captain Jinyu faced Jinyu, initiating the switch. "Captain, quickly, deactivate the Nanite Swarm," Ming Kanki shouted, looking at Jinyu, ready to continue using Jinjutsu to control him. "Hurry, deactivate the Nanite Swarm," the judge also shouted. At this point, his legs had already disappeared. "In the name of the captain, I revoke the highest authority." Nanite Swarm attack deactivated. The Nanite Swarm was finally shut down. Jinyu angrily said, "You can't escape." Ming Kanki fiercely retorted back. He was covered in blood, and his pair of crimson kaleidoscopes looked even more evil than Jinyu. "Humph." Jinyu unleashed his energy, firing an energy blast. As the explosion's firelight faded, the 4 members of the Jinyu force had already vanished. They escaped. "Thank you very much." The captain stood up to express his gratitude. Ming Kanki thought to himself that it was really not easy to intimidate Jinyu. Just as he was about to speak, he coughed and collapsed, falling into a coma. Even the sizzling sound of the red light from the defendant's seat did not wake him from his pain. "Quick, immediately treat our hero. Use the most advanced nanomedical robots." The loss in the East was made up for in the mulberry fields. By chance, Ming Kanki obtained what he had long dreamed of. The bloodline conflict issue was temporarily resolved. After everything settled down, Ming Kanki took his leave. The captain and the judge both sighed. The Yin tribe is indeed a mysterious race. A month later, Afar pointed to the several stone tablets that Ming Kanki had seen and said, based on his translation, "We adjusted the translator. This is the newly deciphered information." The captain read the translation. "The Yin tribe, sharp-witted youth, passionate young adults, wise elders. The civilization at the endpoint has been polluted by evil. It's dangerous. It seems we need to prepare for a war of stellar civilizations. Immediately return." Chapter 76. The World's #1 martial arts tournament after experiencing 2 consecutive conspiratorial encounters. Ming Kanki truly realized the terrifying reality of the universe. The wonders of high-tech civilizations and the might of individual powerhouses extinguished the arrogance he had from defeating Sun Wukong 3 times on Earth in its infancy. Although his illusion techniques could confuse enemies, they could only be used when the enemy's combat power was weak, making them essentially useless. Having obtained enough atomic-level nanomedical robots, Ming Kanki immediately left the large starship of the Arc Light civilization. He decided not to waste time in the universe, but to return to Earth to hone his own strength. Reaching the 6 paths level seemed distant. At least he needed to elevate to the Super Shadow level first. On the way back to Earth, Ming Kanki recalled what he had seen and heard inside the starship. He remembered waking up to find the starship completely rejuvenated. The crew members who were missing arms and legs, or even just heads, were all revived, and their bodies were completely intact. After just one day, the giant starship's terrifying wounds, measuring several meters and dozens of meters, were fully repaired. Ming Kanki's guesses were even malicious. What he saw was only what the Arclight people allowed him to see, just a drop in the ocean. The tip of the iceberg. If the Arclight civilization wanted, they could easily create a nanometal body like Majin Buu at any time. The sky was a deep blue, with no clouds in sight. The sun had just risen, shedding its tender red cloak. The peaceful earth was starting another beautiful day. At Bulma's house, the genius Miss Bulma had already packed her things. However, she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she approached Dr. Brief's telescope and carefully gazed at the starry sky. Today was the day before the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, and also the last day for registration. Bulma had heard that Master Roshi and son Goku would also be attending. As Goku's friend, she certainly wanted to cheer him on. However, a woman's sixth sense always made her wait a little longer. With a creak, a light ring appeared. A hemispherical little house dropped from the ring and landed steadily on the ground. The infinite ship returned to the Brief's estate once again. Bulma couldn't help but smile. But the moment the door of the infinite ship opened, her expression immediately turned blank. Haha, Bulma, I'm back. I told you there was no danger, right? Look, it was only a few days. The door swung wide open, and Ming Kanki jumped out laughing. He was still unaware that the bond had already formed. He subconsciously chose to act this way to avoid making Bulma sad. Bulma's expression changed, and with a hint of anger, she said, "A few days? Do you think it's only been a few days? It's been over 7.5 months. What? That's impossible. I only did 2 time-space jumps. It should be at most a few days. Wait a minute." As he spoke, Ming Kanki's voice grew quieter as he slowly turned to look at the infinite ship. He thought of a possibility. So, he pointed at the infinite ship and asked, "You didn't take the time corridor route again, did you?" The bell chimed, confirming. "You set me up." Ming Kanki still couldn't fire at the infinite starship. The 3 years spent trapped in the time-space corridor had long forged a deep bond between him and the infinite. This wasn't just talk. No matter how angry he got, he wouldn't direct it at the infinite. So, he could only explain and complain. "I told you that road is not something we can control. This time was only a few months off, which is acceptable. But next time, it might jump to hundreds of years in the future or the past. That would be too crazy. So the bell tolls, it's unfair." "Oh, did I not say that? Fine. Now I've said it. Therefore, next time, absolutely do not use the time-space corridor without my permission." Ming Kanki turned around, and the bell rang again. Ming Kanki quickly turned around and shouted an infinite number. "Absolutely not. Without my permission, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely not allowed for you to jump into the time corridor on your own." The bell rang, feeling wronged, still confirming. Ming Kanki sighed. He couldn't understand why Infinity No liked the strange place of the time-space corridor so much. Infinity No wouldn't talk, and the bell sound couldn't convey any meaning. All that Bulma heard was an ordinary bell sound. She thought it was Ming Kanki's way of being quirky to make her happy. Women's thought processes were as magical as their face-changing skills. "All right, I'll let you off for now. I'm going to Papaya Island. Want to come?" "Papaya Island? I remember that's where the world's martial arts tournament is held. Is the new tournament starting?" As a time traveler and a Dragon Ball fan, who doesn't know about Papaya Island? Of course. It starts tomorrow. What are we waiting for? Let's go. I want to sign up. I want to compete. Upon hearing that the world's martial arts tournament was starting tomorrow, Ming Kanki couldn't wait. Visiting the Dragon Ball world without participating in a few rounds of the tournament would be like not finding the dragon to make a wish. It would definitely be a regret. Ming Kanki didn't want to leave any regrets. "Where's the stuff?" "In that room." Before Bulma could finish her sentence, Ming Kanki rushed into her room, grabbed her suitcase, and ran into Infinity No. After a few seconds, Ming Kanki popped his head out from behind the door and waved. "Come on." Bulma laughed and ran in. Last time, Ming Kanki and Infinity No were directly taken away. This time, it was Bulma's first time entering Infinity No after it was repaired. With the smoke and various damages gone, the interior of Infinity No was now transformed into a home-like setting by Ming Kanki. Aside from the control console on the right side of the door, it looked just like a regular 2-story house. "We're off." Before Bulma could voice her questions, Ming Kanki had already adjusted the coordinates and pushed the jump control lever. The screeching sound of brakes almost simultaneously echoed at the Bulma Manor and Papaya Island. When the sound stopped, Ming Kanki pulled down the control lever, pushed open the door, jumped out, and turned to face Bulma. "Welcome to Papaya Island." They laughed and booked a hotel. After signing up, Bulma took Ming Kanki shopping, wandering through the mall. Instead of any show-off moments, they encountered Master Roshi, who was getting beaten up while eating tofu. Soon, The three returned to the hotel and met Son Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha. During their chat, Ming Kanki learned that Yamcha had also become a disciple of Master Roshi. The three had made significant progress. He shared his experiences from the past few days, which naturally led to a round of exclamations. Even Master Roshi was amazed that there were even stronger beings in the universe, igniting a sense of competitiveness in him. Training and sparring. Although it was only for an afternoon, Ming Kanki felt he had vaguely found a direction for further improvement. The next morning, after breakfast, the group of 8 arrived at the venue. The already registered Ming Kanki, Son Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha entered directly. Master Roshi then used a bathroom escape to disappear and entered disguised as Chunlong. Other contestants also entered one after another. As the sun became intense, the main gates closed. Those who entered early had already finished drawing lots for their groups, while the last arrivals were lining up to draw lots. Four judges stood on the competition stage, waiting for the host's opening remarks to end so that the preliminary rounds of the world's martial arts tournament could officially begin. Chapter 77. Preliminary rounds. The number 1 stage was located at the outermost part of the venue, facing the outer wall. Son Goku and Krillin were on this stage, each in the upper and lower halves. As long as they both won their respective matches, they could enter the main event. Inside the number 1 stage were stages 2, 3, and 4, where Yamcha, Master Roshi, disguised as Chunlong, and Ming Kanki would compete. The three of them had no internal conflicts. As the preliminary rounds began, Son Goku was the first to take the stage on the number 1 stage. With a gentle finger, he knocked down a seemingly strong opponent. After 8 months of hard training, his improvement was not insignificant. For this, he even reminded Krillin, who was about to take the stage. However, Krillin encountered his nightmare, the bully from the Dorian Temple who tormented his senior brother. Terrified, Krillin kicked the Dorian Temple bully into the air during his first match. The wall was directly smashed. A human-shaped window appeared, and Bulma, Oolong, and Pu'er ran over to peek. At this moment, it was coincidentally Ming Kanki's turn to take the stage on the no. First stage. Little shorty, recognize your limits and admit defeat quickly. With one punch from me, even an old cow would die. You can't handle it with your physique. A tall, muscular man over 2 meters high stomped his feet hard and pointed at Ming Kanki, waving his hands repeatedly. The sound was quite loud. Ming Kanki, at a height of 1.75 meters, reaches just up to his neck. In contrast, it seems that the strong man has a greater chance of winning. Each contestant has their own thoughts, and they're all competitors, so no one is commenting. Go for it, Bulma shouted from a distance. Ming Kanki turned his head to the right. Just then, the referee shouted for the match to begin. The burly man's eyes lit up. He clearly didn't appear as simple-minded as he had just shown. Taking advantage of Ming Kanki's momentary distraction, he ruthlessly threw a straight punch, hitting Ming Kanki's temple with a heavy blow. Leaf Hurricane. Ming Kanki did not look back. Instead, he turned in the direction he was facing and executed a spinning kick. He didn't use the lower body attack of a Leaf Hurricane, but simply opted for an upper body kick. With just that one kick, the over 2-meter-tall muscular man was sent flying out of the ring and fell unconscious. Victory! Bulma shouted as she held Pu'er with one hand and pressed down on Oolong with the other. Although it wasn't the main event, just the preliminaries had her incredibly excited. This is probably the charm of the world's number 1 martial arts tournament. After Ming Kanki, Yamcha and Master Roshi also completed their matches one after another. Perhaps inspired by Ming Kanki's competitive spirit, both of them won with a single move. Each match had a time limit of 1 minute, and after 42 minutes, the first round ended. Out of 138 contestants, more than half were eliminated in the preliminaries without any overtime. Those who couldn't determine a winner by the end of the time were eliminated. In the second match, Ming Kanki faced another muscular man. However, this person looked more like a boxer. As soon as he entered, he was bouncing around, throwing punches and kicks. His strikes were strong enough to create a gust of wind. After finishing a set of moves, he arrogantly said, "You've got some skills, kid. But I'm not that brainless big guy. I'm a Taekwondo master who can break bricks with a single punch and kick through 3 layers of plywood." Taekwondo? What is that? I've heard of Taekwondo, though. Ming Kanki muttered a few words, without any disguise. It immediately caused a burst of laughter. "Bastard, how dare you compare my Taido with that low-level Taekwondo? Referee, start the match. I want this kid to feel my power." The muscular boxer, enraged and embarrassed, charged at Ming Kanki without waiting for the referee to signal the start. Ming Kanki's figure flashed, and in an instant, he was already in front of the muscular boxer. Close combat, an uppercut, it was that simple. The boxer immediately fell to the ground, unconscious. The referee checked him and stood up to announce, Ming Kanki wins. At that moment, a loud shout came from the number 3 ring. Quick, call an ambulance. 7 ribs are broken, irregular heartbeat, life-threatening. Hurry. Several monks carried the person out, and the sound of the ambulance faded away. The referee angrily stared at the dragon man, still standing in the number 3 ring. He was the monster Jilong, nearly 2 meters tall and weighing over 400 pounds. Jilong shrugged and nonchalantly said, evenly matched, couldn't hold back. It's normal. Besides, he's not dead. You should declare me the winner. The small incident did not pause the preliminaries. The battles in other rings continued. For example, in the number 2 ring, an Indian monk with a red face defeated a faux girl. In the number 4 ring, a beautiful woman successfully pushed a shy man out of the ring using her feminine advantage. By the end of the second round, there were exactly 32 people left. The losers were gathered together and sent out of the arena. Of course, there were no small gifts. Buma watched with great interest from the humanoid window. The blazing sunlight could not diminish her enjoyment at all. Of course, it would have been better if she had ignored the obvious parasol made from Puyalu. I concede. In the third match, as soon as Ming Kanki stepped onto the ring, his opponent directly surrendered. This surprised him greatly. In the fourth match, Ming Kanki encountered the beautiful woman who was very skilled at using her feminine advantage. Little brother, let me win. I'll go along with you today. The deep purple-haired beauty was none other than Lan Fong, who made it to the top 8 in the original story. She had seen Ming Kanki's strength, so she immediately launched her beauty offensive. Ming Kanki remained unmoved and calmly said, You jumped down yourself. Watch my secret move. Lan Fong shouted, and surprisingly, she took off her top. Oh, Master Rashi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Bulma was furious. She thought to herself, I didn't even use seduction on him. And you, this shameless woman, dare to use it. Go to hell. She cupped her hands like a megaphone and shouted, Ming Kanki, don't be tempted by that vixen. Take her down. Ming Kanki blinked, and the 3-tomo Sharingan flashed and disappeared. Then he commanded, jump down by yourself. Lan Fong, under the control of Ming Kanki's illusion, jumped off the stage with vacant eyes. Just as her feet touched the ground, she suddenly awakened. Please ignore the lewd behavior of a certain disguised turtle hermit. Around 11 a.m., the preliminary round of the world's number 1 martial arts competition officially ended. Ming Kanki, Master Rashi, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha won decisively and advanced to the main competition. The remaining 3 are the faux Indian Nam, Mr. Bacterium Bartley, and the Dragon Man Gilon. After the draw, the matchups for the main competition were confirmed. Match 1, Krillin vs. Mr. Bacterium. Match 2, Master Rashi vs. Yamcha. Match 3, Sun Wukong vs. Nam. Match 4, Ming Kanki vs. Gilon. At noon, the martial arts tournament provided a meal. There was a large piece of meat, resembling something only found in anime, with just a single bone, served on a 1-meter-wide plate piled high. Sun Wukong indulged, holding one in each hand, finishing a plate in just a few minutes. The Scion stomach is truly incredibly powerful. Ming Kanki seems to have activated his Scion bloodline with Sun Wukong's eating style. After eating normally for a while, he also opened his belly and gorged himself. The two almost ate the martial arts tournament into bankruptcy. Chapter 78, the quarterfinals. Welcome to the venue of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Next up is the quarterfinals. Now, after the lunch break, the sun is still relentless. There aren't many clouds in the sky, and the weather in the south in May is already quite hot. Fortunately, Papaya Island is not large, surrounded by the sea on all sides. The sea breeze blows gently, which has lowered the temperature considerably, allowing the spectators who came to watch the matches to avoid sweating profusely. The main competition stage is surrounded by 3 low walls, 1 meter away. The audience is gathered around this low wall, which now has more than 5 circles of spectators. The stage is rectangular, measuring 7 meters long and 35 meters wide. Not very big. Compared to the dense crowd, the stage seems too small. The host is speaking in a rhythmic manner, displaying the match schedule and raising the atmosphere. After the hilariously long speech from the director, the host officially introduces the 2 contestants for the first match. Although there's a slight time difference, the battle proceeds just like in the original story. Under Sun Wukong's reminder, Krillin realizes he has no nose to smell the scent, and then unleashes a powerful burst that completely incapacitates Mr. Bacteria. In the second match, Master Rashi uses his energy to create a strong wind, knocking Yamcha out of the ring. In the following third match, Sun Wukong clashes with Nam. A spectacular face-to-face battle ignites the atmosphere among the audience. Many people start cheering for Nam, while just as many are shouting for Sun Wukong. Ming Kanki once again witnessed Sun Wukong's formidable resilience. Even after being struck on the neck by that Mu's palm, he only felt a slight pain for 2 seconds before engaging in battle with Mu again. In fact, he even unleashed the spinning fist technique, nearly forcing Mu out of the ring. After getting dizzy from his own move, Sun Wukong was hit by Mu's sky cross punch, but he only fainted for less than 10 seconds. Immediately after, his jumping ability and offensive and defensive skills had improved significantly. The Turtle Hermit looked a bit more serious. As Sun Wukong's master, he had recognized his true strength from such performance. Because of this, the Turtle Hermit felt that their chances of winning had actually decreased considerably. Ming Kanki also felt that something was off. Combining Sun Wukong's performance with Master Roshi's expression, Ming Kanki suddenly realized that perhaps the champion would only be able to emerge if a secondary personality came out. The joyful atmosphere brought by Sun Wukong's victory quickly dissipated. Seeing this, the host announced loudly, "Next, we will have the final match of the top 8. Contestants Qingjiling and Ming Kanki." With a roar, Qianlong howled at the sky. The timid audience immediately fell silent in fear, while the bolder ones speculated whether Qianlong was a monster. Ming Kanki glanced at the backstage and noticed that Master Roshi and Nam had disappeared. At that moment, he remembered that in the original story, Nam bought water and Master Roshi told him it was free. "Are you ready, contestant Ming Kanki?" The host asked Ming Kanki for the second time before he came to his senses. Ming Kanki immediately nodded and said, "Of course." Then the drumbeat started, getting faster and faster, and with a loud strike, the host shouted, "The competition begins. You really have some skills in the preliminaries. But now, you've met me. If you don't want to get hurt, surrender quickly." Ugh. Qilong took advantage of the conversation and spat out a mouthful of slime. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Ming Kanki used the body flicker technique, and as soon as he finished speaking, he was already behind Qilong. Qilong's goo completely missed. However, Qilong was not just a mediocre fighter who could only resort to small tricks. He swung his tail fiercely, forcing Ming Kanki to jump up to avoid it. Although the time of the body flicker technique was short, it was generally only used for traveling or escaping and rarely used by ninjas in combat. At this point, Ming Kanki finally understood the reason. This technique was promptly discarded by Ming Kanki. A new option, the Flying Thunder God technique, appeared in his mental notebook. However, a spatial-type physique would require him to traverse several dream worlds to obtain that kind of bloodline. Back to the match. After successfully using his tail, Qilong jumped up into the air. The wings were his own, and the goo was also spat out by him. So he did not break any rules and could continue the match. Flying in the air, Qilong believed victory was in his grasp. He spat out another mouthful of goo, forcing Ming Kanki to dodge once again. "Hey, run all you want. You won't be able to escape soon." "Oomph." Saying this, Qilong spat out goo again. However, Qilong did not see Ming Kanki forming hand seals while dodging. "I'm in a hurry." Wind release. Great breakthrough. Before the third mouthful of goo even hit the ground, a whirlwind erupted around Ming Kanki and swiftly rushed towards Qilong. The goo was pulled back. Qilong was directly swept away far from the arena. Remarkable. Contestant Ming Kanki has used an amazing technique to generate a whirlwind that swept away contestant Qilong. Our staff has gone to check on contestant Qilong's condition. While we wait, I'll interview contestant Ming Kanki. Saying this, the host walked over to Ming Kanki and asked, "So, contestant Ming Kanki, can you clarify something for everyone? Let me start with a question. Does anyone know what the legendary Master Roshi's ultimate technique is? Does anyone know?" Ming Kanki smiled as he pointed at one audience member after another. Regardless of age, the audience shook their heads. However, everyone was laughing. As Ming Kanki continued to point, their laughter grew louder. Just Ming Kanki randomly pointing wouldn't be interesting. But if there was a host nearby holding a microphone and repeatedly saying "Mimini," it would become funny. Especially since Ming Kanki kept ignoring the host. It felt just like a comedic dialogue. "All right, you speak." In the end, the audience started cheering, and some who knew better simply waited for the host to speak. Ming Kanki pretended to be helpless and turned to point at the host. The host immediately brought the microphone to his mouth and said, "Legend has it that teacher Wu Tian can unleash the Kamehameha from his hands. Its power surpassing that of a rocket, right?" Ming Kanki snapped his fingers and formally explained, "Every person has energy within them. As long as you can harness it, you can unleash amazing techniques, such as the Kamehameha. I also have special energy within me, which can be released through techniques like hand seals to perform ninjutsu, illusions, or physical techniques. What I just used is a ninjutsu called Wind Release. Great breakthrough. Great. Oh, great. The host initially wanted to raise the atmosphere again, but just then, the staff returned nearby with the results. He tossed the microphone up, caught it behind his back, and with a stylish flick brought it to his mouth, and said, "Player Jilong is not in life-threatening danger. Therefore, player Ming Kanki is the winner. Now, the semifinals are about to begin. Please welcome player Ming Kanki back to the backstage, and players Chung Long and Klin to the stage." Master Rashi and Klin naturally had another exciting battle, a fierce contest of offense and defense that was breathtaking. Klin's intelligence was praised, though some girls scoffed. Master Rashi's Kamehameha pushed the atmosphere of the event to an unprecedented high. Chapter 79. The battle against Sun Wukong. Next up is the highly anticipated battle between player Ming Kanki and player Sun Wukong. Player Ming Kanki possesses unprecedented and magical ninjutsu. His strength is unfathomable. Player Sun Wukong, however, is a disciple of Master Rashi. Although young, he has already received the true teachings of the Turtle School. Who will emerge victorious? Let's wait and see. With the host's introduction, Ming Kanki and Sun Wukong have taken their positions on the stage, facing each other. Ming Kanki stood there, looking relaxed and casual, even when the competition bell rang, with obvious flaws and an appearance that seemed harmless to both people and animals. He looked like someone anyone could easily bully. Has he switched to a different person? We want to see the real Ming Kanki. Yes, we want to see ninjutsu. We want to see Ninja Ming Kanki. Ninjutsu. Ninja. Ninjutsu. Ninja. The audience erupted, their voices quickly becoming synchronized. Even Klin muttered, "This guy looks really weak." Even Master Rashi frowned slightly, thinking, is he trying to lead Goku to attack first and then counter? But why can't I see the trap in his posture with all my experience? Full of flaws. Sun Wukong took a preparatory stance of the Turtle School and did not attack first. After waiting a few seconds, he slightly changed his angle and smiled at Ming Kanki, saying, I'm not falling for it." Ming Kanki smiled lightly and did not speak. The three Tomo Sharingan subtly followed the slight movements of Sun Wukong's hands and feet, gently rotating. After having fought a few rounds with Ming Kanki, Sun Wukong's heart probably already had some shadows. Or perhaps, Sun Wukong's current perspective was still shallow, and he couldn't see through it yet. Ming Kanki is actually quite loose and relaxed. If an ordinary person catches him off guard, they could really land a hit on him. Poor thing, Ming Kanki hasn't undergone much practical training. 90 of his physical skills come from Sharingan. To put it bluntly, the most effective way to deal with Ming Kanki is to first render his eyes useless. A few minutes passed, and the audience quieted down. Some impatient ones even started to get bored, ready to shout a couple of times. In this tense atmosphere, they opened their mouths but didn't make a sound. This ambience was great. The audience was very focused. As long as the fight showed any flair, it would surely ignite the entire venue. However, Ming Kanki and Sun Wukong still didn't move. The host, feeling helpless, could only remind them, "Both contestants, the match has already started. Please begin the competition. Go." Ming Kanki charged forward with quick steps, and as he got closer, he feigned a punch and moved to the side of Sun Wukong. He bent down and swept horizontally at Sun Wukong's lower body, executing the technique known as Konoha Gale. Sun Wukong jumped up just in time to avoid it, and as he landed, he kicked toward Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki's old strength was not yet exhausted. Taking advantage of the sweeping momentum, he twisted his body again and directly kicked up. Konoha Rising Wind. With a loud bang, the power of Konoha Rising Wind actually matched Sun Wukong's strike. Sun Wukong used the force to distance himself from Ming Kanki. In terms of skill, Ming Kanki had already lost a step. Ming Kanki simply couldn't resist wanting to compare his pure body technique with Sun Wukong. He understood that this was essentially using his weaknesses to attack the enemy's strengths. So he naturally had no negative emotions. He immediately executed the Leaf Great Whirlwind. As he rushed towards Sun Wukong, Ming Kanki suddenly spun around. His feet moved up and down, making it hard for anyone to tell whether he was going to attack Sun Wukong from above or below. In this arena, the ninja's techniques didn't have much of a surprise effect. Ming Kanki used this move precisely because of its deceptive nature. As long as Sun Wukong's judgment was contrary to his target, this move would be effective. If they matched, it would simply result in a draw, with no harm done. However, when Ming Kanki kicked Sun Wukong, it was merely a shadow. He missed. Sun Wukong's voice came from his side. "Leaf Gale." Ming Kanki suddenly accelerated and turned half a circle, delivering a spinning kick that sent Sun Wukong flying. With a loud bang, Sun Wukong crashed into the wall. The high walls of the arena and the venue immediately collapsed. At that moment, Ming Kanki said, "I see you now. Your mere afterimage fist cannot escape these eyes." Upon hearing this, Master Roshi felt as if he had been enlightened, instantly realizing that the reason he couldn't detect the trap was that there was no trap at all. A pair of eyes that could see through the afterimage fist was enough for Ming Kanki to adjust himself the moment the enemy's attack came, or even to set up corresponding traps. At that time, traps would only appear in that fleeting moment. Master Roshi's evaluation of Ming Kanki rose once again. He even began to think about how he could win if he were to battle Ming Kanki. Sun Wukong got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Apart from some gray scratches, there was not a single bruise on him. This kid, Ming Kanki, drove his chakra to alleviate the pain in his feet. Kicking at Sun Wukong felt like kicking a rock. Fortunately, even though Ming Kanki couldn't cultivate chi, the physical enhancement from his Scion bloodline was still effective. Entering the Dragon Ball world, it seemed that the Scion's near-death revival boost to combat power had been activated. After the conflict in his bloodline was resolved, his physical strength and defense increased somewhat. Otherwise, with that kick, Ming Kanki suspected his own foot would be the first to be damaged. The enhancement from chakra to physical attributes was minimal. In this regard, chakra couldn't compare to chi at all. However, Ming Kanki wasn't discouraged. With a slight rotation of his Sharingan, faint sparks of electricity leaped around him. Then he said, "Be careful. The next attack will be completely different from the previous one." He had already used his martial arts once, and in his mind, he had formed an estimate. In the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong's combat power didn't have official data. But based on the 22nd tournament, where Sun Wukong's official combat power was estimated at 180, it could be inferred that his current power should be in the range of 70 to 100. Adding a bit of the butterfly effect, it was estimated to be between 80 and 110. With this estimate, Ming Kanki directly unleashed a segment of thunder armor and even prepared to reveal his true strength under life and death conditions. At this moment, he finally understood the vague direction of his increasing strength in his heart. That was to feel his way across the river by touching the stones, temporarily utilizing the strength of the strong in the Dragon Ball world to maximize the power of Naruto. Here it comes. With a loud shout, a flash of lightning, Ming Kanki dashed across about 3 meters with nearly human limit reaction time of 0.1 seconds, delivering a straight punch at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled. It turned out to be just an illusion, a residual image punch. What surprised Ming Kanki was not the Phantom Fist, but the fact that this punch only hit a phantom. That's impressive. It's important to note that Ming Kanki was using the 3-Tomo Sharingan. The high speed provided by the Sharingan combined with the thunder armor allowed him to dodge a Phantom Fist from Sun Wukong. This was a slap in the face that came too quickly. To be able to unleash the Phantom Fist in an instant that the 3-Tomo Sharingan couldn't see, and then dodge, Ming Kanki suddenly felt that he had underestimated Sun Wukong's strength. It wasn't about the combat power value, but the gap between ninjas and martial artists. The physical prowess that erupted in that moment likely surpassed that of an elite J-nin. Chapter 80, Victory and Defeat. You take one of my moves too. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong pulled his hands to his waist, and a sphere of white light gathered between his hands, ready to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Not good. Wukong would hit the audience. Master Roshi was startled and, forgetting to hide his identity, was about to rush out. However, it was too late. Sun Wukong had already pushed his hands forward. Ming Kanki never expected that Sun Wukong was actually holding back a big move while continuously attacking with limited punches and kicks. Now that he had the chance, he immediately unleashed it. Susanoo, seeing the Kamehameha wave transformed into white light instead of red, Ming Kanki also activated his ultimate ability. There was no way to hide it, and he couldn't think too much. If he couldn't block it, he would really be in trouble. A blue skeletal frame emerged, and a pair of bony hands shielded Ming Kanki. Soon after, the bony hands began to cover with skin. The entire half-body, Susanoo, started to be enveloped in a cloak-like layer of energy. Ming Kanki previously judged Sun Wukong's combat power to be between 80 and 110. It's hard to say how strong this power is. However, the Kamehameha, with Master Roshi's combat power of 139, was able to flatten Fire Mountain in the original work. It's still uncertain whether Master Roshi's combat power was actually 139 when he first used the Kamehameha. It might not even have reached that number. So, the difference isn't that big. If it weren't for the time constraint, Ming Kanki would have loved to unleash his complete Susanoo and let Sun Wukong make the first move. But now, Sun Wukong has already used the Kamehameha. That white shockwave collided with the blue armor, just as Ming Kanki completed his third form of Susanoo. Boom! Oh my! Contestant Sun Wukong unleashed the ultimate technique of the Kame Sennin, the Kamehameha. Contestant Ming Kanki, on the other hand, was enveloped in blue energy, forming a blue-armored skeletal giant. This is truly a mythic battle of dragons and tigers. The host shouted excitedly. Wow! Amazing! The audience was also extremely excited, with cheers erupting continuously. Although it didn't hit the audience, the dust wasn't something Wukong's Kamehameha could produce alone. Therefore, Ming Kanki should have been prepared for it. Master Rashi, after some speculation based on experience, finally felt relieved. However, he then thought that Ming Kanki had a greater chance of defeating Sun Wukong, and it might very well be that the finals would see Ming Kanki fighting him, which made him feel a bit uneasy. On the dust-covered arena, Ming Kanki looked at the cracks on Susanoo's left-hand bones and chose not to repair Susanoo, but instead to disperse it. Impressive. It broke the armor and skin, and nearly fractured Susanoo's bones. The Kamehameha truly deserves to be one of the strongest techniques in the Dragon Ball world. With sparks igniting on his body, Ming Kanki didn't feel comfortable saying the overly enthusiastic words in his heart, but mumbled, "All right, enough boasting." A power level of 80 to 110, and a single explosive strike nearly shattered Susanoo. This level of destructive power has already reached the level of a shadow. No wonder he's the protagonist. I need to bring out some skills. The once white, fluffy clouds in the sky began to gather into dark clouds. The dust hadn't settled yet, but the sky had already turned gloomy, as if a sudden rain was about to fall. The audience began to scatter, each finding a place to avoid the rain. Those with umbrellas took the opportunity to move to the low wall, setting up their umbrellas to continue watching. Bulma took out a universal capsule and released a transparent rain shelter that could accommodate a dozen people, instantly garnering a round of applause. At this moment, most of the dust had dispersed. Although the sky had darkened, reducing visibility, Ming Kanki and Sun Wukong could now see each other. Everyone could leave, but they could not. The World Martial Arts Tournament has never had a match that stopped halfway, regardless of wind or rain or even monster attacks. The matches in the World Martial Arts Tournament must be completed according to the rules. Drip! A large drop of rainwater fell on Ming Kanki's shoulder, instantly sparking a burst of flames. Water is conductive and can be electrolyzed. The moment that drop of rainwater landed on Ming Kanki's shoulder, it was electrolyzed and then ignited by the high temperature from the thunder armor, causing the sparks. Although he didn't feel pain, Ming Kanki still caught a glimpse of that moment's spark out of the corner of his eye. He frowned and looked up at the sky, preparing to remove the thunder armor. A good opportunity. Ming Kanki was distracted, and Sun Wukong immediately seized the opportunity to charge at him. Rock, paper, scissors. At the moment Ming Kanki lowered his head, he happened to see Sun Wukong's hands constantly changing between fists, palms, and fingers, jumping up to slap him in the face. At the same time, this moment coincided with Ming Kanki releasing his thunder armor. If he really got slapped in the face, it would be embarrassing. He checked the weather himself, took off the thunder armor himself, got lost in thought himself. If he got slapped, who would he even blame? This is the arena. This is a competition. Who told you to get lost in thought? You deserve it. Susanoo. To avoid being slapped in the face, Ming Kanki decisively summoned Susanoo again. This time, only a row of 3 ribs appeared, just enough to block Sun Wukong's attack. This move again? Now it was Sun Wukong's turn to have a headache. Realizing that the Kamehameha wouldn't work, he jumped to a distance, scratching his head in frustration. The skeletal Susanoo looked somewhat eerie, and even the sky blue color couldn't dispel it. More raindrops began to fall, and distant thunder began to rumble. Heavy rain was about to pour down. Ming Sanxiang said, "It's starting to rain, and there might even be a thunderstorm later. So, for your health, I've decided to win before the heavy rain falls. I'm not afraid of you." Sun Wukong once again took his preparatory stance, ready for battle. The skeleton of Susanoo began to grow, and a half-skeleton emerged. In the rain shelter, the parents who had initially allowed their children to watch boldly immediately covered their children's eyes. A timid girl even shrank into the corner, constantly mumbling, "So scary, stop it." The half-skeleton of Susanoo had fists that were over 2 meters tall. Its enormous hands reached out horizontally towards Sun Wukong. Hitting or grabbing Sun Wukong would end the match directly. Suddenly, Sun Wukong jumped over 10 meters high, successfully dodging Susanoo's hands. At the same time, he once again gathered energy to unleash the Kamehameha wave. As the upward force was exhausted, Sun Wukong began to fall. Susanoo raised its right hand to slap at Sun Wukong. The Kamehameha wave was successfully released. A white beam shot towards Ming Sanxiang, while Sun Wukong used the recoil to evade Susanu's right-hand slap just in time. Susanu's left hand blocked in front of Ming Sanxiang. Skin emerged again, and armor was donned once more. Ming Kanki shouted, "Time's up!" Suddenly, Susanu's right arm grew another hand, and with a slap, it sent Sun Wukong flying like a fly, straight out of the arena and over the low wall. Fortunately, there were not many spectators outside the wall at that moment. Otherwise, Ming Kanki would have had to calculate Sun Wukong's landing point, and it wouldn't have been so easy to win. Crack! Boom! The sound of thunder echoed. I announced that contestant Ming Kanki is the winner. The finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament will take place after the heavy rain stops. So please seek shelter to avoid catching a cold. As soon as the host finished speaking, the rain poured down. At that moment, there was only rain in the world, with visibility below 30 meters. Ming Kanki used Susanu to take Sun Wukong, the host, and the audience into the venue to avoid the rain, while he himself went in and canceled Susanu. In just this short time, the street had turned into a small stream. Chapter 81. The Finals and Master Roshi's Guidance. The cloud dispersed and the rain ceased. A gentle breeze blew, bringing a slight chill. The sun was setting in the west, peeking through the clouds. It seemed there was a strong wind high up, with the clouds moving rapidly. It looked like in about half an hour, the sky over Papaya Island would be clear for miles. The stream on the street, resembling a small flood, quickly dissipated as the rain stopped. On the roads and stone paths, there were only a few traces of water, which did not affect travel. Everyone, to avoid getting affected, please watch from outside. The host entered the venue and invited the audience who had taken shelter from the rain to leave. Ming Kanki and Master Roshi stood up, preparing for the upcoming finals. Let's go. Sun Wukong and Krillin followed Bulma and the others outside, unsure of whom to cheer for. Bulma gave Ming Kanki a thumbs up. As Yamcha left, he stared at Master Roshi, seemingly deep in thought. He seemed to have seen through Master Roshi's disguise. As the first batch of spectators came out, in less than 10 minutes, the enthusiastic audience once again surrounded the low wall around the arena, making it completely packed. Ming Kanki and Master Roshi stood facing each other on the arena. The host began to introduce them in a loud voice. They both started to observe and think. Truly remarkable juniors. Being able to defeat Goku, his true strength may not be weaker than mine. However, his use of power is too complex, and he relies too much on his innate talent. This is a significant flaw. To win, he must seize upon these two shortcomings. Master Roshi has already regarded Ming Kanki as an expert on par with himself. He carefully recalled the battles between Ming Kanki, Jilong, and Sun Wukong, reflecting on his previous thoughts about winning. Finally, he assumed the preparatory stance of the Turtle School and said seriously, "Come on, young man. The old man's experience can still guide you a bit." Ming Kanki clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "Please instruct me." Lightning release. Ninja body technique, thunder armor level 2. Lightning wrapped around Ming Kanki, forming a dense electric web and emitting considerable heat. The airflow around him was slightly distorted. At first glance, he looked imposing, seemingly stronger than when dealing with Sun Wukong. Is it really necessary to be like this against an old man like me? Master Roshi didn't speak. Only beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. As the host's introduction ended, the drum beats began to sound. The kaleidoscope of Ming Kanki has unknowingly opened at some point. Ming Kanki's voice echoed in the Turtle Sage's mind. "I can't afford to be the slightest bit careless with you." The Turtle Sage, the teacher of the god of martial arts, disguised as Chung Long, made his entrance. Ming Kanki tried to use the kaleidoscope illusion to project Master Roshi. Unexpectedly, he really achieved telepathy. Huh. Exposed. Haha. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your kindness. Master Roshi was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and greeted everyone around him. Suddenly, the sound of a gong echoed, and the final match began. Just moments ago, Master Roshi was charmingly bowing to everyone, but in an instant, he left a shadow in place. Huh. He quickly moved to Ming Kanki's side, and with a loud shout, he delivered a direct kick. Master Roshi's shout was different from that of Sun Wukong and others. He only shouted after the attack was launched, intending to draw the enemy's attention. Once Ming Kanki got distracted because of it, he indeed turned his gaze towards Master Roshi. As a result, he was kicked nearly 2 meters away by Master Roshi, almost falling out of the ring. Master Roshi did not pursue the attack. He stood still and calmly said, "This is the first lesson. Young man, be careful of feints." Ming Kanki crawled up while holding his stomach. Although it hurt a lot, he was still smiling. The Turtle Sage's kick was powerful, easily breaking through the defense of the thunder armor. In that moment, Ming Kanki even felt as if he had been hit by Tsunade's Heavenly Guardian kick, thinking he was done for. However, the Turtle Sage's control was indeed strong. When that kick truly landed, it only left Ming Kanki's skin bruised and caused him immense pain in his abdomen, but didn't injure him too severely. True to his word, the old man was indeed consistent in his actions. Konoha Hurricane. As the pain slightly lessened, Ming Kanki immediately launched an attack. He ran at high speed, his figure rising and falling unpredictably. This was truly the essence of Konoha Hurricane, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish whether to attack the upper or lower body. Phantom Fist. If you can't tell, then I'll dodge. The Turtle Sage decisively unleashed an improved version of the Phantom Fist. Here, Ming Kanki's eye turned, and his body suddenly spun, perfectly completing the rotation of the Konoha fluid technique. Then, he swept his leg towards the left. Master Roshi quickly crouched and blocked, exclaiming in surprise, "You actually hit me?" Having seen Sun Wukong use the afterimage fist and get hit, Master Roshi had specially made improvements to counter Ming Kanki. His first level of afterimage fist exploded with speed faster than Sun Wukong's evasion of Ming Kanki's attack. Even so, he still got hit by Ming Kanki. A sudden sense of helplessness rose in Master Roshi's heart, thinking to himself, "Am I really getting old?" However, Master Roshi's experience was incredibly rich, and his combat skills were ingrained in his bones. Even when distracted, he perfectly completed the block and successfully created distance by jumping back from Ming Kanki. These eyes were the trump card he had just used in battle against Sun Wukong. Essentially, it was one of my strongest powers at the moment. So, there's no need to be surprised. Ming Kanki smiled. He didn't know why he was always smiling. He was just happy. Suddenly, his vision blurred. The kaleidoscope predicted that Master Roshi's figure was right in front of him, throwing a punch. Ming Kanki immediately raised his hand to catch it and jumped up to kick. Sure enough, the Turtle Sage really appeared, and his fist was perfectly caught in Ming Kanki's palm. Ming Kanki kicked, but was blocked by Master Roshi lifting his leg. Taking advantage of the force from Master Roshi's punch and block, Ming Kanki quickly jumped back to create distance. The fast-paced offense and defense left the audience in awe. For a moment, the entire martial arts arena fell silent. Master Roshi shook his numb fists and thought, so it really is lightning. Close combat is a disadvantage. Then, I have to use my ultimate move. This next move might be enhanced by the lightning on him. Don't die, kid. Huh. Master Roshi brought his palms together, shouted loudly, and began to gather energy. Ming Kanki didn't stop. As he landed in the distance, he immediately began to form hand seals, preparing to cast a ninjutsu. The second point of advice was that the time needed to form hand seals was enough for the enemy to kill you several times. Then, the third point was the heavenly palm of all nations. A clear energy appeared in his hands, continuously crackling. That was electricity, a high-voltage, high-energy, strong electric current. The moment he saw this, Ming Kanki immediately abandoned the hand seals. Chakra surged into his legs, and he exploded into action to evade. With the insight of the kaleidoscope, he anticipated that he could confidently dodge the moment the Turtle Sage attacked. A strong high-voltage electric light shot out from the Turtle Sage's hands. Ming Kanki was taken aback. Not good. He couldn't dodge. He only managed to initiate the evasive action. His feet had barely left the ground when the electric light struck him. Chapter 82. The Giant Moon Ape. The kaleidoscope Sharingan had clearly predicted the target and direction of the Turtle Sage's attack. Ming Kanki also made the corresponding dodge, but it was useless. The speed of the electric light was too fast. So fast that the moment Ming Kanki's feet left the ground, he was already hit. It must be said, this was too surprising for Ming Kanki. The electric light surrounded him, lifting him into the air. The intense electric current continuously attacked every nerve in his body, transmitting countless pain signals. Ming Kanki gritted his teeth and persevered. The second stage of the Thunder Armor was still active, able to resist most of the electric current. Fortunately, this prevented Ming Kanki from being directly stunned or killed. This is another one of your weaknesses. Your eyes can see, but your body can't keep up. Surrender, or you'll die. Despite saying this, Master Roshi exerted more energy to enhance the power of the universal shockwave. In the world of Dragon Ball, martial artists, even villains, are generally straightforward and competitive, rarely focusing on schemes and tricks. As the leader of the righteous, Master Roshi is no exception. From the moment he entered the competition, he embodied Chunlong, a kind and fiercely competitive martial artist. Master Roshi not only took off his sunglasses and put on a wig, but he also slightly altered his temperament from being indifferent to being competitive. Because of this, even the exceptionally perceptive Sun Wukong couldn't see through him. Thus, even knowing that the universal shockwave could potentially kill Ming Kenki, seeing him withstand most of its power, Master Roshi still increased his energy once more to enhance its might. I always thought my physical skills were strong enough to avoid the situation where Uchiha Sasuke was beaten by Rock Lee in the original work. Now, I am faced with a slap in the face. While enduring the pain, Ming Kenki silently increased the defensive power of his thunder armor while trying to divert Master Roshi's attention with sarcasm. But such little tricks could never fool someone as old as Master Roshi. Surrender quickly. If this continues, you will really die. The golden electric light that merged into one surged again. Instantly, the world dimmed significantly. Ming Kenki's body felt a surge of blood, but he was not foolish. The second stage of the thunder armor had reached its limit, and any further breakthroughs depended on Master Roshi's next timing to enhance the power of the universal shockwave. Although the second stage of the thunder armor is a ninjutsu that integrates offense and defense while enhancing one's own speed and strength at this moment, Ming Kenki was using it purely for defense, which was no different from normal defensive ninjutsu. According to the nature of ninjutsu, defensive techniques are typically one-time use. Once broken through, the ninja within would undoubtedly face life-threatening danger. It is easy to imagine that once the second stage of the thunder armor is broken, Ming Kenki would likely meet a swift demise. Gritting his teeth and smiling, Ming Kenki asked, "Have you heard of the technique to sever lightning?" "What?" Master Roshi asked, his heart racing. At this moment, increasing the power even slightly could kill you. "Are you even thinking of provoking me?" But upon seeing Ming Kenki's face illuminated by the gathered lightning in his right hand, Master Roshi suddenly felt a pang of fear. What kind of expression is that? Completely emotionless, as if it were pure rationality, like a machine. This was the manifestation of Ming Kenki's alter ego. The main personality was in the mental space, shouting at the computer on the desk. "Now is the time for my Chidori to evolve into Raikiri." Raikiri. The sound of birds chirping rang out. Soon 2, 3, and then hundreds of birds were stacked together. Finally, a dazzling ball of lightning in the palm of his hand shone like the midday sun, continuously radiating bolts of lightning around it. The chorus of Chidori. The lightning instantly tore apart the golden electric light of the universal shockwave. The visible energy of that lightning actually cut through my ultimate technique. Shocked by the power of Ming Kenki's move, Master Roshi did not want to concede just yet. He prepared to continue enhancing the power of the universal shockwave. However, when he met Ming Kenki's emotionless scarlet Sharingan, Master Roshi felt a pang of fear again and exclaimed, "Not good. Dangerous. I absolutely cannot be hit." Without time to think carefully, Master Roshi cut off the energy of the universal shockwave, and with his palms together, he executed a rapid Kamehameha. Kamehameha, the arrow of the white shockwave, shot out instantly. The golden electric light of a universal shockwave was split in two. The blue-white lightning with a white core of Raikiri collided perfectly with the arrow of the shockwave. Explosion. Ming Kenki's expression changed. In terms of destructive power, Raich was indeed far inferior to the Kamehameha. Susanoo. However, Ming Kenki was not unprepared. He was the vice personality, a rational and incredibly logical vice personality. While using Raich to confront the Kamehameha, he had already devised a contingency plan in his mind. The moment he realized Raich wasn't effective, a blue bony hand appeared and wrapped around Ming Kenki's hand. The lightning continued to surge, but Ming Kenki transformed into a blue giant. Susanoo Raich. Yes, it appeared. Blue skeleton. Blue giant. Go. Unbeknownst to them, the red sun was setting and the full moon was rising. The moonlight was copper-colored, slightly red, very round, and large. One could even see the craters on its surface with the naked eye. The excited audience did not notice the change in the sky. Behind the low wall where the contestants were waiting, Krillin and Yamcha were equally oblivious. Their attention was entirely focused on the intense energy collision. The sky darkened considerably. The clash of lightning and white light illuminated many scattered shadows. Suddenly, Sun Wukong seemed to be inspired by something, strangely looking up at the moon. Immediately, he shivered, his tail, fur bristling, and his heart began to beat powerfully. Even Krillin beside him could hear the heartbeat. "Wukong, what's wrong?" Krillin patted Sun Wukong. "Ugh." In response to Krillin, Sun Wukong's face became fierce, and his body began to grow larger. Brown and black fur erupted, his mouth and nose elongated, and within seconds, Sun Wukong transformed into a giant ape over 10 meters tall, 3 to 4 stories high, howling at the sky. The giant ape appeared, directly toppling a roof of the martial arts arena. Debris and wooden fragments flew everywhere. Run! No! Screams and cries erupted as the audience scattered in panic. A few unfortunate souls were beaten and bloodied, but still disregarded their injuries, crawling away despite their weak legs. The giant ape roared again, pounding its fists against its chest. The violent rumble was like cannon fire, making people's heads spin. Ming Kanki and Master Rashi both frowned. At this moment, their thoughts were surprisingly in sync. I also want to escape, but jumping down means losing. I can't escape. The two of them tacitly stopped their attack. The shockwaves and lightning instantly dissipated. How? With another loud roar, the giant ape's attention shifted from the full moon back to the ground. The first thing he saw was the massive figure of the blue Susanoo. Without a word or a shout, he swung his fist down. Chapter 83. Master Rashi's Kamehameha. What the heck? Why are you hitting me? Block it for me. Upon seeing that enormous fist, which was nearly 2 meters high, coming down, the master of the mental space couldn't help but curse. The subpersonality, however, had no doubts. At the moment he saw the giant fist about to fall, he used the kaleidoscope to predict the landing point and observe the muscle movements of the giant ape's arm as it swung. He made a judgment in an extremely short amount of time. The half-skeleton Susanoo crossed its arms to block. However, a skilled expert with some experience could tell that this block was not a direct face-on defense, not a hard collision, but rather a deflection using the arms as a support. When the giant ape's fist came crashing down, part of the force would push the Susanoo back. Another part would hit the Susanoo's arms, but the vast majority of the force would follow the arms down to the empty space below as the Susanoo retreated. Additionally, with some techniques to release energy, under the precise control of the subpersonality, it's possible that 80 of the giant ape's punch would be rendered ineffective. Be careful. Master Rashi certainly recognized the cleverness of Ming Kanki's move, but he suddenly shouted a warning. Ming Kanki was not distracted by this. His alter ego was that rational and calm. 4 voices unrelated to the current situation, he simply let them go in one ear and out the other, without any distraction. However, soon after, Ming Kanki suffered the consequences. When the giant ape's fist landed on Susanoo's arms, Susanoo did indeed follow Ming Kanki's prediction and quickly redirected some of its force to retreat. However, the giant ape's strength was too great. As soon as they made contact, it was a cracking sound. Susanoo had just begun to retreat, and both arms were completely broken. Immediately afterward, the giant ape's other massive fist came crashing down, instantly smashing Susanoo's skull. Susanoo dissipated into blue chakra and vanished. Ming Kanki stood at the edge of the arena, his expression still calm and rational. He correctly guessed Sun Wukong's combat power, but underestimated Susanoo's defensive strength. A combat power of 80 or 90 multiplied by 10 is 8 or 900. The giant ape's punch, while not full power, still displayed about 30 to 50% of its strength. This punch equated to an attack power of 240 to 350. Compared to the Turtle Hermit's recently unleashed Kamehameha, it seemed several times weaker. Roar! With 2 punches, the giant ape smashed its strongest, largest enemy, excitedly roaring, while a shockwave like a flame erupted from its mouth. The air distorted. The excited giant ape then picked up nearby stones and bricks, randomly throwing them far away, seemingly completely uninterested in the 2 small figures in the arena. It couldn't be allowed to continue causing destruction. The Turtle Hermit's expression became serious, and he immediately released his suppressed aura. Ming Kanki remained calm and rationally chose to continue suppressing his aura. The perception of animals is extremely sharp, and the same goes for the irrational Scion Great Ape. When suppressing his aura, he didn't take the 2 of them seriously. However, once he released his aura, he immediately locked onto the arena. It was just a single word, smash. Just a second ago, the Scion Great Ape was excitedly throwing stones around. The moment Master Rashi released his aura, a massive fist came crashing down, although the great ape lacked rationality and couldn't unleash his full power with each punch. In a certain sense, this purely instinctual fighting style was the most powerful. This is because his punches and kicks were entirely unpredictable. Even with Ming Kanki's kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could only make slight, weak predictions and insights at the moment he moved. Fortunately, the great ape stood over 10 meters tall, so the punch had to cover more than 10 meters of distance. Therefore, the fist didn't appear to be very fast. Master Rashi leaped back to dodge. With a loud bang, a massive fist imprint appeared on the arena's tiles. Master Rashi stood on the edge of the arena, swayed a bit, and after steadying himself, he smiled at Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki naturally had no reaction. This little stimulation could not possibly evoke the slightest bit of emotion in the almost completely rational personality's innermost corner. In the middle space, the main personality complained. This turtle sage, even at this time, still doesn't forget about the competition. Is it worth risking one's life for just a martial arts championship? I just don't understand the values of these martial artists in the Dragon Ball world. It's really troublesome. The main and sub-personalities share memories. Since spoken words also appear in memories, the main and sub-personalities can actually communicate. Therefore, sometimes when the main personality suddenly becomes smarter, it may not just be due to a change of body. Perhaps the sub-personality is helping process information and make inferences. Of course, this does not deny the cleverness of the young Yanzu. I really should learn more about wood release ninjutsu. Wood release, 4 pillars technique. The main personality complained in the mental space, while the sub-personality selectively used wood release ninjutsu. A huge wooden house appeared, directly enclosing the giant ape inside. Why switch me out? You could talk just fine. Before the main personality could finish complaining, the sub-personality switched out. The reason was simply that he was unwilling to speak to the turtle sage. This might be the sub-personality's flaw, an unwillingness to say a single word. Is there any way to deal with this? How long can the wooden house really contain him? Ming Kanki shouted at Master Rashi, roar. Before Master Rashi could respond, a flame erupted with the roar of the giant ape. The roof of the wooden house belonging to the 4 Pillars family was immediately burned through. Taking advantage of this opening, the giant ape spotted Ming Kanki on the arena. Under the gaze of the giant ape's crimson eyes, Ming Kanki felt a chill run down his spine. Wood release, barrier technique. He immediately deployed his strongest defensive wood release, summoning the ghost face barrier to block in front of him. Bang bang. Several wooden fragments collided with the barrier and were sent flying. Following that, the giant ape's fists attacked once more. Boom! The arena shook, and a large crack appeared on the stone slab. Roar! The first punch failed to shatter the barrier, and the giant ape was furious. It roared in anger, smashing the nearby wooden house, picking up a large fragment as a club, and smashing it fiercely against the barrier. With a loud bang, the giant ape's weapon shattered into pieces, but the barrier remained intact. Bang, bang, bang. The giant ape was truly enraged. While growling, it continued to pound the ghost face barrier. When the second punch came down, cracks appeared on the barrier. With the third punch, the barrier seemed on the verge of breaking. Come on, let's see how much you can break. Wood release, multi-layer barrier technique. Ming Kanki was straightforward. He shouted loudly, exhausting his chakra to summon 4 ghostly figures. Just in time, the 4 figures surrounded the giant ape. After finishing, Ming Kanki leaned on his legs, panting heavily amidst the giant ape's roars. 3 times in one day, he used Susanoo, combined with several ninjutsu and 5 summoning techniques. Ming Kanki felt a bit overwhelmed. If only he had ignited his little universe earlier. No, my girl, don't go over there. Ming Kanki seemed to hear 2 people shouting. He looked at Master Rashi and happened to see him turn his head. Master Rashi seemed to have seen something through a gap in the ranks. However, from Ming Kanki's position, he could only see that there was a gap there. He saw Master Rashi seriously throw off his upper garment and shout, "There's no other choice. It has to be this way." Kamehameha at full power. Chapter 84. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament ends. Kamehameha at full power. Mr. Turtle was taken aback, and without catching his breath, he stood up straight. He saw the Turtle Sage's emaciated figure suddenly swell up, transforming into a muscular man. In the kaleidoscope of energy, powerful energy surged within him, gathering in his hands. The maximum power of the Turtle School's Kamehameha is not referring to the strongest attack, but rather the release of all the energy accumulated in his body in muscle mode for maximum effect. Some netizens speculate that this move is the ultimate technique that the Turtle Sage mentioned takes 50 years to master. This is because he has spent 50 years accumulating energy, releasing all the energy accumulated over 50 years at once. The destructive power of the Kamehameha at its maximum capacity is indeed enough to achieve the feat of destroying the moon. Ming Kanki didn't know whether the netizens' conclusions were true or false, but the intense killing intent from Master Rashi was very real. Even Bulma, who was far away, seemed to sense his killing intent. This is bad. He wants to kill little Sun. Ming Kanki must stop him, although they had only met a few times. Bulma seemed to have become good friends with Sun Wukong. Seeing the strong white energy ball emanating from Master Rashi's hands, Bulma thought he was about to unleash a move to take out Sun Wukong. She immediately sought help from Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki had thoughts about Bulma, but morally, he didn't want to truly leave her behind while he himself left this universe. This kind of abandoning was not something he could morally accept. He also didn't want to be separated by two worlds. Nevertheless, having thoughts was still having thoughts. When Bulma asked for help, he immediately shouted at Master Roshi, "Wait, I'll try using an illusion to calm him down." Kamehame. At this moment, Master Roshi was also thinking what the hell. He had been tricked by his disciple. This technique was originally created to prevent the Demon King Piccolo from reappearing, meant for a one-hit kill on the Demon King, so it was naturally filled with killing intent. But now he just wanted to hit the moon. What did the moon have to do with this? He couldn't avoid it. Moreover, the most important point was that he was misunderstood, wasn't he? Luckily, he had a disguise. Ming Kanki had already recognized him. The arrow is on the string and must be released. Master Roshi continued to gather energy. At this point, he had no choice. Even if he wanted to stop, he couldn't. Susanoo. Ming Kanki was enveloped in a faint golden energy resembling stardust, decisively igniting his small universe and releasing his full body, Susanoo. Against the blue backdrop, the gold at Susanoo's feet was particularly striking. Would release, Susanoo, and small universe all came out. Even knowing it would trigger a bloodline conflict, Ming Kanki still did it. Susanoo picked up a shield, merging his arm into it for defense. "Block it for me. Get out of the way." Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. The accumulated energy of 50 years of training, which even Master Roshi, the founder, couldn't control, could only be released. No. A white light, a white shockwave shot out. The voices of Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, and others seemed to fade away. Even the roar of the giant ape grew muffled. Boom! A powerful explosion generated shockwaves in the stillness. Within 1,000 meters of the martial arts arena, all the glass in the building shattered. Some roofs were even blown off. The intense air shockwave uprooted coconut trees in the distance from the martial arts arena. Ironically, the area near the martial arts arena became the eye of the storm. Bulma and the others rushed to the edge of the arena, crouching behind a low wall, watching the scene in the distance that was more terrifying than a typhoon. Feeling grateful. Boom! Another explosion. A strong white light erupted. The defensive shield had already shattered, and, at this moment, it was the energy shockwave of the Kamehameha colliding with the full body form of Susanoo, a pure energy clash. The intense white light was so blinding that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Ming Kanki squinted his eyes to see. He needed to observe how Susanoo was countering the Kamehameha. He needed to see what was causing Master Roshi to suddenly change his attitude in the distance. Ming Kanki has not yet broken through the constraints of Uchiha Madara, so his full body Susanoo looks exactly the same as Madara's, taking the form of a four-armed giant holding two irregular chakra blades. Among the three arms, one is holding the fan, while the other two are positioned to assist the fan. The last one, however, is gripping the chakra blade. The full-body Susanoo is very tall, with the giant ape, which is over 10 meters high, only reaching its chest. Currently, the full-body Susanoo is using its three arms without hands to block the Kamehameha wave. The Susanoo is clearly at a disadvantage, and its three arms are rapidly dissolving. Is that a little girl? Without the fan blocking the view, Ming Kanki finally sees the situation that Master Roshi just witnessed. It is an innocent little girl hiding in the corner, seemingly stunned. Roar! The giant ape is naturally ferocious. Now, with the threatening Kamehameha wave beside him, facing off against another seemingly threatening Susanoo, he is startled for a moment, but now he is angry. He turns around, raises his fists, and prepares to take down both of these guys. Now, Ming Kanki seized the opportunity when the giant ape turned, and directly commanded Susanoo to swing its sword down at the giant ape's tail. The light dissipated. Susanoo's chest was pierced, but the Kamehameha wave didn't reach the moon and lost its power, dissipating into formless energy. Little Sun, Yukong, Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha rushed over. There was no sign of the giant ape. Bulma sobbed, "You old bastard. You killed Little Sun." Krillin and Yamcha also glared angrily at the turtle hermit, who had transformed into a dragon. They had not lost their reason. They were just filled with anger and sadness. Therefore, they did not rush onto the stage to avenge Sun Wukong. "Bulma, look over there." Ming Kanki smiled and pointed to the three boards in the center. A small child with a crab head was curled up there, sleeping soundly. Wukong, Haha, Klin, and Yamcha ran towards the center of the boards. At the same time, A man and a woman ran out from the back of the venue and tightly hugged the little girl in the corner. Great! Everyone was overjoyed. Bulma happily ran up to the stage and gave Ming Kanki a big kiss. Immediately, she shyly ran down from the stage and said forcefully, "This is your reward. Don't think about anything else." Master Roshi swallowed the blood that surged into his throat due to the conflict of bloodlines. The nanomedical robot quickly broke it down and continued to treat the damaged cells. "Oh, I'm getting old." Master Roshi raised his eyebrows, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, turned around with his hands behind his back, and jumped off the stage. "Hey, old man, you were just fighting hard, and now you're just letting it go? You're really strange. Ha ha. The future belongs to you young people. This old body of mine can finally retire." Master Roshi laughed heartily as he walked away to find a place to change. At this moment, Bulma remembered the old man. She muttered, "That old man Master Roshi, really? Such a big deal, and he doesn't even come out. Isn't he the god of martial arts? I think it's just a hollow title." Ha ha. Ming Kanki laughed heartily. The nanomedical robot has already repaired the bloodline conflict. Meanwhile, this old turtle, Master Roshi, will probably have to bear this for several years. Contestant Chen Long took the initiative to jump out of the arena. "So I announce, the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is contestant Ming Kanki." The host popped up from the corner, announced the results of the match, and handed the prize money to Ming Kanki. Following that, there was a round of pleasantries and a celebration. Ming Kanki used the prize money to treat everyone. As a result, everyone finished off all the ingredients at the restaurant, and Ming Kanki and Sun Wukong only ate until they were 70 full. In the end, when the bill was checked, the prize money wasn't enough. It was still Bulma who helped pay the bill. Chapter 85. On the Karen Tower after the martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong and the others continued to train with Master Roshi. Before leaving, Sun Wukong borrowed the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma, saying that after the Dragon Balls were stored in more than 3 months, he would go to find his grandfather's 4-star ball. I decided to go out and train. 3 days later, Ming Kanki was ready and said goodbye to Bulma. "Training? I really don't know what you men think about all day. Remember to call." Bulma mumbled a few words before diving back into the laboratory. It seemed that Ming Kanki's attraction was not even as strong as the Infinite's half-sphere little White House spaceship. "I need someone with even more experience than Master Roshi to guide me." So, starting from West City, the first stop is Karen Tower. Ming Kanki had only halfway finished his conversation when Bulma had already returned to the lab. After pointing to the west, he immediately left. With all necessities provided in the Universal Capsule, it was incredibly convenient. However, since the real world was facing an apocalypse, Ming Kanki suppressed the urge to export such technology. Otherwise, well, his alter ego might learn it. After leaving West City, Ming Kanki used wood manipulation to create a wooden stake that wasn't too large but not light either, dragging it behind him as he moved forward, leaving footprints one step at a time. Speaking of which, he had to thank the Scion physique. The body of Scion? Of course, Ming Kanki's body was not that of a Scion. He belonged to the Yin clan. However, he indeed had Scion blood. The reason for this can be traced back to Ming Kanki's miraculous golden finger, which allowed for the evolution of his soul. This golden finger could copy all the excellent bloodlines from the various bodies he had previously traversed into his current body. Is the Scion bloodline excellent? Just look at the promotion opportunities, the advancement system. Super Scion 2, Super Scion 3, though it's not an easy path. The threshold before Super Scion 3 is not high. Then, there are even higher options like Super Scion 4 or Super Scion God. If one chooses the Super Scion God route, there are even more advanced forms like Super Scion Blue and Ultra Instinct, allowing one to ascend to the peak combat power in the universe. A long and complete set. The future is bright. Not to mention, the Scion bloodline has the external ability to revive from near death, greatly increasing combat power. It's simply extraordinary. Therefore, Ming Kanki naturally possesses Scion blood. Moreover, during the recovery from the bloodline conflict, the Scion bloodline also helped enhance his physical qualities significantly. Now, when Ming Kanki wanted to practice, he first thought of continuing to utilize the Scion bloodline to enhance his physique. Although he couldn't cultivate chi, he could train his body. Just look at the 3rd generation Reikage, whose powerful martial arts could withstand the attacks of the 8 Tails Beast Ball without injury. Ming Kanki is not an ordinary human with the typical physique of the 3rd generation Reikage in the Naruto world. He possesses an excellent bloodline. Therefore, he set a small goal for himself, to first train his body to withstand the 8 Tails-tailed Beast Bomb without injury. So, after leaving Shidu, he headed towards Corinta. Ming Kanki didn't take a car or a plane. He simply dragged a wooden stake along the way. He didn't encounter any robberies, nor did he face monsters oppressing villages, and there were no volcanic eruptions. He first moved northwest and then southwest, smoothly arriving at the foot of Corinta. Of course, the training was handled by his secondary personality. Upon reaching the foot of Corinta, Ming Kanki switched back to his main personality. Stop! A tall and robust Indian man, even more muscular than Captain America, blocked Ming Kanki's path with a spear. Seeing the wooden stake behind Ming Kanki, he continued, "Stranger martial artist, please state your purpose." "Hello." "Oh, hello to you too." Ming Kanki smiled and greeted the child at the robust man's feet. Then he said, "I have come to challenge Corinta." "Hello. I am a guardian of the Holy Land, brah. This is my son UPA. I will not stop you, but I offer you a piece of advice. According to legend, if one climbs to the top of the tower using their own abilities and drinks the holy water bestowed by the sage, their power will greatly increase. However, no one has ever succeeded in climbing to the top of the tower." Bra was very friendly. Instead of testing Ming Kanki like in novels, he introduced the dangers of climbing the tower. Ming Kanki listened carefully and smiled. "That's because you've lived for too short time. Hundreds of years ago, someone climbed up there, and now he is known as the god of martial arts." "You mean Master Wu Tian? Goodbye." Leaving the surprised Bora behind, Ming Kanki leaped, his feet sticking to the tower with chakra, and immediately began to run. After just 2 steps, Ming Kanki suddenly stopped and jumped down. Giving up? Corinta is very high. Climbing for 3 days and nights without seeing the top, stopping the challenge is the right decision. I've seen many self-righteous martial artists who ended up falling and dying. Bora's expression was normal, without a hint of mocking Ming Kanki. He himself was a quitter. Giving up the climb and surviving was nothing to laugh about. Ming Kanki was pondering the question when he heard and said, "What? Yes. Corinta is very tall. That's it." Ming Kanki took a few steps back. When he was 10 meters away from the Corinta, he activated his Sharingan and vaguely saw the mushroom-shaped top of the tower. However, when he stepped within 10 meters, it disappeared again. Was it an illusion? Kaleidoscope activate. It wasn't an illusion. It could be magic, or it might be some kind of advanced technology. Wow, this world is really interesting. I made my decision. After going back and forth a few times, Ming Kanki found that even the kaleidoscope couldn't see through it. Starships, advanced civilizations, future individual powerhouses, and now there's this mysterious tower. There are too many unknowns in this world. And it seems that all of them have come across Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki laughed for a few seconds and then rushed forward. "I'm going up. This time it's really goodbye." As the voice fell, Ming Kanki's figure had already turned into a black dot. Only Bola and Yupa, the father and son, were left with puzzled expressions, wondering what exactly he had decided. He jumped onto the tower and used the technique of climbing trees with his feet to run. When his legs got tired, he switched to using his hands. When his hands got tired, he switched back. Ming Kanki's speed was very fast, almost without pause. As he ascended, in just 2 hours, the excited Ming Kanki had not even thought of his alternate personality before he reached the top of the tower. He leaped through the circular opening and landed on the floor of the tower summit. After calming his rapid breathing, Ming Kanki began to walk up the stairs. Before he even saw the cat sage, he shouted loudly, "Hello, Karen Sage. My name is Ming Kanki, and I'm here to seize the holy water. Shall we begin?" Behind the altar, the cat sage, who was licking his paws and washing his face, almost pulled out his whiskers in surprise at the sound. He wasn't unaware that Ming Kanki was climbing the tower. However, how long did it take the turtle sage back then? A full 3 days. And now this kid did it in less than a day. 2 hours to reach the top of the tower. Are you sure you're not here to bully the cat? The cat sage's eyes turned, narrowing into a slit. By the time Ming Kanki arrived upstairs, he directly used his staff to lift the ultra-holy water and tossed it to Ming Kanki, saying, "No need to fight for it. It's a gift for you, meow." Ming Kanki caught the bottle, completely bewildered. Shouldn't it be a competition for training? I must have entered a fake Dragon Ball world, a harmonious earth. Chapter 86, Guidance from Karen Sage. Ming Kanki threw the bottle back at Cat Immortal with annoyance, complaining, "This thing isn't divine water. Come on, I'm here to cultivate." "Your strength isn't weak either, meow," Cat Immortal said honestly. "If you use that dazzling lightning move, I can't dodge it either, meow." Meow? Ming Kanki repeated the last tone of the Cat Immortal's words. It seemed that it was just a habitual cat sound, a pure tone. But after Ming Kanki repeated it once, his mind suddenly began to compare the Cat Immortal's various sounds, and then Ming Kanki suddenly learned the cat language. The Yinzu, truly a magical race. Meow? Muttering to himself, Ming Kanki suddenly meowed at the cat immortal. Just that one word made the cat immortal, who hadn't opened his eyes in front of anyone for hundreds of years, widen them in surprise. Meow, meow. The brief meows continued for several minutes. If one would only hear the sound without seeing them, they would definitely think it was two cats going crazy. Aside from the parties involved, no one knew what the two had talked about today. The only thing that could be concluded was that the cat immortal hiding the immortal beans in the Changtan was related to it. After the exchange, the cat immortal's attitude towards Ming Kanki improved significantly. Guidance for Ming Kanki was also put on the agenda during this cat chat. The cat immortal waved his paw like a fortune cat and said, "You want to receive some guidance? Meow. I will guide you then, meow." Ming Kanki activated his Sharingan and said, "Be careful. Meow. Let me briefly explain the communication between Ming Kanki and the cat sage. The human language and cat language are mixed. There's no need to elaborate on the human part. So let's focus on the cat language. The first meow from the cat sage means, "Let me think for a moment." The second means, "Show me your full strength." Ming Kanki's meow indicates that there's no need for the cat sage to use excessive power. Alright, that's it for cat language. In summary, Ming Kanki possesses the bloodline of the language clan and will eventually understand the languages of various life forms. Well, that's that. The issue of the entire universe, speaking Chinese, has finally been resolved. However, Ming Kanki then activated his Sharingan. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning wrapped around him, as if he had donned a suit made of lightning, which is the Thunder Armor, Stage 2. At this moment, the cat sage also positioned his wooden staff in front of him, ready for action. A gentle breeze blew by. Suddenly, the lightning phantoms and the white cat phantoms began to flicker on the second floor of Kalinta. One disappeared, while 3 others appeared. In just a moment, it became impossible to distinguish between the phantoms and the real entities on the entire second floor. That's enough. 1 minute later, the cat sage called for a stop. All the white cat phantoms immediately vanished. The lightning phantoms followed suit, and Ming Kanki reappeared in front of the cat sage. He licked his cat paw and habitually washed his face. The cat sage praised, "Your eyes are very powerful. This method of stimulating body cells with lightning greatly enhances both speed and strength. The combination is perfect. Acceleration, deceleration, turning, and pivoting are all incredibly precise." Ming Kanki certainly understands the advantages. What he's concerned about are the drawbacks. Just like the theory of the wooden barrel, the shortcoming is the real issue that he needs to address to move forward. Ming Kanki said directly, "Just say but, meow, compared to real experts. You are still far behind, meow." Ming Kanki listened attentively as the cat immortal continued. "First, let's talk about the eyes. The dual eyes you rely on have many ways to be countered. Strong light, smoke, dust, and other external forces. There are also powerful beings who can control their muscles. Aliens with different body shapes from humans, and so on. About 700 or 800 years ago, there was a popular method of cultivating strength. It was said that once one reached the level of Dan's strength, they could control every inch of their muscles, achieving a state where not a feather could be added, nor a fly could land. It could greatly affect your vision. Unfortunately, it has been lost to time, leaving only some remnants. You may have seen this at the martial arts conference. Ming Kanki was speechless. He was quite curious to see what level martial arts could reach in the Dragon Ball world and what kind of destructive power it could have. However, remnants were all that remained. Moreover, regarding the method of stimulating the body to move at high speeds, it appeared precise in action, but was actually just reckless rushing without any skill involved. It was fine when dealing with enemies of similar strength who lacked special abilities. A sudden burst of speed that they couldn't match could easily win the day. But what if the enemy had perception abilities? What if the enemy was stronger and could accurately see your actions after you erupted? What if the enemy arrived first? The shortcomings pointed out by the cat, immortal, gradually made Ming Kanki ponder. The 3 consecutive questions made him unable to help but simulate corresponding combat scenarios in his mind. Imagining being instantly killed, delivering himself into the hands of the enemy, only to be taken out in an instant. Ming Kanki suddenly had a jolt and happened to hear the cat immortal say, "If you can't achieve smooth and effortless movements, even with your eyes working in tandem, you can only force yourself to speed up, slow down, or turn to avoid sending yourself into the enemy's fists." Smooth and effortless movements, that's right, smooth and effortless, like using your fingers. As long as I reach this level, and with the Sharingan, my strength will naturally advance even further. Ming Kanki continued to ponder, his eyes growing brighter. The cat sage did not instruct Ming Kanki on ninja skills. He had his limitations and would never pretend to know what he didn't. What he could do was stand on the foundation of martial arts and use his rich experience to guide and judge Ming Kanki. Therefore, the flaws that the cat sage often mentioned were precisely the aspects of speed, strength, and reaction that are indispensable foundations for a martial artist. The universe is vast, Meow. There may be existences that could deceive your eyes. Also, Meow, do not be limited by the power of techniques in your understanding. The power of techniques has no upper limit. It all depends on the person using them. Oh dear, Meow, I haven't spoken like this in hundreds of years. It feels really comfortable, Meow. After saying this, the cat sage stretched lazily and began to lick his paws and wash his face. The image of the wise figure instantly collapsed into a plump white cat. This lesson lasted for 3 hours. Every time Ming Kanki pondered, the cat sage would pause and wait. When Ming Kanki came back to his senses, he would continue speaking. After 3 hours of listening and practicing, Ming Kanki's novelty towards cat language had worn off, and the cat sage's guidance came to an end. Don't look at it as just a mere 3 hours. For Ming Kanki, it was comparable to the time he first gained his powers. Ming Kanki discovered that ninjas and martial artists, at their core, have no difference. Both continuously enhance various fundamental abilities. This led him to vaguely perceive a direction for the future. Once he could clear the fog and see the path, it would be more useful than refining his lightning release ninjutsu to perfection. After that, Ming Kanki stayed on the top of Corinta for another 3 days. He worked hard to organize what he had learned, discussed it with the cat sage, and even had a few matches with the cat sage. He continually tried to unify ninjas and martial artists, but found that the road ahead was still obscured by fog. The gap between ninjas and martial artists remained as wide as a chasm. Continuing on this path would yield no further gains. Ming Kanki decided to bid farewell to the cat sage and head to his next destination. When Ming Kanki proposed going to the shrine to request a bell, the cat sage shook his head and said, "No, I can't give you the bell. You do not have the qualifications to become a deity, so I can't let you go to the shrine, Meow." "All right then, goodbye." Ming Kanki did not make things difficult for the cat immortal and directly headed down from the top of the tower. Did he think that without the bell he couldn't reach the heavenly temple? Cat immortal, you are too naive. Chapter 87. Temple Communication, 3K Big Chapter. A month later, Ming Kanki returned to the West Capital after a month of training. His physical fitness had doubled. The Thunder Armor's second stage was like an extension of his own body. Although he didn't practice the ceiling ninjutsu much, his single-target Rasengan and Raikiri had already begun to show hints of being able to be strong or weak, large or small. The main body practiced physical training, while the shadow clones practiced skills to assist in daily life. Although the training was exhausting, Ming Kanki had been living quite comfortably over the past month. His cooking skills had unexpectedly evolved from beginner to proficient. "Bulma, I'm back. Did you miss me?" As soon as he entered, Ming Kanki shouted. "Finished training?" Bulma was busy at the experimental station, handling various data without turning her head. The Infinite was placed in the center of the laboratory, surrounded by various devices. Among them, Ming Kanki recognized the multispectral scanner, temperature sensor, and magnetic probe. There were many more he didn't recognize, densely packed, making it hard to navigate through. After taking a look around, Ming Kanki approached Bulma and said with a smile, "I'm going to pilot the Infinite to the heavenly temple above Korin Tower. That's where the gods live. Come with me." Bulma's cunning eyes shifted, and she hesitated, saying, "That high up is probably not a good idea. You need to come back early, okay?" Bulma pressed a few buttons, and 2 robots came over to move the equipment blocking the door in front of the Infinite. Ming Kanki jumped into the Infinite and said loudly while starting it up, "All right, then I'll go see the creator of the Divine Dragon myself. Bye-bye." Bulma looked at the device on the test bench, silently laughing with excitement, thinking, "Great, as long as I solve the last problem. You won't be able to shake off this beautiful girl, even if you run to the edge of the universe. This time, you will obediently provide data for this genius beauty." After waiting a few seconds without seeing Bulma come in, Ming Kanki activated the warp controller. The Infinite engaged in superluminal travel, easily passing through the magical barrier and appearing in the temple square. In the laboratory, at the moment the Infinite disappeared, countless probes and scanning instruments went into a frenzy. Bulma focused entirely on the display, continuously processing one piece of data after another, her smile growing wider. "Hello, I am Ming Kanki, here hoping to receive guidance from the god." In the temple square, Ming Kanki found Bobo, who was watering a tree, and stated his purpose. Bobo tilted his head to glance at Ming Kanki and shook his head, saying, "You don't have a bell. Bobo cannot let you see the god. You should leave, but I really have matters to discuss with the god." "No, You can report it. Maybe the god will agree to see me. No, Ming can talk sweetly or harshly, but Bobo just doesn't agree. Ming Kanki was also angered, declaring, "You are forcing me to do this." It is said that Bobo is a hidden boss in the Dragon Ball world, the earliest master of Ultra Instinct. Although it shouldn't be taken seriously, Ming Kanki did not dare to be careless. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly ignited his small universe, then opened the kaleidoscope, and half of his Susanoo unfolded. This was a direct preparation to unleash a powerful move. "Stop. I am willing to meet you." At the entrance of the temple, a gray-green hand grasped the door frame, and a tall figure emerged with the voice. Upon reaching the plaza, the deity said, "I think this is not our first meeting. Your spaceship has come to the temple for the second time. Last time, it appeared from the space near the temple." Ming Kanki stopped his grand gesture and smiled, saying, "I see. That's great. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds fondness. We are already friends. You must guide me well and not let your friend down, right? Ha, good." The celestial being smiled kindly and responded decisively. A celestial being smiling is something that anyone would do. However, seeing an alien with a wrinkled old green face, Ming Kanki would have never believed it could smile kindly in the past. But now he truly felt the kindness. It really was divine, extraordinary. "However, I hope you promise me that in the future, when a great disaster strikes Earth, you will help us once." As he spoke, the celestial being pointed to the ground. Two beams of light shot out from his fingertips. Immediately, two chairs, one tall and one short, one big and one small, appeared on the ground of the square. After that, without caring whether Ming Kanki agreed or not, the celestial being got straight to the point. He sat down and said, "Please sit. I can see that your cultivation system is different from the current martial art cultivation system on Earth. Therefore, before guiding you, I first need to understand your cultivation system." Ming Kanki sat down, thought for a moment, and said, "Chakra is the energy extracted from 130 trillion cells in the human body, combined with spiritual energy cultivated through various training and accumulated experience, mixed in a 1:1 ratio. It can undergo nature transformation and form transformation. There are 7 types of nature transformations: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang." After saying this, he extended his left hand and directly output the chakra onto his palm, saying, "This is chakra." On Ming Kanki's palm, a thin layer of blue energy formed, resembling the flame of an alcohol lamp, looking soft and harmless. The celestial being placed his hand on the chakra to sense it. After a while, he withdrew his hand. He frowned in thought for a few seconds before saying seriously, "The energy of your chakra is more like privatizing chi, completely transforming it into energy that belongs solely to you. You have cut off the exchange of energy between yourself and the universe, relying only on the energy from food to restore the vitality of your cells. This method is likely to place a great burden on your body." The celestial being the strongest martial arts master on Earth for hundreds of years, was able to discern the shortcomings of chakra with just a few words. However, to Ming Kanki, it was somewhat confusing. What does exchanging energy with the universe mean? Does breathing count? What is cellular vitality? Is it related to vital energy blasts? Could it be that cellular energy was misinterpreted? In short, Ming Kanki was filled with questions. The celestial being noticed Ming Kanki's confusion and began to explain. Speaking of chi, one must first mention vital energy. Vital energy is the energy that all things possess. Humans also have it, stored in every cell. Martial artists cultivate their bodies and refine their will. They infuse their will into vital energy, transforming it into energy that can be freely mobilized. This energy is chi. Qigong is the method of mobilizing chi to launch attacks and cause destruction. When Qigong is unleashed and the chi explodes or generates light and heat, it is no longer influenced by will, and the chi transforms back into vital energy. This is a cycle. The human body is constantly engaged in a cycle of exchanging vital energy with the universe. Where there is output, there is input. Eating and breathing both absorb vital energy. When exercising, cells absorb more vital energy and grow stronger, and the body naturally enhances as well. At the same time, due to diligent practice, the mind and body undergo purification, and the will strengthens. A stronger will can convert more vital energy, thus increasing the ability to mobilize chi. This is the foundation of the entire martial arts system we practice today. The celestial being's explanation was easy to understand. Aside from someone like Sun Wukong, who had no common sense, any martial artist could grasp it. Ming Kanki was no exception. However, he felt a sense of déjà vu. If vital energy were replaced with cellular energy, and were replaced with spiritual energy, it felt very familiar, right? Aside from the lack of one fusion conditions. It was not much different from chakra. Suddenly, Ming Kanki smiled. Ming Kanki said, "Isn't this just the concept of innate and acquired proposed by our ancestors thousands of years ago? If chakra is acquired and chi is innate, then the chakra is an energy that exists between the acquired and the innate, almost equivalent to chi. Comparing this to the situation in the world of Naruto, the sage mode of Miyaboka Mountain is the most gentle, yet practicing it also carries the risk of transforming into a stone toad. Forcing one's own energy to control natural energy is akin to a person forcibly controlling heaven and earth, which is extremely easy to backfire. That's right. At the same time, ordinary ninjutsu often lacks durability and needs the user to maintain it to exist for a long time. However, can enhance the power of ninjutsu and extend its duration. The Rasengan Shuriken, which couldn't be thrown far, can now be thrown a great distance, showing the effects of. This is quite similar to the long-range attacks of Qigong. Next, based on the above arguments, we can make inferences. The sage mode of the Sage of Six Paths has nearly reached the unity of heaven and man, effortlessly absorbing chakra from the world. Yet, he still cannot escape the confines of forcibly controlling heaven and earth with human strength. He is close but not there. Kagaya Tsutsuki, merging with the god tree, reverses the innate and achieves immortality. Originally, she had the greatest hope of reaching the unity of heaven and man. But she abandoned the energy of heaven and earth and instead focused solely on the scattered chakra, resulting in failure. The more she inferred, the brighter Ming Kanki's eyes became. It seemed that a clear path was slowly unfolding, revealing the veil that had obscured her vision. The bloodline limit combined with the chakra of sage mode might be equivalent to chi. As for what lies even further beyond the essence of chi, that is beyond what Ming Kanki can deduce at this moment. At this point, Ming Kanki resembled a deity in a primordial novel, deducing techniques. With insufficient knowledge and experience, being able to deduce to the peak of a golden immortal is already a tremendous ability. Ming Kanki is content. He decided to cultivate according to the deductions he has made. For the foreseeable future, he will focus on two things: improving his physical fitness and enhancing his control. The former involves combining the bloodline of the Isaiah people with the lightning release ninja body technique, which might allow him to withstand the tailed beast bomb from the Ten Tails with ease in the future. At the same time, it can also increase his chakra capacity, achieving multiple benefits. The latter is the foundation for improving all techniques. Just think, if he could control the chakra of an entire Ten Tails to launch an attack, the power would be astonishing and definitely not weak. If he continues, the destructive power in the Naruto world will no longer be limited to the satellite level, but can advance to the planetary level or even higher. If he persists, perhaps chakra can even evolve into a form of energy stronger than chi. Thanks. I can't wait to start my training. I'll borrow your space. Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. Ming Kanki directly created more than 20 shadow clones and immediately began to experiment. Chapter 88. New Lightning Release. The next day, the Celestial God did not let Ming Kanki continue his training. Follow me. I had Bobo create a doll. Use it to simulate the chakra energy you mentioned. Now, I need one of your hairs. Following the Celestial God, Ming Kanki arrived at a side room and saw a bald clay doll that was about 1.78 meters tall, similar to him. Is this it? Are you going to teach me to sense chi? With doubts, Ming Kanki grabbed a hair, and with a flicker of lightning at his fingertip, the hair snapped off. This was the effect of more than 20 shadow clones training simultaneously. After 2 or 3 more days of training, Ming Kanki was even confident that he could form a lightning needle with just a snap of his fingers, sending it several meters away. Bobo took the hair and attached it to the top of the clay doll's head. Then he took out a water bottle labeled with the character for life and sprinkled water on the doll. The doll immediately came to life. Other than its eyes being wide open in concentric circles, the doll looked almost identical to Ming Kanki. In the square, Ming Kanki asked, "What should I do?" The Celestial God replied, "As I speculated yesterday, I linked him to my will using divine power when Bobo created him. I can sense everything within him through my will. So, when he uses your abilities, I will be able to perceive the changes. At that time, I might be able to give you some beneficial advice." At this moment, Ming Kanki finally understood that the Celestial God was going to continue guiding him, not just letting him run wild after saying a bunch of things yesterday. The Celestial God was indeed a responsible teacher. Realizing this, Ming Kanki nodded and began to command the clay doll. "Let's start. Extract chakra," the Celestial God said. just as we speculated yesterday. Continue. Ming Kanki continued to command, activate the Sharingan. The clay doll didn't seem very intelligent. It directly activated the Mangeki Sharingan. What a miraculous eye. It unleashed ninjutsu, used genjutsu, and employed taijutsu. Ming Kanki commanded the clay puppet to unleash most of its abilities. Every move of the clay puppet reached the current limits of Ming Kanki's capabilities, and its release speed was even 2 beats faster than that of the secondary personality. I must say, the technology here at the Celestial God is truly impressive. Aside from initially saying a couple of sentences, the Celestial God remained silent. When Ming Kanki finally stopped, the Celestial God said, "You already understand what chi is. You can try to let it use it." All right. Ming Kanki's eyes lit up. Coming to the Dragon Ball world, but unable to use ki? This is simply a huge joke, compared to the destructive power of ki that can obliterate the world. Who would want chakra that can at most destroy the moon? However, Ming Kanki really couldn't use it. He had tried. When he went to Korin Tower, he secretly tried to learn the Kamehameha from Master Roshi, but failed. What he released was still chakra, and it disappeared just 10 centimeters away. Now, if the mud doll succeeds, Ming Kanki would have hope of learning ki. He suddenly became excited and even a bit nervous. Taking 2 deep breaths, Ming Kanki commanded, "Use the Kamehameha." The mud doll brought its palms together at its waist and then gathered energy. Every movement was completely in sync with Master Roshi. Then, it suddenly pushed forward. A blue light shot out instantly into the sky beyond the temple square, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Great! It worked. Ha! I can use ki now. Ming Kanki was overjoyed and shouted excitedly. The celestial being shook his head in regret, stood up, and sighed. After a few minutes, Ming Kanki calmed down and suddenly realized his loss of composure. He turned to the celestial being and suddenly noticed that there was no smile on the celestial being's face. Wasn't it a success? Could it be that? An ominous premonition rose in Ming Kanki's heart. The celestial being calmly said, "That is not a chi wave. It should be called a thunder wave. That is the chakra within the clay doll, transforming into lightning attribute chakra at the moment of attack, then releasing all its energy in a violent lightning strike at once. With your strength, you can only release it once in a short period of time." As he spoke, the celestial being pointed to the clay doll. Ming Kanki saw that the clay doll had already reverted back. In other words, I can't learn to use chi, right? Ming Kanki forced a smile. There's a magical power within you. That power seems to lock your internal energy fusion into a one combination of spiritual energy and cellular energy. Despite feeling down, Ming Kanki did not stop thinking. Listening to the deity's explanation, Ming Kanki immediately asked, "What about the primordial energy between heaven and earth? What if the combination is one of spiritual energy, cellular energy, and the primordial energy of heaven and earth?" As he voiced his question, Ming Kanki's low spirits rose again with excitement. That is the ratio of chakra, which is likely to not be rejected. It's worth a try. The deity said, "Bobo, give him life again." Yes, deity. Bobo once again poured the water of life onto the clay figurine. The clay figurine transformed back into Ming Kanki's form. Ming Kanki immediately commanded, "Cultivate the immortal technique. Refine the immortal technique chakra." The clay doll sat cross-legged and instantly entered a meditative state. The vital energy of heaven and earth surged into the clay doll's body. A touch of orange eyeshadow quickly appeared. Following that, a pattern resembling a wide-open eye appeared on the center of the clay doll's forehead. Bang! Suddenly, the clay doll exploded. Wah! Cough, cough, cough. The celestial being cried out in pain, coughing nonstop. Celestial being, are you okay? Celestial being? Bobo rapidly moved to the celestial being's side, supporting him and continuously asking. Ming Kanki quickly took out a immortal bean and handed it to the god, saying, "This is the of the Karen immortal. Eating one can heal any injury." The god waved his hand and, after taking a deep breath, said, "I'm fine. A night's rest will be enough for me to recover. But you, without a complete guarantee, absolutely cannot engage in that kind of cultivation again." Just then, recalling the moment when the clay doll exploded, the god couldn't help but furrow his brow. In that instant, several conflicting elements appeared within the clay doll. They were triggered by that energy, which you transformed into chakra, resulting in terrible consequences. "Rest now," God Bobo said, supporting the god as they left. Ming Kanki was still in a daze. He certainly knew what the bloodline conflict was. The issue of bloodline conflict had actually become an obstacle to his further strengthening. Ming Kanki stood in a daze for an hour and suddenly burst into laughter. The conflict of bloodlines is just temporary. I will definitely find a way to resolve it. Absolutely. In the endless dream world, I refuse to believe there is no way to solve the bloodline conflict. After saying this, Ming Kanki once again created more than 20 shadow clones and began another day of training. It was another day. The recovered deity handed Ming Kanki a secret method for cultivating the spirit. According to him, this was a method he obtained from the inheritance memories when he was a child. Ming Kanki felt as if he had found a treasure, and once he started cultivating, he couldn't stop. In the following days, Ming Kanki continued to create over 20 shadow clones to practice. 6 clones focused on various transformations of the spiral sphere, while the remaining nearly 20 worked on the lightning release body technique, trying to break through the limitations of the existing half-body cloud ninja lightning release body technique, aiming to develop the thunder armor to the 3rd and 4th stages. His main body trained for 6 hours daily to strengthen his physical body and another 6 hours to enhance his mental state. After such rigorous training every few days, Ming Kanki would create an additional shadow clone. This visible progress made Ming Kanki increasingly serious and absorbed in his cultivation. Chapter 89. Under the Karen Tower in the blink of an eye, many days had passed. While practicing, Ming Kanki was awakened by the deity. The deity informed Ming Kanki that a battle was occurring beneath the Karen Tower and hoped he would go down to assist the kind people guarding it. Ming Kanki immediately piloted the Infinite and arrived under Corinta with just one time-space leap. Upon seeing the actual situation, Ming Kanki realized that the plot had progressed to the Red Ribbon Army's attempt to seize Bulma's Dragon Balls. In the original story, Bulma single-handedly dealt with most of the Red Ribbon Army, only to be threatened by Colonel Yellow, who kidnapped her son UPA. Then, Son Goku rescued UPA, forming a bond with his family. Later, Bulma was killed by Tao Pai Pai, and Son Goku sought the Dragon Balls to help revive her. However, at this moment, Bulma was facing off against General Blue. General Blue is the general of the Red Ribbon Army who used his psychic abilities to immobilize Son Goku during the underwater treasure incident in the original story, but was scared off by a mouse. Colonel Yellow is not present here. Therefore, it is General Blue and his subordinates who are trying to steal Bulma's Dragon Balls. General Blue used his psychic immobilization technique to hold Bulma in place. Spiral Sphere. Ming Kanki suddenly appeared in front of General Blue, pressing a spiral pill against his abdomen. Instantly, General Blue spun and flew backward. Ming Kanki's spiral sphere is not the half-finished version like Naruto Uzumaki's. Once it is unleashed, Ming Kanki is certain that General Blue will be doomed. I know you. Didn't you go back? Seeing Ming Kanki appear, UPA looks up at Colinta for a moment and then looks down at him, his little face full of confusion. Ming Kanki pointed to the sky and said, I am cultivating in the temple of the gods above Colinta. The gods noticed that you were in danger, so they sent me down to help. Gods. There really are gods. Little UPA looked up at the sky, not knowing what he was yearning for. Bra performed several ritualistic gestures and softly recited some prayers before getting up to thank Ming Kanki. Boom! The sound of an explosion and an extremely sharp sonic boom came simultaneously. At that moment, the 3 of them noticed a white pillar standing diagonally in the ground. A middle-aged man with a pigtail and the word kill written on his clothes was standing at the top of the pillar with his hands behind his back. Hey! From a distance, Sun Wukong's voice came from the sky. Ming Kanki looked up, and Sun Wukong had already jumped down from the Nimbus cloud, happily saying, Ming Kanki, great to see you. Ha! Having personally witnessed a slight butterfly effect, Ming Kanki felt good. He silently calculated the time and thought to himself, it turns out that more than 2 months have passed again. Truly, cultivation knows no time. Calculating the time, from when Ming Kanki used the Dragon Balls to the end of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, it was more than 8 months. Adding more than a month of training back and forth at Karen Tower makes it over 9 months. Plus 2 more months, it just happens to be a year. Sun Wukong was clearly following the Dragon Radar's indications. Yes, it's been a long time, Sun Wukong. Ming Kanki then introduced, this is the guardian of Karen's sacred land, brah. This little guy is brah's friend, UPA. Hello, brah. Hello, UPA, Sun Wukong greeted politely. Oomph. Tao Bai Bai snorted coldly, releasing killing intent. Instantly, everyone's attention focused on him. Having lived in the forest fighting beasts for a long time, Bra was not only very strong, but also sensitive to killing intent. The feeling of being targeted by a natural enemy made his hair stand on end. He couldn't help but question, who are you? What do you want? Tao Bai Bai replied flatly, the world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai Bai. The Red Ribbon Army hired me to kill those who obstruct their collection of Dragon Balls and gather the Dragon Balls. You are the target. UPA, step aside. Bra gently pushed UPA, preparing to protect the sacred land. The Red Ribbon Army is indeed a bunch of bad guys. Sun Wukong assumed a ready stance, also preparing to take action. At this moment, Ming Kanki suddenly said, Tao Bai Bai, the brother of the Crane Hermit, in the industry for 20 years, has killed countless people and has never been defeated. His strength is only below the Turtle and Crane Hermits. However, it seems that the Crane Hermit's disciple, Tianjin Fan, has already surpassed you. Tao Bai Bai, Thou Win. Ming Kanki's casual demeanor made him feel an invisible pressure. With every word Ming Kanki said, his frown deepened. Has my memory improved? Suppressing his doubts, Ming Kanki continued to taunt. If I were you, I would quickly escape when faced with an unknown enemy who knows so much about me. After Ming Kanki finished speaking, Tao Bai Bai really lifted his leg lightly, almost turning to flee. But before his leg could fully rise, Tao Bai Bai immediately pressed it down. His anger surged, and he thought, I'm a #1 killer in the world, Tao Bai Bai. How could I be scared by an ordinary young man? The killing intent on Tao Bai Bai completely surged towards Ming Kanki, and he coldly said, Humph, you don't know what you're talking about. When you truly feel the terror of the #1 killer in the world, there will only be one result, death. As soon as the word death left his mouth, Tao Bai Bai rapidly moved towards Ming Kanki. What a pity. With a flash of lightning, Ming Kanki and Tao Bai Bai swapped positions. The lightning in his palm dissipated, and Ming Kanki was enveloped in a layer of bright blue lightning chakra. This was a new technique he had developed, Thunder Armor Stage 3, during his training over the past few days. This stage was a brand new lightning release ninjutsu. The highly restrained lightning chakra did not produce visible lightning, but its internal energy was more than double that of Thunder Armor Stage 2. Its defensive ability had also increased several times. With a boost from Thunder Armor Stage 3, Ming Kanki could unleash speeds exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. This Thunder Armor Stage 3 could already be called Lightning Release Chakra Mode. The dissipating lightning in his palm was also a new technique from Ming Kanki. It was a lightning blade, lightning hand blade, developed further from Raikiri. It enveloped his hand in lightning, using the high-temperature lightning from 3 sides to harm the enemy. This technique was not fully completed yet, as Ming Kanki could not yet make the blade of the lightning knife produce high-frequency vibrations. Therefore, its lethality had not reached its limit. However, it was more than enough to deal with Tao Bai Bai. With the super strength and speed granted by Thunder Armor Stage 3, within less than a millisecond, Ming Kanki used the lightning knife to directly pierce through Tao Bai Bai's left chest, cutting through his left lung and heart completely. Fleeing quite fast indeed. Tao Bai Bai confidently thought that Ming Kanki had just avoided his attack. Really? Ming Kanki stepped back and softly said, look down. The severity of the injury and the intensity of the pain are not one-to-one correspondences, but rather parabolic. When the injury reaches a certain level, the sensation of pain begins to sharply decrease, which we commonly refer to as numbness. Therefore, encountering massive injuries without pain is the most dangerous situation. Tao Bai Bai was in such a situation. His heart was cut in half, blood gushing out, yet he was numb and felt nothing at all. When Ming Kanki reminded him to look down, Tao Bai Bai's soul instantly left his body. Cough thud, the strongest killer of a generation, Tao Bai Bai, fell to the ground dead. Chapter 90, Destroying the Red Ribbon Army. Alright, I need to go back to continue my training. Training can be addictive, especially when you can feel significant progress every few days. Ming Kanki could hardly wait to return to the Temple of Heaven to continue his training. Wait, Sun Wukong stopped Ming Kanki and pulled out the Dragon Ball radar and 3 Dragon Balls from his backpack, saying, Bulma asked me to give this to you. She said you owe her. I don't quite understand. The Dragon Balls, the Dragon Ball radar. It goes without saying that this refers to owing a wish to the dragon. Ming Kanki quickly understood. As he looked at Ming Kanki putting away the Dragon Balls and radar, Bulma handed over a Dragon Ball, saying, I have one of those too. Sun Wukong seemed to know it was the 4-star ball. As soon as Bulma handed it over, he immediately snatched it up. After taking a look, he jumped up and down, excitedly shouting, Great! I finally found Grandpa's 4-star ball. Yay! In the original story, the death threat from Tao Bai Bai made Sun Wukong climb up Corinne Tower desperately, and his strength increased significantly in 3 days. Now that there was no death threat, Ming Kanki didn't know how strong Sun Wukong could become. However, seeing how much Sun Wukong treasured the 4-star ball, Ming Kanki felt it was worth a try. He snatched the 4-star ball and directly said, You go climb up Corinne Tower and complete your training first. I'll wait for you here for 3 days. After 3 days, we will set off to find the other Dragon Balls. If you complete Corinne's training, your strength will definitely increase a lot, and when the Dragon Balls scatter, you will absolutely be able to catch the 4-star ball. Go. Indeed, with the combination of Grandpa's 4-star ball and becoming stronger, Sun Wukong's balance immediately tilted to the highest point. Even Ming Kanki's anger from snatching the 4-star ball instantly dissipated. Really? I can become that strong. You must wait for me for 3 days. Sun Wukong eagerly jumped onto the tower and quickly climbed up. In a few minutes, he turned into a small black dot, almost invisible. Ming Kanki placed the Dragon Ball into the infinite capsule and bid farewell to Bra and her father before returning to the God Temple Square. However, when he saw the god again, the god said, "I have nothing more to teach you. It's time for you to embark on a new journey." After a 2-second silence, Ming Kanki bowed and said, "All right, thank you for your help." Although the god had not passed down the ability to sense energy, one should not be too greedy. Having already learned the ultimate refining techniques that the god had to offer, what more could he want? Nothing needed. 3 days later, Sun Wukong arrived on time. Looking at Ming Kanki with a fighting spirit, "You all need to be careful of the Red Ribbon Army." Before the two left, UPA couldn't help but shout. Ming Kanki smiled and opened the door, saying, "We are going to eliminate the Red Ribbon Army. Right, Sun Wukong? I will definitely take care of those bad guys. Fly." Nimbus. Sun Wukong rode the Nimbus and flew far away. Ming Kanki opened the Dragon Ball radar and placed it on the console. The Infinity automatically obtained the location of the Dragon Balls. As Ming Kanki pushed the warp control lever, the Infinity gently trembled twice and arrived at the entrance of the Red Ribbon Army. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, before Ming Kanki could approach the main gate, armed guards immediately came over to stop him. "Hey, stop. This place is not for just anyone to enter. Get out of here, quickly. Otherwise, we'll shoot you." Ming Kanki raised an eyebrow. He was a bit surprised that the two guards did not directly shoot at him from a distance. After all, he had the Sharingan activated and was ready to dodge bullets with his thunder armor. However, this also indirectly showcased that the discipline of the Red Ribbon Army was more stringent than Ming Kanki had imagined. It was not an ordinary bandit organization, but rather a large-scale, well-regulated military faction. Ming Kanki said casually, "I heard that your Red Ribbon Army is notorious for its evil deeds, often resorting to robbery and plunder. Go to hell." Two guards raised their guns, but before they could pull the trigger, they saw Ming Kanki's eyes shift into the Sharingan. The two of them instantly froze, unable to move. "Really, I initially had a good first impression of you two. As expected, you're just like the Red Ribbon Army I remember. So, watch my ultimate move," confirming that the Red Ribbon Army was still as ruthless as in the original story. Ming Kanki coldly smiled and gathered his spirit to trigger an atomic explosion. It had been a long time since he unleashed his powerful moves freely. Now burn. My little universe. Would release. Tree world descends. Golden stardust-like light ignited, and the little universe began to burn, activating an infinite chakra state. Giant trees soared, and a sea of trees surged wildly. Large trees and small trees rapidly shot up from the ground. In just a moment, the entire Red Ribbon Army base, within 100 meters, was densely packed with tree after tree. From a distance, it appeared as if there was a massive tree stump with a diameter of several hundred meters. Countless soldiers from the Red Ribbon headquarters were directly buried within the tree stump, with only the top room of the command building remaining intact. That was where the two Dragon Balls from the original story were located, and Ming Kanki did not control the trees to attack. This large-scale attack was truly shocking. Black Bluck was the guard of Commander Red. He tried to escape with Red. However, Red was unwilling to give up the Dragon Balls and, in his rage, expressed his wish to grow taller instead of ruling the world. In a fit of anger, Bluck killed Red and appointed himself as commander. "We actually let you become the commander while those soldiers died for nothing. From now on, I, Bluck, will succeed as the commander of the Red Ribbon Army. I will reorganize the Red Ribbon Army and become the king of the world," Bluck announced solemnly and loudly. Afterwards, he took out a universal capsule, releasing a small, sturdy mech that jumped into the cockpit. Boom! The mech burst out from the top of the command building, and Bluck broadcasted, "You dare to attack the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army? You must have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard." As he spoke, a beam of light as thick as an adult's thigh shot from the mech's arm. That was a light gun attack capable of easily penetrating a 10-centimeter thick steel plate. Using such small tricks to attract attention is useless. The Sharingan had already predicted the mech's attack direction in advance. When the beam was emitted, a wooden stump had already risen in front of Ming Kanki. The stump was just blown apart which Bluck happened to see. Bluck tried a small trick, and Ming Kanki similarly used an illusion. Haha, it's not worth mentioning at all. Bluck did not turn off the broadcast. His laughter echoed harshly in the silent headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Did you misunderstand something? Ming Kanki shouted loudly, and as the dust settled, he appeared. At this moment, he was about to enter the bright blue lightning release chakra mode, known as the Thunder Armor Stage 3. His hands were tucked at his waist, and blue lightning surged continuously between his palms. What? He was actually hit by a light gun and is still alive? Damn. Taste the ultimate missile. Black aimed the mech's head at Ming Kanki. The huge missile nest on the back of the mech opened and locked on. Too late. Eat my ultimate move, Thunder Wave. In an instant, he gathered all the chakra in his body and transformed it into lightning, shooting it from his hands. The lightning shot out at a speed approaching the speed of light, with hundreds of millions of volts of high pressure and tens of thousands of amperes of current, reaching internal temperatures of over 10,000 degrees Celsius, comparable to natural lightning. However, since its essence is chakra, its scattering degree is much lower than that of natural lightning, allowing it to accurately hit targets within a kilometer. However, its chakra consumption is extremely intense. In the Naruto world, only those with chakra equivalent to or higher than the first Hokage, such as Uchiha Madara, Kisame Hashigaki, and Naruto Uzumaki, can learn to use it. After Ming Kanki witnessed the clay doll use this move, he merely remembered it and did not practice it. At this moment, using the Thunder Wave in the infinite chakra state ignited by his small universe, it was strictly speaking Ming Kanki's first time using this technique. The power was immense. Just 10 minutes after Black Brak became the commander, he and the mech were fused together by the high temperature of the Thunder Wave. With the missile detonated, not even a trace was left. Chapter 91. The Arena of the Fortune-Telling Granny. Ming Kanki took out 2 Dragon Balls from the Red Ribbon Army, and only then did Sun Wukong arrive late. Upon discovering that Ming Kanki had already sorted everything out, he was surprised and wanted to spar with Ming Kanki. Mr. Popo promised him that after collecting all 7 Dragon Balls and making a wish for Bulma, he would fight him. Sun Wukong immediately took out the Dragon Radar to locate them. However, there was no trace of the 7th Dragon Ball on the radar. It seemed that the radar was broken again. Sun Wukong was quite troubled. Ming Kanki took out another Dragon Ball radar from the infinite number and found that it also had no signal. He suddenly remembered that it must be Pilaf and his gang who hid the Dragon Balls and blocked the signal. Let's go to the fortune teller, he said. Ming Kanki called out to Sun Wukong and began to check the map. Sun Wukong entered the infinite and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so big inside." Ming Kanki compared the Dragon Ball Earth map in his memory with the Earth map inside the infinite, determining the location of the oasis where the fortune-telling grandma was. He then pushed the jump control lever. Let's go. The infinite shook gently a few times and stopped moving. Ming Kanki called out to Sun Wukong and pushed the door open. The two were led inside by a little ghost. It was then that Ming Kanki realized that this was not an oasis at all, but rather the palace of the fortune-telling old woman, which was built on a huge lake in the middle of the desert. Upon seeing the fortune-telling old woman, Ming Kanki directly stated his purpose. Fortune-telling old woman, I need you to help me divinate the location of the last Dragon Ball. However, neither of us has any money. Hearing this, the fortune-telling old woman laughed excitedly and said, Interesting. Are you going to enter the arena? Ming Kanki decisively nodded and said, Yes. We choose to compete in the arena and defeat your 5 strong fighters, thanks to the divine method of the heavenly god. Ming Kanki is very clear about the 5 people in the original work, except for the demon man, Hell Messenger, whose demon beam is a bit dangerous to take head-on. Ming Kanki is 100% confident in defeating the other 4. Oh, you understand very well and are quite confident. So, who will come first? The fortune-telling granny laughed even more joyfully and excitedly. Ming Kanki exchanged a glance with Sun Wukong and noticed he was eager to try. Ming Kanki then said, All right, let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins goes first. How about it? Sure. Sun Wukong immediately agreed. The two of them turned their right hands away and quickly began the rock, paper, scissors match. After 5 consecutive rounds, Ming Kanki won by luck, using scissors to defeat Sun Wukong's paper. Ming Kanki swore he didn't cheat with the Sharingan. It was truly just pure luck, securing the right to compete. Ming Kanki immediately jumped onto the stage and called out, Come on, step forward, Batman. With the shout of the fortune-telling old woman, a bat flew onto the stage and transformed into a lean boxer. Batman hummed a strange tune as he completed the ritual, standing up and striking a boxing stance. Ming Kanki stood casually. The fortune-teller glanced at Ming Kanki, and upon seeing him nod, she immediately shouted, the match begins. As the match started, before Ming Kanki could launch an attack, the Batman leaped into the air and instantly transformed back into a bat. He can fly. In the meantime, Ming Kanki formed a hand seal. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful wind. It was a ninjutsu technique, wind release, great breakthrough. The fierce wind spread out in a fan shape, blowing upwards with considerable range. The Batman, unable to dodge, was caught up in it and had to confront it. But how could a small bat, like a rootless floating weed, withstand a sweeping technique like wind release? The Batman was blown away for hundreds of meters before helplessly crashing into the lake. So, the second match is about to start. The fortune teller smiled somewhat sinisterly. The contestants for the second match had already arrived at the arena, but she did not specify who they were. Ming Kanki knew it was the Invisible Man and didn't even ask. He silently activated his Sharingan. Suddenly, an energy body with a faint white glow appeared in Ming Kanki's eyes. The Sharingan has energy vision. It can see chakra in various colors, but it only sees chi in white. Ming Kanki had already known this since the first time he used the Sharingan to observe Earthlings. So the match begins. Seeing that Ming Kanki had no objections, the fortune teller immediately announced the start of the match. As the Invisible Man moved, Ming Kanki rotated his eyeballs, turned his head, and firmly kept his gaze fixed. The Invisible Man was completely countered by the Sharingan. After a few movements, he realized he was entirely seen through and helplessly raised a white flag in surrender. Throughout the whole process, Ming Kanki only activated the Sharingan and turned around twice. His strength was quite impressive. Next, we need to change the venue. Follow me. The Batman and the Invisible Man were merely appetizers, excluding special abilities. They weren't very strong. The fortune teller was not angry, but rather more excited. This place is called the Demon Toilet. The fortune teller's smile looked a bit dangerous. Ming Kanki walked out from the mouth of the stone demon, standing at the base of its tongue. The stone statue of the demon had a solid-looking stone tongue, but it was not wide, only enough for two people to stand side by side. Below the tongue was a gray-green pool of bubbling water that looked dangerously inviting at first glance. The fortune-telling old woman tossed a piece of meat into the pool. With a hissing sound, the meat quickly dissolved into a puddle of pus before it even sank. At this moment, the old woman said with satisfaction, "If you fall into the pool, you will immediately melt away, leaving no trace behind." However, Sun Wukong did not understand, and Ming Kanki did not care. Neither of them felt threatened. Sun Wukong casually remarked, "As long as we don't fall in, it's fine." Ming Kanki smiled lightly, standing upright and gesturing politely towards the demon opposite him. "Come out, mummy." The atmosphere fell flat, and the fortune teller felt a bit displeased. However, she still summoned the next warrior. As soon as the mummy appeared, it let out a sinister laugh. "Who?" Ming Kanki took a deep breath and rarely imitated Sun Wukong by assuming a ready stance. "Start." With the command from the fortune-telling old woman, the battle began. The mummy, seemingly wrapped in white cloth like a seriously injured person, was actually not slow and had considerable strength, displaying quite a bit of skill in combat. He charged towards Ming Kanki at high speed, but halfway through, he leaped up, attempting to land behind Ming Kanki to deliver a lethal strike. Ming Kanki only activated the Sharingan and did not use the lightning release body technique for enhancement. However, he was not someone to be easily defeated. With the foresight of the Sharingan, he detected the mummy's weakness, dodged its lethal move, and executed the Leaf Whirlwind, sweeping the mummy to the ground. The mummy then rolled back under the demon's tongue and surprisingly came back from the other side, kicking towards Ming Kanki with both feet. Ming Kanki concentrated a large amount of chakra on his arms to enhance his strength and defense. He actually took the hit head-on. The mummy did not stop, continuing its rapid punches and kicks. Ming Kanki is not falling behind, defending against attacks, and becoming increasingly skilled in his techniques. Good. Fight. It seems that Ming Kanki and the mummy are truly matched opponents. The fortune teller is excitedly cheering loudly. If Ming Kanki had just arrived in this world, he might not have been able to handle it with basic physical skills. But now, after experiencing 2 bloodline conflicts and months of training, Ming Kanki's physical condition has reached a level where he can easily withstand bullets from a handgun, at least as much as Sun Wukong. With such physical prowess, if he were to return to the Naruto world, even Guy would be amazed. With his super strong physical abilities, Ming Kanki not only did not fall behind, but gradually suppressed the mummy. Chapter 92. The Hell Messenger who swallows his own ultimate move. It feels great to fight. Next, you will immediately fail. The mummy is gradually being suppressed. Feeling the pressure, he finally decides to unleash his ultimate move, bandage wrap, with a wave of his hands. The bandages on his arms come to life, instantly flying towards Ming Kanki and wrapping around him tightly. Ming Kanki wanted to test his limits at that moment. Although his Sharingan had predicted it, he did not dodge. Instead, he allowed the bandages to wrap around him. Then, he immediately gathered his strength and began to try to break free from the bandages. He couldn't break them? Ming Kanki struggled a couple of times, but the bandages only wrapped tighter. At this moment, the mummy, confident of victory, coldly laughed and said, "The bandages will only get tighter. Just give up." Upon hearing this, Ming Kanki stopped struggling and asked, "Are you anxious?" "What?" The mummy was puzzled. Before he could think it through, he heard Ming Kanki sigh and say, "Sigh, I was actually hoping to fight with you a bit longer. Since you're anxious, let me finish quickly. You're the one who should be giving up." The mummy felt that something was off, so he exerted more strength, and the bandages immediately tightened even more. Ming Kanki's slightly muscular arms were squeezed out a bit of fat. Thunder armor, second stage. Dense lightning erupted, instantly igniting the bandages with high temperature. Ming Kanki stepped out from the flames and quickly approached the mummy, delivering a single punch. With just that one punch, Ming Kanki knocked the mummy unconscious. The winner was determined. I actually won. The fourth contestant, the demon, steps up, seeing her side lose consecutively. The fortune-telling old woman finally looked a bit displeased. She immediately summoned the fourth warrior from Hell, also known as the demon, the Hell Messenger. The Hell Messenger emerged from the mouth of the demon statue, raising his head and sneering as he said, "How about a little visit to my hometown, young one with delicate skin?" Ming Kanki frowned slightly and said unhappily, "I hate hell, and I dislike demons even more." Ming Kanki does not like the Hell Messenger. He dislikes these inherently evil beings. A human named Satan can be understood. It's just a name, but a complete demon is intolerable. Your eyes are very similar to ours. You are naturally suited for hell. The Hell Messenger flew up and pounced on Ming Kanki. I heard that demons are very good at deceiving people. I wonder how resistant demons are to illusions. Illusions are not just tricks. Ming Kanki activated his Sharingan, and the illusion he had prepared was instantly unleashed. The Hell Messenger, who was originally lunging straight towards Ming Kanki, suddenly changed direction and dove towards the gray-green pool below. Perhaps sensing danger, the Hell Messenger abruptly stopped just as his hands were about to touch the water, turned upwards, and raised his legs. His tail fell into the pool and began to dissolve, and the pain caused the Hell Messenger to break free from the illusion. "Bastard, your evil heart is not small. I no longer wish to recruit you." Back on the demon's tongue, the Hell Messenger was filled with rage. He pointed his sword-like hands at his own temples and unleashed his ultimate move, the Demon Beam. As long as the enemy has even a hint of an evil heart, being hit by the Demon Beam would cause that evil heart to expand, ultimately resulting in being blown to pieces. "Demon, stop it!" Seeing the Hell Messenger about to use this killing move, the fortune-telling old woman became anxious. Ming Kanki, who was targeted, felt a chill run down his spine. His serious three-tomo Sharingan instantly transformed into a kaleidoscope, instinctively unleashing a powerful illusion. This strong illusion was simple. It swapped the positions of Ming Kanki and the Hell Messenger. The illusion had no spatial effects, but those caught in it would attack in their own direction. Indeed, this was the same illusion that Uchiha Itachi used to defeat Deidara in an instant. It was stealthy, executed with incredible speed, simple in content, and powerful in effect, making it an extremely strong illusion. When cast with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the effect was amplified even further. The Hell Messenger's resistance to the illusion was already low. With the Kaleidoscope, the illusion was even more formless and invisible. The Hell Messenger had no idea he was under an illusion. When he unleashed the Demon Beam, the beam turned and hit him instead under his control. The Hell Messenger's heart was not pure. The evil heart expanded and exploded. Wow, this move is impressive. Luckily, he hit himself. Ming Kanki felt a bit nervous. At this moment, he breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that this could be considered karma. You are indeed formidable. However, the next one is an unparalleled master. You absolutely cannot win. It's your turn. As the fortune-telling old lady spoke, an old man wearing a mask appeared. Hi. As soon as he appeared, the old man kindly raised his left hand to greet. Fortune-telling old lady, how about going outside? Ming Kanki asked. The fortune-telling old woman looked at the old man, who nodded and said, Just right, I also want to fight with all my strength. The four of them arrived at the arena by the lake. Ming Kanki waved and said, Sun Wukong, it's your turn. Huh? Me? But you haven't lost yet. Sun Wukong was confused. The fortune-telling old lady also asked, Are you sure you want to give up this opportunity? Ming Kanki jumped off the ring and smiled, saying, If I were to compete, the outcome would be decided in an instant. However, this opportunity should belong to Sun Wukong, right, old sir? The old man laughed heartily. Huh? Thank you very much. The masked old man first taught Sun Wukong some manners. After Sun Wukong bowed, the fortune teller announced the start of the match. The two immediately rushed towards each other. Suddenly, fists and feet collided fiercely, creating a continuous sound of thuds and bangs. The combat was exhilarating. Suddenly, Sun Wukong kicked the old man in the cheek. The old man leaned back, but did not fall. Instead, he slightly created some distance and grabbed Sun Wukong's foot, then swung him down to the ground. Sun Wukong was thrown face down, feeling dizzy. Immediately after, the old man swung again, throwing Sun Wukong into the sky. Just as he regained his senses, the old man had already jumped to the same height as him and delivered a powerful kick. Sun Wukong fell from the sky like a bullet. The floor immediately shattered, and Sun Wukong crashed into it. However, Sun Wukong's physical condition was so strong that even bullets couldn't affect him before his systematic training, and now he was even stronger. He shot up into the sky as if nothing had happened and kicked the descending old man away. The old man rebounded off the rooftop and quickly kicked towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, filled with adrenaline, decided to take it head-on, standing firm to receive the kick. He didn't step back a single step and actually managed to take the kick. The old man was also surprised and couldn't help but unleash a powerful move, using the Kamehameha. However, Sun Wukong predicted the old man's move in advance and dodged with his afterimage punch. Jumping into the sky, he also unleashed the Kamehameha. Although the shockwave didn't directly hit the old man, it affected him. The old man fell to the ground, seemingly unconscious. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to attack. But unexpectedly, the old man grabbed his tail and swung him around like Hulk throwing Loki, resulting in his tail being broken off. In pain and fury, Sun Wukong was about to counterattack when the old man suddenly admitted defeat. Then, he removed his mask, revealing that he was Sun Wukong's grandfather, Sun Wukong Fan, who had already passed away. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. No matter how strong Sun Wukong was, he was still a child. He lunged at Sun Wukong Fan's face, crying and laughing. Ming Kanki explained the situation of the past few years to Sun Wukong. Upon learning that Sun Wukong had already become a disciple of Master Roshi, Sun Gohan felt very satisfied. After giving Sun Wukong another reminder, he bid farewell and returned to the underworld. Facing the disappearing figure of Sun Gohan, Sun Wukong shouted, Grandpa, if my tail grows back, I will definitely train it well and become even stronger. Chapter 93. The invitation from the Arc Light civilization. After winning the battle against the fortune-telling old lady, she revealed the location of the last Dragon Ball. Sure enough, it was with the Pilaf gang. Ming Kanki drove the Infinity ship over, used an illusion to take down the three of them, and quickly brought back the Dragon Ball. Afterwards, Ming Kanki said goodbye to Sun Wukong and shared with him the original book's method of training by walking around the world, which had brought him great success. Ming Kanki also specifically emphasized the importance of weight training. Sun Wukong seemed to understand, but was still happily running off. Ming Kanki returned to the Bulma's lab in the brief mansion with 7 Dragon Balls and handed them over to Bulma. Bulma was surprised, but didn't seem too happy. She took the Dragon Balls and said, So, you understood what little son wanted to convey, but you want to find the Dragon Balls by yourself, and only came to me after gathering them all? Pay attention, the last sentence is the key point. Bulma clearly wanted to search for the Dragon Balls with you, but you just left her behind and gathered them all by yourself before coming back. Bulma's entire sentence is filled with resentment. Yes, I owe you a wish. Now, make your wish. Mira was still very happy. He completely failed to perceive the resentment in Bulma's words. Once again, summoning the dragon. The earth was shrouded in dark clouds as the dragon emerged from the Capsule Corporation. However, there was no unusual occurrence in West City. It was the hub of cutting-edge technology on Earth, and all the people in West City believed it was just another experiment by Dr. Briefs. Bulma casually wished for her family to be healthy forever. The wishing was thus concluded, but Bulma was not happy. Ming Kanki did not guess the reason. It wasn't that he didn't understand, but that he chose not to think about it, not to speculate. Based on what he already knew and the uncertainty of the dream world, Ming Kanki was worried that if he died, he would never be able to return to this world again. Moreover, he had not returned to any dream world where he had died even once. So, Ming Kanki simply pretended to be confused, influenced by Macross F's Mikhail. When the two returned to the laboratory in silence, the bell suddenly rang. What? There's a quantum communication coming in? I don't have any friends in the universe. Who would send me a message? Ming Kanki murmured in amazement as he entered the infinite. Bulma pouted and followed him in. Despite Bulma's usual carefree demeanor, when it came to matters of the heart, she was still an ordinary girl, experiencing her own anxieties. Behind the door, in front of the control panel, Ming Kanki opened the message. Dear son of the Yin clan, Mr. Ming Kanki. I am Afar, a linguist. We have met at the court. This communication is to request your assistance in interpreting a relic. The location and rough information about the relic have already been transmitted to the storage of the infinite with this message. The energy consumption required to maintain the relic's activation is too great, so please reply to me as soon as possible. Lastly, I sincerely hope you can come. While listening to Afar's words, Ming Kanki clicked to open the attachment. What kind of relic? Bulma could understand the language of the Earthlings from a southern galaxy, but she couldn't comprehend the text in the attachment. A relic related to the Yin clan. Ming Kanki casually responded while pointing at the virtual projected screen. Suddenly, several images appeared. The magnificent and beautiful scenery of a universe, colorful nebulae, strange galaxies, powerful black holes, fleeting starships, and countless other marvelous sights continuously repeated on the shrinking screens. Interest and curiosity sparkled in Bulma's eyes. She quickly asked, where is it? The Seiya 7 Nebula. It's a not very bright, small nebula in the southern part of the North Galaxy, with only 8 star systems. Ming Kanki opened the projection and displayed a massive galaxy within the space of the infinite number. Then, he adjusted the star map to locate Seiya 7 and zoomed in. He pointed at the black hole at the center of Seiya 7 on the star map and said with a smile, "Wanna come?" No. The woman's expression changed like the weather in June. Bulma rolled her eyes and immediately walked outside. Once you get on my ship, you can't escape. Jump! Ming Kanki suddenly pushed the transition control lever to 23. The infinite ship emitted several sharp breaking sounds and immediately began to vibrate continuously. When the vibration stopped, the infinite ship had already arrived at a starship within the Seiya 7 Nebula. Pulling back the control lever, Ming Kanki smiled and gestured towards the door, saying, "Please." Oomph. Bulma let out a soft snort, the corners of her mouth curling up as she pushed the door open first. Afar had been waiting here for a long time. He was very excited. Seeing the door open, he quickly stepped forward and began to speak. "It's so great that you could come. I'm a linguist, but I also work part-time in archaeology. You know, there's nothing more worthy of study for us linguists than ancient lost languages. And this relic is truly eye-opening. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you absolutely wouldn't believe it." After speaking for quite a while, Afar finally noticed that the person standing in front of him was not Ming Kanki. Ming Kanki was leaning at the door of the infinite ship. He suddenly felt embarrassed. Ming Kanki walked over and smiled as he introduced, "This is Bulma, my friend, a friend of the galactic Earth people." "Hello, Miss Bulma." "Mr. Ming Kanki is the last member of the Yin clan in the universe. I sincerely hope you can help the Yin clan thrive." Afar was so excited that he was almost going to reveal the relationship between Ming Kanki and Bulma. Ming Kanki, feeling a bit nervous and flustered, said, "What? We're just friends, that's all." Bulma, who was originally blushing and waiting for Ming Kanki to confirm their relationship, was immediately disappointed upon hearing this. However, the strong-willed Bulma still said nonchalantly, "Yeah, we were just friends. If he dares to have any improper thoughts about me, I'll shoot him." Afar looked at the situation and realized that this was a little couple's quarrel, which he had inadvertently caused. He quickly changed the subject and continued, But think about it, a relic built inside a black hole. To be precise, it should be a relic preserved by a black hole. Preserved by a black hole." As he spoke about the relic, Afar was animated. Bulma, a scientific genius, could not resist the allure of the unknown and was drawn in by Afar's description. She picked up on Afar's thoughts and said, "If it's located at the center of the black hole, then the time of the relic will be completely severed from our universe. So, it should be impossible to deduce the era in which the relic was built." Afar secretly wiped away a cold sweat and quickly replied, "Oh yes, this young lady is absolutely correct. Please follow me." On the bridge, the large window behind the main screen opened. A shocking scene appeared. A pitch-black black hole, devoid of any light, surrounded by a bright accretion disk spinning rapidly. Further out, 2 neutron stars slowly rotated around the accretion disk. It seemed that beams of light were being transmitted from even farther away beyond the neutron stars. These two neutron stars have been modified by us. They were the keys to unlocking the black hole. The main screen displayed an image from even further away. It showed the 8 stars of the SNM-07 system. The light emitted from these 8-star systems was entering the neutron stars. These 8-star systems served as the energy source for the keys. When we activate the black hole shortly, it will be even more spectacular. Please stay tuned. As Afar introduced the scene, a strong sense of pride welled up within him. This was the technology of the arc light civilization, a power so immense that it could manipulate galaxies at will. Chapter 94, A Grand Scheme. The relic at the center of the black hole, modifying neutron stars and using 8-star systems as energy sources. Each of these was a significant undertaking. When this device, centered on stars and neutron stars, was activated, it showcased the grand capabilities of the arc light civilization even more. Centered on the 2 neutron stars and powered by the 8-star systems, with a command from afar, there was almost no delay. The thin beams connecting the 8 stars and neutron stars suddenly intensified, thickening and enlarging. Within minutes, each neutron star had 4 beams that were several times thicker than the diameter of the moon. Immediately following, 2 beams also shot out from the 2 neutron stars. These beams were colorful and much thinner compared to the beams emitted by the stars. If the beams from the stars were the thickness of a grinding wheel, these beams were at most the thickness of chopsticks. The colorful neutron star beams struck the center of the black hole, slowly pulling apart to the sides. The black hole seemed to be frozen in place, and the accretion disk stopped spinning. At its center, the dark void from which light could not escape began to emit white light. Ming Kanki did not know what that beam of light was, nor did he understand what the white light was. The technological gap was too vast, and Buma could only make a few guesses. However, the black hole was indeed opened, and the white light was the glow of the relics inside the black hole. A bright, pure white world appeared, as if from heaven. A beam of white light, like a staircase, shot out from it. Enter, Afar commanded and explained. This mini starship will take us inside. Each activation can only support us for 10 days, consuming a total mass equivalent to 8 solar systems. Although with our processing, we can return a bit when the black hole recovers. There will still be a total mass consumption of 12. Currently, our arc-light civilization scientists only have some hypotheses about this consumption. In fact, each activation of the black hole is also part of a scientific experiment. The observation research ship is 0.5 light years away, and the core research ship is 1 light year away. The laboratories are spread across neutron stars and solar systems. It's truly a grand undertaking. Ming Kanki praised. Bulma nodded along. To manipulate the stars with ease, something even a super genius like her had never dared to imagine, and now it was right in front of her. Great, we have successfully entered the ruins. This way, we will enter directly through the hatch. Seeing Bulma glance at the spacesuit by the hatch, Afar explained, "Oh, right. The air composition inside the ruins is completely suitable for humans. After our repeated tests, there is no pollution at all. Isn't it amazing? Once again, it's humans. Everything in the universe seems to revolve around us Earthlings from the southeast, northwest, and the Milky Way. This is a magical ruin, from the black hole at the beginning to the air now, all telling its wonders." However, Bulma was not focused on the wonders, but on something else. She leaned over to Ming Kanki's ear and whispered, "Southeast, northwest, and Milky Way? Are there really Earthlings? That's too weird." Ming Kanki explained. The 4 galaxies of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest look almost identical. In between are the large and small Magellanic Clouds. Surrounding them are many lush nebulae, like small islands in a vast ocean. Each galaxy has an Earth. That's all I know. How is this possible? Various telescopes on Earth have never discovered other galaxies. Is there a star map? Bulma's voice rose slightly in surprise. Behind the 3, 2 others stepped forward. One of them tapped a few times on the terminal on his wrist and replied, "It has been transmitted to your terminal." "Oh, thank you." Bulma brought up the star map, located Earth, and then drew a few simple rays starting from Earth. Immediately, she said oddly, "Could this situation be a coincidence?" Ming Kanki looked confused, with a puzzled expression. Afar glanced at him and replied, "Yes, Miss Bulma, reality is just this coincidental. From the 4 galaxies, no matter which Earth you look from, whether through optical telescopes, radio telescopes, or gravitational wave telescopes, none can observe the other 3 galaxies. However, in the quantum realm, quantum information entanglement can display some special signals." To explain it simply, the group paused. They were at an altar very simple in design. It seemed that everything else had weathered away, leaving only the paintings on the walls surrounding the altar. Afar pointed to the first painting on the wall and said, "It's right here." In that painting, there were several very rudimentary illustrations. Surrounding each illustration were a few sentences. The text forming the phrases was in pictograms. The text itself was not unusual. Many civilizations initially used pictograms. However, when Ming Kanki took a minute and, relying on the powerful talent of the Yin clan, understood its meaning, he was astonished. How is this possible? Upon hearing Ming Kanki's surprised mutter, Afar hurriedly asked, "What does it say?" "Yin clan, we five came here to view the paintings," Ming Kanki said, avoiding the main point by saying a few words while pointing to the first painting. Then, Ming Kanki focused forward, preparing to look at all the paintings. Afar, Bulma, and the other three stayed behind, and the more they looked at that painting, the more it felt exactly like what Ming Kanki had described. It was chilling upon deeper reflection. Afar and Bulma hurried to catch up with Ming Kanki. As they continued to look at the paintings one by one, Ming Kanki muttered softly, "Dream realm. Am I misunderstanding? The term that appears only once might not relate to what I know. What we should truly be concerned about is the eerie prophecy. It seems to be drawing us in, urging us to delve deeper." Unbeknownst to him, Afar and Bulma had been following closely and heard Ming Kanki's muttering. Bulma asked, "Was the dream realm a world made of dreams? This is a relic sealed by a black hole. It can't be that low end. Someone once warned me. A very stern warning. Never step into the dream realm." Ming Kanki still didn't explain. He forcibly changed the topic, saying, "I think, since we've encountered it, we must go in and take a look." "Of course. We came here to fully excavate the relic," replied Afar. "Get Mr. Ming Kanki and that lady into the nano armor. The adventure begins." Afar, being rational, did not ask further questions, although he was more interested in the prophecy. To enter the center of the relic, we must pass through 3 checkpoints. The strength of the 3 guardians increases sequentially. Weapons cannot be used, but armor can. This is the warning from the last 6 paintings on the altar. While speaking, the 5 quickly arrived in front of an ancient and elegant large door. Stopping at the door, Ming Kanki warned again, "Before pushing open this door, I want to give one last warning to all of us. Listen carefully. Once inside, absolutely no weapons can be used. Anything that could be deemed a weapon is strictly prohibited." Afar activated his terminal to disable all weapons in the nano armor for the 5, then nodded at Ming Kanki. "All right, everyone, let us wish ourselves good luck." With that, Ming Kanki turned and pushed open the door. Chapter 95, Guardian Mini-Boss Raditz. Ming Kanki opened the kaleidoscope and entered the door. Inside the door and outside the door, it was completely 2 different worlds. From the outside, the door was no more than 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, covered with patterns, ancient and elegant. But from the inside, the door had completely transformed into a pure technological creation over 10 meters high and more than 6 meters wide. In front of the door, an area nearly 20 meters wide was covered with the same pure technological metal floor. Beyond 20 meters lay an endless expanse of land. The boundary between the two was clearly defined. In Ming Kanki's kaleidoscope, one can even see a layer of energy barrier at a distance of 20 meters. After everyone came in, a figure emerged from behind the barrier. The person had long hair that almost reached their knees, a brown tail wrapped around their waist, and wore a standard combat uniform with a power level detector by their ear. From the outside, they looked exactly like Raditz. Ming Kanki was silent for a few seconds before suddenly exclaiming, "Wow, look at what we found. A wild Raditz." The person who looked just like Raditz seemed not to have heard Ming Kanki's voice. They still had their back turned to the barrier. Who were they? Bulma, Afar, and the others had just entered and their eyes were still adjusting, making it hard to see the figure clearly. Ming Kanki did not look back and said softly, "That is the first challenge. Look closely. The combat power detector and battlesuit." Bulma couldn't see anything unusual, but Afar and the other 2 not only saw the person's appearance, but were also a bit surprised. Afar said, "A cosmic pirate based on the style of the battlesuit and detector. He is actually a cosmic pirate under a modernized demon tribe. A modern cosmic pirate appearing in an ancient relic where the age cannot be determined is simply incredible. If there were a time machine, it wouldn't be impossible." Bulma's mind was active, and she had already started thinking about time machines. "Miss Bulma, traveling through time is not as simple as you imagine," Afar explained seriously. "We can control a limited range of areas, stopping time inside, moving forward or even backward. However, we cannot travel to our own future or past." Seeing that Bulma did not believe him, Afar tapped the terminal and pointed to the image above to explain, "Our scientists have tried. This is the experimental result. We reached another world that seems to be in the past. What we did there did not have any impact on the present. While the three were chatting, the other two had already arrived at the barrier. They were using nano armor to transform various instruments and continuously scanning. Bang! Suddenly, Raditz turned around and smashed a punch. Clear ripples appeared on the barrier. Step forward, Earthlings! Let me take you down. The two in front were startled and immediately retreated. That SA tail. Just like Little Sun's tail. Bulma pointed at Raditz's tail pressed against the barrier, saying unhappily, Little Sun is so innocent. How can this guy be so violent? Upon hearing this, Ming Kanki's eyes narrowed, and he was suddenly shocked. He hadn't seen Raditz move his tail. He was using the kaleidoscope Sharingan and still hadn't seen when Raditz had unwrapped his tail from his waist. What does this indicate? It indicates that when the fight starts, Raditz will launch 2 attacks simultaneously, and Ming Kanki can only see one. That's terrifying. Is he the first challenge we have to face? Afar asked quietly. Ming Kanki remained silent. Raditz sneered, Humph. No need to be shocked or afraid. Once you enter here, you can only move forward, not backward. Come on, let me kill you quickly. The kaleidoscope turned gently, and Ming Kanki mocked, Are you sure none of us has a battle power that exceeds yours? Raditz pressed a button on his battle power detector and then burst into loud laughter.